9 Sun God King Chapter 2553 to Chapter 2607. With so many people waiting for Qin Yun, the Divine Kingdom's people gathered together in a grand manner, mocking Qin Yun for not daring to come to All Heaven's Empyrean City. Qin Yun did not come to the All Heaven's Empyrean City, but he went to Nine Cloud Heaven City and successfully destroyed it. When Qin Yun's friends heard the news, they sighed inwardly. Although they were surprised, they felt that it was reasonable. This style of doing things was indeed in line with Qin Yun's style. Previously, they hoped that Qin Yun wouldn't come to Heavenly Emperor City, but now that they know that Qin Yun has destroyed Nine Cloud Heaven City, it means that Qin Yun will definitely come to Heavenly Emperor City. Miss you, is what you said true? Is it because you released the Dark Kunpeng and caused a huge disaster that you pushed the blame onto Qin Yun? Also, the defense of the Heaven-creating God Palace is very strong. It should not be destroyed. Is it still inside the Kunpeng? Emperor Zhuyang asked in a deep voice. They absolutely do not believe that Qin Yun can break the seal because the seal was made by the law enforcement realm and it is extremely sturdy. If I could break the seal, I would have done it a long time ago. There is no need to wait until now. Imperial Demon Yao said coldly, many people in your Heaven Creation Divine Palace are descendants of Divine Sun God, right? Their souls were still in the belly of the Kunpeng. As long as you promise me you won't. If you seal the Kunpeng again, I will let the Kunpeng release its soul. The people of the Heaven-creating Deity Palace were only left with their souls. That meant that the entire Heaven-creating Deity Palace was seriously damaged. Miss you, Kunpeng's size has exceeded the standard of the Heavenly Rule's orthodoxy. This rule cannot be changed, the Seventh Gate Master said sternly. My Kunpeng's flesh was cut off and its bones were taken. How dare you torture my Kunpeng? If you continue to seal my rock, I will hold you responsible. Yu Yaoyao's cold voice was filled with a strong killing intent. Also, whoever mistreated my Kunpeng, I will make them pay. Yu Yaoyao was not stupid. Of course, she knew that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace was taking the flesh and bones of the Kunpeng to refine a body. Emperor Sorrow, Emperor Zhuyang, and the other two middle-aged men shot the Seventh Sect Master a meaningful look. They seemed to be discussing something in secret. Miss you, as long as we don't seal your Kunpeng? Everything that happened before will be written off in one stroke, right? The Seventh House Master actually compromised. Not bad. Yu Yaoyao said, I guarantee that my Dark Kunpeng will shrink in size and not touch the bottom line of the Heavenly Rule's orthodoxy. Alright, release the souls of the people of the Heaven-creating Deity Palace. The Seventh Sect leader nodded. Yu Yaoyao took out a mirror. That mirror was the one she had used to capture the Dark Kunpeng. The mirror flashed, and then balls of light flew out one after another. A large number of light balls flew out. They were all the souls of the Divine Sun's descendants. After flying over, he circled around Great Emperor Zhuyang and the others, telling them what had happened in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. After Great Emperor Zhuyang and the other Great Emperors of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace heard this, their expressions became extremely ugly. They are incomparably furious because this is truly done by Qin Yun. Their Heaven Creation Divine Palace was truly destroyed by Qin Yun. Right, where is the soul of Emperor Brutal Murder? Emperor Sad Emotions asked. It's in Qin Yun's hands. Yu Yaoyao shrugged and said, although your souls can't be destroyed, it's not impossible for someone to capture you. One of the Heaven Creation 5 Thearchs, the Great the Arch of Rampage, had fallen into Qin Yun's hands. Even Heavenly Ghost Ancestor shouted in shock. Not only did Qin Yun destroy the Nine Cloud Heaven City, he also destroyed the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and captured Emperor Brutal Murder. Outside the All Heaven's Emperor City, this news caused a commotion and burst of exclamations. What about Qin Yun? He was in the belly of the Dark Kunpeng, why didn't you keep him? Emperor Sad Emotions coldly groaned. Do you think I can keep him? Yu Yaoyao crossed her arms over her chest and said with sneer, I also just found out about this guy Qin Yun, I have never heard of him before. But after I saw him, I knew that he is very strong, I don't dare to make him my enemy. Qin Yun's strength is indeed dreadful, it is normal for Yu Yaoyao to be afraid of him. Yu Yaoyao also now knows why Qin Yun is not willing to be her subordinate. He even ridiculed her for being afraid of the law enforcement world and not daring to fight them. Because Qin Yun is truly a fearless person. The seventh sect leader said, Miss Yu, you better stay away from Qin Yun. This person has seriously violated the heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxy. He has been judged as an 8-star heaven-defying thief by our law enforcement world. And he released the dark Kunping and destroyed the heaven creation divine palace. It will make him a 9-star heaven-defying thief. Yu Yaoyao jumped in fright. She did not expect that Qin Yun already had a criminal record. He actually offended the law enforcement world early on. He is even an 8-star heaven-defying thief. The highest level of heaven-defying thief is 10-star. Qin Yun is about to reach 9-star. If the law enforcement world knew that Qin Yun stole so many little divine sons, he might even become more than 9-star, close to 10-star. Oh, that's right, sect leader. We have already lost 1035 little divine sons. The 4 people we sent before have already died. The old man bowed and said, after my initial investigation, it is very likely that it was done by Heaven Destroyer. Heaven Destroyer? That super 10-star heaven-defying thief? So far, he is the only super 10-star heaven-defying thief. Great Emperor Zhuyang said in shock, isn't he in the ancient desolate? The 4 people of our law enforcement world were killed by the heavenly pig roar. The old man's expression turned grave. If it was really done by Heaven Destroyer, then we better ask for reinforcements from the law enforcement world. Everyone is secretly alarmed when they heard this. Qin Yun, an 8-star heaven-defying thief, is already so terrifying, yet there is still a super 10-star heaven-defying thief who killed more than 1,000 little divine sons. Everyone immediately looked at the outermost layer of the sky. There are indeed fewer little divine sons there. Yu Yaoyao is now sure that Qin Yun is not the Heaven Destroyer. But what makes her puzzled is, why did the heavenly pig roar appear? She is very sure that the person who stole the little divine son is Qin Yun. As for whether or not Qin Yun was the one who killed the 4 people from the law enforcement world, she is not sure. The 7th sect master said in a deep voice, I will send 10 6-star heavenly monarchs over right now. 6-star heavenly monarchs. That is a very strong heavenly monarch. And the 6-star heavenly monarchs from the law enforcement world are even more powerful. Heavenly monarchs are ranked from 1 to 10 stars in the law enforcement world. 1-star heavenly monarchs are the weakest and 10 stars are the strongest. 10-star heavenly monarchs are usually in seclusion to step into a whole new realm. Currently, there are not many 10-star heavenly monarchs and they will not run around. Breaking through is the most important thing for them. That heavenly ghost ancestor broke through from 10-star heavenly monarch. As for what realm he is in now, no one knows. Although he is not a match for the supremes of the heavens, no one dares to look down on him. Some people suspect that because heavenly ghost ancestor has entered a whole new realm and no one has any cultivation experience, that is why he is unable to display his new realm's strength. And the divine power in his body is very strong, it is just that he is unable to dig it out. The arrival of the great era of the heavens divine desolate has caused the number of heavenly monarchs to increase day by day. However, there are very few 10-star heavenly monarchs. Even the heaven creation 5 emperors, Zhuyang and Sad Heavenly Emperor, are not even 9-star heavenly monarchs. For example, Divine King Xianxia, who was killed by Qin Yun, was only 2 or 3 stars, but he was already one of the strongest heavenly monarchs in the 9 heavens divine realm. 6-star heavenly monarchs are very rare in the 9 heavens divine realm and other divine realms. There are actually 10 of them in the law enforcement world and they are all brought by the 7th sect master. If each of the 18 sects of the law enforcement world has so many heavenly monarchs, then how strong would the law enforcement world be? Sect master, 10 6-star heavenly monarchs go over. What if they really meet heaven extermination? The old man is very worried. Heaven extermination's heavenly pig roar needs 20 hours to be used. If he can't use heavenly pig roar, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if he can't beat heaven extermination, he will definitely not be killed. Don't worry, the 7th sect master said very confidently, our 7th sect is the strongest. If heaven extermination doesn't have heavenly pig roar, he will definitely be scared away. Qin Yun is still stealing little divine son. He has also received news from many of his friends. He found out about the matter of the 7th sect master and also knows that he is listed as an 8-star anti-heaven thief and heaven extermination is a 10-star anti-heaven thief. After Qin Yun sorted out the information, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, I didn't expect Grandpa Heaven Extermination to be so strong. He is actually a 10-star anti-heaven thief. So the move in his talisman crystal is called Heavenly Pig Roar. Xiao Yun, you have to work hard. You are at most a 9-star anti-heaven thief, you can't even reach 10-star. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile. Wait until I go to Heavenly Emperor City and do something big, maybe I will reach 10-star. Qin Yin said with mischievous smile, those guys are very afraid of Heavenly Pig Roar, I still have 9 talisman crystals. If he had to fight 10 6-star heavenly monarchs, he would have no choice but to run for his life. But with the Heavenly Pig Roar talisman crystal, he doesn't need to be afraid. It would be great if I could contact Grandpa Heaven Extermination and ask him, if I kill 10 6-star heavenly monarchs from law enforcement realm, what rank would the law enforcement realm consider me as an anti-heaven thief? Qin Yin pondered in his heart. Xiao Yun, how many heavenly monarchs was the law enforcement great sovereign you killed before? Why was he so weak? Ling Yin'er asked. I don't know. It shouldn't be 9-star. That damned old woman's body is too weak, her soul is still very strong but it was sealed by the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Qin Yin said with smile. Xiao Yun, the strength of divine sun descendants should be related to their body. Their strength depended heavily on their physical bodies. That old woman had a good body but didn't use it, that's why she was killed by you. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin thought of Heavenly Emperor's heavenly tyrant body as well as the 9 heavens divine body. Heavenly tyrant body, could it be at the level of 9-star heavenly monarchs? Qin Yin thought to himself as he took away a little divine Sunday Xiao Yun, then how are you going to defeat Heavenly Emperor? His heavenly tyrant body is very strong, even heavenly ghost ancestor is not his match. Ling Yin'er said. Don't worry, I will keep a few heavenly pig roars. Qin Yin plans to use this to deal with Heavenly Emperor City. Then he will go to Imperial Heaven Pawnshop to contact Heaven Extermination and ask him for a few more. Qin Yin had no idea how strong a 6-star celestial heavenly lord was. That was because the strongest he had ever faced was the Arch Rampage. Although he had destroyed the physical body of a supremacy sovereign before, it was not the strongest supremacy sovereign. Emperor Bao Sha should be a 4 or 5-star divine heaven lord, right? In other words, with my own strength, I should be able to fight against 6 or 7-star Shen Tianjun. Qin Yin secretly estimated his own strength. When he entered the Imperial Heaven State, he could easily kill Bao Sha Grand Emperor with the combination of the evil extreme devil and the 9 saintly heavenly Tao statues. Those who were much stronger than Emperor Bao Sha were the 6 and 7-star celestial heavenly monarchs. Xiao Yun, if you unleash your power, 10 6-star heavenly lords will definitely not be able to take you down. Ling Yin'er said. I still haven't recovered. Imperial Heaven State consumes a lot of energy, most of my sacred heavenly Tao images are very tired. Yin'er, how are you recovering? Qin Yin asked. I've recovered a lot, but it's still not enough. Ling Yin'er said. She is also one of Qin Yin's sacred heavenly Tao images, Qin Yin can borrow her divine power at any time. 10 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs were already nearby. Their instruments were very sensitive, and they soon detected the soul fluctuations of others. Qin Yin had already done his best to conceal his soul fluctuations but he was still detected. The 10 Shen Tianjun from the law enforcement realm were all wearing golden armor. Those armors looked very different from the others, as if they were woven from golden vines. Through the heavenly eye outside, Qin Yin observed carefully and was astonished to discover that the armors of the 10 6 celestial heavenly monarchs are woven with runes. Could it be that runes are attached to materials, refined into strips, and then woven into armor? Thought Qin Yin. Law enforcement realm's Shen Tianjun flew towards the small divine sun and surrounded it. I'm surrounded. Qin Yin was very calm. He immediately used void transference steps. After the tiny divine sun appeared, he tore through space in 2 steps and distanced himself from the tiny divine sun to chase after them. The captain in the lead shouted. Qin Yin's speed is very fast. When he flew out, other people could not see him at all. They only knew the general direction. These guys are really strong. I wonder how strong the defense of their armors are. If it can block the heavenly pig roar, then it won't be easy to deal with. Qin Yin took out his divine king spear and used his heavenly eye in the sky to observe the movements behind him. The 10 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs were split into 2 teams and did not stand together. This made it difficult for Qin Yin to attack. This was because he would need to fire 2 shots, which meant that he would need to consume 2 talisman crystals. There were a total of 10 talisman crystals. Qin Yan had already used 1, leaving only 9. He did not want to waste them. So what if I use it? I'll ask Grandpa Heaven Destroyer for it when I get back. Qin Yan sighed and fired 2 shots behind him with heartache. After the 2 rune crystals flew out, they suddenly turned into 2 huge pig heads. This was equivalent to 2 heavenly pig roars. The huge golden pig head wasn't any smaller than those little divine suns. After it flew over, it immediately grabbed the 2 teams and let out an even louder roar. Not only was the roar loud, it traveled very far. This was the stacking of 2 heavenly pig roars. The sound waves were even more intense. Even the distant All Heaven's Emperor City could hear the faint sound. On the All Heaven's Emperor City's side, when the 7th Sect Master and others heard the faint pig roar, their expression changed. It's heavenly pig roar. Damn it, when did this heaven extermination guy release heavenly pig roars continuously? The 7th Sect Master turned pale with fright, his expression became extremely unsightly. He promptly took out some tools to check the situation of the 10 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs. 7th Sect Master, how is it? Are those 10 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs alright? Great Emperor Juyang asked. The 7th Sect Master shook his head and said with sigh, I don't know. I only know that their souls are still fine. Their souls are not destroyed, naturally they are fine. I'm just worried that their souls will be captured. Great Emperor Beiqing said. The souls of Divine Sun descendants are not destroyed, it is very difficult to capture them. But once they are captured, it will be very troublesome. It was a very painful thing for one's soul to be imprisoned. After Qin Yan shot out 2 talisman crystals, he also felt the power of the 2 heavenly pig roars. What caused him to be astonished is that the 10 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs are still in good condition. Their bodies are still there but their condition is somewhat poor. Their armors are indeed very strong. Qin Yan can clearly see that the tattered armors on their bodies are releasing multicolored light. At this moment, Qin Yan also sensed the powerful soul fluctuations of these heavenly monarchs and suddenly became alarmed. They are all descendants of Divine Sun. These 10 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs are indeed very capable. Even after being hit by 2 heavenly pig roars, their bodies were not destroyed and they did not even suffer any injuries. This was mainly due to the strength of their fleshly bodies, coupled with their armor, which was why they had such a defense. Again. Qin Yan clenched his teeth and released 2 more heavenly pig roars, using up another 2 talisman crystals. 2 huge pig heads appeared once again and rushed over at an extremely fast speed, grabbing those 2 squads of people. Those 2 squads of heavenly monarchs originally thought that they could attack because according to their understanding, it is very difficult to use heavenly pig roars continuously. They believed that the enemy would not be able to use it again. Just as they were about to chase after Qin Yan, the mental power released by the heavenly pig roars attacked their souls. While they were absent-minded, their bodies were grabbed by the pig heads. Another few loud sounds echoed. The sound once again shook the heavenly Emperor City. Heavenly pig roars again. Imperial Yao Yao said with frown, how can this heavenly pig roars be released continuously? Didn't they say that there would be an interval of 20 hours? 7th Sect Master and others' faces turned green. He suddenly felt very regretful. He should not have been so reckless. This would have caused them to lose 10 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs. Qin Yan used 2 more talisman crystals to release heavenly pig roars again. This time, those 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs have been destroyed. They don't have armor protecting their bodies. They cannot withstand 2 heavenly pig roars and their bodies were directly torn apart. Under this kind of situation, Qin Yan is unable to capture their souls, he can only let them fly away. It's over. Easily killed those 6-star celestial heavenly monarchs with 2 spear strikes. Grandpa Heaven Extermination's talisman crystals are really awesome. I thought he was just a braggart before. Qin Yan boasted about the Divine King Spear. The advantage of talisman crystals is that when shot through the Divine King Spear, it won't cause the spear barrel to heat up. If he used high-level Divine Universe Gold Bullet, the spear barrel would be very hot. I should have used Divine Universe Gold Bullet to shoot them and directly destroyed their bodies, that way I wouldn't have wasted 2 talisman crystals. Qin Yan is secretly vexed. Xiaoyun, quickly take away the little divine son. You don't have much time left, the people they send next time will definitely be even stronger. Ling Yun lightly yelled. Qin Yin immediately got busy again and went to collect the little divine sundae. At night, Qin Yin took away more than 2,000 little divine suns, then stopped and immediately jumped out of the barrier and left this region. Heavenly Divine Moon's moonlight is very bright. Law Enforcement Realm only has 8,000 divine suns left, but it can still illuminate a vast land, illuminating the surroundings of Heavenly Emperor City. Qin Yun is currently resting. He wants to recover to his peak before going to Heavenly Emperor City. Late at night, Qin Yun's sound transmission Divine Pearl received a message. It is from MOG and others. Although Qin Yun didn't reply to them, they still passed on the situation of Heavenly Emperor City to Qin Yun. Law Enforcement Realm's 7th sect is truly terrified. They thought that Grandpa Heaven Extermination was really stealing the divine sun. In the end, they didn't even send anyone over. Qin Yun laughed in his heart. After the souls of the 6-star heavenly monarchs he killed flew back, they truly believed that Heaven Extermination was stealing the little divine sun. Those 6-star heavenly monarchs couldn't even see Qin Yun, they only saw pig heads appear one after another and were attacked by the heavenly pig roar. Because they lost so many 6-star heavenly monarchs, the Law Enforcement Realm's 7th sect's vitality is also greatly damaged. Sect Master and others don't dare to go over, they are afraid that their bodies will be destroyed by the heavenly pig roar. Although they don't dare to go over, Qin Yun didn't steal the little divine sundae. If someone else comes over, he will have to waste the talisman crystals again. He still has 5 talisman crystals in his hand. They are reserved for urgent use because they still have to attack Heavenly Emperor City. His goal this time is to destroy Heavenly Emperor City regardless of whether he can kill the Heavenly Sovereigns or not. He must destroy the prestige and competence that Heavenly Divine Nation has just established. After the Heavenly Sovereigns defeated Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, they rose again and gained trust and respect. The All Heavens tyrant body that he possessed was even praised to the heavens. This time, Qin Yun must give Heavenly Divine Nation a heavy blow. This way, when the Heaven Sealing 10 days arrives, if anyone wants to attack the Heavenly Sword Formation, they will have to consider the consequences. Daybreak, Qin Yun looked at the 3 myriad realms divine suns in the sky and thought, back when I was inside the Kuan Peng's body, I entered Imperial Heaven State and couldn't borrow the power of the myriad realms divine sun. This time, I can borrow the power of the myriad realms divine sun to attack Heavenly Emperor City. It should be stronger than before. Qin Yun took a deep breath. He also recalled Xieqiru and Yu Shangyun's exhortations to quickly help the 4th myriad realms divine sun come into being. The more myriad realms divine suns there are, the stronger he will be, and it will not be so strenuous to fight against the Law Enforcement Realm. Heavenly Sovereigns. You have been waiting for me for a long time, right? I will go now. Qin Yun looked at the direction of Heavenly Emperor City and then flew close to the ground. When he arrived, he learned from the sound transmission Divine Pearl that the Law Enforcement Realm will send reinforcements and the 8th gate. The 8th gate? I wonder what Grandpa Heaven Extermination did to be labeled as a 10-star anti-heaven traitor. Qin Yun is very curious about this matter. He is not afraid of the 8th gate. Outside the All Heavens Empyrean City, people seem to have forgotten why they came here. They originally came to watch Qin Yun attack the All Heavens Empyrean City, but many things happened later, causing them to lose interest in Qin Yun's attack. Yu Yaoyao did not enter the All Heavens Emperor City because she did not want to enter the territory of the All Heavens Emperors. In the 9 heavens, the All Heavens Emperors made her feel disgusted. The All Heavens Emperor stood on the city wall with his parents. Right now, he looked like a rare handsome man. At this moment, his eyes were looking at the red-haired Yu Yaoyao from time to time. In terms of looks, Yu Yaoyao was indeed very rare, especially her gorgeous red hair, as well as her unique and flirtatious pink eyes. All of them had a different kind of beauty. Her perfect face shape matched well with her red hair and pink eyes. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Yu Yaoyao was a very stunning and pleasing special beauty. Coupled with her powerful aura, her temperament was even more outstanding. After all, she was a beautiful and strong woman that made people want to conquer her. Yu Yaoyao stood in front of the city gates and countless pairs of eyes swept across her body, causing her to feel a little displeased. She was paying attention to the people around her because she felt a familiar aura. She looked at Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin. Yu Yaoyao, who had once traveled the 9 heavens, also knew Luo Yaofeng, the 9 heavens goddess. Luo Yaofeng was one of the 9 heavens goddesses, the shadow god king and the female slayer demon. She was a very famous strong woman in the 9 heavens. Bai Suxin saw Yu Yaoyao look over and whispered, "Sister Luo, do you know her?" "I do." Luo Yaofeng nodded. "I didn't expect the dark Kuan Peng to be hers. She's much stronger than I imagined. She's a very mysterious woman." Yu Yaoyao dared to face the great Emperor Ju Yang, the Sad Emperor, and the 7th sect master, so she had a certain level of strength. In addition, her mysterious dark Kuan Peng was the most terrifying. If she released the dark Kuan Peng now, it would definitely cause chaos. Emperor Yi suddenly walked to the All Heavens Emperors and pointed in a direction. "Emperors, White Sun God King's daughter, Bai Suxin, is over there. She is now a member of the Divine Moon clan. I only heard about her recently." Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng were wearing masks, but they were recognized. All Heaven's venerable emperors sneered, "As long as it's a woman of the Divine Moon clan, she is my woman." All Heaven's venerable sovereigns looked over and frowned. "Shadow God King is also here. This woman has also joined the Mystic Moon clan, so she is also my woman." The Sky Demon Deity King cursed, "Shadow God King, that bitch. I have always found her an eyesore." All Heaven's venerable sovereigns nodded, stood on the city gate and shouted, "Bai Suxin, Shadow God King, you are both women of the Divine Moon clan, which means you are my women. I now announce that Bai Suxin will be given to the White Sun Elf Emperor, and Shadow God King will be given to the Sky Fae Divine King." Everyone knew that the venerable sovereigns of the various heavens regarded the Divine Moon clan as their harem, and had even said that they would bestow the women of the Divine Moon clan to their subordinates. Now, he had directly announced that he would give Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng to the White Sun Elven Emperor and Heavenly Demon Divine King respectively. When they heard this, Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin were livid. Heavenly Demon Divine King, White Sun Elf Emperor, these two women might be a little stubborn and need to be taught a lesson. I have already given them to you. Whether or not you can tame them is up to you. All Heaven's venerable sovereigns waved his hand and said with a smile, "You guys, take them down now." All Heaven's venerable sovereigns also wanted to take advantage of this moment to add some fun, as everyone was discussing the matter of the anti-heaven thief that exceeded 10 stars. Heaven Destroyer was too powerful and seemed to far surpass all Heaven's venerable sovereigns, so it made all Heaven's venerable sovereigns very uncomfortable. Now, he also wanted to find some sense of existence. White Sun Elven Emperor and Heavenly Demon Divine King were both well-known figures in the divine realm, so they naturally did not lack women. But to them, women like Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng were things they could only dream of. Yu Yaoyao frowned and muttered, "This bastard is still so disgusting." She was very disgusted with the way all Heaven's venerable sovereigns did things. Once he took a fancy to a woman, he directly announced that she was his woman, not caring about other people's feelings. "Suxin, I will leave Heavenly Demon Divine King to you. Your heavenly law heart can restrain him." "White Sun Elf Emperor, let me do it." Luo Yaofeng took out a pair of long blades and prepared to fight. "Sister Luo, be careful of his white devil divine curse," Bai Suxin warned. "Got it." Luo Yaofeng was not afraid of the White Sun Elven Emperor. Everyone immediately made way for them to fight. This was a battle between divine heavenly monarchs, and they were at the Divine King level. Shadow God King and Heavenly Demon Divine King were two of the 3 great divine kings of the 9 heavens. White Sun Elf Emperor was also a divine king in the White Sun Divine Realm. What was shocking was that Luo Yaofeng, this woman, was actually filled with a kind of ruthlessness in an instant. The aura on her body made it seem as if she wanted to slaughter all living beings. "White Sun Elf Emperor, you lackey." Luo Yaofeng shouted coldly at the White Sun Elf Emperor who was flying over. She slashed with both of her blades, creating a violent tornado. The tornado looked like it was formed from countless blade shadows as it wrapped around the White Sun Elf Emperor. On the other side, Bai Suxin used a white-blue divine power to fight. She did not use any weapons, and when she struck out with her palms, the force looked soft, but every palm strike caused the Heavenly Demon Divine King to let out a muffled groan. He shouted. It could be seen that Bai Suxin's divine power made the Heavenly Demon Divine King feel extreme pain. The Heavenly Demon Divine King wore a blue crystal armor and was also very difficult to kill from the 9 heavens demon race. Only Qin Yan had the power to quickly kill them, and he mainly targeted their souls. Qin Yan had previously discussed with Bai Suxin, so Bai Suxin had some experience. Therefore, after fighting with the heavenly demon Divine King, she was able to suppress him in an instant. These two women aren't weak at all. That white-haired woman is suppressing the heavenly demon Divine King. If I'm not wrong, that should be the power of the heavenly law inheritance. She has mastered it extremely well and can restrain the 9 heavens demon race. The 7th sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai Suxin. The Shadow God King is not weak either. I really did not expect that she could grow so quickly after starting over. She must have obtained the Divine Moon bloodline and became so strong through the heaven's Divine Moon. The tragic emperor said coldly. The Sun Moon Heart Sutra of the Divine Moon race women is very profound. If you can cultivate the 3rd level of the Sun Moon Heart Sutra with the Divine Moon race women, not only can you enjoy the process of cultivation, you can also improve by leaps and bounds. The 7th sect master said with a smile. Therefore, I must obtain them. The Heaven's Sovereign Emperor's eyes were filled with greed and evil. Son, help your subordinates appropriately. Let them quickly take down those 2 women. That way, they will be more loyal to you. Great Emperor Ju Yang patted the Heaven's Sovereign Emperors on the shoulder. The Heaven's Sovereign Emperors nodded. He stretched out his hands and 2 red energy balls condensed in his palms. They contained destructive heavenly power. He only stretched out his hand to condense power, but the world suddenly trembled and the surroundings suddenly churned. Whoosh! The Heaven's Sovereign Emperors shot out the 2 black light balls in his palms and attacked Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng respectively. The Heaven's Sovereign Emperors have made their move. So strong. Just a casual move of his is so terrifying. It's like he wants to destroy the world. As expected of the Heaven's Sovereign Emperors, as expected of the heir of the heavenly way. Those 2 women are going to be taken down. After the 2 energy balls flew out, they seemed to have locked onto Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng, chasing after them. The White Sun Elven Sovereign and the Heavenly Demon Divine King secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were very grateful to the Heaven's Sovereign Emperors. If the Heaven's Sovereign Emperors had not made their move, it would not have been so easy to take down Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng. They might even have let them escape. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin were also together at this moment. They held hands and activated the Sun Moon Heart Sutra, allowing the divine power in their bodies to fuse together and form a moon shield that enveloped them. Boom! The 2 black energy balls released by the Heaven's Sovereign Emperors struck their moon shield, causing an incomparably berserk divine power wave. Even the ground cracked from the tremors. The people in the distance were thrown into chaos by the berserk black lightning fiendish aura attack. The shield that Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin released together couldn't withstand the attack of the Heaven's Sovereign Emperors and was completely shattered. They were also heavily injured and their divine power aura is extremely weak. White Sun Elven Sovereign, Heavenly Demon Divine King, they are yours from now on. The Heaven's Sovereign Emperors laughed loudly. Thank you, Sovereign. The White Sun Elven Sovereign and the Heavenly Demon Divine King hurriedly expressed their gratitude loudly and rushed towards Bai Suxin and the Heavenly Demon Divine King. At the same time, outside the Heaven's Sovereign City, the people who were on good terms with Qin Yan immediately took action. They flew towards Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng to save them. The White Sun Elf Emperor flew the fastest. He suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation and immediately stopped. After he stopped, he saw a valiant and handsome man wearing a cap appear. Qin Yan arrived using Void Step and grabbed the White Sun Elf Emperor's throat. He said with a sneer, "Brother E, I'm Brother Murong. Don't you remember me?" Brother Murong, the White Sun Elf Emperor's White Sun bloodline heavenly pattern box was swindled away by a person called Brother Murong. He still doesn't know who Brother Murong is and he doesn't dare to tell the Heaven's Sovereign Emperors about this matter. Seeing the person who suddenly appeared, many people present secretly cried out in alarm. Qin Yan's friends only needed to see his back to know that Qin Yan has arrived. The people who originally wanted to help Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng were already halfway there. When they saw Qin Yan appear, they immediately stopped. Wang Haoyue, the Bright Moon Sect Master, narrowed his eyes. Every time he saw Qin Yan's hat, he felt his heart ache. When the heavenly evil battle god saw Qin Yan appear, he hurriedly took out the saber Qin Yan gave him and prepared to attack. Friends, I, Qin Yan, am attacking the Heaven's Sovereign City. There is no need to trouble you. I can handle such a small matter by myself. Qin Yan looked coldly at the White Sun Elf Emperor. After the White Sun Elf Emperor was grabbed by the throat by Qin Yan poured a surge of divine power into him. His body was wrapped up by an invisible supergravity, making him unable to move. Qin Yan finally appeared. The entire audience erupted into a clamor of shouts. Especially when he appeared and captured the White Sun Elf Emperor with one hand. What? Annoyed Qin Yan the most was hearing others trying to correct him. It was as though his existence was the greatest mistake in the world. Fix me? Today, I want to see who corrects who. You bunch of things shouldn't even exist in this brand new era. Your existence is an insult to this new era. Your time is long past, and I will end you. The Age of Destruction. As soon as Qin Yan finished speaking, he raised his palm and slammed it towards the Elf Emperor's head. He used the 9 forms of heavenly annihilation, and his aura seemed to be able to annihilate all things. Accompanied by a vast divine power that could control the heavens, the wind and clouds swirled, and the earth shook. Boom, the palm landed on the White Sun Elf Emperor's face. Originally, Qin Yan only wanted to ruthlessly slap the Elf Emperor's face. He never expected that with a single slap, the White Sun Elf Emperor's entire head would explode. This scene caused everyone to shudder with fear and trepidation. Qin Yan was only at the sacred god realm. With a slap, he had smashed the White Sun Elf Emperor's head. This kind of power shocked everyone present, causing them to cry out in fear. Just now, in the battle between Luo Yaofeng and the White Sun Elven Emperor, although she could suppress the White Sun Elven Emperor, it was very difficult to kill the White Sun Elven Emperor. She knew that the Elven Emperor was very difficult to defeat. As for Qin Yan, it looked like he had casually smashed the White Sun Spirit Emperor's head with a single slap. This kind of strength shocked her to the extreme. Bai Suxin is also astonished. She is holding Luo Yaofeng's hand tightly. Clearly, she is very excited because of Qin Yan's appearance. They had just been injured by the Empyrean supremacies. If Qin Yan hadn't come, they would have been in a tough battle. Even if others came to help, the Empyrean supremacies would chase after them. And Qin Yan's appearance made the Empyrean supremacies feel apprehensive. The people from Empyrean City did not casually leave the city to fight. After the White Sun Fairy Emperors had exploded, Qin Yan activated the power of the Nether Sun. Nether Sun has the ability to distort very solid things. Now, the White Sun Fairy Emperor's body has been twisted into a black bead by Qin Yan. The White Sun Elf Emperor, who had once dominated the White Sun Divine Realm, died so miserably. His head was smashed by a palm, and his body was turned into a ball. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, who was watching from afar, exclaimed, "This Qin Yan is worthy of being a character whose name shakes the divine desolate heavens. He's only at the Saint God realm, yet he possesses such strength. If he's able to break through, then how extraordinary would he be?" Qin Yan's friends thought so as well. The most unbelievable thing was that Qin Yan's strength was still increasing even though he was clearly restricted to the 9th level of the Saint God realm. He was unable to cultivate the heavenly Tao statue to the sacred heaven realm. "I've already given King of Shadows and Bai Suxin to my subordinates. Qin Yan, you stopped my subordinates from taking away their women and even killed my subordinates. Do you really think you are the divine king of the divine wilderness?" shouted the Empyrean supremacy coldly. "Bastard, listen carefully, we have long been Qin Yan's women. You dog, you're not even fit to carry my husband's shoes," Luo Yaofeng said angrily. What angered her the most was that Di Zun kept saying that all the women of the Divine Moon clan were his women. The crowd burst into cheers. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin were actually Qin Yan's women? Someone laughed and said, "Oh my, is the venerable sovereign's cuckolded?" All Heaven's sovereign venerables also flew into a rage and shouted, "Skyfei Divine King, go and take down those 2 women. I'll protect you. Even if you can't obtain them, you have to destroy them." Yes. Skyfei Divine King saw Qin Yan's strength and felt fear in his heart. However, when he thought about how Di Zun and the rest were behind him, he was not afraid at all. "Qin Yan, no matter how strong you are only at the sacred God realm? There are so many Divine Heaven Lord experts here, you are nothing." Skyfei Divine King laughed sinisterly as he charged towards Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin. Qin Yan took a step through the air and instantly arrived near Skyfei Divine King. Following that, a terrifying and boundless supergravity pressed down. Skyfei Divine King, who was flying at high speed, was instantly pressed down. Skyfei Divine King, who had just fallen, was once again pushed up into the sky by a gravitational force. There was gravity in the sky and on the ground. This was Qin Yun's heaven and earth unity. With the two gravitational forces' pincer attack, Skyfei Divine King could not withstand it at all. He shouted, "Dizun, quickly help me." All Heaven's sovereign venerables did not move. He was still standing on the city gate. However, he waved his hand and released a sword that stabbed towards Qin Yun. The moment the sword appeared, it let out a shocking sword hum. It brought with it a violent wind and lightning as it whizzed towards Qin Yun. "Brother Yun, be careful. That's the All Heaven's divine sword." Xie Wufeng's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted. The divine sword of the All Heaven's sovereign venerables was indeed very powerful. Those who had cultivated an intrinsic sword could all feel the terror of the sword's might. Qin Yun pulled out his godly monarch spear and fired at the All Heaven's divine sword that was flying over. A level 2 divine universe golden bullet flew out. Boom! The divine universe golden bullet collided with the All Heaven's divine sword, producing a violent explosion and tremor. The All Heaven's divine sword was also sent flying. The divine power condensed on the sword was completely dispersed. At the same time, Qin Yun's arm transformed into a phantom saber. This was the manifestation of the divine saber Dao image, fusing with his arm. Qin Yun charged at Skyfei Divine King. The arm with the divine saber phantom slashed horizontally at Skyfei Divine King's waist. Whoosh, his arm transformed into a saber, but it was not sharp enough. It cleaved through Skyfei Divine King's thick blue armor and split his body into two at the waist. "Man-eating demon, send my regards to God Monarch Xianxia." Qin Yun sneered and said, "Don't worry. I have long killed God Monarch Xianxia. You will not be lonely after you die." Many people knew that Qin Yun had killed God Monarch Xianxia. And it was at that time that Qin Yun destroyed Emperor Zhu Yang's body. Thinking of this, Emperor Zhu Yang and company were infuriated. This was because God Monarch Xianxia was a very useful person. He could help them refine a large number of excellent puppet bodies. Skyfei Divine King roared angrily, "You can't kill me." "I can't kill you?" Qin Yun pushed heaven and earth to unite with all his might. With a forceful pressure, Skyfei Divine King's body that had been cut in two suddenly shattered. Then, the armor mixed with the flesh and bones of his body and was crushed into a large piece of flesh. This scene caused the entire place to fall silent. Everyone knew that Skyfei Divine King's armor was very hard. But now, it had been squashed flat. Skyfei Divine King's body and armor were squashed into a meat patty. This scene would definitely be unforgettable to all the spectators. Whoosh! Qin Yun's eyes spewed fire as they shot at the large piece of flesh, burning it to ashes. The White Sun Elemental Emperor and the Skyfei Divine King were considered quite powerful divine heavenly lords even in the divine wilderness. They were experts that many looked up to. But now, they were being beaten up and killed in 2 or 3 moves. Empyrean supremacy, you can't even protect your own dog slave. Who will work for you in the future? Luo. Yao Feng said sarcastically, "You want to fight my husband with that bit of strength? You are far from it." Luo Yao Feng deliberately said this to provoke the Empyrean supremacy. Furthermore, it made her feel very comfortable. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor sighed and said, "Qin Yun's body and divine power are extremely powerful. I can't believe that he is only at the sacred god realm. The Empyrean supremacy's body is very strong, but he might not be stronger than Qin Yun." "Why is that?" someone asked. "The Empyrean supremacy's body is not his own, but Qin Yun's body was cultivated by him." Heavenly Ghost Ancestor stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Qin Yun's body was formed through thousands of tempering. It was formed with his soul, Dao idol and Xian divine veins. It is extremely good. The Empyrean supremacy does not have a body, it is only his soul that is not destroyed." The Empyrean supremacy was also filled with anger, but he did not immediately go out to fight Qin Yun because he was not in his best condition. His body had been destroyed by Qin Yun once before. Now, he had learned his lesson. He did not dare to take Qin Yun lightly when facing him. "Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, you are someone who has surpassed Divine Heaven Lord, yet you were defeated by my son. What face do you have to make irresponsible remarks here? Juyan Great Emperor said with a sneer, you should know best how strong my son is. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor laughed loudly and said, I don't know, but you should know that I am temporarily not used to this realm. When I get used to it, even 10 Empyrean supremacy will not be my match. Sad Emperor coldly snorted and said, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, shut up. The one who attacked Empyrean City today is not you, it is Qin Yun. Besides, with your strength, do you dare to attack Empyrean City? Juyan Great Emperor looked at Qin Yun and said in a deep voice, Qin Yun, you released the Dark Kuan Ping and destroyed 9 Cloud Heaven City and Heaven Creation Divine Palace. We will settle this debt with you. Qin Yun looked at Yu Yao Yao. He was the one who had instructed Yu Yao Yao to inform the 7th Sect Master of the matter. The 7th Sect Master said angrily, Qin Yun, you 8-star heaven-defying thief, even if Empyrean supremacy doesn't kill you, our law enforcement realm will kill you. Quickly release the soul of law enforcement Great Sovereign and I will let you die more comfortably. Yu Yao Yao was secretly alarmed. Qin Yun actually had Enforcer Supremacy soul in his hands. She finally understood why Qin Yun had become an 8-star anti-heaven villain. He actually dared to attack Enforcer Supremacy and even captured his soul. Are you law enforcement Great Sovereign? Qin Yun looked at the 7th Sect Master. Of course not. Becoming a law enforcement Great Sovereign is easier said than done, the 7th Sect Master said with sneer, what? Do you think law enforcement Great Sovereign will appear? If you weren't a law enforcement Grand Monarch, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you, but you think too highly of yourself. I don't know if killing you will make my star rise. Qin Yun smiled and said, that law enforcement Grand Sovereign you mentioned is nothing but dog shit in my eyes. What's the big deal about that lousy Grand Sovereign? What's so good about this kind of trash Great Sovereign? Just you wait, the 7th Sect Master said angrily. Qin Yun, Emperor Rampage is in your hands, right? Quickly release him. Juyan Great Emperor shouted angrily. Qin Yun immediately took out Emperor Rampage's head and said with chuckle, this is your Emperor Rampage. While speaking, he released gravity and twisted Emperor Rampage's head and crushed it into a ball. Emperor Rampage's soul has been sealed inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron, only his head is left. Qin Yun took out the Divine King heavenly seal to borrow the power of the myriad worlds divine sons. The power of 3 myriad worlds divine sons was unimaginable. The vast and powerful divine wilderness was nurtured by the myriad worlds divine sons. No one dared to underestimate the power of the entire divine wilderness and the myriad worlds divine sons. Qin Yun said that he alone was enough to attack all heaven's Empyrean City. He didn't need anyone's help. Some people thought his words were a little arrogant, but now it seemed he had enough power to attack all heaven's Empyrean City. Who's first? Qin Yun looked at the heavenly venerables and mocked, bullshit heavenly venerables, I, Qin Yun, am already here. Why are you still hiding beside your mother? Qin Yun, don't be arrogant. The heavenly rules orthodoxy has destined you to die in my hands, so you will die for sure. All heaven's Empyrean emperors looked at the Divine King heavenly seal in Qin Yun's hand, feeling immense pressure. Everyone knew that all heaven's Empyrean emperors were destined to inherit the heavenly Tao and obtain the Divine King heavenly seal, becoming the king of all gods in divine wilderness. But now, the Divine King heavenly seal was in Qin Yun's hand, and he was recognized by the myriad worlds divine sons. This clearly deviated greatly from the heavenly rules orthodoxy. If these deviations were not corrected, the heavenly rules orthodoxy would gradually lose its effect. As Qin Yun said, a new era would arrive. In the new era, whoever was the strongest person in the divine wilderness would be the one to set the new rules. The so-called law enforcers would no longer have their former glory, unless they could stand proudly in this new and powerful era. Let me go teach him a lesson. Emperor Juyang said solemnly. Father, let me do it. The heavenly rules orthodoxy has already decided that I will defeat him. All heaven's Empyrean emperors waved his hand and the all heaven's divine sword flew back into his palm. At this moment, all heaven's Empyrean emperors exuded a terrifying aura, as if he could rule over all the heavens. All heaven's Empyrean emperors suddenly levitated in the air and stepped out of the all heaven's Empyrean city's boundary. All heaven's Empyrean emperors finally stepped out of the boundary. At this moment, everyone in the entire all heaven's emperor city was chanting the name of the all heaven's emperor venerate. Waves of majestic roars reverberated throughout the city, as if the entire city was boiling. Hua hua hua, a deafening sound rang out, like a huge wave crashing onto the shore. 10 giant blue doors appeared behind all heaven's sovereign venerable. Those were his sacred tribulation gates. His sacred tribulation gate is very different from Qin Yun's. It is blue in color and made of heavenly crystals. All the venerable sovereigns in the heavens were people with 10 images. Among the 10 images, there was bound to be an image of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, it was an evolved image. Once the heavenly Tao image evolved into the saintly heavenly Tao image, its power could be imagined. Qin Yun looked at the largest of the 10 sacred tribulation gates. His imperial heaven heart suddenly started beating crazily. He became very excited. This guy's heavenly Tao image has already reached the large success stage of sacred transformation. My heavenly Tao image is simply unable to evolve. I don't need any heavenly Tao image, I just need to cultivate the heavenly Tao image. Qin Yun suddenly realized something. The supremacy sovereigns in front of him possessed a powerful heavenly Tao image. As long as he defeated the supremacy sovereigns, he would be able to cultivate the heavenly Tao image. This was an opportunity to break through. Xiao Yun, after you defeat the supremacy sovereigns, you will definitely be besieged. If you defeat the supremacy sovereigns and cultivate the heavenly Tao image, the 10 images will reach the large success stage of sacred transformation and you will be able to step into the Tao God realm. At that time, even if you are besieged, you will still be fearless. Qin Yun also thought the same. He suddenly recalled why he was able to obtain the imperial heaven heart from the 9 Sun divine soul, why he had the imperial heaven diagram, which allowed him to comprehend his own imperial heaven divine art. All of this was arranged by the former heavenly Tao. The former heavenly Tao and heaven extermination participated in the creation of Qin Yun. In a sense, Qin Yun was their descendant. Therefore, heaven extermination and heavenly Tao secretly arranged everything to nurture a person who could control the heavens. In this way, the supremacy sovereigns were Qin Yun's stepping stones and the supremacy sovereigns were the real tools, because only people who follow the rules of the heavenly Tao can achieve the large success stage of sacred transformation. The supremacy sovereign's heavenly Tao image has reached the large success stage of sacred transformation. As long as Qin Yun devours the supremacy sovereigns, he can truly step into the Tao of imperial heaven. At this moment, Qin Yun is filled with admiration towards the heavenly Tao. Because he, Qin Yun, was originally destined to become a tool, destined to be devoured by the supremacy sovereigns. But after the heavenly Tao secretly changed, the supremacy sovereigns became tools and will help Qin Yun complete the first stage of the Tao of imperial heaven. Qin Yun, do you see it? These are the real 10 Tao images. Your Tao image is very strong but your heavenly Tao image is dead. Your heavenly Tao image cannot achieve the large success stage of sacred transformation. Great Emperor Zhuyang laughed loudly and said, only the heavenly Tao inheritance bestowed upon the divine heaven. Only the heavenly Tao image can achieve the large success stage of sacred transformation. Qin Yun, are you scared silly by my child's heavenly Tao image? This is very normal. This is the true person chosen by the heavens, the true successor of the heavenly Tao. He is the heavens. Great Emperor Sorrowful Emotion laughed proudly. Xiaqiru said that she could help Qin Yun cultivate the heavenly Tao image. She might really have a way to do it, but what she did not know is that Qin Yun's cultivation path is already beyond her imagination. Qin Yun does not need the heavenly Tao image at all. What he wants is the imperial heaven Tao image, an unprecedented and unique Tao image. As long as he cultivates the imperial heaven Tao image, his Tao of imperial heaven will have reached small success. Qin Yun was not scared out of his wits. Instead, he suddenly realized many things. He knows that this moment is of the utmost importance to him. Whether or not he can defeat the supremacy sovereigns will determine whether or not he can create his own Tao of imperial heaven. This opportunity is very important. It can be said that if he misses it, his cultivation path will stop here. If the supremacy sovereigns are defeated and run away, it will be very difficult for him to have this kind of opportunity again. In addition, it is also very difficult for Qin Yun to devour the heavenly Tao image of the supremacy sovereigns. The Tao image is already connected with the souls of the supremacy sovereigns. He must devour the souls of the supremacy sovereigns. The souls of the divine sun descendants cannot be devoured. Qin Yun tried using the nether sun before. However, Qin Yun has a way. He can use the soul lost due to erase the memories of the supremacy sovereigns. Then he can capture their souls and fuse them with his heavenly Tao image to cultivate. The supremacy sovereigns are floating in the sky. The 10 tribulation gates behind them are huge and majestic. They are ferocious and overbearing. Their aura set off a gale and let out mighty roars. Shin Tianjuan's sacred tribulation gate and Tao image far surpass a sacred god like you. Even if you borrow the power of the myriad realms' divine sun, you are still far from being my match. The supremacy sovereign's aura is even stronger now because he saw that Qin Yun is not doing anything. Qin Yun is scared out of his wits. Is that your heavenly tyrant body? It doesn't look like much. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye. His heavenly eye has already turned red. The evil and extreme devil power is crazily filling his body. This is his second time using it. He is much more familiar with it than before. He can even completely suppress and restrain the evil and extreme devil power, causing his aura to be restrained. Only his body is overflowing with a weak black-red evil energy. Everyone quickly look at Qin Yun. This is a sign of him turning black. This person's cultivation is low but his strength is very strong. It is very likely that he used some kind of vicious evil technique to make himself stronger. Zhuyang Great Emperor shouted. He looks very excited. Qin Yun has already turned into a devil. And he also has the Divine King Heavenly Seal. To the entire Divine Desolate, he is a disaster. If the Supremacy Sovereigns kill Qin Yun, Divine Desolate will be able to escape from this devil's hands. Sad Emotion Great Emperor is also very excited and shouted. When they created Qin Yun's soul, they branded the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun's Sun Soul and Sun Soul. Now, after Qin Yun turned black, the black-red evil aura on his body has the aura of the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun. Even people far away can feel the dreadful evil aura on Qin Yun's body. Damn it! This is the power of the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun. How can Qin Yun have this kind of thing? The Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun have already been exterminated. Once someone touches this kind of divine power, they will fall into the Devil Tao. Wang Haoyue's expression became somewhat unsightly. Even the heavenly altar had shifted a great distance away from him. Sun Dragon race and Heavenly Lion race's race emperors from the myriad world's divine sun land also have expressions of regret. Qin Yun should not have sold his soul to pursue power. Once the evil devil divine sun power is introduced, his soul will no longer belong to him. Strong is strong, but what use is that? Sun Dragon race and Heavenly Lion race's emperors brought their juniors far away. They are very clear about the evil power of the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sunday. People who possess the power of the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun are people that the Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy must eliminate. Seventh Sect Master said coldly. There are many people who know about the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun, especially those divine heavenly monarchs. Bai Suxin came from the White Sun Divine World and cultivated the White Divine Sunday. Therefore, she is very clear about how dreadful the Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun are. Seeing Qin Yun's current appearance, she is extremely sad. Suxin, let's retreat. Brother Yun will be fine, believe in him. Luo Yaofeng has not known Qin Yun for long, but she knows his soul very well. Otherwise, she would not have given her bloodline heavenly rune to Qin Yun. Tribulation Gate, open. All Heaven's Venerables also know that this is the best time to kill Qin Yun. If they kill the evil devil Qin Yun, all Heaven's Venerables will be praised by Divine Desolate. All Heaven's Venerables' sacred tribulation gate opened. A sacred heavenly might rushed out of the 10 tribulation gates and entered all Heaven's Venerables' bodies. The tribulation gate also entered all Heaven's Venerables' overlord body. In an instant, all Heaven's Venerables' bodies became even stronger. Their eyes shot out blue light rays, their bodies shone with blue light rays, making them look even more sacred and mighty. The All Heavens Venerable Emperor's strength had increased tremendously. His entire body was filled with powerful heavenly power. He had 10 Tao images and 10 Xian divine veins. His Xian divine veins could obtain even more heavenly power. Seeing the All Heavens Venerable Emperor's strength increase so much, those who had retreated a moment ago retreated a little further. Whether it was Qin Yun or the All Heaven's venerable emperors, every bit of divine power they released during battle was very powerful. Those who were weaker might even be injured by the aftershocks of their battle. Especially Qin Yun's current state, he was like an evil demon. If a battle broke out, the aftershocks would be very shocking. Qin Yun's hair was emitting a black-red evil qi, making him look like his long black and red hair was dancing in the wind. The black evil qi completely covered his heaven hat, making it look like his hair was dancing wildly. It made the evil aura around him even more terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot and there was not a trace of humanity in them. Even from afar, those who met his eyes would shudder. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with evil, ferocity, bloodlust, brutality. He looked like he was born for destruction, gathering all kinds of evil in him. Is he really going to go against the heavenly rule orthodoxy? Mog stood on the heavenly Tao altar, looking at Qin Yun worriedly. According to the records of the heavenly rule orthodoxy, Qin Yun is a peerless evil demon. The All Heaven's venerable emperors killed Qin Yun and obtained the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The heavenly rule orthodoxy conferred him as the new heavenly Tao. Heaven Daozi snorted, "This can't be true, it can't be." Seeing Qin Yun's current state, Emperor Zhuyang and Emperor Saro were excited. The seventh sect master also laughed. Once the heavenly rule orthodoxy's fate is determined, no one can change it. What is happening now is determined by the heavenly rule orthodoxy. Although there have been many deviations before, the result has not changed. Qin Yun had escaped from the All Heaven's venerable emperors many times and even destroyed their bodies, causing many to question the heavenly rule orthodoxy. The heavenly rule orthodoxy had determined that Qin Yun would eventually turn into an evil demon and die at the hands of the All Heaven's venerable emperors. Everything seemed to be coming true soon. Bai Suxin held Luo Yaofeng's hand tightly with a solemn expression. Luo Yaofeng was very confident in Qin Yun, but at that moment, he was somewhat shaken. That's because the peerless demonic aura on Qin Yun's body is too frightening. At this moment, even his friends did not recognize him. Empyrean Supremacy said in a deep voice, "Seventh Sect Master, I will be the one to end Qin Yun's lowly life. Please don't attack. He still has the law enforcement Grand Exalt's soul." The Seventh Sect Master frowned, and then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave everything to you. That law enforcement great sovereign is the mother of the tragic heavenly emperor, but the Empyreans don't care about that. In his eyes, killing Qin Yun is the most important thing." Heavenly Emperor Sorrow Emotion nodded and said, "Child, after you finish Qin Yun, we will have a way to retrieve my mother's soul." The myriad heaven's divine sword in all heaven's venerable sovereign's hands issued a crisp sword cry. A heavenly might turned into a blue wave that rippled in all directions. The spectators in the distance hurriedly circulated their cultivation to resist it. Just the sword momentum alone was already so powerful. Qin Yun, your fate has long been sealed. Everything you've done before was just to linger on with your last breath. Your lowly life is mine. All heaven's venerables rushed towards Qin Yun as soon as they finished speaking. The godly king heavenly seal in Qin Yun's hand has long been put away by him. Because from his point of view, there is no need to use the godly king heavenly seal now. His enemies were not only the heavenly sovereigns, but also the heaven-creating divine palace and the law enforcer world. Especially the seventh sect master of the law enforcement world, and the eighth sect master who was on his way. The mighty heavenly might of all heaven's supremacies was filled with rage. It was also because Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin were Qin Yun's women. Back then, when he was in the nine heavens, he was the nine heavens supremacy, but Luo Yaofeng, the shadow god king, ignored him. What infuriated him the most was that he had pursued Yu Yao Yao, but the way Yu Yao Yao looked at him and Qin Yun was different. This suddenly made all the venerable sovereigns feel that he was not the true heaven's chosen one. Because those outstanding women did not revolve around him. In fact, they were filled with hatred for him. The all heaven's divine sword stabbed forward, and an incomparably violent sword aura surged. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and enveloped Qin Yun. In an instant, the heavenly sovereigns were in front of Qin Yun. The all heaven's divine sword stabbed at Qin Yun's forehead like lightning. With this kind of power, it could even penetrate the incomparably rigid heavenly crystal, much less a body of flesh and blood. However, just as the sword was about to pierce through, it stopped abruptly. Everyone held their breath as they watched the attack of the heavenly sovereigns. When they saw the All-Heaven's divine sword stop in between Qin Yun's eyebrows, they all drew a cold gasp. Even with the full strength of the heavenly sovereigns, the all-out attack failed to stab Qin Yun to death. What was most shocking was that there was a tiny black vortex between Qin Yun's eyebrows. No one knew what it was. The tip of the All-Heaven's divine sword happened to be aimed at the tiny black vortex between Qin Yun's eyebrows. When All-Heaven Venerable Sovereign stabbed with his sword, he felt as if his sword had stabbed into an invisible shield with elasticity, which made him secretly apprehensive. Die! The heavenly sovereigns roared. The All-Heaven's divine sword shone brightly. The sword's hum was like a heavenly hell, and it shot out lightning bolts. The All-Heaven's divine sword suddenly stabbed a few inches into the tiny black vortex between Qin Yun's eyebrows. Qin Yun is dead, the new heavenly Tao is complete. Emperor Zhu Yang suddenly let out a long cry. Congratulations to the heavenly sovereigns for becoming the new heavenly Tao. The Illusion Race's clan emperor laughed heartily. The All-Heaven's divine sword was extremely powerful. If the sword pierced through the head, one's soul would definitely scatter. Therefore, at this moment, most people believed that Qin Yun was finished. Bai Suxin even shed sad tears. She gritted her teeth as her heart throbbed in pain. Is he really dead? Luo Yaofeng's delicate body also swayed as she looked at the distant Qin Yun whose head had been pierced by the sword. Ming Yunyue suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. She bit her lip and let out a long sigh. The heavenly sovereigns were originally very excited, but what made his heart tremble was that he could not control the All-Heaven's divine sword in his hand. The tiny black vortex between Qin Yun's eyebrows had an extremely terrifying devouring power. It was slowly devouring the All-Heaven's divine sword. Just as everyone was sighing in regret, they suddenly saw the sword in the heavenly sovereign's hand constantly stabbing into Qin Yun's head. Strangely, the sword never penetrated Qin Yun's head. The tiny black vortex between Qin Yun's eyebrows was like a bottomless pit. Qin Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with an evil and enchanting red light. After the heavenly sovereigns let out a cry, the body of his All-Heaven's divine sword completely sank into the tiny vortex on Qin Yun's forehead, leaving only the sword hilt. What made everyone dumbfounded and chilled was that even the sword hilt of the All-Heaven's divine sword was eventually devoured by the tiny vortex on Qin Yun's forehead. The All-Heaven's divine sword was gone. Not only did the heavenly sovereigns fail to kill Qin Yun, the powerful All-Heaven's divine sword also disappeared into Qin Yun's head. The whole place was silent to the extreme. Even the venerable sovereigns in the heavens suddenly felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. What did Qin Yun do? He actually used his head to devour such a powerful All-Heaven's divine sword. The All-Heaven's divine sword was not water, it was a divine weapon from the divine desolate land. At this moment, Qin Yun's devouring power with Nether Sun was even more overbearing. Even the All-Heaven's divine sword was dissolved into energy by his Nether Sunday. This energy was then injected into the divine saber Tao idol. Qin Yun, this evil devil, his evil art is too strong. Great Emperor Zhu Yang also shouted in panic, everyone, we need to get ready. This is the critical moment, we need to act as soon as possible. The seventh sect master was originally sitting on a chair, but now he had no choice but to stand up. His expression was very solemn. As the seventh sect master, he naturally knew how powerful the All-Heaven's divine sword was. It was a very difficult and indestructible weapon. But now it was devoured by a person's head. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to be true. After Qin Yun entered the black state, he didn't speak much. But now he suddenly spoke in a very calm voice, you are not my true enemy. You are not worthy to be my enemy. Although his voice was very calm, his aura was indescribable. The heavenly sovereigns in front of Qin Yun were people who possessed the heavenly Tao idol and had even evolved to sacred heaven. That heavenly power was so powerful, but now it was overshadowed by Qin Yun. No one knew what kind of power produced that aura, they only knew that it was very terrifying. That was the power of imperial heaven, only Qin Yun could control it. Damn evil devil. The heavenly sovereigns are very angry, but they also have an indescribable fear in their hearts. His fists were condensing violent heavenly power. Countless thunder and lightning surged from behind him and entered his body, causing his fists to explode with thunder and lightning. The heavenly sovereigns are descendants of the divine sun. Their souls are immortal, so they have never been afraid of death. Fear is a very strange feeling to them, especially this kind of fear that comes from death. everyone is also very shocked, especially those heavenly sovereigns. They all thought that Qin Yun had completely fallen into the devil Dao and had lost his own consciousness. His soul had turned into an evil devil, no longer a human, but an evil devil incarnation, but from Qin Yun's voice just now, he didn't sound like an evil devil at all. Your lowly life is destined to be taken by me. The heavenly sovereigns roared furiously and punched Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun's palms, like black heavenly lion claws, suddenly grabbed the heavenly sovereign's fists and vigorously squeezed. Boom. The heavenly sovereigns punched. The moment the violent thunder and lightning erupted, the fists were also crushed by Qin Yun. After the glaring thunder and lightning disappeared, everyone only saw the heavenly sovereign's fists dripping with blood. They were actually crushed to pieces. The fists condensed by the heavenly tyrant body were actually so fragile. Although all heaven tyrant body is very strong, all heaven venerable emperors are unable to dig out the body's formidable potential. No matter how strong the body is, it still needs formidable power to perfectly coordinate with it. Heavenly power of all heaven venerable emperors is very strong, but if it is not compatible with the body, it will cause the body, Tao idol, mysterious divine veins and divine power to produce many gaps. These gaps are very fatal. For example, when Qin Yun grabbed Empyrean Supremacy's fists and injected his imperial heaven divine power into the gaps in his body, he was able to strike the insides of Empyrean Overlord body and spread it outwards, easily destroying the powerful flesh, blood, and bones. Qin Yun also had this kind of fatal weakness before. It is mainly because his cultivation increased too fast that he couldn't harmonize with his body. But after he and Xianxia used mysterious fusion heavenly rune to nourish his body, every part of his body has perfectly harmonized. In Divine Moon Heaven City, he cultivated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Xianxia from time to time. With her help, he was able to repair this fatal weakness. All heaven venerable emperors are both startled and angry looking at his fists that have been crushed. It is unknown whether he is afraid or not, he is actually unable to speak. Just as Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said, Qin Yun's body is his and all heaven venerable emperors' body is not. This is not a good thing for all heaven venerable emperors. Do you really think I am a tool? You're wrong, you're the tool. Qin Yun laughed loudly and released supergravity, enveloping a large area. The ground covered by his supergravity suddenly sunk down by several meters, even the space around it started fluctuating due to the dreadful gravity. This caused the gravity domain to look crooked from outside. The space has been distorted by the extremely strong gravity, it looks like it will collapse at any time. We should quickly go. Zhuyang Great Emperor shouted in alarm. He is not too worried about all heaven venerable emperors because the souls of divine sun descendants are undying and indestructible. Zhuyang Great Emperor and 7th Sect Master already flew out of all heaven Emperor City's barrier and rushed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun's gravity domain caused space to distort and fluctuate. Several powerful divine heaven monarchs rushed towards the gravity domain but were repelled by a very strong gravity wave. Even the tragic emperor and the other elders of the heaven-creating divine palace were unable to enter the terrifying gravity field. From afar, everyone could only see the scenery outside the All Heavens Emperor City twisting and turning, like ripples in a calm lake. However, they could still clearly see that the handsome face of the All Heavens venerable sovereigns was completely distorted within the domain. His originally fair and handsome face was now covered in black qi, and thick and malevolent veins popped up on the surface of his skin. Qin Yun, I will fix you. All Heavens venerable sovereigns roared ferociously, I am immortal. Don't even think about killing me. At this moment, the Empyrean Supremacy looked much more evil than Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun's entire body is filled with an evil aura, his calm voice is filled with righteousness. It makes people feel that he is calmly suppressing an extremely evil and devilish power. The bodies of the venerable sovereigns were enveloped by gravity from all directions. The invisible gravity was like a millstone, madly spinning and grinding the sovereign emperors, causing them unbearable pain. I didn't expect that you also have a demon barrier deep in your heart. Qin Yun said with a smile, and you can't conquer your heart demon. Zhuyang and Tragic Emperor were extremely anxious at this moment. They also didn't expect that the Empyrean sovereigns could also be evil. Qin Yun opened his eyes and saw many things. He was secretly shocked. This guy actually has the heavenly devil divine sun and heavenly evil divine sun seeds in his body, it is really inconceivable. Could it be that when the soul of the divine sun descendant is evil to the extreme, it will give birth to heavenly evil, divine sun and heavenly devil divine sun? At this moment, the sun seeds in the Empyrean sovereigns' bodies are releasing evil power, completely devouring all the Empyrean sovereigns. Sorry, this guy's soul is mine. Everything he has is mine. Qin Yun will never allow the souls of the Empyrean sovereigns to be devoured by evil because it is very important to him. He reached out with both hands and pierced into the heart and abdomen of the Empyrean sovereigns. His hands grabbed a red and dark red object respectively. They were the two sun seeds. After grabbing the sun seeds, Qin Yun used the Imperial Heaven Divine Art to erase the sun seed's consciousness and seal it so that he can create a divine sun in the future. The Empyrean sovereigns roared and 10 sacred tribulation gates appeared behind him. His 10 sacred tribulation gates suddenly fused together into one. Then, the tribulation gate opened and majestic heavenly power rushed out. This is heavenly power. Qin Yun, you are no match for the heavens. The Empyrean sovereigns roared angrily. At this moment, he is in an extremely frightening state. What I want is your heavens. Qin Yun's back shook and a sacred tribulation gate appeared. His tribulation gate is pitch black and incomparably huge. It is so tall that the top cannot be seen. It is like a giant wall that separates the sky and earth. When the gate opened, a giant whirlpool appeared inside the gate. The violent devouring power roared like a giant Taotai beast opening its mouth. The tribulation gate of the Empyrean sovereigns was pitifully small in front of Qin Yun's tribulation gate. It was like a small boat that was sucked into the giant whirlpool in the sea and instantly devoured without a trace. Child, quickly abandon your body and run. Great Emperor Zhuyang shouted. However, at this moment, the enlarged soul creation heavenly cauldron fell down and covered the body of the Empyrean sovereigns. It's the soul creation heavenly cauldron, damn it. Great Emperor Sorrow shouted in shock and anger. The soul creation heavenly cauldron was created by the former heavenly Tao. Qin Yun's soul was also created by the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Later, it was modified by the former heavenly Tao and could be used to trap the descendants of the divine sun god. Great Emperor Zhuyang and the descendants of the divine sun god had been searching for this soul creation heavenly cauldron because it was a great threat to them. It was true that the souls of the Empyrean sovereigns could not be destroyed. But now, it was captured by Qin Yun. The most shocking thing was that the 10 Tao images of the Empyrean sovereigns were all devoured by Qin Yun. The Heavenly Rules Tao orthodoxy said that Qin Yun would be killed and devoured by the Empyrean sovereigns. But now, it was the Empyrean sovereigns who were killed and devoured instead. The so-called Heavenly Rules Tao orthodoxy was once again questioned. The 7th sect master and the others were still attacking the gravity domain. The Empyrean sovereigns were finished. Everyone was still in disbelief when they saw Qin Yun put away the incomparably huge sacred tribulation gate. The Empyrean sovereigns who ran amok in the divine wilderness was gone just like that. The divine kingdom was known as the strongest in the divine wilderness and claimed that every inch of the divine wilderness belonged to the divine kingdom. It was also because of the Empyrean sovereigns that the divine kingdom dared to be so arrogant. After all, the Empyrean sovereigns were destined to be the future divine kings, destined to be the inheritors of the heavenly Tao. But now, they were gone just like that. What heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy? They were all fake and could be broken. What predetermined fate? Those were all fleeting clouds. As long as one was strong enough, he could defy the heavens and change his fate. He is no longer Qin Yun. He is the evilest existence in this world. Everyone, hurry up and work together to help us annihilate this evil demon. The 7th sect master shouted, I am the 7th sect master of the law enforcement realm. You must believe my words. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Otherwise, Qin Yun has already devoured the Tao images of the Empyrean sovereigns and is cultivating his own heavenly Tao image. He only lacked this Tao image to be able to complete all 10 Tao images. At that time, he would be able to step into the Tao God realm. At the Tao God realm, he can even face 7 or 8-star celestial heavenly monarchs. As Qin Yun released the gravity domain, he quickly refined the heavenly Tao image. Whether or not the heavenly Tao image can succeed depends on this moment. Miss Yu, quickly release your Kuan Ping and devour this demon and trap him inside its belly, the 7th sect master hastily shouted. Yu Yaoyao was also frightened by what Qin Yun just did. She saw Qin Yan's massacre inside the Kuan Peng's belly, but it was not as terrifying as it is now. Is Qin Yan really Qin Yan? Has his body and soul been invaded by the evil demon? This is the doubt in many people's minds. But only Yu Yaoyao knows that Qin Yan has entered this state before, but he could immediately recover. Thinking of this, she is even more shocked because there is actually someone who can suppress the supreme evil demon power of Heavenly Evil Divine Sun and Heavenly Devil Divine Sun. Yu Yaoyao ran even further because everyone can see that Qin Yan is cultivating and might break through at any time. Qin Yan is stuck at the last threshold of the Saint God realm. Now that he has defeated the Empyrean sovereigns and devoured the heavenly Tao image, he will definitely break through. How strong will Qin Yan be after stepping into the Tao God realm? No one knows, so no one dares to provoke Qin Yan. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor sighed and said, "The old era is over. In the new era, there will no longer be a heavenly Tao, no power can interfere with the operation of the Divine Desolate." Tian Daozi and the others heaved a long sigh because Qin Yan has not been invaded by the evil demon, instead he is suppressing it. The most anxious people are the 7th sect master and the others. Qin Yan has taken down the Empyrean sovereigns in front of them, it made them lose all face. One must know that the law enforcement world and the heaven creation divine palace have always been regarded as the highest ruling level of the Divine Desolate. Now, they have been single-handedly defeated by Qin Yan and they can't even break through the domain released by Qin Yan. In the distant sky, more than 8,000 little divine suns are floating. They were so shocking before, but now compared to Qin Yan, they seem to be overshadowed, making people feel that they are nothing more than this. Above the little divine sun, space suddenly fluctuated and a spatial passage appeared. Great, the 8th sect has come to support. The 7th sect master is overjoyed and shouted, "Qin Yan, no matter how strong you are now, you will be corrected by our law enforcement world. Just you wait. In a few days, you will know how powerful we are." "Are you talking about heaven sealing 10 suns?" Qin Yan said with a sneer. Seeing Qin Yan's attack, the 7th sect master, Great Emperor Sorrow, Great Emperor Ju Yang, and the other 2 great emperors of the heaven-creating divine palace changed their expressions. Like frightened mice, they suddenly rushed into the All Heavens Emperor city's barrier. It was already very embarrassing that they couldn't break Qin Yan's supergravity domain, but now they were frightened by Qin Yan's finger. It was even more ridiculous. Qin Yan's finger was the sky piercer and space piercer of the heaven, severing 9 fingers. The power of the space piercer finger pierced through space, broke through the All Heavens Emperor city's barrier, and hit the 7th sect master. This sudden attack caught the 7th sect master unprepared. No one had expected that Qin Yun would be able to free up his hands to attack in such a state. The black-red finger power was like an intermittent light beam, passing through space, passing through several barriers, and instantly hit the 7th sect master's body. Bang! The finger power landed on the 7th sect master's lower left abdomen, producing an explosive sound. Although it couldn't penetrate the 7th sect master's body, it shattered his armor. What was shocking was that the 7th sect master's lower left abdomen was blasted into a bloody mess. The flesh was 9-colored and overflowed with a faint 9-colored glow. Yu Yaoyao saw this and snorted, because the 7th sect master's body was made from the flesh of the dark Kuan Peng. Her dark Kuan Peng came to the All Heavens divine wilderness and obtained the divine power bestowed by the myriad worlds divine Sunday. Although it was a dark Kuan Peng, it cultivated the 9-colored divine power of the divine sun, so its flesh was 9-colored. "Qin Yan, you damned anti-heaven-defying thief. We, the law enforcement world, will not rest until you are dead," the 7th sect master shouted furiously. The people of the 7th sect were also alarmed at this moment. After all, they were very clear about their 7th sect master's strength, but now he was being suppressed to the point where he could only shout and shout, unable to fight back. In fact, this was mainly because the 10 strongest 6-star heavenly lords the 7th sect had sent were all killed in battle, so the 7th sect didn't have many experts they could send out. The 7th sect master was at most a 6-star heavenly lord, and his strength was about the same as the sovereigns of the heavens. Even the sovereigns of the various heavens were no match for Qin Yun. Naturally, the 7th sect master was no match for Qin Yun. After all, their bodies were too weak. They could not withstand Qin Yun's violent and evil extreme fiendish divine power. Perhaps only a 7 or 8-star heavenly lord could suppress Qin Yun. Of course, if Qin Yun broke through and stepped into the Tao God realm, only the 9-star and 10-star Shen Tianjun would be able to fight Qin Yun. Brothers of the 8th sect, you've finally arrived. The 7th sect leader shouted as he looked into the distance. A majestic mist was surging towards them. The people of the 8th sect of the law enforcement realm arrived on clouds. Their momentum was as if there were countless huge mountains pressing down on them. They immediately realized that Qin Yun is a great threat. After arriving, they charged into Qin Yun's gravity domain. The pressure on Qin Yun was not small. He abruptly strengthened his gravity domain and shrunk its range, forming a black air barrier that enveloped an area of tens of meters around him. The people of the 8th sect of the law enforcement realm condensed divine power from afar and unleashed powerful divine techniques to attack Qin Yun from all directions. All kinds of lightning, flames, meteorites, and so on were released by powerful divine techniques. They were so powerful that the area outside the Heaven's Emperor city was immediately covered by all kinds of violent divine power. Flames and lightning surged violently, spewing out flames, and all kinds of rocks flew in all directions. The scene was very shocking and spectacular. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was watching from afar as if he wanted to help, but he did not have enough confidence. Continue to attack, don't let him break through. The 7th sect master suddenly shouted, 8th sect master, this child is Qin Yun. He has already defeated the sovereigns of the various heavens. Before, he was an 8-star anti-heaven bandit. After this, he will definitely become a 9-star anti-heaven bandit. As long as they could take down this level of anti-heaven bandit, they would definitely get rich rewards when they return. After the 8th sect master heard this, they attacked even harder. 9 sun dragon altars appeared inside Qin Yun's domain. He opened the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. If it was only his own domain, it would be very difficult to sustain it. Now with the addition of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, the domain has become even more stable. Qin Yun has no choice but to borrow the power of 3 myriad realms divine suns through the divine king heavenly seal to strengthen the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. He must hold on until he breaks through. In this kind of situation, he is unable to concentrate on fighting. And his cultivation of the imperial heaven Tao image has entered a very critical moment. 3 myriad realms divine suns in the sky suddenly shot down intense light rays that landed inside Qin Yun's domain and were drawn into the 9 altars. The black barrier that originally enveloped Qin Yun suddenly turned golden and dazzling, releasing intense sunlight. At the same time, it also fluctuated with light waves. The people who are attacking were shaken by the light waves and could not help but fly backwards, but they are not seriously injured. 7th sect master, we will use the myriad suns formation to break his defense, the 8th sect master shouted. Not enough myriad suns, only 8,000 left. The 7th sect master's expression changed when he mentioned this matter. He said, Heaven Destroyer is nearby, we must be careful. It was Heaven Destroyer who stole our 2,000 little divine suns. The 8th sect master and others are extremely alarmed when they heard this news. Heaven Destroyer is actually in the divine desolate. Isn't he in the ancient desolate? The 8th sect master is floating in the distance, his hands are forming seals, he is using an even stronger divine technique. He asked, 7th sect master, are you sure? It's his heavenly pig roar that destroyed the body of my 6-star heavenly lord squad, how can it be wrong? The 7th sect master suddenly became very vigilant, he is worried that Heaven Destroyer will attack at this moment. As the 8th sect master's hands are forming seals, the little divine sun in the sky also flickered with intense light rays. The law enforcement realm's little divine sun is not unique to the 7th sect, other sect masters can use it. Qin Yun immediately sensed a formidable energy fluctuation in the sky. Those little divine suns are gathering divine power. Xiao Yun, you must be careful. Ling Yin'er said. These idiots want to use divine sun's divine power to attack the sun god? Truly ridiculous. Qin Yun sneered and took out the divine king heavenly seal. After the divine king heavenly seal became bigger, it floated above Qin Yun. The heavenly seal is like a huge human statue, it looks exactly the same as Qin Yun. This divine king heavenly seal was born because of him. In the myriad heavens divine desolate, Qin Yun's divine king heavenly seal is very useful and it was originally evolved from the sun god deity position. thousands of little divine suns in the sky slowly rotated above Qin Yun and turned into a whirlpool. And in the center of the whirlpool, boundless divine sun power is brewing. After Zhu Yang Great Emperor saw this, he shouted in pleasant surprise, "Great! This great formation can block the divine power of the myriad realms' divine suns." Qin Yun borrowed the divine power of 3 myriad realms' divine suns before, but now that divine power has been blocked by the great formation formed by thousands of divine suns and even absorbed by the formation. These naive guys. Qin Yun is not the least bit afraid. He is very calm inside the domain. On one hand, he is building the imperial heavenly Tao image, on the other hand, he is controlling the divine king heavenly seal to sense the divine sun power of heaven and earth. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, who is watching from afar, said in a deep voice, "This situation is very unfavorable for Qin Yun. There are many powerful divine heavenly monarchs in the 8th sect, at least 15 6-star divine heavenly monarchs, and the 8th sect master is a 7-star divine heavenly monarch. Wang Haoyue is not far from Heavenly Ghost Ancestor," she said. "This 8th sect master is much more reliable than 7th sect master." Imperial Yao Yao snorted coldly. "These bastards' bodies are made from the flesh and blood of dark Kuan-Pung. The 18th sect is the strongest among the 18 sects of the law enforcement world. The 7th and 8th sects are only third-rate in the law enforcement world. Kuan-Pung flesh and bones are wasted on these third-rate goods. What a waste." She has been paying attention to the bodies of the 8th sect people, and sure enough, many of them have the aura of dark Kuan-Pung flesh and blood. Everyone can see that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor wants to take action. After all, Qin Yun destroyed the powerful myriad heavens tyrant body of the myriad heavens supremes and captured their souls. Qin Yun's breakthrough is imminent. Once he breaks through, it will be very difficult to suppress him. The opening of the Divine Wilderness Great Era was also driven by Qin Yun. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was hesitating whether or not he should help Qin Yun. As long as Qin Yun could survive this, his future would be limitless. He might even become the leader of the Divine Desolate Era. Although Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's cultivation had surpassed Lord Shintian's, he was very confused about the new realm, causing him to be unable to dig out his powerful strength. He saw that Qin Yun's Tao was able to produce such powerful divine power, which meant that Qin Yun's perception was extremely high. In this regard, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was no match for Qin Yun. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin suddenly flew to Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. "Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, just disturb the people of the 8th gate." How could Luo Yaofeng not see through Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's thoughts? He said, "You have stepped into a whole new realm, but this realm is very unfamiliar to you. Although Qin Yun had yet to enter this realm, he must have a way to help you. You are the 9 heavens goddess, your judgment of people should be very accurate, then I will believe you this once." Heavenly Ghost Ancestor also knows Luo Yaofeng. After all, Luo Yaofeng is the shadow god king of the 9 heavens. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was originally somewhat hesitant, but after Luo Yaofeng confirmed it for him, he immediately made a decision to help Qin Yun. Whoosh, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor flew over, turned into a black ghost cloud, condensed into a huge ghost head and rushed towards the 8th gate master. The ghost head, accompanied by a huge wave of black cloud, rushed over and covered all the people of the 8th gate. "Damn guy," the 8th gate master shouted angrily. He had no choice but to open the great formation formed by the small divine sun in the sky ahead of time. The center of the whirlpool formed by thousands of small divine suns shook and roared. A beam of light fell down and hit Qin Yun's domain barrier. Boom, Qin Yun's domain was instantly destroyed. After the domain was destroyed, everyone saw a huge golden statue inside the domain. It is the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Although Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was no match for the All-Heaven's Sovereign Emperors, the strength he displayed now was astonishing. He was able to hold off so many people of the 8th sect by himself. Although Qin Yun's domain was broken and he was bombarded by the power of the little divine sun formation, the Divine King Heavenly Seal stopped the attack and the power did not harm Qin Yun. After the All-Heaven's Sovereign Emperors rushed out, some of them wanted to attack Qin Yun, but they found that Qin Yun immediately released a domain to protect himself. The 8th sect master was shrouded by Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's ghost fog and could not continue to control the formation to attack Qin Yun. Even if he controlled the formation, he could not hurt Qin Yun because the Divine King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yun's hand could obviously absorb the power of any divine sun. "Damn old thing, why did you come here instead of hiding to comprehend the new realm? The Sorrow Emperor was furious. Her son was in Qin Yun's hands. Only by capturing Qin Yun could the All-Heaven's Sovereign Emperors return. But Heavenly Ghost Ancestor had ruined an excellent opportunity for the 8th sect. Sorrowful madam, you are not younger than me. Why do you call me old thing? Heavenly Ghost Ancestor laughed loudly. You guys have done so many crazy things by relying on the heavenly rules and orthodoxy. Today is the day your era ends. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor had obviously been bullied in the past. Many people did not know about Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's past. They only knew that this half-human, half-ghost old guy was very strong and had surpassed Shin Tianjun to step into a new realm. Unfortunately, after stepping into a new realm, because there was no one to guide him and he knew nothing about this new realm. Therefore, he could not exert his powerful strength despite his cultivation, which led to him being beaten away by the All-Heaven's Sovereign Emperors. But now, he seemed to be much stronger than before. With the power of one person, he could disrupt the attack rhythm of the 8th sect. The group of people of the 8th sect was shrouded by a large strange black fog. They were trapped in the ghost fog and could not escape for a while. Even the 8th sect master did not know what was going on. He could not even make a sound. The Sorrow Emperor and Zhuyang Emperor also rushed into the ghost fog. But after entering, it was still very calm and there was no battle. This Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is quite capable. Luo Yaofeng heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Brother Yun will definitely be able to smoothly break through. Yu Yaoyao had already arrived beside Luo Yaofeng and whispered, Luo, how did you get to know this fellow Qin Yun? Fate. Luo Yaofeng smiled lightly. Yao Yao, I didn't expect that the great Kuan Peng was actually yours. Can you come out and help Brother Yun? Not now. The Kuan Peng broke the seal and was kept in the Imperial Beast Divine Mirror by me. Because it had been tortured for many years, it became very irritable. After being pacified, it fell into a deep sleep. Imperial Beast Demon sighed and said, otherwise, I would have definitely let the Kuan Peng swallow it. Those bastards. Only after observing the Divine Beast Mirror did she know that a lot of the Kuan Peng's flesh and bones had been dug out of its body. The dark Kuan Peng was her pet. She was both distressed and angry that it was being tortured like this. We have to be careful of annihilating the heavens. Imperial Demon suddenly said in a low voice, if this person is really nearby, then we have to be careful. When Luo Yaofeng was in the 9 heavens, she also heard about annihilating the heavens. She nodded with a grave expression, I'm very worried that this guy will suddenly appear and mess up Brother Yun. Annihilating the heavens' strength is very terrifying. One of his trump cards, Heavenly Pig Roar, is very famous. The law enforcement world is very familiar with it and also very afraid of it. Qin Yun can now cultivate in peace. After he devoured the Tao images of the heavenly sovereigns, his heavenly Tao image began devouring those Tao images and then formed a connection with his Imperial Heaven heart. The mental cultivation method of the Imperial Heaven Divine Art is very useful. Qin Yun used his Imperial Heaven Divine Rune image to comprehend it, allowing him to quickly comprehend some obscure divine arts. Qin Yun looked at the sacred tribulation gate where the heavenly Tao image is located. It is chaotic inside, there are 2 heavenly Tao images devouring and fusing with each other. The heavenly Tao image of the heavenly sovereigns is truly powerful. Qin Yun's heavenly Tao image has not evolved, so it is difficult to suppress the Tao images of the heavenly sovereigns. It is also because of this deadlock that he is unable to completely devour them. Qin Yun took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron before taking out the bottle of soul lost dew. The souls of venerable sovereigns in the heavens weren't weak. They were crazily colliding inside the soul creation heaven cauldron. One could even hear the sound of his soul power coming out of the soul creation heaven cauldron. Qin Yun, don't think that you can seal me with this broken cauldron. Let me tell you, as long as you give me a few hundred years, my soul will definitely be able to corrode your broken cauldron. Venerable Sovereign said angrily, once I leave this place, it will be your death. The soul-creating heavenly cauldron trembled slightly, and the voices of the venerable sovereigns came out. Qin Yun also believed that with the Empyrean Supremacy's soul power, they could indeed destroy the soul creation heavenly cauldron in a few hundred years. However, Qin Yun would not give him such a chance. Sigh, I originally didn't want to waste soul lost dew, but since you jumped so much, if I don't use soul lost dew on you, I would be letting down the brothers of the poison sun divine race. Xianxia unscrewed the lid of soul lost dew and opened a small lid of the soul creation heavenly cauldron. A small cut. He dripped the soul lost dew into the small mouth. Inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron are the souls of several powerful divine sun descendants, including the previous law enforcement great sovereign and explosive death heavenly emperor. Ah! Xianxia, you bastard, what did you do to me? Venerable sovereign's painful voice came out. It is a voice condensed from soul power. Xianxia saw that venerable sovereigns are in extreme pain. He is very happy in his heart. This soul lost dew is also very effective on these powerful souls. He dripped a few drops of soul lost dew into the soul creation heavenly cauldron and gradually calmed down. The soul of supremacy sovereigns in the heavens had been completely erased. All consciousness and personality in the soul had been wiped clean. This was just a very strong soul without any memories, personality, or consciousness. This is much easier. Xianxia immediately sensed that Venerable Sovereign's heavenly Tao image has been completely devoured. Venerable Sovereigns are completely finished, although their souls are still there, they are souls without consciousness. After devouring Venerable Sovereign's heavenly Tao image, Xianxia's heavenly Tao image formed very quickly. Inside the Tribulation Gate, there is a red and black energy mass. Red and black? Don't tell me this is the extreme evil devil's divine power? Xianxia carefully observed and found that it is not. At this time, Xianxia sensed that all of his sacred heavenly Tao images can fuse with each other. This means that all of his Tao images have a common Tao and are linked together. In the future, Tao images will not be independent, they can fuse with each other and burst out even stronger and more peculiar power. Each of the 10 sacred tribulation gates has a secret door that connects them. The Tao images inside the tribulation gates can influence each other and grow together. It can be said that they are a single entity. In the future, Xianxia doesn't need to specially matchmake them. These Tao images can familiarize themselves with each other, and when they are needed, they can immediately fuse together. Xianxia's heavenly Tao image has finally been formed. But what made him puzzled is that the heavenly Tao image inside the tribulation gate has only turned into a red and black mist. It has not completely manifested. However, this is a very powerful Tao image. Even Ling Yaner has been affected by the heavenly Tao image and her strength has greatly improved. Xiao Yun, we can follow the heavenly Tao image in the future, we will have even greater transformation and improvement. I also don't know how powerful your Tao image will become. Ling Yaner very excitedly said. I will slowly explore it later, after all this is a unique Tao image. Xianxia closed his eyes, secretly inhaled a mouthful of air and opened the 10 tribulation gates inside his body. As soon as the tribulation gates opened, Tao God realm power violently rushed out and battered Xianxia's body, causing his body to swell up. Xianxia is still controlling the extreme evil devil's power, so he still has that devilish and charming appearance. What is different is that his body no longer has the extreme evil devil's baleful aura. Because that baleful aura has been completely devoured by the heavenly Tao image and transformed into formidable imperial heaven divine power, Xianxia was very serious in cultivation earlier, he is completely unaware of the situation outside. After he broke through, he immediately paid attention to the situation outside and discovered that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is being beaten up. His aged face and body have been badly mutilated. In the end, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is no match for this group of experts. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and discovered that the situation inside Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's body is very chaotic. This is mainly because after Heavenly Ghost Ancestor broke through, he didn't know anything about the new realm, so his strength did not increase but instead decreased. The ones who are beating up Heavenly Ghost Ancestor are Zhuyang Great Emperor and Sad Emotion Great Emperor couple, as well as the other 2 Great Emperors of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Only 4 of the Heaven Creation 5 Emperors are left, they are indeed very powerful. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was injured by the 8th and 7th Sect Master, so he was handed over to Zhuyang Great Emperor and the others. Xianxia's domain suddenly disappeared. When the spectators saw this, they all let out earth-shaking shouts. Xianxia broke through and finally became a Tao god. Everyone is very excited, they want to see how strong this eccentric of heaven's divine desolate is. After withdrawing his domain, Xianxia used Void Step and arrived in front of Heavenly Ghost Ancestor in a flash. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the large saber. The large saber belongs to Zhuyang Great Emperor. It is also a very powerful divine weapon. But now, Qin Yin grabbed it with his bare hands and crushed it. Scram! Qin Yin used Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar and shouted. The sound wave shocked Zhuyang Great Emperor and the other 3 Great Emperors, causing them to bleed from their orifices. Their skin and flesh were lacerated and their bodies were cut by the sound blade formed by the sound wave. The Heavenly Lion race in the distance heard this familiar Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar and were very surprised. Because Qin Yin's use of it was more authentic and stronger than their Heavenly Lion race. Retreat, let the 6-star Heavenly Lords go, the 8th sect master shouted. Zhuyang Great Emperor and the others immediately retreated. As for the dozen 6-star Heavenly Lords, they wore mighty battle armor and held tyrannical battle weapons. Their auras were like dragons as they charged at Qin Yin from afar. The moment the heavenly pig roar came out, a suffocating aura of annihilation spread out. What was unbelievable was that such a terrifying aura was actually emitted by a giant pig's head. The golden pig head let out a roar that sounded like a pig but not like a pig. It sounded unpleasant but the aura was very frightening. The moment the pig head appeared, the world was shocked. The heaven-destroying celestial pig roar caused the people of the 8th and 7th sects to gape in astonishment. The 7th sect master gnashed his teeth in anger. His eyes were bloodshot because he finally knew who the person who stole their little divine son was. It was not Mia Tian but Qin Yin. Qin Yin also mastered the heavenly pig roar. And its power was almost the same as Mia Tian's. The people watching the battle from afar were in an uproar. They had heard that this heavenly pig roar was very terrifying, but after seeing it with their own eyes, they felt that it was even more shocking than the legends. The dozen or so 6-star Heavenly Lords were instantly swallowed by the huge pig head and then there was no more sound. Those were 6-star Heavenly Lords. They now knew that the person who stole more than 2,000 Yun divine sons was not Mia Tian or anyone else but Qin Yun. After Qin Yun destroyed the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, he stole more than 2,000 Yun divine sons on the way to the Heavenly Emperor City and killed the 10 6-star Heavenly Lords of the 7th Gate. Yu Yaoyao finally understood why Qin Yun was not afraid of the law enforcers. That heavenly pig roar was indeed very powerful. Seeing Qin Yun come out and save Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin felt a lot more at ease. Qin Yun had to use the heavenly pig roar to ensure that he could save Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. Moreover, this was a great opportunity to kill more than 10 Heavenly Lords. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with more than 10 6-star Heavenly Lords. Although Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was injured, he felt that it was worth it. After all, he had a certain relationship with Qin Yun. Senior, leave this to me. Qin Yun released a barrier and pushed it towards the distant Heavenly Tao altar. Soon, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor was pushed to the Heavenly Tao altar and fell inside. The heavenly pig roar gradually dissipated and more than 10 light balls flew out. The souls of the Heavenly Lords fled in fear. The souls of the Divine Sun descendants could not be destroyed, so Qin Yun could only watch as they fled. But this was enough. After all, by making more than a dozen 6-star Heavenly Lords lose their combat strength, Qin Yun wouldn't have to struggle against the 7th and 8th gates. Qin Yun floated in the air. He was still the same as before. His body was emitting a reddish-black baneful aura. His eyes were completely red and he looked very demonic. However, the evil aura on his body was not as heavy as before. 7th sect leader, what the hell are you doing? Why didn't you tell me earlier that this guy knows the heavenly pig roar? The 8th sect master cursed in a low voice, you've screwed us over. Although the souls of the 6-star Heavenly Lords were still around, they were useless without their bodies, no matter how strong their souls were. I also just found out that this bastard knows the heavenly pig roar. The 7th sect master hurriedly explained. He also found it very strange because with Qin Yun's current cultivation level, he shouldn't have grasped a divine art of this level. They saw Qin Yun take out the God King spear, but they didn't know it was a rune crystal. They all thought Qin Yun was the one who used the heavenly pig roar. Seeing Qin Yun use the heavenly pig roar, the 7th and 8th sect masters didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. They all hid inside the Heavenly Emperor City. Great Emperor Zhuyang and the other 3 Great Emperors were injured by Qin Yun's Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. Their bodies are 9 heavens' divine bodies and their armor is strong enough. However, they were still injured by Qin Yun's roar. The gap between the strength of the four great emperors and Qin Yun is getting bigger and bigger. Qin Yun only roared once and their bodies were severely injured. They all began to doubt their lives. Is Qin Yun's cultivation higher than theirs, or is the Tao they cultivate fake? They are heavenly lords. Could it be that they are fake heavenly lords? Qin Yun, who has stepped into the Tao God realm, has his divine power increased by a lot. It is not difficult for him to deal with some of the weaker heavenly lords. I just don't know how strong the 8th sect master is. Qin Yun thought to himself. He knows that the 8th sect master is a 7-star heavenly lord. His strength is definitely much stronger than those 6-star heavenly lords. Just now, the 7th sect master was injured in the abdomen by Qin Yun's finger. The injury to his body is not serious, but it means that his body is too weak and he can't block Qin Yun's divine power. Qin Yun, what is your relationship with heaven extermination? The 7th sect master said coldly. You two rebels will die a horrible death. Heavenly pig roar, was it given to you by heaven extermination? The 8th sect master shouted angrily. Heaven extermination said before that if Qin Yun was targeted by the law enforcement world, he must not say that they are grandfather and grandson. If Qin Yun uses heavenly pig roar, people will naturally guess his relationship with heaven extermination. Heaven extermination is nothing. I was the one who sold him the heavenly pig roar. Don't compare me to him, he is not even worthy to carry my shoes. Qin Yun's voice is filled with contempt. It really sounds like it is the case. Heaven extermination is not even worthy to carry his shoes. This caused those who know heaven extermination to be secretly alarmed. Someone actually said such arrogant words, but everyone somewhat believed that it was true. Great Emperor Zhu said angrily, Qin Yun, you can't beat the law enforcement world. Return my child's soul. I have already devoured the heavenly sovereigns. I devoured him to make the last Tao image evolve and step into the Tao God realm. Qin Yun laughed heartily and said, all heaven's venerable emperors are fools. He is the real tool, my stepping stone. I am very grateful to him, me. Everyone had already guessed it when they saw Qin Yun capture the heavenly sovereigns and devour the tribulation gate. Now that they heard Qin Yun admit it, they couldn't help but sigh. This heavenly sovereigns had been wandering in the heavenly deity wilderness for so long, spreading the word that Qin Yun is a tool, saying that Qin Yun will definitely die. He even said that it is preordained by the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy. He never thought that the heavenly sovereigns would be the one to die in the end. He was the real tool. You bastard! Great Emperor Zhu roared, his voice extremely hoarse. He wanted to rush out and kill Qin Yun, but he is not Qin Yun's match. Qin Yun, you have destroyed the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy's designated successor. The heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy will definitely come out and punish you. Great Emperor Sorrow was also very angry. If their son became the new heavenly Tao, they would definitely benefit from it. Qin Yun sneered. That's for the best. If the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy can attack me directly, I will take the opportunity to destroy this ancient thing. How dare you? The 8th sect master shouted. Come out if you have the guts. Don't hide in there. I, Qin Yun, said that I will attack the heavenly sovereign city, and I have indeed come. I never thought that you would not dare to accept my challenge. Previously, many people said that Qin Yun did not dare to come and said that Qin Yun was hiding in the heavenly sword formation. At this moment, their faces were burning. Not only did Qin Yun come, he also killed the heavenly sovereigns. The experts in the heavenly sovereign city did not dare to go out. What bullshit law enforcement world is this? Is that all you can do? You bunch of cowardly old things are afraid of me, a Tao God realm expert, then your law enforcement world is worse than dog fart. Qin Yun continued to mock them. You are not allowed to insult our law enforcement world. The 7th sect master roared. Not only did I humiliate your law enforcement world, I also destroyed more than 20 bodies of your 6-star heavenly monarchs. What can you do to me? Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, the law enforcement world is a bunch of cowards. Although their souls are not destroyed, if their bodies are destroyed, they will need time to adapt to their new bodies. Qin Yun, didn't you say you want to attack the city? Then why don't you come in if you have the guts? Great Emperor Zhu snorted, we have a lot of things to do, we don't want to care about you. Why should we go out and fight when you attack the city? No matter what, the heavenly sovereigns are now in danger and the law enforcement world has lost a lot of face. The law enforcement world labeled Qin Yun as an anti-heaven thief, but now they are blocked by this anti-heaven thief, they don't dare to go out. This is extremely vexing. Attack? The heavenly sovereigns of the heavenly sovereigns are gone. Qin Yun smiled and said, I've already attacked and killed your venerable sovereigns. Shouldn't you be the one taking revenge on me now? Qin Yun's main target in attacking the heavenly sovereigns are naturally the heavenly sovereigns. Now that the heavenly sovereigns have been completely defeated, there is no point in attacking. Great Emperor Zhu shouted, Qin Yun, you are wrong. The heavenly sovereigns are immortal, their souls are immortal and there are still parts of their souls. The heavenly sovereigns are still alive and in the heavenly sovereign city. Of course, Qin Yun doesn't believe his nonsense because the 9 souls and 9 spirits of the heavenly sovereigns are inside Qin Yun's soul creation heavenly cauldron. Really? It seems like I have to destroy the heavenly sovereign city. Qin Yun's body suddenly turned into a black shadow and the surrounding space fluctuated. Whoosh, Qin Yun used Void Crossing Step and Nether Sun to distort and weaken the space. He easily penetrated the heavenly sovereign city's barrier and arrived in front of Great Emperor Zhu in the blink of an eye. The heavenly sovereign city's barrier is very strong. After all, it was jointly set up by the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and the law enforcement world. However, Qin Yun passed through it in an instant. You. Great Emperor Zhu didn't expect that Qin Yun could appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. The most important thing for a family is to be neat and tidy. Qin Yun sneered and pressed down with supergravity. His big hand also covered Great Emperor Zhu head. The few Great Emperors beside Great Emperor Zhu were scared and fled frantically. They are not Qin Yun's match at all. Even if they help Great Emperor Zhu, it will be useless. Qin Yun grabbed Great Emperor Zhu head. After imprisoning his soul, he pulled with great force, as if he was plucking a carrot from the ground. Great Emperor Zhu body was also easily destroyed by Qin Yun, so what if it was the 9 heavens divine body? It was still destroyed in an instant. Everyone looked at Great Emperor Zhu body that exploded into many pieces and began to discuss in alarm. This was a very powerful 9 heavens divine body. When Great Emperor Zhu fused with this 9 heavens divine body, he caused a very big commotion. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor personally witnessed Great Emperor Zhu fusing with his body, but now he was destroyed by Qin Yun's kick. Everyone thought that the battle between Qin Yun and Great Emperor Zhu would cause a very big commotion, so they hid far away. Qin Yun did make a move, but every move was very short. Moreover, it was very straightforward and efficient. He killed people in an instant without causing too much commotion. After Great Emperor Zhu was killed, Great Emperor Sorrow Emperor's wife did not even look back and ran far away towards the teleportation formation in the center of Heavenly Emperor City. The 8th Sect Master and the other law enforcement experts are all at a loss. They stared blankly. By the time they reacted, Qin Yun is already rushing towards the sad emotion Heavenly Emperor. Don't even think of running, your family should be together. Qin Yun sneered and used Void Crossing Step to travel through space. Combined with the Light Transformation Sacred Pupil, he caught up to Great Emperor Sorrow Emperor in 2 blinks of an eye. Great Emperor Sorrow Emperor's body was already heavily injured by Qin Yun's Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. With their strength, they were unable to contend against Qin Yun. Great Emperor Sorrow Emperor sensed danger approaching. Her soul immediately broke out of her heavily injured body and flew out, abandoning her body to escape. She really did not expect that Qin Yun, who was very weak not long ago, would grow to this stage in such a short period of time. Qin Yun was still unable to completely destroy the soul of the Divine Sun descendant, but without a strong enough body, when facing Qin Yun, they would be instantly destroyed like clay figurines. Want to run? Qin Yun has already sent Great Emperor Zhu soul into the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He increased his speed and chased after Great Emperor Sorrow Emperor. After Qin Yun rushed over, he took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron and quickly carved with both hands. In an instant, a nether moon totem appeared in the void. It turned into a huge net and covered the Great Emperor Sorrow Emperor's soul. Qin Yun's nether moon totem was no longer the same as before. Instead, it had been infused with Imperial Heaven divine power and strengthened by the Imperial Heaven Tao image. It could even suppress the soul of a Divine Sun descendant. After the sad emperor's soul was trapped, it fell to the ground and struggled madly. It had to be said that the soul of a descendant of the divine sun god was indeed very strong. It only took a few moves for it to pierce through the net formed by the nethermoon totem. Qin Yun has already expected this, so he hastily released another layer of nethermoon totem to cover it. As soon as the sad emperor's soul broke free, it was covered again. Then what fell was the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Qin Yun smoothly took away the sad emotion great emperor's soul and immediately chased after the other two heaven creation divine palace's great emperors. These great emperors had once persecuted Qin Yun's mother, the chaos divine dragon, and had even attempted to force Xu Tian to submit to the empyrean supremacy of the heavens. How could Qin Yun let them off? The two great emperors had abandoned their bodies just like the sad emperor, but their souls couldn't escape in the end. They were all sucked into the soul creation heaven cauldron. The 5 heaven-creating emperors were completely cold. At this moment, Qin Yun can be considered to have completely ended the era of the heaven creation divine palace. Next is the law enforcement world. Seeing Qin Yun eliminate the sad emotion great emperor, Ming Yunyue and heavenly evil battle god are in a very good mood. Even Wang Haoyue is secretly pleased. After all, the heaven creation divine palace controls the poison of the poisoned sun god race. It can be used to deal with their bright moon sect. Qin Yun arrived at the center of the all-heavens empyrean city and sent an earthquake divine ability power towards the center. In an instant, the entire all-heavens empyrean city collapsed and cracked. All the towering and majestic buildings inside were instantly destroyed and turned into ruins. I really didn't expect that I would have such a great harvest from attacking the city. Qin Yun looked at the 8,000 little divine suns in the sky, his blood-red eyes flickered with red light. He originally only planned to create panic in the Heaven Emperor city and suppress their arrogance. This would make them restrain themselves when they sealed the sky for 10 days. Qin Yun didn't expect that when he attacked the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, he would comprehend and control the extreme evil devil power. Then his strength soared and he defeated the Heaven Dao image and broke through. This allowed him to have the power to destroy the Heaven Emperor city. Even the 8th and 7th sects of the law enforcement world can't do anything to Qin Yun now. The Heaven Emperor city has been completely destroyed by the unceasing earthquakes. The Heaven Divine Nation, which was arrogant and the Heaven God desolate for a short period of time, is gone just like that. The people outside the city looked at the smoke and dust billowing in the ruins and sighed endlessly. They no longer believe in the heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxy. Instead, they believe that whoever has the Divine King heavenly seal is an awesome Divine King. Otherwise, everything else is empty. Not good, that slut 8th sect master is controlling the little divine sun to set up a formation. Qin Yun is in danger. Imperial Demon Yao said in low voice. The 8,000 little divine suns in the sky are moving very quickly and forming a formation. The people watching from afar can now feel the scorching heat wave brought by the formation. After all, it is 8,000 little divine suns. Even if it is missing 2,000, as long as it is assembled properly, the power it can erupt with is still very strong. These 8,000 little divine suns should be enough to give birth to the 40th world divine sun, right? Qin Yun released the Divine King heavenly seal. He suddenly felt that he can use these 8,000 little divine suns as a primer to make the 40th world divine sun come into being. The 8th sect master said with sneer, Qin Yun, you are a heavenly traitor. In the end, you still won't be able to defeat our law enforcement world. The great formation has already been completed. The 8,000 little divine suns suddenly erupted with intense scorching light and then condensed into a huge light ball at the center. It is a very strong energy. Very good. Qin Yun nodded his head in satisfaction from below the great formation. Then he tightly held the Divine King heavenly seal and borrowed the divine power of 3 myriad realms divine suns. At the same time, Qin Yun released 2 sacred tribulation gates. They are the Nether Sun Dao image and Ling Yun'er's sacred tribulation gate. He released divine power through the Nether Sun to distort the space in the sky. Moreover, it formed a central devouring point in the sky. Ling Yun'er also has little Nether Sunday. Although her little Nether Sun is not as strong as Qin Yun's, it is not weak either. Combined with Qin Yun's Nether Sun Dao image, it can unleash even stronger power. Especially now that she is in the Dao God realm, Ling Yun'er's little Nether Sun can easily fuse with Qin Yun's Nether Sun Dao image. After condensing a devouring point in the sky, Qin Yun controlled it and then used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to draw in the divine power of 3 myriad realms divine suns. With the help of 3 myriad realms divine suns, the devouring power of the devouring point became even more dreadful. The 3 myriad realms divine suns also released formidable devouring power to help strengthen the devouring power. Apart from this, the myriad realms divine suns also continuously released their own divine power into the devouring point. In just a few short moments, the devouring point turned into a large ball of intense light. Also at this time, the great formation formed by 8,000 little divine suns finally erupted. After the eruption, before they even started attacking Qin Yun, the little divine suns suddenly dispersed and burst out with intense scorching energy. They turned into flowing clouds and rushed towards the devouring point. Like a golden river, it surged towards the devouring point. Qin Yun continued through the 2 sacred tribulation gates, released an extremely strong gravity wave and rushed towards the sky, pushing the 8,000 little divine suns towards the devouring point. The 8th sect master and 7th sect master are completely dumbfounded. The 8,000 little divine suns are now like kites with broken strings. They are completely out of their control and rushed towards the distant sky. Everyone looked at the direction of the 8,000 little divine suns in the sky, then looked at Qin Yun on the ground, as well as the 2 huge sacred tribulation gates and the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hand. Everyone is very puzzled. What exactly did Qin Yun do to dissolve the great formation in an instant? He is creating myriad realms divine suns. The 8th sect master shouted angrily, Qin Yun, I will destroy you. The 8th sect master is only shouting, he really doesn't have the courage to rush over. Although his soul is not destroyed, he might be captured. The 8th sect master has already seen Qin Yun's strength. Qin Yun has the heavenly pig roar, no one can withstand it. The heavens divine desolate will have myriad realms 9 divine suns, and so far, there are only 3. The 4th myriad realms divine sun has yet to appear, causing many people to look forward to it. Now, it is actually Qin Yun who is helping the 40th universe divine sun to be born. The fact that he has the ability to create myriad realms divine suns makes many people feel that it is inconceivable. The 8,000 little divine suns have all been devoured and gathered together to form a very large fireball in the sky. The other 3 myriad realms divine suns are constantly pouring their divine power into the huge fireball. Qin Yun also stopped because he discovered that the 40th universe divine sun's devouring point is secretly connected to other divine worlds and is currently devouring other divine worlds' divine suns. The 40th universe divine sun is finally coming out. Yu Yaoyao sighed and said, I truly underestimated Qin Yun. I never expected him to have such an important role in the heavens divine desolate. Role? He is the divine king of the heavens divine desolate. He has no role in the heavens divine desolate, he is the ruler of this place. Luo Yaofeng said. I'm afraid not. Yu Yaoyao shook her head and said, Luo, although you are the 9 heavens goddess, your understanding of this world is still too little. My family's brother Yun has broken the heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxy. He is no longer a tool, he has already reversed his fate. Luo Yaofeng lightly snorted and said, I want to see who dares to oppose him. Luo Yaofeng looked at the myriad realms divine sun in the sky and said with a sigh, you will know in the future. Not to mention the future, just the upcoming heaven sealing 10 days, when that time comes, Qin Yun will also face great trouble. The 8th and 7th sect masters have already been completely defeated. Their elite forces have all been killed and they are completely unable to resist Qin Yun. Now, even if they can escape, it is still unknown. Qin Yun took a deep breath and looked at the 8th and 7th sect masters. He stepped across the air and immediately rushed over. This bastard, the 7th sect master shouted in a low voice, 8th brother, you block him. I will retreat first. After the 2 sect masters found it hard to move, they immediately realized that if they continue, they will definitely be killed. The 8th sect master's cultivation is relatively high. He has the strength to fight against Qin Yun, but he is very worried about Qin Yun's heavenly pig roar. Especially now, if Qin Yun uses heavenly pig roar on them, their bodies will definitely be finished and their souls might even be captured. Go. The 8th sect master's soul suddenly flew out of his body, turned into a ball of light and flew out of Qin Yun's gravity domain. After the 7th sect master saw this, he immediately reacted. He abandoned his body and ran away. Boom boom, two booms rang out, and the bodies of the 7th and 8th house lords exploded. Qin Yan pointed two exploding heaven finger at the distance and exploded the bodies of the two sect masters. Then he chased after their fleeing souls. It has to be said that the 7th and 8th sect masters are very decisive. Their souls have already disappeared without a trace. Qin Yan also did not chase after them. There are still many divine heavenly monarchs of the 8th and 7th sect at the scene. Qin Yan killed them one by one. It can be said that under the level of 6-star divine heavenly monarchs, Qin Yan can't even last 2 moves before destroying their bodies. This frightening power made the people watching the battle from afar feel a deep sense of fear. The other powerhouses who had joined the divine kingdom of all heavens had long since disappeared. The heavenly sovereigns are finished. The heaven creation 5 emperors have fallen into Qin Yan's hands. Even the 7th and 8th sects are no match for Qin Yan. It can be said that the divine nations have been completely destroyed. If the other factions don't run away quickly, they will be beaten into meat paste in the end. It was very shocking when the 10,000 little divine sons appeared, but now they are all gone. Most of them have been used as sacrifices to create the 4th myriad realm's divine sun. Heaven Sealing 10 Sun should be coming soon. Imperial Demon Yao shouted at Qin Yan, you better hide during this period of time. Law Enforcement Great Sovereign will definitely come out personally. I won't hide. No matter how many Law Enforcement Great Sovereigns come, they will all die. Qin Yan replied. Then he took out the teleportation pearl and immediately teleported back to the outside of the heavenly sword formation. After returning, he returned to his original appearance and also felt very tired. Entering the Imperial Heaven state and releasing the limit of power still has some side effects. Fortunately, it is only fatigue. After entering the Through Heaven sword formation, Qin Yan released the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and entered it. Ling Yana ran out and cultivated the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Qin Yan to help him recover. Although he had experienced a few great battles, Qin Yan was very calm at the moment. He hugged the delicate and charming long-legged fairy and fell into a deep sleep. After waking up, Qin Yan immediately took out a voice transmission divine pearl and spread the news of the heaven sealing 10 suns. Feng Yu, Shui Yu, White Death, the Little Hall Spirit, and the Purple Sun Villa's Elf Emperor Zao quickly learned that the heaven sealing 10 was about to arrive. The Immortal Pawnshop also knew about the 10 days of sealing the heavens. Qin Yan flew towards the small celestial universe divine sun in the Tongtian sword formation and entered the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. He came to the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop and entered the conference room. He took out the book and flipped to the first page to contact Heaven Destroyer. Grandfather, I have an urgent matter, quickly come out. Qin Yan anxiously shouted. He only has 4 talisman crystals left in his hand. The Heaven Destroyer immediately appeared and asked, Brat, what did you do in the Gods Desolate? Qin Yan only rested for half a day. With Ling Yanner's help, he could recover in half a day. But in just half a day, the Heaven Destroyer unexpectedly received the news. Grandfather, what did you hear in the Ancient Desolate? Qin Yan said with smile. I heard that in the Gods Desolate, there was a guy who used Heavenly Pig Roar to kill many 6-star heavenly monarchs of the law enforcement realm. That guy even said that I am not even worthy to carry his shoes. He even said that he taught me Heavenly Pig Roar. The Heaven Destroyer curled his lips and said, You are the one who said this, right? Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, Am I not trying to prevent others from suspecting my relationship with you? Grandfather, your Heavenly Pig Roar is very useful. I don't have many left, give me a few more. Give your uncle. This Heavenly Pig Roar is very precious, okay? Even I don't usually use it, I only use it to save my life. The Heaven Destroyer lightly groaned and said, You have been targeted by the law enforcement realm? Why is the fight so intense this time? Qin Yan suddenly became solemn and said, I killed all the heavenly sovereigns. The Heaven Creation Emperors of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace have all been wiped out by me. There will no longer be any Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The Heaven Destroyer stared blankly for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction and said with smile, Not bad, my Heavenly Pig Roar was not wasted. You actually managed to get rid of these guys before the heaven sealing 10 days, very good, very good. The Heaven Destroyer is full of praise because Qin Yan's action this time is beyond his expectation. He thought that the heavenly sovereigns would be finished after a period of time. I devoured the heavenly Tao image of various heavenly venerables and cultivated the heavenly Tao image, however, my heavenly Tao image has not manifested. Grandfather, how should I cultivate the heavenly Tao image next? Qin asked. I can't teach you because the heaven extermination Tao image I cultivate is completely different from your imperial heaven Tao image. The heaven destroyer laughed. Don't worry, your imperial heavenly Tao avatar is fine. My heaven destroyer avatar is still fine. My heaven extermination Tao image still hasn't manifested yet. Grandfather, what is your cultivation now? Qin is somewhat surprised. The heaven destroyer must have cultivated the heaven destroyer Tao image for many years, but it still hasn't manifested. I am only divine heaven lord now. In short, our Tao breakthrough is very slow but our power is very strong. You should have experienced it yourself, the heaven destroyer said. Oh, that's right, grandfather, how did you become a 10-star anti-heaven thief? Qin is very curious about this. I didn't do anything, I just killed a dozen or so law enforcement great sovereigns. The heaven destroyer very casually laughed and said, those guys are really something, giving me this title is completely useless. Qin is secretly apprehensive, heaven destroyer actually has such deep enmity with the law enforcement world. Then, is there really no more heavenly pig roar for me? Qin curled his lips and said, Grandfather, I am your only grandson, can't you give me something to protect my life? I really don't have any. Wait until I get more talisman crystals, I will make some for you. The heaven destroyer sighed and said, those talisman crystals are very precious. Alright. After the heaven sealing 10 days arrives, what do I need to pay attention to? Qin wants to take this opportunity to understand a bit more. Pay attention to what? You need to pay attention to a lot. The law enforcers will definitely take care of you. Other than that, with the arrival of the 10 days of sealing the heavens, there might be other fellows popping out. We also need to be very careful. He exhorted Qin solemnly. Other fellows? Qin was alarmed. The God's Desolate is very big, but some things have always been suppressed by the seal of the myriad realms divine sun, so they can't come out. Once the 10 days of sealing the heavens arrived, they would most likely come out. Once they come out, they won't go back. Heaven Destroyer said, this is also something we need to pay attention to. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. He never expected that so many things would happen after the 10 days of heaven sealing. Heaven Destroyer said, don't worry too much. Since you were able to destroy the supremacy sovereigns of the all heavens, your current strength is considered very strong in the all heavens divine wilderness. The main thing is not to go to the center. The center of the God Desolate heavens? What exactly is there? Asked Qin. I don't know either. All he knew was that the place was very complicated and chaotic. It might be a self-contained entity, and outsiders wouldn't be able to see what was there. It's going to be very difficult to get in. I just don't know if they'll come out. As Heaven Destroyer talked about this, his expression gradually changed. It gradually sunk. Originally, Heaven Destroyer wanted to talk more with Qin, but he suddenly said that someone was chasing after him, so he immediately cut the conversation short. Qin also left the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and returned to Divine Moon Heaven City. On the way, he took out the sound transmission Divine Pearl and chatted with his friends, telling them that he is fine and is completely fine. When Qin entered the Imperial Heaven state and controlled the extreme evil devil power, it made people very worried. Knowing that he is fine, his friends felt a lot more relieved. The news of the all heaven's sovereigns and divine nations being destroyed has also spread throughout the Through Heaven Sword formation. Especially inside Divine Moon Heaven City, many women are very happy to know about this matter. There are even some bold women who are running around without clothes. After Qin entered Divine Moon Heaven City, he secretly flew to the Fragrant Charm Pavilion. If he ran into those passionate and hot Divine Moon clan women on the way, Qin is worried that he will be tormented until his back hurts. After returning to Divine Moon Heaven City, Qin feels like he is playing hide and seek. Only Fragrant Charm Pavilion is safe. Although the all heaven sovereigns have been killed, Qin is still very worried about one thing, it is the matter of the traitor. Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue are already waiting for Qin Yun at the Fragrant Charm Pavilion. After Qin Yun arrived, he immediately asked them if they have discovered anything. Blood Moon Duke and Dark Moon Duke have been cultivating in seclusion and have not come out. Xiao Yun, you killed that bastard all heaven's sovereigns. Don't think too much. Your enemies are only law enforcers. Xian Rujing's delicate jade-like arms are wrapped around Qin Yun's neck. Sister Rujing, we should not relax our vigilance. Yi Yaoxue said with slight frown, although there is nothing wrong with Blood Moon Duke and Dark Moon Duke, I still feel that something is wrong. Yu Tian said before that Mu Yu might have planted a traitor in Divine Moon Clan, even Yu Shangyun doesn't know about this matter. Yu Shangyun trusts Mu Yu, so she doesn't have this kind of suspicion. But Yu Tian is different, her experience is different from Yu Shangyun, moreover she is one of the 9 Sun Divine Daughters. Heaven Sealing 10 Sun is coming. You must keep a close eye on those 2 kings. Qin Yin said with sigh, maybe I am being overly suspicious, but if there is a traitor, it will be very dangerous for Divine Moon Clan. He is now the acting clan emperor. If something happens to Divine Moon Clan, he doesn't know how to explain it to Yu Shangyun. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor helped Qin Yun before by disrupting the 8th Sect's attack on Qin Yun's domain. Qin Yun noticed that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's condition is somewhat chaotic and he is very curious. After learning that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is outside, Qin Yun immediately went out. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is tall and big, he is wearing a large black cloak. His black hair is fluttering in the wind. His face is full of wrinkles but his hair is jet black, making him look very young and full of vitality. As for Qin Yun, he was dressed in simple white clothes and wore a hat. He came out alone. Senior, I made you wait for a long time. Qin Yun greeted him with smile. The Heavenly Dao altar was here earlier but now it has run far away. Tian Dao Zi must be hiding to avoid the disaster of Heaven Sealing 10 Sunday. No, we old guys have been living like this for so many years, it's just a bit of time. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor laughed loudly and said, Palace King, your appearance before was really scary. It's good that you are fine now. Qin Yan took out the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and invited Heavenly Ghost Ancestor inside. After entering, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor sat down, without even drinking tea, he anxiously asked, Palace King, although your cultivation is only Dao God realm, everyone knows that you are very capable. Moreover, you are the Divine King of Divine Desolate. I have encountered a big problem in my cultivation. Please give me some pointers. Qin Yan already saw that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's body is in chaos but he can't see it clearly. He needs to be very patient. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor also suffered heavy injuries when helping Qin Yun. Although he has recovered a lot now, his injuries are still there. Senior, your injuries are not light. The situation inside your body is very complicated, I am afraid that you can't handle it. Qin Yun said. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor became very excited, he drank the tea poured by Qin Yun and said with smile, It's fine, my old bones are very hard. You can see that my body is very complicated, it means there is hope. Qin Yun nodded and then opened his heavenly eye. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor saw Qin Yun's eyes emit blue light and can't help but feel a strong pressure. Qin Yun is using all his strength to open his heavenly eye, the blue light shot into Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's body is indeed very powerful. The realm beyond Shintianjun. What realm is this? Qin Yun frowned, why is it like this? Senior, how many Dao images did you originally have? I originally only had 7 Dao images. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said, after many years of seclusion, I suddenly comprehended something and then rushed forward with all my strength. I felt like I had broken through. And then? Qin Yun was still observing Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's condition. Then I became very strong. To be honest, when I had just broken through, I was indeed very powerful. I could even slap 100 venerable sovereigns to death in front of me. But later, I don't know why, but my condition became worse and worse. Guizhu shook his head. In order to find the reason, did you mess with your Dao image? Asked Qin Yun. I couldn't do anything about it, so I caused a problem with the Dao image. Fortunately, I'm gradually recovering now. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's eyes were filled with hope. He looked at Qin Yun and asked, Palace King, what caused this? I'm in. What realm? I don't know what realm you are in, I also don't know how to name it. I only know that when you reach this realm, there is a space inside your Tao image that needs to be filled with something. Qin said. Yes, my Tao image originally didn't have such a hollow space. Now that I'm in this realm, I need to cultivate something in that space. But why did my strength regress? Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said in a very depressed tone. Qin said with smile, it's very obvious. Your Tao image has opened up a hollow space, it can't get any energy to replenish it, so it became very weak. You need to transform divine power into something stronger and let your Tao image absorb it. According to the hollow space inside your Tao image, you need to condense a pill inside it. My Tao image can absorb divine power. I ate many great tonics, my Tao image also absorbed a lot of divine power, moreover, it doesn't look weak, it's just that the divine power it released is very weak. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor became even more doubtful. When you just broke through, all your Tao images were in their peak state, so you were naturally very strong at that time. My guess is that at that time, there should have been a ball of divine power condensed inside the hollow space. Qin said, you exhausted that ball of divine power and didn't go to it, that's why it became like this. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor scratched his head and said with awkward smile, maybe I didn't realize it at that time. I couldn't even look inside my Tao image. Qin took out Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace and said, Senior, you have already surpassed Shen Tianjun and entered a completely new realm. Even if your Tao image can absorb divine power, it can't transform it into even stronger divine power and condense it inside your Tao image's hollow space. This is the reason. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor nodded his head, then stared at Qin's Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace and asked, then Palace King, do you have any method? I will now create even stronger divine power and see if your Tao image can absorb it or not. Qin took out 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones and placed them inside Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace. He wants to use Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace to refine 10 Divine Universe Golden Stones into one, then the divine power inside will be greatly increased. The refinement speed is very fast. After refining this Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace needs to cool down for a period of time before it can be refined again, otherwise it won't be able to handle it. Qin handed over the pill to Heavenly Ghost Ancestor and said, Senior, eat this pill and try to absorb the energy inside the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor immediately ate it and began cultivating. Very soon, his body overflowed with a burst of very strong aura. Qin opened his heavenly eye and saw a golden cyclone condensing at the hollow space of Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's Heavenly Ghost Tao image. The Heavenly Ghost Tao image can very quickly absorb the divine power inside the pill and then consciously gather it at the hollow space of the Tao image. This level of Tao image can only absorb even stronger divine power. And if divine power is not strong enough, as soon as it enters the Tao image, it will be immediately digested by the Tao image and nothing will be left. Qin said in secret, in other words, ordinary divine power is like water. After entering the Tao image, it won't have any effect. Ling Yin'er said, ordinary divine power is not strong enough, so it can't be condensed and will eventually dissipate inside the Tao image. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is very happy now because the pill Qin gave him has condensed a ball of divine power in the hollow space of his 7 Tao images. Qin, who is standing beside Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, also gradually sensed an indescribable pressure. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's current strength is enough to slap dozens of myriad heaven's venerable emperors to death. That is absolutely not a boast. Is this the strength that surpasses Shen Tianjun? It must be known that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's current state is still very chaotic, he has not entered the right path of cultivation yet he is already so dreadful. Very good, I have finally recovered the feeling of cultivation. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is very happy, he said with smile, Palace King, thank you so much, you are worthy of being the hope of myriad heaven's divine desolate. Qin waved his hand and said with smile, Senior, you flatter me. Palace King, do you still have that pill? The one I just ate won't last long. I won't take it for free. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said. Eating that pill is not a long-term solution. I guess you need to wait for more myriad worlds divine sons to appear in myriad heavens divine desolate, only then will the overall divine power be strong enough. You might as well wait patiently. Qin said. It seems like my breakthrough is too fast, this world can't keep up with my pace. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said with mischievous smile, it's fine as long as you are sure that my breakthrough is correct. I was worried that my cultivation would regress. That's not true. Through Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's situation, Qin learned that even if he surpasses Shen Tianjuan's cultivation, he still has to cultivate Dao images. Perhaps, in the central region of the God-desolate heavens, there are people who came into contact with this realm earlier. Perhaps they have even developed cultivation methods and arts. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor sighed, but even I don't have the courage to go. If this is really the case, then the center of myriad heavens divine desolate is indeed very powerful. While Qin Yun and Heavenly Ghost Ancestor are chatting, they suddenly sensed that the divine power around them is gradually weakening. It is reasonable to say that the 40th universe divine sun has already formed, so the divine power of myriad heavens divine desolate should be even denser. Now that it suddenly weakened, there is only one possibility: heaven sealing sun has arrived. Qin Yun and Heavenly Ghost Ancestor immediately walked out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. The entire sky suddenly turned yellow, the myriad realms divine sun has disappeared. Qin Yun hastily took out the divine king heavenly seal. Through it, he cannot sense the existence of the myriad realms divine Sunday. What should come has finally come. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said, Palace King, don't worry, heaven sealing sun will only last for 10 days. If we join hands, who can do anything to us? Law Enforcer realm strength is definitely not weak. Maybe there are people who surpass Shen Tianjuan's cultivation. Qin Yun shook his head, we cannot lower our guard. After heaven sealing sun arrived, Qin Yun immediately took out the sound transmission divine pearl and contacted the people inside the Through Heaven sword formation, telling them to prepare. Palace King, before Divine Judge invited me to Myriad Realms Divine Court to become some ghost god. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor said with smile, I have nothing to do now, so I decided to go and have a look. Alright. Qin Yun nodded and said. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor took out a teleportation pearl and said with smile, then I will leave first. If Law Enforcer realm comes, use this talisman to contact me. After Qin Yun took the talisman, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor also left for Divine Court Heavenly City. Qin Yun also took out a sound transmission divine pearl to contact Ming Yunyue, Heavenly Evil Battle Immortal and others, but he could not contact them. It means that Divine Moon and Divine Desolate have been cut off. Family Emperor, Flower Moon Marquis and others have run into trouble. Feng Yu sent a message to Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately returned to Divine Moon Heavenly City. Feng Yu and Shueyue are already inside Fragrant Charm Pavilion. What kind of trouble did they run into? Qin Yun already knew that Hong Mengshu went out with Flower Moon Marquis and said that she would return, but she has not returned yet. They have been ambushed and are now trapped in an empty city. They said that the people outside the city are very strong. We don't know the exact situation. Feng Yu took out a soul-chasing talisman and handed it over to Qin Yun. Family Emperor, I will go with you. No need. Qin Yun took the soul-chasing talisman, then took out a sound transmission divine pearl and sent a message to Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue, telling them to continue paying attention to Blood Moon and Dark Moon. Then he warned Inscription Gate to properly defend the Through Heaven sword formation. After Qin Yun flew out of the Heavenly Sword formation, he contacted Nianyang Divine Palace and Imperial Heaven Pawnshop again and told them to be vigilant. Especially the Inscription Gate. Qin Yun repeatedly exhorted them to immediately release the energy of the Divine Universe Golden Stone when necessary to stabilize the Through Heaven sword formation. Qin Yun asked Ming Yunyue to help him gather a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone so that he can maintain the Heavenly Sword formation during Heaven Sealing 10 days. Now that he can't sense Myriad Realms Divine Sun, the Heavenly Sword formation's 100,000 Sword Mountains is mainly relying on the Divine Universe Golden Stone inside the Divine Rune Mountain. Xiao Yun, if there really is a traitor in Divine Moon Heaven City, then you are luring the tiger away from the mountain. Ling Yuner said somewhat anxiously. Don't worry, I have teleportation pearl, I can return very quickly. Qin Yun feels that even if there is a traitor in Divine Moon Heaven City, with Feng Yu and Shueyue here, they can certainly fight against the other two kings. Xian Rujing, Yi Yaoxue, Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin are also not weak. Qin Yun also let Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and the others stay in Divine Moon Heaven City to guide them in planting the unfettered divine grass. He owes Ming Yunyue a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone. Whether or not he can repay it all depends on the unfettered smoke. The usage of Divine Universe Golden Stone is getting bigger and bigger, especially when more and more people surpass Divine Heaven Monarch. The demand for Divine Universe Golden Stone will be even bigger. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor needs even higher quality Divine Universe Golden Stone to continue cultivating, otherwise not only will he not be able to maintain his cultivation, his divine power will also greatly decrease. Otherwise, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor would not have been forced to run away by Heavenly Sovereigns. Qin Yan is holding Flower Moon King and Hong Mingshu's soul-chasing talisman. They are both in the same direction, they should be together. Long time no see Mingshu, she should be living a good life in Divine Moon Clan. Hong Mingshu is Qin Yan's old friend, she often hung out with Xiao Yuemei. Ever since Xiao Yuemei accepted Divine Daughter's mission, she has been very busy. Her little sisters also miss her very much. After Qin Yan broke through to Dao God Realm, he can use Nether Sun Dao Idol's divine power and space heavenly rune to release power that can allow him to break through space. This way, when he used the void traversing step again, it would be even more convenient for him to travel through space. Although the consumption was as high as before, compared to before, at least he didn't have to rely on the little Queen Ant's spatial divine power pearl. Qin Yan used transcending void steps to travel through space. In less than half a day, he saw an empty ancient city in front of him. The buildings in this ancient city looked old, but they were not dilapidated. Some of the buildings were even taller. The 10 days of sealing the heavens had arrived, and the world was covered in a yellow hue. The ancient city seemed even older under the dusky yellow light, as if a sandstorm had just passed. This city was very big, and the buildings were ancient and rather simple. They were all made of square boulders, and the buildings did not have any shape. They were either rectangular or square. The overall layout was very neat. Looking at it from afar, it was very smooth and comfortable. There are no city walls or barriers. With the scale of this city, it can accommodate at least 20 to 30 million people. Qin Yan hovered high in the sky and looked at the 2 soul-chasing talismans in his hand. They were pointed at the city ahead. Xiao Yun, this city must have existed for a very long time, how can it appear here? Ling Yin'er said, the formation of Divine Desolate is too short, there shouldn't be this kind of ancient city here. Qin Yan also feels that it is very strange because this city looks like it suddenly dropped down from the sky, it is completely out of tune with this land. Trap. This must be a trap. Ling Yin'er immediately warned Qin Yan. No matter what, I must go in. Mingshu is inside. Qin Yan said, not only Mingshu, Divine Moon Clan's Flower Moon Marquis and other women are also trapped inside. 10 days of sealing the heavens has arrived, Flower Moon Marquis and other women have been ambushed. Qin Yan had no choice but to leave the Through Heaven Sword formation to save them. Is this all a coincidence? From time to time, Qin Yan took out a sound transmission divine pearl and asked them to pay more attention to the situation. Qin Yan is very confident in his own strength after the battle in All Heaven's Emperor City, so he is not afraid of anyone. Even if Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is in peak condition, Qin Yan would not be afraid. After he became invisible, he immediately flew towards the mysterious ancient city. After entering the mysterious ancient city, Qin Yan became even more suspicious. Because when he entered, he did not sense any barrier at all. Is there really no barrier? Qin Yan immediately turned around and flew out again. He very smoothly flew out. There really is no barrier. Since there is no barrier, why are Sister Mingshu and others trapped? Ling Yun'er is somewhat doubtful. Xiao Yun, are there any powerful people nearby? With a thought, Qin Yan looked up into the sky and projected his heavenly eye avatar high into the sky. Very soon 2 transparent huge eyes appeared in the sky, they are Qin Yan's heavenly eye clone. Through the heavenly eye, he can see the entire city from the sky. Nothing inside the city can escape his heavenly eye. Nothing for now. Qin Yan flew close to the ground while holding the spirit-chasing talisman. He is not very far from Hong Mingshu and others. Xiao Yun, there must be something strange about this city. Ling Yin'er is also very doubtful. Let's find Mingshu and others first. We will see them soon. Through the spirit-chasing talisman, Qin Yan can feel that they are nearby. Suddenly, the heavenly eye clone in the sky saw a few figures flying in the air and they are heading towards Qin Yan. Someone is here. Qin immediately stopped. He believes that those people are not coming for him because he is invisible. If it is not someone with strong mental power, they would not be able to sense him. After Qin stopped, not long after, those people flew over him and the direction they are heading towards is where Hong Mengshu and Flower Moon Duke are. What surprised Qin is that those few people are actually women. They are wearing tight black clothes, it is possible to see their graceful bodies. Qin immediately followed. Not long after, they stopped in front of a large square stone house. The leader of the black-clothed women shouted coldly, "Huayu, hurry up and come out. The main goal of the law enforcement world is the Through Heaven sword formation. They can't even protect themselves, so they definitely won't come to save you." Qin is secretly shocked. The ones who caused Huayu and the others to be trapped are actually these women in black. He is puzzled. Huayu and the others are in that large stone house. They can just attack directly, why do they have to shout outside and not attack? Give up. Even if I, Huayu, die, I will never betray the Divine Moon Clan. Huayu's voice came out. Her voice is very sweet but now it is ice cold and filled with anger. The woman in black sneered, the Divine Moon Clan is no longer the Divine Moon Clan of the past. Yu Xiangyun betrayed the Divine Moon Clan and actually let a man become the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. When Qin heard this, his heart trembled. The women of the Divine Moon Clan all know that Qin is the clan emperor but they did not reveal it to the outside world. The woman in black knows, it means that there is indeed a traitor in the Divine Moon Clan. The Divine Moon Clan originally belonged to Sister Xiangyun. Whatever decision she makes is her business. And she will never betray the Divine Moon Clan. Huayu said, our clan emperor is Qin, we all approve of him. Do you know how deranged he is? Not long after he entered the Divine Moon Heaven City, he raped hundreds of women. Furthermore, he said that the Divine Moon Clan is his harem and he will never allow the heavenly sovereigns to snatch the Divine Moon Clan. The woman in black laughed loudly and said, this is the clan emperor you all approve of? Shut up. Brother Yun is not that kind of person. Hong Mengshu shouted angrily but her voice is somewhat weak, it sounds like she is injured. He is that kind of person. The Divine Moon Heaven City is inside the Heavenly Sword Formation and the Heavenly Sword Formation is controlled by Qin. The entire Divine Moon Clan is in his pocket. The woman in black sneered. Qin is infuriated, he immediately rushed over and released supergravity, pressing down on the women in black. At this moment, he is shocked to discover that the souls of these women are all descendants of the Divine Sun and their bodies are 9 heaven divine bodies. 9 heaven divine bodies? Where did this come from? Could it be someone from the law enforcement world? You, who are you? A woman in black suddenly shouted. She can't see Qin. The other women felt their bodies become incomparably heavy. Even though they have 9 heaven divine bodies, they are unable to move at this moment. I am the acting clan emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, Qin. Qin said in deep voice, I am here to save people. I just happened to hear someone slandering me. Qin. The woman in black screamed in fright. What caused Qin to be surprised is that they immediately abandoned their bodies and their souls immediately rushed out from their heads. After Qin saw this, he retracted the gravity and gathered them together. Then the spirit creation heavenly cauldron became bigger and immediately covered them, covering their fleeing souls. Want to run? No way. Qin wants to figure out the background of these women. They actually know that he is the acting clan emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. Mengshu, it's me. Qin stored away the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and walked towards the large house. Brother Yun, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Hong Mengshu let out a long sigh, this is a trap. The carrier pigeon that returned to the Divine Moon Heaven City was not released by us. The letter asking for help was also not written by us. No matter what, I am here. Qin said, hurry up and come out, we will leave immediately. The stone house's door opened. After Qin walked in, he smelled a very strong poisonous gas. It is a very strong poisonous fragrance. Was this poison released by the Flower Moon Duke or was it already here? After Qin entered, he did not see anyone. He stood in a large hall and looked around. I released it. Huayu's sweet voice came out and the door immediately closed. A petite woman with a pair of long ponytails suddenly walked out from a door. Her face is very pale, without a trace of blood. It is obvious that she is seriously injured. Huayu is wearing a light purple embroidered dress. She looks luxurious and elegant. As soon as she came out, all the poisonous fragrance in the hall entered her body. Then she took out a pill and handed it to Qin. Flower Moon Marquis's appearance is not very beautiful. She has a small oval face and her eyes under her curved eyebrows are very clear and beautiful. Therefore, when Qin saw her, he was first noticed by her eyes. That kind of feeling is like seeing two bright stars, and the bright stars are like flowers suddenly blooming. Qin believes that the reason why Flower Moon Marquis's appearance is not stunning is most likely because her strange and beautiful eyes have stolen the brilliance. Clan Emperor, this is an antidote pill. You just inhaled my poisonous fragrance. Huayu handed over the antidote pill and smiled lightly. I won't be poisoned, but Flower Moon Marquis's antidote pill must be very delicious. Qin took the antidote pill and ate it. Just call me Huayu. Huayu chuckled, then caressed Han Mingshu's pale cheeks and said, as expected of Clan Emperor, you made Mingshu recover a lot in an instant. Qin said with frown, who injured Mingshu? Oh right, what about the other women? They are all injured. I wrapped them in flower buds and put them in storage space. Huayu said and released a very large flower bud that can wrap a person up. It was those women who injured us just now. They have already been captured by Clan Emperor. However, they seem to be descendants of Divine Sun. It is very difficult to completely exterminate them. Huayu kept the flower bud. Hong Mengshu said, Brother Yun, what is the situation outside? The heavens have been sealed for 10 days. Will the heavenly sovereigns attack the heavenly sword formation? Huayu is also very worried because Qin ran out at this critical moment. It is very clear that he was deliberately lured out of the heavenly sword formation. Qin patted her head and said with smile, Mengshu, the heavenly divine nation is finished. The heavenly sovereigns have been destroyed by me. They can't attack the heavenly sword formation. What? Hong Mengshu and Huayu are stunned. They can't believe this is true. Those damned women in black, they didn't tell us and even lied to us, saying that the sovereigns of all heavens would definitely attack the piercing heaven sword formation. Hong Mengshu groaned. She naturally believed Qin. Huayu's expression was grave as she said, Clan leader, there is a traitor in our Divine Moon clan. Otherwise, those women wouldn't have known that you had become our acting clan empress. Then who do you think it is? Qin's expression sank. Blood Moon and Dark Moon were the most suspicious. Huayu shook her head and said sadly, I really didn't expect that someone in the Divine Moon clan would betray us. For so many years, we've been as close as sisters, going through thick and thin together, but there's still a traitor. She could not accept this fact, but she was very sure that there was a traitor in the Divine Moon clan. Qin only suspected Blood Moon and Dark Moon. However, he did not have any evidence, so he could not mention this matter to Huayu. Flower Moon, why are you so sure that there is a traitor? Qin asked. The few black-clothed women who were captured by the clan emperor just now, they know our whereabouts very well. They know the internal affairs of our Divine Moon clan like the back of their hands. They can even control our space carrier pigeons. Huayu bit her lips and said with a sad expression, if there is a traitor, then it is definitely a core member of the clan. If there is a traitor, then it is definitely a core member of the clan. A core member being a traitor was the most difficult thing for Huayu to accept, but this was the truth. Qin previously thought that the traitor was working for the Heavenly Divine Kingdom, but now it seemed that it was related to the law enforcement world. He recalled what Yu Tian had said before. Muyu was once a law enforcement great sovereign, so it was extremely possible that she had planted a traitor in the core of the Divine Moon clan. Let's go, we'll go back now. Qin said, we have to discuss this matter with Shueyue and Fengyue. What about Dark Moon and Blood Moon? What have they been doing all this time? Huayu suddenly asked. They have been in seclusion all this time. I didn't even have the chance to see them. Qin said. Do you have something important to talk to them about? It's nothing important. They really know how to choose a time to go into seclusion. Huayu's eyes flickered as she snorted lightly. Hong Mengshu sighed and said, Brother Yun, it won't be that easy for us to leave this ancient city. Qin Yan was just about to ask about the ancient city when he said, "What's wrong with this ancient city? I can go in and out as I please. This ancient city is very strange. After we entered, no matter what we did, we just couldn't fly out. Every street has no end. No matter where we go, we are all inside this city." Hua Yu gently shook her head and said, "The buildings here are very sturdy and can't be broken at all." Bad. Qin Yan also understood why Hua Yu and the others were inside the big house, but no one could attack. "Those women, can't they get out either?" Qin Yan asked. "Yes, they can't get out either. When they were outside the city, they released the spatial messenger pigeons to attract more of our clansmen." Hua Yu said, "It seems that this city was not released by our enemies." Qin Yan took out the sound transmission divine pearl and realized that he could no longer send a message. Strangely, the heavenly eye he released could still overlook the entire ancient city. This ancient city had only appeared not long ago. It was so huge and it suddenly appeared. This made Qin Yan recall what Heaven Extermination had said. When the sky was sealed for 10 days, some things would suddenly unseal and appear. "Let's go, follow me out." Qin Yan looked at Hong Mengshu and said, "Mengshu, I'll let you rest first." He placed Hong Mengshu into the 9-sun divine spirit and let her rest inside. With Momo and Yang Yang taking care of her, she would quickly recover. When Hua Yu saw Qin Yan put Hong Mengshu into the storage space, she said in a low voice, "Clan Emperor, can Mengshu hear us inside? If she can't hear, will she be very bored?" "No, it's very spacious inside," Qin Yan said with a smile. "Then Clan Emperor, can you tell me who you suspect to be the traitor?" Hua Yu said in a low voice. Qin Yan was startled. This Hua Yu Marquis was actually able to see through something. For her to become a Marquis, it was indeed not simple. He shook his head. Because he had not confirmed it yet, he could not speak carelessly to avoid causing a huge conflict. "Alright, I'll tell you who I suspect. I suspect that it's the Blood Moon and the Dark Moon." "Do you suspect them as well?" Hua Yu said again. Qin Yan is even more astonished. This Hua Yu seems to have the ability to read minds. "Well, before there is conclusive evidence, I can't make wild guesses." Qin Yan sighed. The internal affairs of the Divine Moon clan made him feel extremely troubled. Hua Yu pushed open the door and said, "Clan Emperor, I know that you are afraid of causing internal strife among us, so you are very cautious in this matter. It's good that you understand." Qin Yan nodded and followed her out. "I promise you that I will never tell Shueyue and Fengyue about this matter." After Hua Yu walked out, she said, "Can you tell me what you discovered? Why do you suspect the Dark Moon and the Blood Moon?" Qin Yan asked. He is truly curious as to why Hua Yu would have such suspicions. "They shouldn't be in seclusion during this period of time. Because I understand them. I believe that the reason why they went into seclusion was to avoid meeting you. In addition, it was to avoid suspicion." Hua Yu said. She and Qin Yan had already walked out of the large house. She said, "Sister Shengyun actually made you the current emperor of the Li clan and even gave you her divine moon heavenly spirit. That is equivalent to making us, the 5 dukes, obey you and help you." "And then?" Qin Yan looked at the yellow sky. "We, the 5 dukes, must see you. Instead, they have been hiding from you. There must be some secret behind this." Hua Yu said, "Even Shueyue has been helping you so enthusiastically during this period of time. Yet they are hiding from you. This is a problem." Qin Yan shook his head. "There is no evidence at the moment. Maybe they are really cultivating in seclusion?" Hua Yu snorted lightly, "They can deceive Shueyue and Fengyue but they can't deceive me. When I return, I must personally keep an eye on them. Clan Emperor, tell me, why do you suspect them? You don't understand them but you suspect that they are traitors. I must know why." Qin Yan pondered for a moment before telling Hua Yu about his meeting with the people from the 4 moon clans who had betrayed the Fire Moon divine race. Back then, it was this group of people who told Qin Yan. Furthermore, they did not have any evidence. What is the status of the Blood Moon and Dark Moon in the Divine Moon clan? How are our relationships? What's your relationship with Sister Shengyun? Qin Yan asked. After Hua Yu heard this, she also fell into silence. Qin Yan's question also interrupted her thoughts. Her beautiful eyes flashed with grief as she said, "They are like sisters to us. I can't believe they would do such a thing. You should know that we were almost caught and killed before." Her beautiful eyes also flickered with tears, and 2 drops of tears rolled down, because in her eyes, these 2 good sisters were as good as dead. Is the relationship really that good? Qin Yan sighed helplessly. Very good. They have saved the Divine Moon clan many times, and it can be said that they have gone through thick and thin with us. Sister Xiangyun was in danger a few times, and they risked their lives to save her. Huayu was also crying. Don't cry first, maybe they have some difficulties? Qin Yan hurriedly comforted, since I am now the clan emperor, I will definitely find out. Clan emperor, when we return, we will immediately capture them. Only then can we ask clearly and stop them from continuing to harm the Divine Moon clan. Huayu immediately wiped away her tears. Alright, after we return, we will find Fengyu and Shueiyue. Let's go together. Qin Yan said. We can't find them. Fengyu and Shueiyue are too emotional. They have an extremely good relationship with the Blood Moon and Dark Moon. Huayu shook her head. I will attack with you and capture them first, so as to prevent Fengyu and Shueiyue from escaping. Huayu had to prioritize the overall situation, which was why she made such a decision. This caused Qin Yan to be somewhat surprised because Huayu did not seem to be a very decisive woman. But now, it seems that she is even more decisive than Shueiyue and Fengyu. Although the ancient city was huge, it was not strange for it to move. What alarmed Qin Yan was that when the ancient city moved, there were no energy fluctuations. To be able to move such a huge ancient city would definitely require energy, and there would definitely be energy fluctuations. Even with Qin Yan's powerful perception, he was unable to sense any energy fluctuations. This made him very alarmed. Furthermore, he had been observing with his heaven eye for a long time, but hadn't seen anyone else. Clan Emperor, this ancient city is very strange. After we came in, we were trapped here. Even those women in black are unable to fly out or even contact the outside world. Huayu said. Qin Yan pointed to a direction and said, let's go, we will leave from there. His heaven's eye clone was in the air, overlooking the ancient city they were in. They were on a street, and this street led directly out of the city. Qin Yan and Huayu flew close to the ground, maintaining a moderate speed. The speed at which the ancient city moved gradually increased, but within the ancient city, one could not feel anything. Through the heavenly eye avatar, Qin Yan saw that he and Huayu had already reached the edge of the ancient city. However, when Qin Yan looked ahead, it was still a long street, there was no end to it. Let's continue flying. Qin Yan flew in front and noticed him and Huayu through the heavenly eye avatar. Through the third eye, he saw that after he and Huayu walked to the edge of the ancient city, they suddenly appeared at the end of the street. After Qin Yan and Huayu reached the end of the street, they seemed to have entered a spatial door and arrived at the end of the street. If that was the case, then no matter how long they flew, they would always be running on this street. I see. Qin Yan had already figured out the general principle, but he was still somewhat puzzled because he could not sense any spatial fluctuations. Is there a spatial passageway connecting the two ends? But there are no spatial fluctuations. Huayu said. She had the same doubts before. Qin Yan said, it's the space causing mischief. The movement of the ancient city was also propelled by the power of space. It's just that this kind of spatial energy is very strange, we can't sense it. This is the power of the dark space. Dark space? Spatial Xian ants? Could it be that this ancient city belongs to the space Xian ant? Huayu said in shock. She had heard of the dark space before, but she didn't know much about it. It shouldn't be a spatial Xian ant. I suspect that other than the space Xian ants, living beings have appeared in the dark space. Qin Yan could only let the little queen ant come out. The appearance of the little ant queen made Huayu very curious. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the little ant queen. Little queen ant, can you sense anything different here? I suspect that there is a power from dark space here. Qin Yan said. Little queen ant looked all around, then immediately hid under Qin Yan's collar and said with some fear, Big brother, I am scared. Don't be afraid, Big brother will protect you. Qin Yan is now sure that Little Ant Queen is afraid of something. I don't know what it is, but they can use the power of dark space. I feel that they are here, the little queen ant said in a low voice. Big brother, you have to be careful. Don't worry. Qin Yan let Little Ant Queen return and stay with Yang Yang and the others. Qin Yan originally wanted the Little Ant Queen to send him out, but he was worried that something would happen to the Little Ant Queen after entering the dark space, so he didn't let her. Family King, how do we get out of here then? Huayu is very anxious because she wants to quickly return and confirm whether Blood Moon and Dark Moon are traitors or not. Qin Yan looked at the sky and asked, have you tried to fly into the sky? I tried, but I couldn't fly very high. Huayu sighed and said, this ancient city is very strange. Qin Yan took a deep breath, his eyes turned blue, he secretly activated his Imperial Heaven Divine Power, the aura on his body suddenly became extremely terrifying. Huayu, who was beside him, immediately retreated a few steps in fright. Her beautiful eyes are filled with fear. She only heard Qin Yan say that he killed heavenly sovereigns and heavenly divine nations, but she felt that it was not Qin Yan's own power. Because Qin Yan has many friends and he can also borrow the divine power of Myriad Realms' Divine Sunday. Now that she sensed Qin Yan's powerful aura, Huayu realized that she still underestimated the strength of this acting family king. Friend from the dark space, we only mistakenly entered this place, we have no ill intentions. As Qin Yan spoke, the sound wave carried a faint blue light and spread out in all directions. His voice reverberated throughout the ancient city. He suspected that the people of the ancient city are in another space, so he used his powerful Imperial Heaven Divine Power to release the sound wave, hoping that the people in the dark space could hear him. After Qin Yan finished speaking, Huayu also quietly listened, hoping to hear someone's reply. Not long after, they indeed heard a voice. We didn't mean to trap you. It's because we are all sealed, we can't completely control the ancient city. A voice suddenly came. Who sealed you? Qin Yan asked. Law enforcement realm, the voice replied. Someone from the law enforcement realm came in before, right? Those people seem to have been captured by you. Those black-clothed women are from the law enforcement realm. It is unknown where the voice came from, but it seems to be nearby. Qin Yan and Huayu immediately realized that there should be a lot of people in this city. However, those people are in another space. Why did the law enforcement realm seal you? Qin Yan asked again, is it because of the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy? When the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy established all the rules, we still haven't appeared. And when we appeared, the law enforcement realm couldn't control us, so they added rules to the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy to restrict us. When we violate the rules, immediately use the power of the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy to seal us. The voice is filled with resentment. Qin Yan already knew that the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy has a very formidable power. However, this mysterious Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy seems to be controlled by the law enforcement realm and used unscrupulously. Then why did this ancient city suddenly appear? Is it because of the heaven sealing? Qin Yan asked. The law enforcement realm used the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy to commit crimes and sealed many thorns in their eyes. They are not proficient in the heaven sealing Great Forbidden technique, so it caused the seals of many Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy to loosen. The voice said, the formation that sealed our ancient city has loosened, but we still can't break the seal. It was just that the ancient city had broken the seal, but the mysterious race of the dark space was still sealed. In that case, the law enforcement realm made a big mistake this time. Won't this heaven sealing 10 days be very chaotic? Qin Yan is very worried. Don't worry. Those who were sealed by the law enforcers were not evil. To be honest, if we were evil people, you would have definitely been sent into the dark space by us. The voice said, that little queen ant just now, she knows how strong we are. Huayu asked, then what race are you? How come I've never heard of you? We're creatures of the dark space. The situation in the dark space is very complicated. The main thing is that the space Xian ants are the most, and we are a group evolved from the space Xian ants combining with other energies, and after millions of years, we have formed a group. We're leaving the dark space. After that, he built this city and floated in the endless void of the universe. In the end, he was targeted by the law enforcers. The voice was very calm. They were having a friendly conversation with Qin Yan. Then can your race freely enter and exit the dark space? Asked Qin Yun. Of course not. We can only mobilize the power of the dark space. After we leave the dark space, we won't be able to go back. We are not space Xian ants, we do not have the ability to travel freely like space Xian ants. The voice sighed with some regret. After we evolved into humans, we were abandoned by the dark space. Qin Yun asked, how can I save you? After you come out, you can let us leave this city, right? As long as we can get out, we'll immediately stop the city and remove all the defenses. We'll send you out. The voice said, however, it's very difficult to save us. Previously, there was a guy called Heaven Extermination. He was very strong but he couldn't save us. Is that so? Qin Yun said in surprise. Later, the Heaven Destroyer found a guy who claimed to be the heavenly axiom to talk to us. He said that he would definitely be able to save us, but he didn't succeed either. The voice said with contempt, the Heaven Destroyer even said that the heavenly axiom was his son. Heaven Extermination, his father, can't even save me, let alone his son. Qin Yun said, then I'll give it a try. I don't think I'm any worse than those two guys. Of course, he would never tell that person that he was Heaven Extermination's grandson. Otherwise, he would be despised. He also secretly despised Heaven Extermination and Heavenly Tao. They only knew how to brag. Later on, they failed and it became embarrassing. There's a monument in the city. That monument was originally a sacred object of our clan. Later on, it was used by the law enforcement realm to seal us. If you want to save us, you can only start from that monument, the voice said. Qin Yun saw that monument through his heavenly eye before. It is rather large, more than 10 meters tall and is located in the middle of a small plaza. The area where the small plaza is located is surrounded by many large houses. It should be the core area of this clan. I'll go take a look. Qin Yun nodded at Hua Yu and flew over with her. Very quickly, Qin Yun and Hua Yu arrived under the monument. After Qin Yun saw the monument, he could not help but exclaim, this monument is very strong. What exactly is inside? He only sensed that there was something inside the monument after he got close. There is a space origin stone of the dark space inside the monument. The voice said, that is also the most important thing of our clan. The people from the law enforcement realm have always wanted it but they couldn't take it away. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and observed the monument. Very quickly, he discovered a very familiar seal, Heavenly God Sealing Restriction. Qin Yun stared at the stone tablet, his heart is filled with doubt. After all, this heaven sealing restriction doesn't seem to be very difficult to break but the Heaven Extermination and the Heavenly Tao couldn't. Could it be that they deliberately didn't open it? Qin Yun thought of many things but as he carefully looked at the stone tablet, he realized that it was not an ordinary heaven sealing restriction. He saw the runes of the heaven sealing restriction but later on, he discovered that there were many dark runes that he couldn't see. The outermost seal of the heaven sealing restriction and the inner layer had a large number of invisible dark runes that formed a sealing formation. No wonder, it seems like this is not as simple as the heaven sealing restriction. Qin Yun quickly realized that this seal is not simple, so he didn't immediately take action to undo the heaven sealing restriction. He had to observe carefully before taking action. Otherwise, when he broke the formation and encountered other problems, it would be very troublesome. When breaking the seal, it wasn't that nothing would happen if he couldn't break it. Sometimes, it would lead to very terrifying consequences. Especially the space origin stone inside the stone tablet. Although Qin Yun doesn't know what the space origin stone is, it is definitely very important. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the core of this ancient city. The reason why the law enforcement realm sealed this race should be because of the space origin stone inside this stone tablet. Maybe this is related to some kind of mechanism? Qin Yun has already opened his heavenly eye and looked further inside. Not long after, he discovered that there are several layers of formations under the heaven sealing restriction. Moreover, those formations are all formed by dark runes and can't be seen at all. Qin Yun can't see those dark runes but he can roughly feel that they are filled with destructive power. If something goes wrong when breaking the seal, it is very likely that the stone tablet will explode. Friend, what will happen if this stone tablet is damaged? Qin Yun asked. If it is damaged, it will cause a spatial explosion. The space we are in will suddenly be torn apart and everything inside will be shattered along with the explosion. That person's voice came out and said, simply put, there is something in the storage technique. If the storage magic treasure inside the treasure explodes, those things will also be damaged. Qinyan secretly cursed the law enforcement realm. They are actually so vicious to create this kind of seal on the stone tablet. This way, even the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Tao would have to consider the consequences of breaking the formation. If anything went wrong, even they would be in trouble. In other words, this race would forever be sealed. Unless they compromised and were willing to be enslaved by the law enforcers, they could only stay in this state forever. The hardest part about breaking the formation was not being able to see those dark lines. If there were fewer dark lines, an inscription master with a strong perception could use their perception and experience to cause the inscription to fail. This way, they could break the formation. However, there are many dark runes on this stone tablet and they are all flowing and changing Tao evolution runes. They can't be seen or sensed and they are densely packed together. There is no way to start. Moreover, if those dark marks were to be entangled with the Heavenly God Seal restriction, then once the Heavenly God Seal restriction was broken, the dark marks might be triggered and explode. Even the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Tao didn't dare to make a move, so they had no choice but to leave awkwardly in the end. If you can't, then forget it. The voice said, friend, if you want to leave, there is a way. Wait until the heaven sealing 10 days is over, think of a way to borrow the power of the myriad realms' divine sun and break open the space of this city. Qinyan can't wait for the heaven sealing 10 days to arrive. He must leave as soon as possible. Huayu is also very anxious but she can't do anything. She can only watch quietly from the side. Qinyan let Momo come out. He can't see the dark lines but the cute little fairy Momo can see them clearly. Momo ate a lot of delicious food in the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and her ability has increased by quite a bit. And seeing through a large number of dark lines is not a problem for her. After she saw through the dark lines, she could immediately remember them and pass them to Qinyan. Furthermore, she could make the dark lines lose their effectiveness or make the runes enter a state of numbness. Little Momo, can you break the seal formed by the dark lines on this stone tablet? Qinyan asked. Momo looked and nodded, yes. That's simple. Those runes are too old. They've been around for many years and aren't very strong. Huayu is very astonished. Qinyan actually has so many little fairies. The one from before was transformed from a little ant queen and now this one is a magical fairy and it's also very cute. Qinyan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Momo would be able to handle it. What made him puzzled was that the Heavenly Tao didn't have the ability to do so. The Heavenly Tao actually didn't have an ability like Momo. This Heavenly Tao was too weak. Momo's cute eyes shot out 2 rays of light that shone on the stone tablet. Big brother, wait patiently. This will take some time. Momo said. Alright. Qinyan saw that Momo is very confident and he is not worried anymore. Huayu watched from the side and she is very close to Momo. She is very fond of this kind of cute little fairy. Qinyan asked Huayu to create a few large red flowers. They can be given to Momo and the others as houses. Momo is currently removing the runes. When she saw the beautiful flowers, she suddenly became very happy. Not long after, the stone tablet violently shook and the dust covering its surface was shaken off. The entire stone tablet became golden and dazzling. Qinyan quickly stored Momo and the few large flowers into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. He was worried that something unexpected would happen. Huayu also became vigilant. Not long after, the space in the streets and alleys suddenly fluctuated. Following that, many figures gradually appeared in the ancient city along with the fluctuating space. The race from the dark space has finally returned to the ancient city. Not far from Qinyan, there is a bearded middle-aged man. He immediately walked towards Qinyan with an excited expression. He held Qinyan's hands and said, "Thank you for saving us, friend. How many years has it been? We've finally seen the light of day again." "You're welcome." Qinyan said with a smile, "I am Qinyan. How should I address you, big brother?" "And Wukong. I am the emperor of the foreign void race." I have already replaced my father as the emperor for a few years. And Wukong let out a long sigh. If my father could have held on for a few more years, he might have been able to see this day. At this time, many old men, as well as many strong-looking middle-aged men surrounded Qin Yun. They all knelt down and thanked Qin Yun for saving them. Actually, this was all Momo's effort, they should be thanking her. Qin Yun knows that Mo is afraid of strangers, so he did not let her come out. Being thanked by so many people, Qin Yun felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly let them stand up. Old brethren, this is a sound transmission divine pearl refined by me. It can be used to communicate. Qin Yun handed over the sound transmission divine pearl to An Wukong. After An Wukong received it, he looked at it and said in amazement, "This. The spatial rune inside is a heavenly rune? Moreover, it is a very unique and powerful spatial rune. Brother Qin, is this your spatial rune? It is indeed created by me. Old brethren, what do you think of this spatial rune?" Qin Yun said. "It is just that it is a bit imperfect, I will help you improve it in the future." After An Wukong took the sound transmission divine pearl, he said somewhat embarrassedly, "Brother Qin, we have been sealed for so many years, it is already not easy for us to exist until now. I don't have anything to thank you with, I am truly sorry." "It doesn't matter. Since we are able to meet, it is fate. This is the great era of Divine Desolate, we very much welcome powerful races like you, you can make Divine Desolate even more colorful." Qin Yun patted An Wukong's shoulder and said with smile. "Although we have been sealed, we can feel that an incomparably huge space is forming, it must be Divine Desolate. Brother Qin, if there is an opportunity in the future, we will certainly repay your kindness." And Wukong nodded his head and said. Qin Yun said, "Brethren, the sound transmission god pearl I gave you can contact the nameless old man and the spatial god. After you contact them, they will immediately come over and help you quickly integrate into this world." Qin Yun said. "Many thanks." And Wukong cupped his fists and thanked Qin Yun again. The alien race has just broken out of the seal, they are poor and have nothing to give to Qin Yun, so they feel very guilty in their hearts. Therefore, they will remember Qin Yun's kindness and wait for an opportunity to repay it in the future. "Oh, that's right, we have an urgent matter to attend to, I hope old brethren can help us," Qin Yun said. "Of course." And Wukong walked in front of the stone tablet and placed his hand on it. Very soon, the seal touched the stone tablet. "Goodbye." Qin Yun pulled Huayu's hand, took out a teleportation pearl and immediately returned to the Through Heaven sword formation. After returning, Qin Yun took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue. They have been keeping an eye on Dark Moon and Blood Moon, they are still in seclusion. "Huayu, after we return, we must act in low profile. Qin Yun and Huayu have already arrived outside of Divine Moon Heavenly City. We must not let Fengyue and Shueiyue know about this matter. We must secretly meet with Blood Moon and Dark Moon." Huayu deeply inhaled a mouthful of air and said with sigh, "No matter what, I must uncover the traitor." On his way back, Qin Yun received a message from the Space God. He learned that Space God has arrived at Strange Space Ancient City and met with the alien race's emperor in Wukong. Since the alien race has been sealed by the law enforcers and they are a very peaceful race, Qin Yun hopes that they will stand on his side and fight against the law enforcers together. Qin Yun and Huayu returned to Divine Moon Heavenly City very quietly, no one noticed them. To be honest, I am very afraid of walking around Divine Moon Heavenly City, some women are too bold and unrestrained, they don't even wear clothes. Qin Yun brought Huayu to Fragrant Sound Pavilion and felt as if they have arrived at a safe harbor. "Is that so? Our clan emperor is actually so shy, that black-clothed woman slandered you, saying that you raped our woman. Truly wrongly accusing our clan emperor to death." Huayu giggled, "Clan emperor, I am also a bold and unrestrained woman." Huayu's current state is not very good. Although her emotions have stabilized a lot, it is still not enough. With Huayu's current state, if they were to fight, Huayu might suffer a loss. "I'll rest here." Huayu looked at the rooms and asked, "Which one do I want to sleep in?" "Anywhere," Qin Yun said. "Then I'll go sleep in Sister Xiangyun's room." Huayu walked into Yu Xiangyun's room. She also knows that she needs to rest and adjust her mentality so that she can face this matter in a good state. Hua Yu originally decided to look for Blood Moon and Dark Moon as soon as she returned, but in the end, her heart softened. Qin Yan secretly shook his head. It seems like Hua Yu truly has feelings for them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to rest now. Actually, Qin Yan is also testing Hua Yu. If Hua Yu is determined to confront Blood Moon and Dark Moon, it means that she has already made up her mind. She said that she wanted to rest because she wanted to take this opportunity to escape. To her, if she can escape for a moment, then it's a moment. If she can avoid facing those two sisters, then she won't. Xiao Yun, is it very difficult to deal with now? What do you plan to do? Ling Yin'er said. If I'm really sure that they are traitors, of course I'll capture them first. Qin Yan said, I can't let those two traitors do whatever they want in Divine Moon Heaven City. Qin Yan contacted Little Phoenix and asked her to call Bai Suxin to the Fragrant Charm Pavilion. Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng were already injured outside Heavenly Emperor City. Fortunately, Bai Suxin cultivated White Divine Sun and has an extremely strong recovery and healing ability. Not long after, the white-haired beauty from the White Sun Divine Realm arrived at an elegant secret room in the Fragrant Charm Pavilion. Bai Suxin simply tied up her smooth snow-white long hair and let it hang loosely in front of her chest. Her jade-like face is exquisite and beautiful. Under her curved white eyebrows, her soft and beautiful eyes are flowing with charm and gentleness. Big Brother Emperor, I can finally see a busy person like you. Bai Suxin said with a gentle smile. Little Queen Suxin, don't be so corny. Qin Yan walked over and hugged the white-haired beauty wearing a white dress. Little Yun, the 10 days seal the heavens has arrived. Will the bastards from the law enforcement world launch a large-scale attack on the Heavenly Sword Formation? Bai Suxin was very worried because Qin Yun had already completely offended the law enforcement world. Rumor had it that Qin Yun was already a 10-star anti-heaven thief, and his reputation was in no way inferior to Heaven Destroyer. Now that the 10 days of sealing the heavens had arrived, no one in the divine wilderness could sense the myriad realms' divine Sunday. Even the heaven-piercing sword array's enchantment had weakened significantly. If the law enforcers wanted to attack the Heavenly Sword Formation, it would definitely be very dangerous. Bai Suxin was not the only one who was worried. All the people in the Heavenly Sword Formation were anxious. Nothing will happen. Qin Yan smiled faintly. He hugged Bai Suxin and kissed her. The two kissed for a while before separating. Bai Suxin leaned against Qin Yan's chest and said in a low voice, Xiao Yun, I'm really worried about you. Especially now, you can't sense the divine sun of the myriad realms. If the enemy is very strong and you need to borrow the power of the divine sun of the myriad realms, wouldn't that be? Bai Suxin came from the White Sun Divine World. Moreover, she has cultivated the White Divine Sun, so she is very clear about the importance of the myriad realms' divine sun to Qin Yun. That is why I need my little queen's help. Qin Yun gently caressed her face and said with smile, Little queen, are you willing to help me? Of course I am willing, whatever you want me to do, I am willing. Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes are filled with tender feelings, a touch of charming tenderness flashed through. Qin Yan pinched her face and said with smile, I want you to join hands with me and create a white divine sun. Ah? Then how do we create it? Bai Suxin is somewhat startled, now? Qin Yan informed Bai Suxin about his meeting with Xiaqiru. After Bai Suxin understood the gist of it, she also understood. She nodded and said, if the yang embryo is ready, then we just need to insert the yang seed. But we need Feiqing and Yin Yan's help. I will immediately call them over. Qin Yan took out the sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Little Phoenix, telling her to immediately call Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian over. This requires Gemini Heavenly Rune. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian have been staying in Guanghan Palace all along. When Qin Yan announced Li Clan's new emperor, he saw them but did not talk to them. He also heard that Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian's Gemini Heavenly Rune has made great progress. As for the specific situation, he is not too clear. They are both in Guanghan Palace, so they can arrive at Fragrant Cloud Pavilion very soon. Both mother and daughter are wearing bright red long skirt, they look like sisters. Greetings, Clan Emperor. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian immediately greeted Qin Yun with respectful greeting. Their faces are filled with happy smile. Big sister Kong, Yen Yen, no need to be so polite. Qin Yun waved his hand with smile. Kong Feiqing is still as charming as before. This kind of mature charm is very different. Gong Fian's appearance is becoming more and more similar to her. It is just that she does not have that kind of mature charm, but she is still very gorgeous and moving. Suxin, you tell them how to operate. Qin Yun said. Because this requires Bai Suxin to cooperate with Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Since Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian have Gemini Heavenly Rune, they are very busy inside Guanghan Palace. Their Gemini Heavenly Rune can duplicate things. Especially some very difficult runes, they can duplicate them with Gemini Heavenly Rune. This way, inscription masters can save a lot of time and energy. The other thing is to duplicate some soul bodies and the like. The only thing they don't dare to try is the inscription spirit. Now they want to duplicate Bai Suxin's White Divine Sun's soul. Qin Yun thought that Bai Shenyang's Sun Seed would be enough, but now it seems like just Sun Seed is not enough. If it is just Bai Shenyang's Sun Seed, it will be dead. He also needs a strong enough Sun Spirit and Sun Soul to make Bai Shenyang grow up quickly. Otherwise, he will need time. Qin Yun doesn't want to wait that long. There is a Sun Spirit and Sun Soul inside my White Divine Sun, but it is still very young. However, I can duplicate it. Bai Suxin said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, you just wait on the side, we will quickly finish and hand it over to you. Qin Yun nodded. Bai Suxin immediately began. She released her White Divine Sunday. Qin Yun discovered that Bai Suxin's White Divine Sun came out from a sacred tribulation gate. This small White Divine Sun is like a white light ball floating in front of Bai Suxin. It does not have any heat. This kind of multicolored light even brings along a very gentle breeze. It is very strange. Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing also immediately began duplicating. First, Kong Feiqing released her Gemini Heavenly Rune to interact with Bai Shenyang. And Kong Feiqing wrapped her Gemini Heavenly Rune inside a soul-sealing pearl. Begin. Bai Suxin lightly yelled. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian immediately began. Very soon, a white light dot appeared inside the soul-sealing pearl. Young White Divine Sun's soul gradually appeared inside the pearl. Because it is duplicated, it has no consciousness. This allowed Qin Yun to easily control it. What caused Qin Yun to be amazed is that Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian very easily completed this task. They don't look tired at all. Just like this? Qin Yun said in amazement. Kong Feiqing said with smile, Xiao Yun, our Gemini Heavenly Rune is very awesome now. It has already become a Tao image. Brother Yun, I heard from Xianxia that you always wanted to research our Gemini Heavenly Rune. Gong Fian said and then released an even more complex Gemini Heavenly Rune. If one looks carefully, they can see that this is her Tao image. Kong Feiqing also released her Gemini Heavenly Rune Tao image. Qin Yun took out the Gemini treasure mirror and said, Here, there are Gemini Heavenly Rune inside, but they are very old. Do you have any way to strengthen them? No problem. Kong Feiqing took Qin Yun's Gemini treasure mirror and gently caressed Qin Yun with her lily-white hands. Her charming expression has a trace of smiling expression. Qin Yun cursed this seductress in his heart. Bai Suxin took out the newly duplicated White Divine Sun's soul, fused it with White Divine Sun's Sun Seed and then handed it over to Qin Yun. Qin Yun inserted the white light ball into the Sun embryo inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Like this, White Divine Sun gradually took shape and became very small. Luckily Qin Yun obtained many law enforcement realm small Divine Suns and fed them to the small Nether Sunday. After the small Nether Sun swallowed them, it is still full and has not been completely refined. It's finally done. Qin Yun created another Divine Sunday. He is now one step closer to completing his 9 Divine Suns. He is Heavenly Poison Divine Sun, Heavenly Evil Divine Sun and Heavenly Devil Divine Sunday. If he can create a Sun embryo, he will be able to create 3 rather dark and evil Divine Suns. Moreover, there is another restriction. There are still 2 pearls inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul that he has not opened. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian are currently helping Qin Yun transform Gemini Treasure Mirror into Gemini Heavenly Rune. Mysterious Fusion Heavenly Rune has already been transformed. Qin Yun has not used it yet, but it will surely be very useful. After all, it is a very useful Heavenly Rune. Gemini Heavenly Rune is also the same. Qin Yun wants to use it to duplicate Inscription Spirit. He doesn't need Xiao Yuemei now, he can duplicate Inscription Spirit himself. Of course, with Xiaoyuemei here, it will be even easier. At the same time, it will draw down even stronger Great Tribulation. Alright. Kong Feiqing handed over the Gemini treasure mirror to Qin Yun and said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, I am very happy to be able to help you. Big Sister Kong, you and Yin Yun's Gemini Heavenly Rune has helped me a lot over the years. I am truly grateful to you too. Qin Yun said with smile. No need to thank me. If it were not for you, us mother and daughter would not be able to live such good days. We should be the ones thanking you. Kong Feiqing said with smile. Qin Yun just created a small white divine sun, he wants to understand it as soon as possible. So Bai Suxin didn't disturb Qin Yun and left with Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Qin Yun's divine yang heavenly soil also has a few mysterious flowers. The seeds were obtained from the heavenly law inheritance bead. He has yet to fully understand what the seeds can grow. Because it was difficult to grow, he believed that the things planted from those seeds would definitely not be simple. Just as Qin Yun was fantasizing about the divine yang heavenly soil complementing white Shenyang's planting, the voice transmission god bead suddenly sent him an urgent message. It was from Shuiyu. Clan Emperor, the fellows from the law enforcement world are here. Shuiyu's voice was rather anxious. Alright, I'll be right there. Qin Yun can only go out immediately. Shuiyu did not know that Qin Yun had returned, but she knew that Hong Mengshu had already been brought back. Therefore, she roughly guessed that Huayu and Qin Yun had quietly returned. After Qin Yun received Shuiyu's message, he immediately flew to the outermost sword peak of the heavenly sword formation. The 100,000 sword mountains were layered on top of each other, surrounding the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and many other huge cities. At this moment, the Divine Inscription Mountain released a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstone's divine power to strengthen the heavenly sword formation. The Imperial Heaven Pawnshop floated not far from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Although the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun was very small, it could still release a considerable amount of divine power. Qin Yun had previously instructed a few people in charge of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop to cooperate with the Divine Inscription Mountain to strengthen the heavenly sword formation. At this moment, the people from the Law Enforcer world came. They cooperated very quickly and immediately strengthened the heavenly sword formation. It wouldn't be broken in a short period of time. No one knew if the Law Enforcers could break the heaven-reaching sword formation. Therefore, the people in the heavenly sword formation were all very worried. They all wanted to do their part, especially the leaders of the various powers. They all wanted to go out and fight. However, Qin Yun did not allow them to stay in the outer layer of the heavenly sword formation. Instead, he allowed them to get as close to the center of the Divine Inscription Mountain and the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. If he really needed their help, he could let them release their divine power and infuse it into the Divine Inscription Mountain. It could then be transferred to the heavenly sword formation through the Divine Inscription Mountain. In this way, they could gather everyone's strength to maintain the operation of the Tongtian sword formation. Of course, this was also the last line of defense, therefore, when the law enforcers attacked, only Qin Yun, Fengyue, and Shuiyue appeared to deal with them. If Qin Yun was unable to deal with the people from the law enforcement realm, then no one in the heavenly sword formation would be able to defeat them. Therefore, they stayed near the Divine Inscription Mountain and channeled divine power into the heavenly sword formation. The Tongtian sword array could not only defend, but it could also attack. However, attacking required a lot of energy. Especially now that the Tongtian sword array was unable to absorb the energy of the myriad world's divine sun, Qin Yun didn't dare use it recklessly. All he could do was focus on defense. The law enforcers attacked with great force, and there were many of them. Tens of thousands of people from the law enforcement world came. The large number of people shocked Qin Yun and company. Furthermore, a portion of them were descendants of the Divine Sun. Could it be that the law enforcement world was established by the descendants of the Divine Sun? Qin Yun had long known that many powerful Divine Suns had a large number of descendants of the Divine Sun. However, after the descendants of the Divine Sun left the Divine Sun, their bodies could not hold on for long. They could only fly out with their souls. Therefore, the bodies of the 5 heavenly emperors could only be similar to the bodies of puppets, not their real bodies. Currently, the descendants of the Divine Sun were still greatly restricted. Their truly powerful bodies could not leave the Divine Sun. However, it was said that once the 9 divine sons of the myriad worlds were formed, the descendants of the divine sun here would most likely break through this limit. At that time, the descendants of the divine sun would be invincible. Qin Yun saw the 8th and 7th sect masters. They have new bodies and their appearances have not changed. Apart from these 2 sect masters, there are also several middle-aged men with similar status to them. They are all standing in the crowd, like stars surrounding the moon. With a glance, one can tell that they are all sect masters. In that case, there must be a lot of 6-star heavenly monarchs. The stronger the souls of the descendants of the divine sun, the stronger their bodies would be. These bastards are really annoying. When Qin Yun first learned of the existence of the descendants of the divine sun, he knew that this race with immortal souls was very terrifying, especially when they could obtain powerful bodies. Therefore, the myriad world's divine sun gave Qin Yun a very important mission. It was to find a way to completely exterminate the descendants of the divine sun, otherwise, the 9 divine sons of the myriad worlds would definitely be eaten by a large number of descendants of the divine sun. Qin Yun really wanted to ask Imperial Demon Yao how to raise a huge dark Kuan Peng. If he had a dark Kuan Peng, he could swallow this group of annoying descendants of the divine sun in one gulp and temporarily trap their souls. After the great battle in the All Heavens Emperor city, Yu Yaoyao left. Bai Suxin had previously told Qin Yun that Luo Yaofeng was pestering Yu Yaoyao in a bid to obtain some secrets from the mysterious woman. Qin Yun, you have become a 10-star anti-heaven thief. Don't think that this is glory. The 8th sect master sneered, this means that your good days are over. You are not in the ancient wasteland, and you are such a sinful rebel. Our law enforcement world will definitely focus on suppressing you. I'm sinful? Qin Yun sneered and said, the sinful ones are you, right? Law enforcers, in order to rob the outsiders of their space source stone, you altered the rules of the heavens, and abused your power for personal gain, sealing the outsiders for many years. Hearing about the alien race, the faces of the law enforcers changed. Obviously, they all knew about the alien race. Bullshit. It was the outsiders who violated the rules of the heavens. Their existence would have already destroyed the balance of space. We merely added rules to the heavenly rules and orthodoxy to restrict them. It was them who violated the heavenly rules and orthodoxy. A sect master angrily rebuked. This sect master seems to be a lot stronger than the 8th and 7th sect masters. Moreover, there is a cross on his clothes, indicating that he is the sect master of the 10th sect. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th sects of the law enforcers have all come together. They can be considered as the middle tier among the 18 sects of the law enforcers. There are no law enforcement great sovereigns and no sect master from the 10th sect or above. This means that they are only here to probe the power of the heavenly sword formation. Qin Yun, you have seen the outsiders? Heaven sealing 10 days has arrived, it is very likely that their broken city will appear. Even at this time, you still have the mood to care about the outsiders. The 9th sect master said with sneer. The law enforcers don't know that the souls of those black-clothed women have been captured by Qin Yun. Those black-clothed women entered the so-called broken city and are still trapped inside. Qin Yun also realized that the strange space ancient city is very strong, otherwise it would not have been able to trap those black-clothed women. Not only did I go to the strange space ancient city, I also broke the seal on the steel. The outsiders are already free. Qin Yun laughed loudly, just you wait, the outsiders will definitely come to take revenge on you. Ha ha ha. That is impossible. No one is able to undo our sealing technique. Even the so-called strongest heavenly venerable inscription is unable to break our seal. The 9th sect master laughed loudly and said. That heavenly venerable inscription is also a 10-star anti-heaven bandit, but he was recruited by us. Qin Yun, if you obediently obey us, you will be able to enjoy the same treatment as heavenly venerable inscription. The 10th sect master said. Wait until I get rid of you, then you can have this kind of sweet dream. Qin Yun said with sneer, your law enforcement realm is not worthy to exist in the divine desolate great era. I will definitely eradicate you all. Idiot, do you really think our law enforcement realm is easy to bully? You only defeated an old law enforcement great sovereign. Do you think our law enforcers are so weak? The 7th sect master laughed loudly and said, wait until you know the true strength of our law enforcers, you'll be so scared that you'll wet your pants. The 10th sect master shouted, "Qin Yun, hand over the souls of the heaven creation 5 emperors, then promise to submit to our law enforcement world, remove the heavenly sword formation and disband the 9 Yang divine palace. We will give you certain treatment. Otherwise, the law enforcement world will not let you off lightly. The souls of the 5 heavenly emperors are long gone." Qin Yun said in calm voice, "I have already mastered the method to restrain the souls of you divine sun descendants. Don't think that you can always be reborn again and again. We said that we won't let you off lightly, we are not trying to scare you. When you said that you could end our immortal souls, you were definitely just trying to scare us." The 10th sect master thought nothing of it. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Qin Yun, to be honest, I also want to experience soul flight. It's the feeling of my soul dispersing. But there's nothing we can do about it. Our souls are immortal and indestructible." Ha ha ha. The group of divine sun descendants in front of them all let out extremely proud laughter. Their undying souls were the reason why they were so proud. Currently, Qin Yun can only use the soul lost due to make the souls of the divine sun descendants lose all their consciousness and memories. But this can only erase their memories, it can't make their souls dissipate. Qin Yun secretly swore that no matter what, he will research a method to destroy the souls of the divine sun descendants and let them experience the feeling of their souls dissipating. Suddenly, a very strong spatial fluctuation arrived. "Bastards of the law enforcement world, even if we can't kill you, we will still trap you for a lifetime." The voice belongs to An Wukong. Qin Yun originally thought that it was only An Wukong who brought people over. He didn't expect that it would be a huge strange space ancient city that directly appeared in the sky and quickly pressed down on the law enforcement world's people. Seeing the appearance of the strange space ancient city, the law enforcement world's people couldn't laugh anymore. Especially the sect masters, they were very sure that Qin Yun would not be able to break the seal of the strange space ancient city. But now, the strange space ancient city appeared in front of them. Qin Yun really broke that kind of seal. This made those sect masters immediately raise Qin Yun's star rank to more than 10 stars anti-heaven thief in their hearts, because the law enforcement world used the same sealing method to seal many of their so-called anti-heaven thieves. If those seals were touched by Qin Yun, they would all be unsealed. Qin Yun is still very worried about the foreign void race. After all, they have been sealed for many years. Moreover, they have been cut off from the rest of the world for so many years. They have been greatly affected in all aspects. It is already very good that they are still able to reproduce. If the foreign void race jumps out and confronts the law enforcers, they will be targeted by them. Of course, Qin Yun also knows that An Wukong is not a reckless person. Moreover, they should have enough understanding of the law enforcers. Now that they are fighting with the sect leaders of the law enforcers, they are also probing their strength. "Brethren, don't pay attention to these guys. They came here to probe my great formation." Qin Yun sent sound transmission to An Wukong. "Brother Qin, we also want to probe their strength. These sect leaders can be considered as the middle-level strength of the law enforcers, they are not the strongest. Don't worry about us. Besides, my people have been sealed for so many years, they have never come into contact with the law enforcers. Now that there is an opportunity, I want to let them know in advance." And Wukong replied through sound transmission Divine Pearl. When the strange space ancient city pressed down, it formed a very strong spatial domain that enveloped tens of thousands of law enforcers. Many law enforcers have only heard of the foreign void race, they have never come into contact with them. Now that they are enveloped in a spatial barrier, they immediately panicked and frantically attacked the transparent barrier. After their divine power came into contact with the barrier, it disappeared, as if it was transferred to a different space. "Clan Emperor, what's going on with the foreign void race? They are very powerful. Their barrier cannot be hit by divine power. Instead, they cleverly divert the divine power attacking the barrier. This way, the barrier won't be damaged by attacks and won't suffer any loss." Shuiyu repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Fortunately, Clan Emperor knows the foreign void race. If they became our enemy, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Fengyu also exclaimed in admiration. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and looked at the tens of thousands of law enforcers enveloped by the barrier. Through the heavenly eye, he can see even more. The strange space ancient city of the foreign void race is not simple. Although the ancient city looks very old, the great formation inside is still very vigorous. When the huge ancient city fell, the base of the ancient city released a very strange spatial fluctuation. It quickly formed a barrier and covered the people from the law enforcement realm below. Qin didn't know how many people the alien void race had. He and Huayu had left in a hurry. He only knew that the spatial source stone at the core of the alien void race was very powerful. The strange space ancient city was so huge, yet it was still able to travel such a long distance through space even during the 10 days of sealing the sky. The spatial origin stone must have played a role. Qin now had a preliminary understanding of the power of the spatial source stone. This was also the reason why the alien race was targeted by the law enforcement world. Law enforcers are a bunch of bandits. The space origin stones of the foreign void race must have come from the dark space. The dark space was an area that the law enforcers couldn't touch. They knew that the spatial source stone was in the hands of the alien race, so they wanted to steal it. The spatial source stone was brought out by the alien void race from the dark space. Qin envied them for having such a miraculous treasure. He planned to find a chance to ask An Wukong if he could let the little queen ant enter the dark space and find a space source stone. The law enforcers originally wanted to test the heavenly sword formation. If the heavenly sword formation was weak, they would be able to break it. As long as they could break the heavenly sword formation, they would immediately retreat. As for fighting with Qin, they would leave it to other stronger people. It didn't matter if they couldn't break the heavenly sword formation. At most, they would retreat and go back to explain the situation. What they didn't expect was that the alien void race would suddenly attack. Qin told the law enforcers that he had already unsealed the alien void race. However, they didn't believe Qin and even laughed at him for bragging. Now they believed him, they all crazily cursed Qin in their hearts. The alien void race was very difficult to suppress in the past. These few sect masters all took office later. Their understanding of the alien void race was also from the previous sect masters. They only knew that in order to seal the alien void race, the law enforcers sent out a lot of experts and spent a lot of resources. They even invited the power of the heavenly law orthodoxy to finally seal the alien void race. Sealing the alien void race had greatly damaged the law enforcers' strength. The current law enforcers were not as strong as they used to be. This was also caused by the appearance of divine wilderness. The mysterious area in the center of divine wilderness was completely out of the law enforcers' control. In order to explore that area, the law enforcers lost many powerful 6- and 7-star heavenly monarchs. One should know that many 6-star heavenly monarchs were killed by Qin, but their souls would eventually return to the law enforcers. However, when they went to investigate the central region of the divine wasteland, those souls did not return. There was no news at all. Qin originally thought that he would have to personally go out and fight. Now that the alien void race had arrived, they completely suppressed the law enforcers. The law enforcers were trapped in the spatial barrier. They were like headless flies, crazily attacking the barrier. They had never experienced the feeling of being trapped, but sealing others was something they often did. Law enforcers, you have sealed us for so many years. Now it's our turn to seal you. Ha ha ha. And Wukong laughed loudly. A white spatial whirlpool suddenly appeared at the bottom of the floating alien void ancient city. The spatial whirlpool slowly rotated and produced an extremely strong suction force. More than half of the law enforcers were sucked into the white whirlpool. The sect leaders and the powerful heavenly monarchs immediately abandoned their bodies. After their souls flew out of their bodies, they rushed towards the spatial barrier and rushed towards Qin's group. They are coming, what do they want? Feng Yu suddenly shouted. After all, those are the souls of Divine Sun's descendants. These souls can easily pass through many kinds of barriers. They want to try and see whether or not they can enter the heavenly sword formation. Qin immediately released his formidable mental power. He is preparing to release a storm of mental power to repel those souls. However, as soon as those souls touched the spatial barrier of the alien void race, they suddenly disappeared. They were all teleported away. So awesome! Qin said in pleasant surprise. The alien void race's spatial barrier can teleport a lot of energy to other places. souls, which have no physical body, can naturally be teleported away. Brother Qin, we will guard your heavenly sword formation for 10 days. And Wukong understood Qin Yun's situation from the space god and the nameless old man. That is why he immediately rushed over. Originally, he wanted to help Qin Yun protect the heavenly sword formation. He did not expect that he would meet the law enforcers. Many thanks, brother, and Qin Yun immediately expressed his gratitude. No need to be so polite. We should be the ones thanking you. If not for you, our alien void race would have missed the great era of the divine desolate. And Wukong is very happy, his straightforward voice came from the sky. Tens of thousands of law enforcers suddenly disappeared. No one knows where they went. Fengyu, Shueyue, you two return to Mystic Moon Heaven City first. I will be back soon. Qin Yun immediately flew towards the alien void ancient city. Fengyu and Shueyue are also very happy because this powerful alien void race has a very good relationship with Qin Yun. Just now, they killed tens of thousands of law enforcers in a few moves. They all returned to Mystic Moon Heaven City. While flying in the sky, Qin Yun saw that they were talking and laughing. He sighed in his heart. If the Dark Moon and Blood Moon were really traitors, they would definitely be very sad. Huayu has not rested yet. Qin Yun also took this opportunity to go to the alien void ancient city. He wants to learn from the alien void race and master more advanced spatial techniques and formations. Just now, the barrier released by the alien void ancient city was very powerful. It could prevent the souls of Divine Sun's descendants from passing through. And Wukong sensed that Qin Yun is flying over. He immediately contacted Qin Yun and told him to relax. Then, he teleported Qin Yun to a villa in the middle of the alien void ancient city. Brother Qin, our place is a bit shabby. Please don't mind. And Wukong welcomed Qin Yun with a smile and brought a few old men over. After 10 days, my 9-yang divine palace will help you build the city. Qin Yun said with a smile. And Wukong invited Qin Yun into the inner hall of a big house. A few very high-status elders of the alien void race were also there. They were chatting with Qin Yun. Brethren, Divine Desolate has been formed for many years. However, it is still in its initial stage. There will be many disputes. Currently, the Divine Court of Myriad Realms is maintaining order. I hope you can communicate and cooperate with them. Qin Yun said. Of course. We have talked with the space god. In the future, we will help build more teleportation formations to facilitate the communication between the various races of Divine Desolate. Moreover, we will explore some uninhabited areas of Divine Desolate. We will open up areas with abundant resources and build more teleportation formations. Yes, increase the supply of resources. And Wukong nodded. The alien void race has been drifting in the universe for many years. They have also been sealed for many years. Now, they want to settle down. They feel that Divine Desolate is a good place for them. Therefore, they have unanimously agreed to stay. They are determined to protect Divine Desolate. Because this will be their new home. In the future, they will live and multiply on this land and strengthen the alien void race. The law enforcers will definitely come back. But Xiao Qin, you don't need to worry. We already know that the law enforcers are not as strong as they used to be. Another bearded old man said with smile, back then, the law enforcers sent 18 sects to besiege us. Their sect masters were killed by us several times. Even their bodies were completely consumed. But in the end, they still failed to capture us. The few old men present have proud expression on their faces. Back then, they were all in their prime and participated in the fight against the law enforcers. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive. These alien void race are actually so tough. Even when 18 sects besieged them, they still failed to capture them. Aren't the 18 sects the strongest power in the law enforcers? What about those law enforcement great venerables? How many of them are there? How strong are they? The elders of the alien void race were quite proud when they talked about the past, but when they thought of the powerful law enforcement great venerables, they suddenly became cautious. Especially in Wukong, as the leader of the alien void race, he must be vigilant at all times. He said in a deep voice, Elders, the law enforcement world has weakened a lot, but we have been suppressed by the seal all these years and haven't improved much. The law enforcement world has been improving for many years. The reason why they have declined is because they went to explore the central area of Divine Desolate and suffered heavy losses. That's right, as long as there are still law enforcement great venerables, we can't underestimate the law enforcement world. An elder nodded. The 11th to 18th of the law enforcement world's 18 sects are very strong. I suspect that their current sect leader is as strong as law enforcement great venerables, or even law enforcement great venerables. Another elder said. The difference between the 11th and 10th sect is only one number. Their strength should not be that different, right? Xianxia didn't know much about the law enforcement world. He only knew that there were 18 sects and some respected and mysterious law enforcement great venerables. The law enforcement great venerables were not only strong, but also had a very high status. Even during the heaven-sealing 10 suns, no law enforcement great venerables came to attack the heavenly sword formation. Xianxia was already a 10-star anti-heaven thief, and the heaven-sealing 10 suns was a good opportunity to attack the heavenly sword formation. However, none of the law enforcement monarchs had come in person, which meant that none of them were willing to put down their pride and fight. If they were defeated, even if they didn't die, they would lose face. They were not confident enough and were afraid that they would lose their reputation when they attacked the heavenly sword formation. Brother Qin, as far as I know, there are other people sealed in the law enforcement world. When we find those sealed places in the future, I hope that Brother Qin can lend us a hand. And Wukong said. As long as they are not evil people, I will definitely help. Xianxia also agreed. After all, everyone had to fight against the law enforcement world. Seeing that Xianxia agreed, and Wukong also thanked Xianxia in advance. Brethren, does your spatial source stone come from the dark space? Xianxia asked. That's right. Our ancestors were born from the spatial source stone. And Wukong nodded and said, in the dark space, the spatial source stone is also very rare. As long as there is a spatial source stone, it can give birth to living creatures. Those spatial Shan ants were also born from the spatial origin stone? Xianxia asked. The dark space was a very mysterious place. The creatures inside were innately familiar with controlling the spatial laws. That's right. The spatial profound ants will use the spatial source stones as their nests. The few spatial source stones are all occupied by the spatial profound ants. And Wukong said, as for us, the alien void race, we were born under very coincidental circumstances. We were born from the space Shan ants. He fused with living creatures and evolved into a human. Xianxia had originally planned to let the little ant queen enter the dark space to search for spatial origin stones, but after knowing that spatial origin stones were very rare, he gave up on this idea. 10 days of sealing the heavens, we will stay here. These 10 days are also very important to the law enforcers. They want to use these 10 days to plunder in the divine wasteland or reinforce and seal other so-called anti-heaven rebels. And Wukong said. I don't know if they will mobilize the majority of their people here. If they concentrate on attacking the heavenly sword formation, the pressure here will be very great. Xianxia previously contacted Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor is now in the heavenly city of the Divine Court. There is a teleportation formation that can directly connect to the heavenly sword formation. If there is a need, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor will also help. Today, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor has recovered a lot. His cultivation has surpassed Divine Heaven Monarch. That kind of divine power is very terrifying. If they start a war with the law enforcers, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor will definitely rush over to try his hand. Brother Qin, have you ever tried to enter the central region of the Divine Wasteland? And Wukong suddenly asked. Xianxia has often heard people mentioning the central region of the Divine Wasteland. No. Xianxia shook his head and said, I only know that it is very dangerous and there is a natural barrier isolating it. According to the spatial wave we released, there is a large area in the center of the Divine Wasteland that cannot be detected. And Wukong said, Divine Wasteland is so vast, what exactly is in the center? Moreover, it occupies a large area. How big is it? Xianxia saw the dense fog in the center of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop's teleportation map. It is an area that cannot be teleported to. It occupies at least 30% of the divine wasteland and it is still expanding. Of course, even if the center occupies a large area, we can't feel it from the outside because the area outside is already very vast. And Wukong said. When mentioning the central region of the divine wasteland, the elders of the foreign void race became very curious. An old man said, the law enforcers lost a lot of experts when they went to explore the central region. Their souls didn't even return, so I don't know what happened. There must be even more powerful beings in the central region. The long-bearded elder looked at Qin Yun and said, Little Qin, you have the godly monarch heavenly seal. Logically speaking, you should be able to communicate with the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Why don't you ask Myriad Realms Divine Sun what is in the central region? And Wukong nodded and said, after the heavenly seal is over, we will go ask Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Qin Yun shook his head and said, although I can borrow the divine power of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun, I can't communicate with it. The Divine Judge can communicate with the Myriad Realms Divine Sun but he can't get anything out of me. Qin Yun asked the Divine Judge before but he only said that the Myriad Realms Divine Sun said that the region is very dangerous and the Divine Court should not send anyone there. There are too many things in this world that we don't understand. We don't know who created the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy or if it was formed naturally. But this heavenly law Tao orthodoxy is very old, it is not suitable for the new era and is controlled by evil people. And Wukong sighed and said. Soon after, Qin Yun and Wukong talked about the magic mirror. Back in the Immortal Desolate, Qin Yun built the magic mirror formation base and made it a very convenient tool for communication. The idea of the magic mirror came from a small planet called Earth when Qin Yun was traveling around the various worlds. But in that world, communication could not be done through space. That world was a small planet, so it was very convenient for them to use that method. But Divine Wasteland is very big and the environment is very complicated, so they could only use space to communicate. Although Qin Yun created his own space heavenly rune, he doesn't have a powerful space origin. The space origin stone of the foreign void race has almost unlimited space divine power. Moreover, it is very powerful. After hearing Qin Yun talk about the magic mirror and Wukong and the other elders became very interested. The alien void race had just been released from their seal, and they were completely destitute. If they could build such a magic mirror formation, they would definitely be able to benefit greatly from it. It would allow their race to develop rapidly. Qin Yun has always wanted to build a magic mirror spatial net in Divine Wasteland but he is powerless to do so. This is a very good idea. I think our race can do it, but it will take some time. And Wukong suddenly felt a sudden impulse and wanted to take action immediately. The elders must be itching to make a move. If they succeed, the alien space race will definitely become a very famous race in the All Heavens Divine Wilderness, and they will flourish for a long time. I have done it before, it is not too difficult. Of course, the main reason is that the space I was in is very small, so I can do it. Divine Wasteland is too big and the space here is very firm. I can't build such a big spatial net. Qin Yun spread out his hands and said with smile. Brother Qin, if we succeed, we will definitely share a part of the profits with you. We will definitely share a portion of the profits with you. This is the idea that you provided us with. You deserve it. And Wukong laughed. No need, just give me some convenience when the time comes. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Give it all. And Wukong is also very straightforward. I still have some matters to take care of, we will discuss this matter in detail when we have time. Qin Yun thinks that he can send Wu Xiaoding. Wu Xiaoding was Devil Mirror Mortal Emperor, he is also Qin Yun's disciple. Wu Xiaoding was originally in 9 Nether Realms Nether sect. Because he saw that Qin Yun is doing very well, he came to 9 Yang Divine Palace and now he is also in Divine Rune Divine Mountain. After Qin Yun left Strange Space Ancient City, he took out a sound transmission Divine Pearl and checked. Hua Yu did not contact him. Hua Yu also has a sound transmission Divine Pearl. Qin Yun told her to immediately contact him after resting and go find Blood Moon and Dark Moon with him. Is she not ready yet? When Qin Yun thought of the matter of the traitor, he felt extremely conflicted in his heart. Because once this matter is exposed, it will be very troublesome to deal with. Qin Yun returned to Fragrant Charm Pavilion and saw Hua Yu sitting in the hall. She is holding the sound transmission divine pearl in her hand and is currently hesitating. Clan Emperor, those people from the law enforcement realm will come again. You must rest well during this period of time. Hua Yu said. Have you considered that matter? Qin Yan asked. Because Hua Yu said that she would immediately meet Blood Moon and Dark Moon after returning. We will talk about it after 10 days of heaven sealing. Hua Yu let out a long sigh. During this period of time, you must focus on stabilizing the heavenly sword formation. I don't want you to have too many worries. Alright. We just need to keep an eye on them for the next 10 days. Qin Yan patted Hua Yu's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Hua Yu slightly nodded and then walked out of Fragrant Charm Pavilion. She said that she wanted to find Feng Yu and Shui Yu to chat. Qin Yan finally has some free time. He immediately entered the secret room and took out the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Inside his Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron, there are several souls that have lost their memories, as well as the souls of those black-clothed women. The souls of those black-clothed women are all descendants of Divine Sunday. They had previously besieged Hua Yu and the others and their strength is not weak. Qin Yan wants to give it a try and see if he can get some information from them. He wants to see if he can figure out what the traitor's goal is. Qin Yan looked at the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron and the small bottle in his hand. The small bottle contained the soul lost dew. There was still some soul lost dew left, but not much. It could only make 23 souls lose their souls. As for Qin Yan, he was still unable to find the dermic formulation to replicate the soul lost amulet. Maybe I can try using Gemini Heavenly Rune. Qin Yan's Nether Sun replication ability cannot replicate the few special medicinal divine power inside Soul Lost Dew. The Gemini Heavenly Rune inside his Gemini Treasure Mirror has already undergone great evolution. This is all thanks to Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian's help. He took out 2 small plates and dripped a drop of Soul Lost Dew on one of them. Then, he used the Gemini Treasure Mirror to shine the drop of Soul Lost Dew on the small plate. Big Sister Kong said that Gemini Heavenly Rune's ability is very strong, it can even duplicate a certain kind of energy. Qin Yan used the Gemini Treasure Mirror to illuminate the area. The Gemini Treasure Mirror's light rays condensed on the Soul Lost Dew. Qin Yan continued to pour in divine power, moreover it is extremely strong Imperial Heaven divine power. However, after a long time, there was no progress. No. Qin Yan frowned. What's wrong? His Nether Sun had the duplication ability and the Gemini Treasure Mirror's duplication ability was even more terrifying. The Gemini Treasure Mirror could record ordinary heavenly runes. Combine the two. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, release Nether Sun's divine power replication and pour it into the Gemini Treasure Mirror. Then through the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, let it fuse with the Gemini Heavenly Rune. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will give it a try. He immediately tried it according to Ling Yuner's words. Very soon, the Gemini Gem Mirror absorbed Nether Sun's duplication ability and fused with the Gemini Heavenly Rune. Then it released light beams through the mirror and focused on the soul lost nectar. After a while, Qin Yan sensed some movement from the Gemini Treasure Mirror. A weak cyclone is condensing on the mirror surface. Has it been extracted successfully? Qin Yan rejoiced. He quickly pointed the Gemini Treasure Mirror at the other empty saucer. He discovered that he still needed to pour in a lot of divine power. The consumption was enormous, and he didn't know if he could succeed in the end. Because of his previous attempts, Qin Yan had expended a great deal of his divine power. He was a little worried that he would fail because he did not have enough divine power. Oh right, there's also White Divine Sun. Qin Yan immediately looked at a pearl inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. There is a little white divine sun inside. This small white divine sun was created by Qin Yan and by Su Xin. It is very small and it is currently devouring the law enforcement realm's small divine suns. Although Xiaobai's divine sun is very small, the divine power it releases has a very strong regenerative ability. Qin Yan has already extracted the basic elements required for the soul lost dew. What he needs to do next is to release formidable divine power and cooperate with Gemini Heavenly Rune to quickly regenerate those basic elements. The Gemini Heavenly Rune only provided the possibility of duplication, but if the thing being duplicated was very strong, it would consume a lot of energy. This was also the law of energy balance in this world. Xianxia promptly absorbed Little White's regenerative power and guided it into the Gemini treasure mirror, allowing the mysterious fusion heavenly rune inside to fuse the regenerative power into the Gemini heavenly rune. As such, Xianxia's expenditure was greatly reduced. Even with the divine power of Little White's divine son, Xianxia still spent nearly 2 hours to produce a drop of soulless dew. I don't know if it will be useful or not. Xianxia just happened to have the soul of a divine son descendant, so he can give it a try. Xianxia released his mental power and began talking with the souls inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. You were sent by the law enforcement realm, right? Xianxia asked. The 4 black-clothed women's souls he captured earlier all have 9 heavens divine body. Their 9 heavens divine body is somewhat different from Zhuyang Great Emperor's group, so he can confirm that they are not from Zhuyang Great Emperor's side. Xianxia, don't think you can get anything out of us. Our souls are immortal and indestructible, so long as we have enough time, we will be able to rush out of your spirit creation heavenly cauldron, a woman's voice arrived. There are several storage spaces inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. The souls of heavenly sovereigns and Zhuyang Great Emperor's group are all stored in the second storage space. Zhuyang Great Emperor's group also thought so before. Then take a guess, how are they now? Xianxia said with smile. They are just trapped, their souls are immortal and indestructible, they will come out sooner or later. The black-clothed woman's soul is still very confident. Xianxia controlled the space inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and let a soulless soul float out. This soul is the soul of one of the heaven creation 5 emperors. That's right, their souls are immortal and indestructible, but they don't have consciousness and memories. Even if their souls have bodies, they are just idiots. This is no different from a dead person. Xianxia said with mischievous smile, take a guess. Whose soul does it belong to? Xianxia. You. What kind of evil art did you use? That woman's voice is filled with fear. Those black-clothed women's souls are currently shivering. How could they not recognize that it is the soul of a divine son descendant, but now, that soul has no consciousness at all. It can be said that it is a living dead soul. Evil art? How could I know any evil art? It would be great if I could master evil art. That way, I would be able to quickly exterminate you group of divine son descendants. Xianxia released a 6-star heavenly lord divine son descendant soul from the spirit creation heavenly cauldron's 3rd space. Then he injected the drop of soul lost dew into the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and controlled it to fall into the soul. The soul only trembled violently for a moment before calming down and completely losing its memories. Did you see that? Xianxia chuckled and said. The soul that was hit by the soul lost dew is a 6-star heavenly lord that Xianxia caught earlier. He demonstrated on the spot how to strip the soul's memories. On one hand, he can test the soul lost dew he copied, and on the other hand, he can scare these black-clothed women's souls. You. What did you do? The woman in the lead was terrified. This is not evil art. It is just a medicinal liquid that I made. It can strip your soul's memories. Xianxia said, this kind of medicinal liquid is a bit difficult to make. I need about 2 hours to make 1 drop. 1 drop every 2 hours. In the eyes of the souls of the black-robed women, this was a lot. They were very stubborn before, they believed that their souls are undying and indestructible. As long as they have enough time, they can wear out the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and fly out. But now, they know that Xianxia has a medicinal liquid that can erase their memories and consciousness, they are scared to death. They have never felt the fear of death before, and now they finally know what kind of feeling it is. Those souls without memories are very powerful, they are very useful to me. I can use them to make puppet souls, or use them as the foundation for martial spirit and inscription spirit, or use them to nurture the soul. Xianxia said with a sinister smile, if you don't cooperate with me, I can only erase your soul's consciousness and memories and then refine them into tool spirits or other messy souls. If you don't cooperate with me, then I can only erase the consciousness and memories of your souls, and then refine them into artifact souls or other messy souls. Xianxia was a soul refiner, so these blank souls were of great use to him. Xianxia is a soul refiner, so these blank souls are very useful to him. If it is a very weak soul, Qin Yin can use soul refining art and spirit creation heavenly cauldron to extract their memories. If it was a very weak soul, Qin Yin could use the soul refining art in conjunction with the soul creation heavenly cauldron to extract memories. However, these souls were too strong, and they were all descendants of the divine Sun God. It was not easy for him to control them, and he was afraid that they would escape. Who gave you the information? You should know what I want to ask. Qin Yin said, there is a traitor in Divine Moon Heaven City. I want to find out who the traitor is. We don't know who provided the information. We went to intercept Hua Yu and the others, and we found out that you became the Divine Moon Clan's acting clan emperor. This was all told to us by our sect master. The woman replied. You're from the law enforcement circle, right? Who is your sect master? Qin Yin asked calmly. It's a law enforcement grand monarch. We all call the sect leader boss, but we've never seen what boss looks like. The one who met us on behalf of boss was a red parrot, so we don't even know if boss is a man or a woman. The woman paused. He hurriedly said, please believe us. We are really just following orders. We know very little. At this time, another woman's soul said again, our boss is the sect master of the Heavenly Secrets sect in the law enforcement circle. This is a very mysterious organization in the law enforcement circle. Many people in the law enforcement circle only know of the existence of the Heavenly Secrets sect. They don't know us at all, nor do they understand the Heavenly Secrets sect. We've never had any contact with them. So you're saying that you're all in charge of very secret operations? Qin Yin also realized that the traitor in Divine Moon Heaven City has a close relationship with the mysterious upper echelons of the law enforcement circle. This made him recall what Yu Tian said before. Although Mu Yu left the law enforcement circle, she still had special feelings for it. Maybe Mu Yu was the one who pulled the strings and let the traitor contact the law enforcement circle. Or maybe Mu Yu had joined forces with the Heavenly Secrets sect from the very beginning to plant the traitor in the Divine Moon clan and had never been exposed. Yes, our actions have always been very secretive. And we have never failed, the woman said, until we met you, we only failed. What kind of operation did you have before? Qin Yin asked, did you have any operation against the Heavenly Sword Formation? No, our previous operation was mainly against some races. We also secretly helped the Divine Kingdom of Heavens and the Emperors of Heavens, as well as the Bright Moon sect who went to Divine Moon of Heavens to spy on information. The woman said, Qin Yin, we will definitely cooperate with you. Please don't erase our memories. The souls of these black-clothed women are still useful to Qin Yin. They can help him understand the internal structure of the law enforcement circle. Qin Yin secretly memorized that Heaven Secrets sect. He wants to find out who planted the traitor. Even if it is Mu Yu, it is impossible for her to accomplish it by herself. Because the law enforcement world wants to contact the traitor, there must be a high-level member of the law enforcement world. Help. They are all in the same group. He must find out who are. Threatening the Divine Moon clan, Qin Yin rested for a while and then asked Little Phoenix to find Shui Tianzi, Zi Qingqing and Long Tianji. There are things inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit that they need to plant. Especially Long Tianji, she can help a lot because she can release many small clones. She could release many small lightning dragons before. Now, other than the small lightning dragons, she can also release many clones that are exactly the same as her. However, those clones are very weak. Although her clones are weak, they can quickly transform into small lightning dragons and escape. Even if the clones die, it won't have much effect on her main body. Long Tianji has a large number of clones. When sifting through a large amount of unfettered divine grass, she can quickly produce them and also smoke cigarettes. Qin Yin wants them to help him produce more unfettered smoke so that he can sell them in the future and exchange them for Divine Universe golden stones. Qin Yin transferred the Divine Yang heavenly soil to the pearl where Little White's divine sun is located. He also allowed the three of them to travel between the two pearls. The Divine Yang heavenly soil is a lotus-shaped land. It was originally very small, but it has grown very fast during this period of time. It seems like it has been affected by the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Therefore, the golden lotus has become bigger and bigger, more medicinal ingredients can be planted on it. When unfettered divine grass is planted on it, it grows even faster. This way, they can produce even more tobacco in a short period of time. And when it comes to roasting and refining tobacco, Ling Yuner and Yang Yang can cooperate with each other. There is no need for Qin Yun to intervene. Qin Yun is also designing a large tool to automatically smoke cigarettes. It can also be considered a kind of puppet. He has the heavenly puppet inscription spirit. It will be much easier and more convenient to make. As long as he creates the tool he wants, he only needs to inject his thoughts and the tool will automatically operate. With Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi watching over it, it can be quickly produced in batches. With alternate space ancient city guarding the through heaven sword formation, Qin Yin felt a lot more relaxed. Therefore, he can now have some free time to make the automatic cigarette-making equipment that he envisioned. This was not difficult for him. In fact, it was very easy. After all, he only needed to repeat a very simple action. First, he made a very large cylinder. This cylinder was more than 10 meters long, and a person had to bend down to walk through it. Then, he made many puppet arms and palms and installed them on the inner wall of the cylinder. When those hands moved nimbly, they could automatically roll cigarettes. He could make 2 or 3 of these things in a day, and he intended to make more than 10. Even if he made more, he wouldn't have enough unfettered divine grass, so 10 or so would be enough. The unfettered smoke that Qin Yun sold was also the ordinary kind. He would also make some high-quality special supply cigarettes and sell them at a high price. With the help of the cigarette-making equipment, Long Tianji doesn't need to be so busy. She only needs to help with harvesting the unfettered divine grass and sorting them. Qin Yun stayed in the chamber for a few days. Everything outside was calm. The blood moon and the dark moon were both in seclusion, and the entire heavenly sword array didn't have any big movements. The strange space ancient city is above the heavenly sword array. The law enforcement world didn't continue to attack. Sealing heaven 10 days is actually so quiet, this made Qin Yun feel somewhat uneasy. It made him feel like the calm before the storm. Could it be that the law enforcement world is letting go of this great opportunity? Qin Yun contacted many friends through sound transmission Divine Pearl to understand their situation. For example, there is no news from the Myriad Realms Divine Court. The nameless old man also said that this sealing heaven 10 days is so calm that it makes people uneasy. The reason why the law enforcement world created this sealing heaven 10 days is to carry out a great purge and suppress the forces that are resisting the law enforcement world in the myriad heavens divine desolate. Qin Yun, who is inside the heavenly sword array, is a 10-star anti-heaven thief. How could the law enforcement world let him go like this? Xiao Yun, you can't lower your guard. Sealing heaven 10 days will end in 3 days. Ling Yuner said, those people from the law enforcement world have lived for so long. Although they suffered a great loss before, it doesn't mean that they are all idiots. And, I will always be vigilant against them. Qin Yun bid farewell to Feng Yu and the others, then left Divine Moon Heaven City and headed towards the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. He hastily arrived at the inner hall of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop, opened the book and contacted Heaven Extermination. Grandpa, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Qin Yun shouted at the book and poured his mental power into it. Very soon, Heaven Extermination's figure appeared in the book. Looking at Heaven Extermination's appearance, he is currently flying. This book is similar to a magic mirror. Not only can it communicate through space, it can also see the other person's figure. However, it can only be used inside the Imperial Heaven Palace Hall. Little guy, what's the matter? Your grandpa, am running for my life. Although Heaven Extermination is saying this, it seems like he is very relaxed and from time to time he would look behind him. Who is chasing you? Qin Yun asked. Who else can it be? Of course it's those bullshit great sovereigns from the law enforcement world, they are chasing your grandpa's ass. Heaven Extermination said with mischievous smile, oh that's right, little guy, how are things on your side? Your lair wasn't destroyed, was it? No, the strange space ancient city is protecting me. Qin Yun said with smile, I rescued the strange space race, they are truly protecting my old nest. Many law enforcers have been taken away by the outsiders. What? Did you really save the outsiders? Heaven Destroyer exclaimed in shock, amazing. Back then, me and that foolish son of Heavenly Tao lost all face in the strange space ancient city because we patted our chest and promised that we could break the seal. But in the end, we failed. Grandpa, are those strange space race reliable? Xianxia asked. He has met in Wukong before, he knows that he is indeed a very good person but he is not sure. Of course they are reliable. Your pawnshop has strange space races playthings, otherwise you would not be able to contact me. The reason your pawnshop can teleport everywhere is because they have the knowledge of the strange space race. Heaven Extermination said, although I failed to rescue them, they provided us with a lot of space-related knowledge, but they provided us with a lot of knowledge about space. So that's how it is. Xianxia is somewhat surprised, he did not expect that the Imperial Heaven pawnshop space traversing ability would have such a great connection with the strange space race. In short, these people are very reliable. I really want to go to God Desolate to meet them and learn from them. Heaven Extermination finished speaking and then looked behind him. Grandpa, in the beginning of Heaven Sealing 10 days, the law enforcement world only came to probe. Later on, because of the appearance of the strange space race, a few of their sex people were captured. Is it because they don't dare to come? Xianxia asked. Of course not. The law enforcement world's people are very troublesome. If they did not come, then it is very likely that they are entangled with other matters. Maybe they found something in the center of God Desolate. In short, don't let down your guard, wait until the Heaven Sealing 10 days are over. Grandpa, have you heard of the law enforcement world's Heaven Secret Sect? Xianxia asked. What? You also know about the Heaven Secret Sect? How did you know? Did you provoke the Heaven Secret Sect? Heaven Extermination suddenly asked in shock. Xianxia shook his head, I didn't provoke them. I suspect that the Heaven Secret Sect planted a spy in Divine Moon Clan. I am now the acting clan emperor of Divine Moon Clan. Heaven Extermination's expression suddenly changed. Grandpa, what is it? Don't scare me. Xianxia saw Heaven Extermination's expression and became very nervous. You are in big trouble. The Heaven Secret Sect's plan is very big and very long-term. They are not in a hurry to win, they will use 10,000 years or even 100,000 years to achieve their goal. Heaven Extermination said, truth be told, your Heavenly Tao old man was killed by them, Heaven Secret Sect killed him. The previous Heavenly Tao was destroyed by the Heaven Secret Sect? Xianxia is very shocked. Yes. The Heaven Secret Sect is very good at planning, moreover it is very unexpected. Moreover, no one else in the law enforcement world knows about their plan. The Heaven Secret Sect is very independent. If they planted a spy in Divine Moon Clan and you are now the clan emperor, it means they are targeting you. That means they're targeting you. Heaven Destroyer's face was solemn as he said, quickly identify the traitor and then eradicate him. Xianxia jumped in fright. He thought that the spy was targeting Divine Moon Clan, he never expected that it was targeting him. How did the Heaven Secret Sect know that I would become the acting clan emperor of Divine Moon Clan? Xianxia is still somewhat puzzled, when did they start planning? Heaven Extermination said with frown, the Heaven Secret Sect's strength is their divine strategy and ingenuity, they can see through Heaven's secrets. It is very likely that they have foreseen something many years ago and you are a heavenly traitor, so naturally they will target you. In other words, there are many factions within the law enforcement world. They are doing the same thing but their methods are different, right? Xianxia took a deep breath. Indeed, the heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxy stipulated that the heavenly Tao must pass on its position at a specific time. But the heavenly Tao was unwilling, so the law enforcement world took action to destroy it. The heavenly Tao resisted and caused the law enforcement world to suffer heavy losses. But in the end, the Heaven Secret Sect secretly plotted many years ago, it caused the heavenly Tao to be destroyed. Heaven Extermination said, and you must be very cautious and decisive. Once you confirm that there is a spy, you must mercilessly kill him. Xianxia nodded, he now realized how terrifying the Heaven Secret Sect is. The souls of the black-clothed women he captured before were the outermost members of the Heaven Secret Sect, so they didn't know much, they didn't even meet the sect master. Grandfather, have you ever been targeted by the Heaven Secret Sect? Xianxia asked. Of course I have been done in by them, I was almost destroyed. These guys are truly treacherous. They didn't succeed in capturing me, but their plot against me was effective. It made me fall into dire straits until now. Heaven Extermination said, so they can't be considered to have failed. Even Heaven Extermination acknowledged the terror of the Heaven Secret Sect, then Qin Yun must be even more careful. There are still 3 days left of Heaven sealing 10 days. Qin Yun suddenly ran out to save Hua Yu and the others. He was not in Divine Moon Heavenly City at that time. If there is a traitor causing trouble, it will be very troublesome. Xiao Yun, it seems like the traitor will not target Divine Moon Clan, he will target you. You don't need to worry too much. Ling Yuner said. No. They attacked Hua Yu and the others before. A traitor provided them with their whereabouts, that's why they were ambushed. Qin Yun shook his head and said. He has now returned to Divine Moon Heavenly City and is inside Fragrant Charm Pavilion. Heaven sealing 10 days will end in 3 days. He will not go anywhere or do anything during these 3 days. He must ensure that he is in peak condition and ready to fight at any time. Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing are not keeping an eye on Dark Moon and Blood Moon. Hua Yu is in charge. Hua Yu is staying at Dark Moon and Blood Moon's residence. According to Xian Rujing and the others, Dark Moon and Blood Moon are in seclusion together. Many people can cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra in Divine Moon Clan, so it is very normal for them to cultivate together. Hua Yu is waiting at their residence. Qin Yun is very worried about Hua Yu. He took out Sound Transmission Divine Pearl and contacted her from time to time to ask her about the situation. Clan Emperor, what are you afraid of? This is Guanghan Palace, how can they dare to act recklessly? Besides, my strength is not weak. Hua Yu saw that Qin Yun is very concerned about her and her mood is not that bad. Qin Yun was still unsure if the Heaven Secrets chapter really had a spy planted in them or if it was planted by Mu Yu. If it was planted by Mu Yu, why would she do it? Hua Yu is very bored by herself, so she asked Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing to accompany her. Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue are Qin Yun's men. Hua Yu also wants to know more about Qin Yun, so she took this opportunity to chat with them to kill time and also reduce the anxiety in her heart. Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing are also very chatty people. And Xian Rujing and Qin Yun have met many times, especially Xian Rujing's past life and present life, as well as how she was deprived of her love thread and then had many entanglements with Qin Yun. This caused Hua Yu to exclaim in admiration again and again. Rujing, so it turns out that your love thread grew back after being deprived of it? How magical! Hua Yu exclaimed. My originally deprived emotion thread has returned and I have dual emotion thread. That is why I love that guy to death. Xian Rujing said with smile. Yi Yaoxue asked, Sister Hua Yu, does your Wangju really not mind Xiao Yun becoming your clan's emperor? This guy is a womanizer. Since big sister Xiang Yun wants him to be the clan's emperor, of course we don't mind. Hua Yu laughed, he's a playboy, then his heart was also broken by you guys. Sister Hua Yu, do you want to make his heart bloom even more? Xian Rujing said with chuckle. Even if I want to, I have to line up. Hua Yu laughed tenderly, I've heard that most of the beauties in the Guanghan Palace have been acquainted with the clan emperor for a long time. What's more, those damned girls in our clan, when they found out that the acting clan emperor was a man, didn't they treat him well? They put on clothes and ran around naked all day to attract the attention of the clan emperor. Yi Yaoxue suddenly said in low voice, Big sister Hua Yu, you understand big sister Xiang Yun very well. Then do you think it is possible that big sister Xiang Yun and Xiao Yun, wasn't there a rumor saying that after sleeping with Xiao Yun, big sister Xiang Yun imparted Divine Moon bloodline divine source to Xiao Yun? Hua Yu lightly shook her head and said in low voice, I also don't know. Probably not, you guys don't know, sister Xiang Yun doesn't have any love thread, she doesn't have any feelings towards men and women, moreover she is very disgusted with men from the bottom of her heart, she made Qin Yun our acting clan emperor. Because he is worthy of her trust. Moreover, he saved our Divine Moon clan, he is you guys as his guarantor and he is strong enough. Even if I don't have love thread, I can still regenerate. My love thread reappeared after being together with Xiao Yun. Xian Rujing mysteriously smiled, I think sister Xiang Yun might already have some signs. Don't speak carelessly about this matter, we can talk about it in private. Hua Yu lightly smiled and said, Actually, I also talked to Feng Yu and the others before, they are the same as me, they all think that Qin Yun and sister Xiang Yun are not possible. Yi Yaoshua said, I have to say, Xiaoyun is very capable, he can make Sister Shueiyue run away. It must be known that Sister Shueiyue used to hide in her room all day. It seems like she has lost interest in everything in the world. Look at her now, she is very busy inside and outside. Yes, I almost don't recognize her. Yes, I almost don't recognize her. Indeed, I almost don't recognize her anymore. Huayu covered her mouth and said with light smile, I didn't expect Sister Shueiyue to be so passionate on the inside. She didn't come out before. I guess it is because she wanted a man but couldn't come in contact with a good man. So she felt that everything in the world was boring. Xianrujing and Yi Yaoshua also laughed delicately. You too, don't say this to Sister Shueiyue, she will scold me. Huayu said with smile. We know. Yi Yaoshua nodded with smile. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by. Those 4 myriad realms divine suns still haven't appeared. It means that Heaven Ceiling 10 sun is not over yet. These 3 days have been very calm and tranquil. And Huayu's mood gradually became heavy. Once Heaven Ceiling 10 sun is over, she will have to face Dark Moon and Blood Moon no matter what. If they are truly traitors, she won't know what to do at that time. Even though she told Qingyun to deal with them decisively, but when it comes time to do it, she will be swayed by her emotions. After all, they are good sisters who grew up together. Law enforcement world doesn't dare to come? Those strange space race are so awesome. They actually scared the law enforcement world into submission. Yi Yaoshua said. Yi Yaoshua and Xianrujing also learned about Qingyun's experience in Strange Space Ancient City from Huayu. It is late at night, after tonight, Heaven Ceiling 10 sun will be over. Huayu's expression is very cold as she said, we must be careful. Law enforcement world might attack at the last moment. Yi Yaoshua and Xianrujing became vigilant. At this time, the door of Blood Moon and Dark Moon's seclusion room suddenly moved. Huayu and the others, who were already very vigilant, were immediately alarmed and looked at the door. Just as they looked over, the door suddenly opened. Huayu, you have returned, a voice came from inside. And, you two are really something, why are you in seclusion at this time? Sister Xiangyun is not here, we should be assisting the acting clan emperor. Huayu walked towards the door, her heart is thumping. Acting clan emperor is so capable, he doesn't need our assistance. Didn't he just exterminate heavenly divine nations and venerable emperors? Dark Moon's voice came from inside the room. Hearing these words, Huayu felt that something is wrong. Because she knows that Dark Moon and Blood Moon were in seclusion when Qingyun was fighting heavenly divine nations, they should not know about this matter. How do they know? Could it be that they were in contact with the outside world while they were in seclusion? Huayu, how do you know? Dark Moon asked, she is still inside the room. The room is filled with black gas, it is impossible to see anyone inside. Know what? Huayu said with frown, she should be the one asking Dark Moon and Xianrujing. Xianrujing and Yi Yaoshua are always watching us, did you arrange it? How do you know we are traitors? When Xianrujing and Yi Yaoshua were watching us, we did not expose anything. You were ambushed, that is a matter for later. Dark Moon's voice gradually became cold. Dark Moon and Blood Moon, you are indeed traitors. Huayu felt pain in her heart and shouted in cold voice. It seems like you already knew about this. Dark Moon said with sneer, Huayu, we are sisters, I hope you can tell us when we were exposed. Yi Yaoshua and Xianrujing are now in battle mode. We are sisters? What happened to you? You saved us before, we are like blood sisters, how did you become like this? Huayu shouted, why? Do you want to destroy Divine Moon Clan? Dark Moon groaned, Divine Moon Clan is a Tao tradition that goes against heavenly rules. We are just trying to correct heavenly rules and Tao tradition. Blood Moon, who has been silent all this time, said in deep voice, Huayu, look at your palms. Huayu, Xianrujing, and Yi Yaoshua immediately looked at their palms and discovered that their palms have turned black. There are many black runes on them. This is curse? Huayu's expression changed. Indeed, you are in our room, aren't you delivering yourselves to our door? Dark Moon laughed loudly and said, Huayu, if you want to live, quickly tell us, how did you discover us? Huayu firmly clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes are filled with tears, she yelled while crying, why? Why are you doing this? Because they are not dark moon or blood moon. This is Qin Yun's voice. He suddenly arrived at the door of the secret room. Seeing Qin Yun appear, Hua Yu cannot help but sit down on the ground and cry bitterly. She discovered that her heart is still too weak. She is unable to summon her courage at this crucial moment. Qin Yun, we underestimated you. But you will still die. Dark Moon said with sneer. Heaven's secret sect, if you have something to say, come at me. You harmed innocent people to deal with me, you will regret it. Qin Yun's eyes suddenly turned red. You know we are from Heaven's secret sect? It seems like our Heaven's secret sect is not airtight. You are very capable, you are the first person in history to know our Heaven's secret sect's operation. Dark Moon said. You are not Dark Moon or Blood Moon. Where are they? Qin Yun did not attack because he wants to find them. Dark Moon or Blood Moon? They were born from Mother Moon. If Mother Moon wants them to die, they will die. The old Dark Moon and Blood Moon are already dead, we are the new ones, we will replace them. Blood Moon laughed loudly and said. Qin Yun, Hua Yu, and the others have been hit by our curse technique. If you want them to live, kill yourselves. Dark Moon said. Qin Yun firmly grasped the divine saber, his heart is very conflicted. He still underestimated the ruthlessness of Dark Moon and Blood Moon. He thought that Dark Moon and Blood Moon's target was only him and they would not dare to act recklessly in Divine Moon Heavenly City. Even if they attacked, Hua Yu and Xian Rujing would be able to deal with them. But their curse technique is very strange, it actually quietly entered Hua Yu and Dark Moon's bodies. Qin Yun suddenly realized that the reason why Blood Moon and Dark Moon can curse so easily is because of the crescent moon mark on their forehead. That mark allows them to communicate mentally. Within a short distance, they can communicate with each other through the crescent moon mark. The reason why Hua Yu and Xian Rujing did not discover it is because there is something wrong with the mark. Qin Yun, quickly kill us. Dark Moon proudly laughed and said, so what if you can kill us? If you kill us, the three of them will be buried with us. Qin Yun is standing at the door of the secret room, he can sense that Dark Moon and Blood Moon's souls do not have any fluctuation of Divine Sun descendants. It means that after killing them, they will most likely die forever. Xiao Yun, quickly kill them. Xian Rujing's voice is very low. Xiao Yun, with your ability, you can surely help us break the curse. Quickly kill them or there will be endless troubles in the future. Yi Yaoshua anxiously yelled. They used our Divine Moon mark to curse us. Clan Emperor, if we let them live, our Divine Moon clan will be in great danger. Hua Yu gritted her teeth and said, don't worry, we will surely cross this calamity. Blood Moon fiercely shouted. At this time, a red shadow flew out of the secret room and howled with laughter, Qin Yun, you won't dare kill us. Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoshua are your beloved women, do you have the heart to see them die miserably because of the curse technique? Blood Moon came out and rushed towards Hua Yu. Shua, Qin Yun hacked with his saber, this saber strike is very steady and very calm, there is no energy wave at all. However, it is filled with furious destructive power, it landed on Blood Moon's body and instantly destroyed her body. Blood Moon is gone, her body has been completely destroyed by Qin Yun's 9 Sun World Extermination power through Imperial Heaven Divine Power. Her body has turned into dust and dissipated. Alright. Goodbye, Clan Emperor. We'll wait for you. Hua Yu said while laughing and crying. At this time, a huge red flower suddenly appeared under the feet of Hua Yu, Xian Rujing, and Yi Yaoshua and wrapped them up. Just as the huge red flower wrapped them up, many dark runes appeared on the surface of the flower bud. Qin Yun closed his bloodshot eyes, his entire body overflowed with a black-red evil aura. It's useless, they won't live for long. And you sneered, even if Hua Yu uses her secret technique to slow down the flow of time in the flower bud, they will all die in the end. The flower buds that were originally red suddenly turned black, and then gradually turned into a black mass of air. The curse that they were under was too terrifying. Qin Yun waved his hand and stored the 3 large flower buds. Then he walked into the secret room and said coldly, Heaven's secret sect, you will die miserably. Ridiculous, you don't even know where our Heaven Secrets sect is, you don't even know how many people our Heaven Secrets sect has. And you said with sneer, Qin Yun, our Heaven Secrets sect is not afraid of you. After Qin Yun entered the secret room, he discovered that there is a secret passage here. And you disappeared into the secret passage just now. Qin Yun learned that you has very formidable escape and concealment techniques. They can turn into shadows and hide in the darkness, no one can discover them. She must die. Qin Yun immediately took out sound transmission divine pearl to sense Feng Yu and Shui Yu's location. They are now together. Not good. Qin Yun's heart jumped. If Feng Yu and Shui Yu are also affected, wouldn't that mean? He immediately used Transcending Void Step, shuttled through space and rushed towards Shui Yu and Feng Yu. Shui Yu and Feng Yu are inside a large hall of Guanghan Palace. They are discussing how to increase Divine Moon Clan's strength. Just as Qin Yun arrived, he saw a black shadow wrapped around Shui Yu and Feng Yu. Clan Emperor. Shui Yu and Feng Yu discovered that Qin Yun has arrived. Furthermore, Qin Yun is in evil transformation state, he looks very frightening. Quickly defend, and Yu Shi. Qin Yun spoke and rushed over. However, the black shadow immediately floated away. A large number of black runes suddenly appeared on Shui Yu and Feng Yu's faces. Qin Yun, ha ha ha, you can't catch me. And Yu laughed loudly. Clan Emperor, what the hell is going on? Shui Yu is extremely frightened. She can feel her life force flowing away. What isn't you doing? She wants to kill us. In that instant, Feng Yu felt as if the world was collapsing. She is not in Yu, she is a spy planted in the Divine Moon Clan by the law enforcement realm. Qin Yun saw that they have become like this, and felt his heart ache. Ling Yun'er has already come out and hastily said, Xiao Yun, if this goes on, they will die. I have no other way. Qin Yun is incomparably dejected. Although he cultivates the Tao of Imperial Heaven, he is helpless in the face of this terrifying curse technique. Time stop can stop the curse technique from spreading. Wait until you find the method to undo it, then you can help them undo the curse technique. Ling Yun'er said anxiously, time will stop passing in the vicinity of a powerful nether sun, but this requires the nether sun to circulate at all times. Ling Yun'er said in urgent voice. Is my nether sun enough? Qin Yun asked. You and my nether sun together are enough. Give Huayu and the others to me. Quickly chase after in Yu. Ling Yun'er urged. Qin Yun immediately handed over the 3 Divine Moon Clan's kings, as well as Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoxue to Ling Yun'er. He followed the aura left behind by Yin Yu and hastily chased after her. On the way, he released a formidable aura. He did not have enough time to notify others. Now it is late at night. Heaven Sealing 10 Sun has also ended. Divine Moon's light pierced through the yellow clouds and shone down on Divine Moon Heavenly City. At this time an extremely formidable aura suddenly dropped down from the sky. After Qin Yun sensed this aura, he felt that it is very familiar and also a bit strange. This aura belongs to Yu Shangyun, but it is very formidable. This formidable divine power aura reminded Qin Yun of Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. When Heavenly Ghost Ancestor surpassed Divine Heavenly Monarch Realm, he had this kind of aura. Yu Shangyun has returned, she has inherited Divine Moon and her strength is very dreadful. Qin Yun feels very guilty in his heart because all 5 kings have met with mishap. They are like sisters to Yu Shangyun. Qin Yun's pursuit of Yin Yu has caused a great commotion. Their aura has already alarmed the entire Divine Moon Heavenly City. Many Divine Moon women came out one after another because this kind of commotion usually means that a great battle is taking place. Especially now that Qin Yun is using extreme evil devil divine power, it is the most dreadful. Adding Yu Shangyun's imposing aura, the entire Divine Moon Heavenly City is alarmed. Bai Suxin, Xiao Xianqin and many other core members hastily flew out. Yu Shangyun has returned. Just as she returned to Divine Moon Heavenly City, she discovered that 2 formidable auras are chasing each other. You can't run away. Qin Yun shouted at Yin Yu. Yin Yu flew above Divine Moon Heavenly City and suddenly stopped flying, she is floating in the sky. The dress on her body is actually tattered. She vigorously tore off the black dress on her body and her snow-white beautiful body suddenly appeared. What Qin Yun did not expect is that Yin Yu's face is actually covered in tears. She has a delicate and pitiful appearance. Where is the ferocious and terrifying aura from before? Qin Yun, you demon! You raped Xia, Feng Yu, Huayu. Shui Yu was raped and killed by you. And you cried out in grief and anger, and I was also brutally humiliated by you. Fortunately, I was able to escape. Qin Yun is startled because at this moment, Yu Shangyun is speeding up and flying over. When all the women in Divine Moon Heavenly City heard in Yu's words, their hearts suffered a great blow. And you, what happened? Yu Shangyun's voice came from afar. At this moment, Yu's body suddenly swelled up. Sister Shangyun, goodbye. I don't blame you for leading a wolf into the house, I only hate that I'm not strong enough. See you in the next life. If there is a next life, we will be sisters again. And Yu's voice was miserable as she shouted with tears in her eyes. Then, her body suddenly exploded. Boom, a loud sound jolted the dazed Qin Yun awake. The entire sky above Divine Moon Heavenly City vibrated with a strong wave of divine power. That is the Dark Moon's divine power. At this moment, Qin Yun inexplicably lamented in his heart. He finally knew how terrifying the Heaven Secret Sect's methods are. Yu Shangyun returned. She is not wearing her black armor and her expression is ice cold. Although her eyes are flickering with tears, they are filled with terrifying killing intent and anger. Qin Yun, what did you do? Yu Shangyun's ice-cold voice caused the entire Divine Moon Heavenly City to tremble. Her voice seemed to be squeezed out word by word from clenched teeth. Qin Yun's eyes flickered with red light. His head overflowed with a black-red evil aura, making him look even more evil. At this moment, many women also flew over. They couldn't believe that Qin Yun would do such a thing. However, Yu had indeed self-destructed. Furthermore, Shui Yu, Feng Yu, Hua Yu and Shui Yu did not come out, especially Little Phoenix, Xiao Xianxia, Bai Suxin and the others. They all looked at Qin Yun with sad and doubtful expressions. They did not believe that Qin Yun was that kind of person. Do you believe me? Qin Yun remained silent for a while and then slowly said. At this moment, he didn't retract the extreme devil god power because he couldn't die. If he was willing to be killed by Yu Shangyun, then Yi Yashue, Feng Yu and the others would also die. I used to believe you. Yu Shangyun's killing intent is very dense, her voice is ice cold to the bone. She tightly clenched her fists and furious divine power violently rushed out, causing the entire Divine Moon Heavenly City to tremble unceasingly. Qin Yun calmly said, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not, I will give you an explanation. I don't want to listen to your explanation, scram for me. Yu Shangyun furiously yelled. At the same time, the entire Divine Moon Heavenly City slowly floated up. Yu Shangyun wants to bring the entire Divine Moon Heavenly City away from the Heavenly Sword Formation. Blood Moon and Dark Moon are traitors, they were planted here by Law Enforcement World's Heaven Secrets Sect. And they are no longer Blood Moon and Dark Moon. I indeed killed Blood Moon with my own hands but I am not sure if she is truly dead or not. Feng Yu, Hua Yu, Shui Yu, as well as Yao Shui and Ru Jing, they were all poisoned by a malicious curse technique. I placed them in an environment where time has stopped. Wait until I find a method to remove the curse, then I will let them appear in front of you again. Qin Yun finished speaking and took out the silver dagger. It is also Yu Shangyun's Divine Moon Heavenly Spirit. Qin Yun flew out of the Divine Moon Heavenly City and floated in the air. He watched as the Divine Moon Heavenly City slowly rose and flew towards the Divine Moon. He took out the sound transmission Divine Pearl to contact Xiakiru but there was no response. Have they regained control of the Divine Moon? Qin Yun watched as the Divine Moon Heavenly City left and tightly gripped the sound transmission Divine Pearl. He swore that he would definitely eliminate the Heaven Secrets Sect. Although he hated the Heaven Secrets Sect to the core, he had no choice but to admire this mysterious and unfathomable Heaven Secrets Sect. If Yu Shangyun was that kind of ruthless woman, she would definitely destroy Qin Yun. Then, the Heaven Secrets Sect's plan to kill with a borrowed knife would be a success. No one would even know that the Heaven Secrets Sect was behind it. The Heaven Secrets Sect still misjudged people's emotions. They did not know that Yu Shangyun had very complicated feelings for Qin Yun, therefore, no matter how furious Yu Shangyun was, she did not kill Qin Yun. Forget about killing Qin Yun, she did not even move her hand. This also made Qin Yun feel even more melancholy. Yu Shangyun trusted him so much but the matter was ruined by him. All the Divine Moon Clan's king's titles were gone in an instant. This was a huge blow to Yu Shangyun. Qin Yun could understand her feelings, so he did not blame Yu Shangyun. Instead, he hoped that Yu Xiangyun would beat him up. Xiaoyun, you've already explained it. If Sister Xiangyun calms down, she will definitely come and find you to ask. Ling Yin'er said, look at how angry she is, but she didn't hit you. Sigh, no matter what. This is all my fault, I did not fulfill my responsibility as the clan emperor. If I had been more decisive and killed those two traitors earlier, so many things wouldn't have happened. Qin Yan blamed himself very much. You also have your own difficulties. After all, there is no evidence to prove that they are traitors, and this involves too much. Ling Yin'er comforted him. Qin Yan took out the sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Little Phoenix. Brother Xiaoyun, what's wrong? Little Phoenix's voice sounded very sad. Little Phoenix, I explained it before. You were there and you heard it. Please believe me, I will definitely give you an answer in the future. Qin Yan said, Feng Yu, Shui Yu, and Hua Yu, they are not dead, they are only cursed. Brother Yun, I believe you. Sister Shui Ru also trusts you. We've known you for so long and we know you very well. Don't worry, I'll explain it to the other sisters. Little Phoenix said. You don't have to help me explain to them. I will definitely let Shui Yu, Feng Yu, and Hua Yu go back. Only then can I explain it clearly. Qin Yan sighed and said, Little Phoenix, if anything happens in Divine Moon Heaven City, remember to inform me immediately. N. Little Phoenix agreed. Qin Yan flew back to the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. He has returned to his original appearance. At that moment, he received a message from An Wukong, asking about the mystic Moon Heaven City. Qin Yan did not say much. He only said that Divine Moon Heaven City had returned to Divine Moon Heavens. Then, he thanked An Wukong. After that, An Wukong left with the ancient city. He wanted to go somewhere near the Divine Court. On the way back to the Imperial Heaven pawnshop, Qin Yan contacted Ming Yong Tian and Ming Yunyue on Divine Moon of the Heavens to understand the situation. He found out that Wang Haoyue, the Bright Moon Sect master, has been in contact with the law enforcers. Apparently, they want to cooperate with them. Wang Haoyue doesn't want to be enemies with anyone. She wants to cooperate with them if possible. Qin Yan promised Ming Yunyue that he will repay the Divine Universe Golden Stone as soon as possible. Soon after, Qin Yan contacted Little Palace Spirit and Bai Si. He asked them to wait for him at the Heavenly Palace of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yan arrived at the Imperial Heaven pawnshop's inner hall and entered the meeting room. He also asked Yun Long, Dongfang Ying, Dongfang Bingbing, Netherworld Great Emperor, MOG, and other core members of the pawnshop to come over. Xiao Fuyun, what happened? Why do I feel that something is wrong with you? MOG is a woman after all, she can sense that Qin Yan's mood is not right. It's nothing, it's my personal matter. Granny MOG, the Imperial Heaven pawnshop will start moving around like before. You should be able to adapt, right? Qin Yan said with smile. Boss, we are already used to it. Dongfang Ying said, it's good that the pawnshop is moving around, we can discover more regions. Yun Long said, Boss, the situation in Divine Desolate is very complicated now. Moving around will help us understand the structure of Divine Desolate and discover new races. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will leave it to you to arrange. I might not come back very often in the future, so if Nine-Yang Divine Palace needs help, you must do your best to help. Yes. MOG and the others agreed. They also realized that Qin Yan is a bit different, so their expression gradually became grave. I will quickly spread the news of Nine-Yang Divine Palace's Palace King position. Even if I am no longer the Palace King, when Nine-Yang Divine Palace needs help, you must not refuse. Qin Yan warned again. Boss, what happened? Yun Long asked. I encountered a powerful enemy. They are very powerful people, I have to put aside everything and focus on dealing with them. Qin Yan also answered truthfully. Netherworld Great Emperor and the others became silent. The enemy Qin Yan spoke of is definitely very strong. Even if they want to help, they are powerless. Netherworld Great Emperor said, Xiao Fuyun, don't worry and deal with those powerful enemies. We will run the pawnshop well. If Nine-Yang Divine Palace needs help, we will also help. Then many thanks. Qin Yan stood up and waved his hand, hinting them to leave the meeting room. After they left, Qin Yan took out the book and contacted Heaven Exterminator. "Grandfather!" Qin Yan lightly yelled. 10 days of Heaven's sealing have finally passed, are you alright? Heaven Exterminator asked. I am still alive, I almost died. Qin Yan said with bitter smile, Heaven's secret sect is truly formidable, I almost died. Heaven Exterminator said, don't worry, you are still alive. Grandfather, where is Heaven's secret sect? How much do you know about Heaven's secret sect? I want to go find them. Qin Yan asked. I am also looking for them, but they are hiding very deeply, I can't find them. Heaven Exterminator shook his head and asked, Brat, how did they scheme against you? Qin Yan explained everything to Heaven Exterminator and then very guiltily said, Grandfather, I did not listen to you, I was not decisive enough in handling this matter. Don't blame yourself, everyone has weak points, they grasped your weak points. I was also in a similar situation back then. Heaven's secret sect has already missed this opportunity, if they want to attack you again, they will have to rearrange their plan and that will be many years later. Heaven Exterminator said, cultivate diligently, after you become stronger, you will slaughter Heaven's secret sect until not even a chicken or dog remains. Qin Yan thought that Heaven Exterminator would give him a good scolding, he really did not expect that Heaven Exterminator would actually understand him. Grandfather, is Myriad Heaven's divine moon under control again? Can you see Myriad Heaven's divine moon in Ancient Desolate? Qin Yan asked. I don't know about Myriad Heaven's divine moon's situation, but it is most likely controlled by that little girl Xianxia. Xianxia did not kill you, it means she still has some feelings for you. It is strange, her feelings were taken away by Muyu. There shouldn't be any feelings between man and woman. Her feelings were taken away by Muyu? When did this happen? Qin Yan asked in amazement. It happened many years ago. After she left the 9 heavens, she must have agreed in order to obtain Muyu's protection. I suspect that after Muyu left the law enforcement world, she was invited back, but nobody knows about this matter. So maybe she joined Heaven's secret sect later on. Qin Yan said with frown, if this is the case, then this matter was planned by Muyu? Why did she do all of this? Maybe because of some kind of obsession. Or maybe she separated her righteous and evil side, leaving the righteous side inside the moon and the evil side inside the law enforcement world's Heaven's secret sect. Heaven Exterminator said. Hearing Heaven Exterminator's words, Qin Yan secretly suspects that Muyu is very likely to be involved in this matter. Brat, no matter what, you must still be careful. Don't let that little girl Xianxia kill you. After all, she has crossed paths with Muyu, I am worried that Muyu can control her. Heaven Exterminator said, your soul has not matured to a certain level, so it is not immortal, you must remember that you are immortal and indestructible. I will remember. Qin Yan said. Wait until I stabilize, I will give you a few heavenly pig roars. Heaven Exterminator laughed and said, don't think too much, surviving is the way of the king. Many people have been killed by Heaven's secret sect, some even committed suicide, you can be considered very awesome. Qin Yan is even more worried about Divine Moon Heavenly City. After all, it is closely related to Muyu. After he cut off contact with Heaven Exterminator, he immediately went to Ninyang Divine Palace. First, he carved runes on some young and outstanding disciples, then he went to Inscription Palace to impart rune knowledge. Finally, he arrived at Heavenly Palace Pavilion. Young Palace Spirit and White Death are already here. The two of them are petite and exquisite, when they stand together, they look like a pair of delicate and charming sisters. Young Palace Spirit, White Commander, from now on, you are the Palace Kings of Ninyang Divine Palace. I will announce this matter. I, Qin Yan, will forever separate from Ninyang Divine Palace. Qin Yan said. Big Brother Palace King, this. Why? Young Palace Spirit hastily asked. We don't want to be Palace Kings. Apart from you, who is worthy to be Ninyang Divine Palace's Palace King? White Death promptly shook her head. You can do it. I believe in you. Qin Yan placed his hands on their shoulders and said with smile, I am going to do something even more important. Don't worry, the other elders of Ninyang Divine Palace have already promised me that they will listen to your orders. For many years, White Death has been in charge of managing Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Therefore, the elders of the various palaces all recognize her ability. Although Qin Yun spoke calmly, White Death and the little palace spirit could tell that the enemy Qin Yun was about to face was very strong. What made them even more worried was that Qin Yun had already made these preparations. Was he planning for the worst? "You will always be my big brother Palace King." The little palace spirit threw herself into Qin Yun's embrace and sobbed. N. Qin Yun smiled up by sea and said, "From now on, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace will be handed over to you. I originally wanted to give the position of Palace King to the older generation, but they all rejected it and appointed it to you two sisters. Palace King, I will definitely make the Nine-Yang Palace stronger." White Death's voice was powerful and his expression was firm. "I believe you." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Don't worry. If the Nine-Yang Divine Palace encounters any danger, I will definitely rush back immediately." Following that, Qin Yun left the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and headed for the Divine Inscription Mountain. He would only occasionally come to the Divine Inscription Mountain, but this place was operating extremely well. There was no need for him to worry at all. Qin Yun only wanted to reminisce with his old friends and tell them that he has stepped down from his position as Palace King. The members of the Inscription Gate all knew that Qin Yun had a lot of things to do. Furthermore, the enemy he was facing was very powerful. Even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. What they could do was to protect the Heavenly Sword Formation and help the Nine-Yang Divine Palace become stronger because it was Qin Yun's foundation. Qin Yun left the Inscription Gate and headed for Ziyang Villa to have a chat with the Elf Emperor, Zhao. When he arrived, Princess Feng Feng even greeted him sweetly. Qin Yun and Zhao were in an elegant small hall. "Brother Z, this is for you." Qin Yun took out a very large purple pearl and said, "I promise to give you a Divine Universe Purple Sun seed. This is a big gift." Zhao's hands were trembling when he received it. "Isn't the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box you gave me a huge gift?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "Brother Z, I need to go do some things. I might not be back for a period of time. You even spread the title of Palace King. Are you planning for the worst?" Zhao also knows that Qin Yun has many enemies and they are all very strong. "Not really. I, Qin Yun, will not be defeated so easily." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. "I just want to deal with my enemies seriously, this way I can have no distractions." Zhao nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Originally, I planned to personally kill the White Sun Elven Emperor, but I didn't expect that this fellow would be killed by Brother Qin in just a few moves. Then from now on, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace will be in Brother Z's care." Qin Yun patted Zhao's shoulder and said, "The Heavenly Sword Formation is already the home of our Purple Sun Elf tribe." Zhao laughed, "You can rest assured, we will definitely help the Nine-Yang Divine Palace with all our strength. I also plan to let some young people enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace to learn more." Qin Yun left Purple Sun Manor and immediately headed for Nine-Yang Royal City. The Nine-Yang royal family's clan emperor was Yushi, but Yushi had run off somewhere to carry out the goddess mandate. The person in charge of the Nine Suns royal family now was the Qin clan king. The Qin clan king used to call himself the Qin clan's the Arch. After the Nine Sun royal family was unified, the Nine Sun royal family's the Arch became the clan king. Qin Yun and the Qin clan king are old friends. Back then, Qin Yun learned many things from him. It was related to his bloodline. The bloodline of Qin Yun's body in this life has the bloodline of the Nine Sun royal family. Apart from that, there is something else hidden. Qin Yun has always been investigating this point. After greeting the Qin clan king, Qin Yun went to see Granny Qianghua. She also asked about Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu is in Divine Moon clan. Because of Qin Yun, she could easily enter the Guanghan Palace. She naturally knows about Qin Yun's matter in Divine Moon Heaven City. Other than White Sun Heaven City, Qin Yun went to greet all of the big cities in the Heavenly Sword Formation. Bai Suxin is not in White Sun Heaven City, so Qin Yun did not go. After Qin Yun opened the Heavenly Sword Formation, he contacted Little Phoenix. Bai Suxin just happened to be with Little Phoenix. "Xiao Yun, do you want me to talk to Sister Sheng Yun?" Bai Suxin asked through sound transmission Divine Pearl. "Regarding your matter, Sister Sheng Yun has already ordered that it must not be spread out. Don't worry, before the truth comes to light, it will not be spread out, not necessarily. Qinyan sighed, I have already made arrangements. I want to go find the law enforcement world's heaven secret sect. I heard from the little palace spirit that the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's palace king has been changed. You are no longer the Nine-Yang Palace king. Bai Suxin faintly sighed, why is it like this? Sister Xiangyun, sigh. She also doesn't know what to say. Because the 5 kings went through life and death with Yu Xiangyun, their relationship was so good, but now they are all gone. Among them, Blood Moon King was personally killed by Qin Yun and Dark Moon King self-destructed in front of Yu Xiangyun. In that kind of situation, no matter what Qin Yun said, he would not be able to explain it clearly. And it is already very rare that Yu Xiangyun did not attack him. You tell Aunt Xiao and the others, tell them not to worry too much. Qin Yun said. They all believe you. Bai Suxin said softly, Xiao Yun, wait for a while, I will go find Sister Xiangyun and ask her about it. No need. Qin Yun hastily said, wait until I save Shueiyue and the others, everything will be fine. Oh, that's right, did you say anything to her? She is in Fragrant Charm Pavilion, we don't dare to go in. Maybe wait until she calms down, she will be a bit better. Bai Suxin lightly sighed and said. Anne, don't provoke her. She suddenly lost so many sisters, she must be very sad. When Qin Yan closed his eyes, his mind is filled with Yu Xiangyun's resentful and killing intent gaze. You are also not feeling well. You were framed, but she cannot accept this matter for a while. Bai Suxin also feels that it is very difficult to deal with. Qin Yan said with smile, Suxin, don't think too much. Everything will be fine. You are in Divine Moon of Heavens, if anything happens, remember to contact me immediately. Got it. Bai Suxin replied. Although Qin Yan wants to leave, his teleportation pearl is at the Through Heaven Sword formation. If he needs it, he can return as soon as possible. Through Heaven Sword formation can lead to Divine Court Heavenly City, and from Divine Court Heavenly City can go to Divine Moon of Heavens. It is very convenient. Qin Yan and Bai Suxin are holding the rear, they are hesitating whether or not they should contact Yu Xiangyun. Yu Xiangyun also has the sound transmission divine pearl he gave her. Just as he was hesitating, his sound transmission divine pearl suddenly flashed and vibrated. Qin Yun, I want to meet you. Yu Xiangyun's ice-cold voice came over. Alright, where is it? Qin Yun is very happy in his heart, he is very surprised and immediately replied. Outside the Through Heaven Sword formation, after Yu Xiangyun finished speaking, she no longer contacted Qin Yun. Qin Yun is also near the Through Heaven Sword formation. He released the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and patiently waited. Yu Xiangyun arrived very quickly, Qin Yun did not even know when she arrived. She is wearing black armor that wrapped her entire body. She stood outside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, she has no intention of entering. Aren't you coming in? Qin Yun asked. Qin Yun, we are done. Yu Xiangyun directly said, her voice is ice-cold and emotionless. When Qin Yun saw that Yu Xiangyun took the initiative to see him, his heart was originally filled with joy, but now he can't help but feel pain in his heart. Don't worry, Shueiyue, Fengyue and Huaiyue, they will definitely be able to return. Qin Yun said, if possible, I will also try and see if I can find Dark Moon and Blood Moon. Don't explain anymore. I don't believe you. Yu Xiangyun said coldly, from today onwards, we will cut off all ties and owe each other nothing. Alright, I won't entangle myself with you. Qin Yan's eyes flashed with grief and said, I only hope that we won't become enemies. Yu Xiangyun did not say anything else, she decisively turned around and flew away. Qin Yan stood on the spot for a long time, then let out a long sigh and stored the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. He madly ran on the ground, he did not fly, as if he was venting the sadness in his heart. He ran towards the Divine Court Heavenly City for who knows how many days. Only when he was tired did he stop. At night, Qin Yan rested on a rushing river, looking at the divine moon in the sky. Just as he was engrossed in watching, the sound transmission divine pearl suddenly received news from many of his friends. After receiving the news, Qin Yan's brows furrowed. What's going to come will come. Qin Yan sighed. Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Ling Yan'er asked anxiously. The matter of me being in Divine Moon Heavenly City has been spread out. Suddenly, it spread out overnight, mainly saying that as the acting clan emperor of Divine Moon Clan, I suddenly turned into an evil devil and then raped and killed 5 dukes. Qin said. Ah? Didn't Su Xin say that Sister Xiangyun ordered not to spread it out? Ling Yan cursed him low. Voice, could it be that there is a traitor in Divine Moon Clan? Or is it that Sister Xiangyun is so angry that she spread it out? Qin shook his head and said, she wouldn't do that. She should investigate this matter thoroughly. Ling Yan said with some sadness, Xiaoyun, what about you? Don't you want your reputation? It's very unpleasant to hear. It's time for me to lay low for a while. This is also good. Qin is already mentally prepared. What made him gratified is that his friends trust him very much, they all think that it is just a rumor. Of course, only his friends believe him. However, many people in Divine Desolate believe that rumor. Because when Qin was fighting the divine nations outside Divine Heaven City, he used the extreme evil devil divine power and became very terrifying. His entire body is filled with dreadful evil power. In addition, there are law enforcers adding fuel to the fire, as well as some people who want to suppress Qin. They are constantly slandering Qin. Qin originally wanted to go to Divine Court Heavenly City, but because of the rumor, he did not go. He only greeted Xia Wufeng, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, and An Wukong through sound transmission Divine Pearl and thanked them for their trust. What made Qin somewhat surprised is that the nameless old man told him that Yu Xiangyun appeared in Divine Court Heavenly City and participated in a meeting in the Divine Court. She said that the matter about Qin and the 5 dukes of Divine Moon Clan is just a rumor. Qin then contacted the nameless old man and asked him about Divine Court's Heaven City. This was because he knew that Yu Xiangyun had gone to the Heavenly City of the Divine Court to attend some sort of meeting, and it should be something rather important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attended it personally. That meeting was mainly about the Divine Desolate Land and the Mystic Moon Land. The Arch of the Mystic Moon Race had said that a barrier would appear in the Mystic Moon Land. At that time, there would only be one entrance to the Mystic Moon Land. If you want to go to the Mystic Moon Land, you must go through that entrance. The nameless old man sent a message. Before this, he didn't know much about the meeting and only found out after the meeting ended. It seems like the Divine Moon has already been controlled by the Divine Moon Clan. Qin is somewhat doubtful because even now, he is still unable to contact Xiaqiru. It should be. The Divine Moon Land will still be open to the Divine Desolate. However, when you go to the Divine Moon Land, you have to abide by the rules there. The nameless old man said. What about the Bright Moon sect? Did you attend the meeting? Qin asked again. Yes. The Bright Moon Hierarch said that the Bright Moon Hierarch will be responsible for patrolling the Divine Moon of the Heavens. The nameless old man said, Grandpa Qin, what's the situation on your side? You're no longer the king of the 9 Yang Palace, and you've also left the Heavenly Sword Formation. What are you planning to do? Qin said, I just want to focus on fighting the law enforcement world. That was why he temporarily put it aside. By the way, has the law enforcement world sent anyone to contact the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms? Yes. The Grand Inquisitor had met people from the law enforcement world before. I heard that the law enforcers wanted to intervene in the Divine Court of Myriad Realms, but the Grand Inquisitor refused. The nameless old man was a little angry and said with a cold snort, these guys from the law enforcement world really think that they're invincible. What happened next? Qin was suddenly worried that the law enforcement world would attack the Myriad World's Divine Courtyard. If the Myriad World's Divine Courtyard was gone, it would be difficult to ensure the order in the Divine Wilderness. It would only become more chaotic. The Myriad World's Divine Sun is behind the Myriad World's Divine Court. Now that there are 4 Myriad Realms' Divine Suns, the law enforcers will have to think twice before going against them. The nameless old man laughed and said, Master Qin, you don't have to worry about the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms. The Heavenly Lion race and the Sun Dragon race were both present. It won't be long before they can confront the law enforcers. The Heavenly Lion race and the Sun Dragon race were both living beings at the core of the Myriad Realms' Divine Sunday. They could indeed improve very quickly, and there might even be experts that surpassed the Lord of Heaven. Even if they couldn't kill the descendants of the Divine Sun God, they wouldn't be able to take it if their bodies were destroyed one after another. There are 4 myriad realms divine suns, but only the core regions of the ancestor god sun and the second divine sun have races. The other 2 myriad realms divine suns should have races appearing soon, right? Qin Yan put away the voice transmission divine bead and looked at the 4 myriad realms divine suns in the sky. Xiao Yuemei is inside ancestor divine sun, Xiao Yuelan is inside second divine sun, Lui Shuyan is inside third divine sun and Yu Yu is inside fourth divine Sunday. The nameless old man also told Qin Yun that if a race of 3 divine suns appears, he will immediately inform Qin Yun. Qin Yun is currently in a desolate mountain. He took out the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and entered the first floor. Inside the soul-creating heavenly cauldron, there were also the souls of the black-clothed women. When Qin Yun went to investigate this time, he was surprised to discover that the souls of the black-clothed women had actually merged together. You guys merged? Qin Yun saw that there is a space inside the soul-creating heavenly cauldron. Originally, there were several souls inside but now they have merged into a very large ball. That very large ball of soul has not completely merged, so Qin Yun can see that there are quite a few souls superimposed on each other. We were originally one. The soul's voice came through, Qin Yun, I am a very capable person. Don't you think it's a waste to trap me here? There's no other way. If I don't trap you, I won't be able to do anything to your soul. What if you run back? Qin Yun said with smile. I won't run, I can sign a soul contract with you. The woman's voice came through, my name is Yu Yan, I am a very powerful person in the Heaven Secret Sect. Qin Yun's voice is filled with doubt, sign a soul contract? It seems to me that the souls of you Divine Sun descendants are not afraid of backlash at all. What we Divine Sun descendants fear the most is to sign a soul contract. Otherwise, how can they control us? Yu Yan sneered and said, there are many souls of the descendants of the Divine Sun God in the law enforcement world. After they obtain a body, they want to completely escape from their control, but how can the upper echelons let them do as they wish? Oh? Then you must have signed a soul contract with the Heaven Secret Sect. Qin Yan said with smile, how can you sign a soul contract with me again? Yu Yan said, Qin Yun, you have a medicinal liquid that can make the souls of Divine Sun descendants lose their memories. Then you must have a method to erase the soul contract imprint, right? Of course Qin Yun has it. Moreover, it is done inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He used the soul refining technique to refine the soul power of the contract. Yu Yan also wanted to tie herself to Qin Yun as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Qin Yun was unhappy one day, he might wipe her memories or use her as an experiment. Then, she would have to bid farewell to this colorful world. Of course I have it. However, you have to prove your value. Qin Yun said, you must know that in my eyes, you only have experimental value. When Qin Yun said these words, Yu Yan's soul is trembling, it is obvious that she is very afraid. I really have great value. Yu Yan quickly explained, the Heaven Secret Sect is very mysterious and one of the core of the law enforcement world. I should be the only person from the Heaven Secret Sect who has been captured. Qin Yun said with smile, if I can capture a person from the Heaven Secret Sect like you, I can also capture a second one. However, I was separated by the Heaven Secret Sect. In order to maintain their mystery, they must reduce their numbers, so they like to use one person as many. Yu Yan said, if I was not separated by them, I would be one of the top experts in the Heaven Secret Sect. In terms of soul, I am one of the top experts in the Heaven Secret Sect. I don't believe it. Qin Yun doesn't think that Yu Yan is very strong because the few of them were captured by him in an instant. Once you lose me, you will regret it very much. Yu Yan explained with all her might. She wants to prove her value, otherwise she will become a test subject. Then why don't you fuse with your own soul? Are you that willing to be split up by them? Qin Yun asked. They split up our souls. First, they can reduce the number of people and second, they can weaken our strength. Inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron, the contract soul power can't produce any effect, that's why I can fuse with them. Yu Yan said, however, because of that contract, I can't completely fuse with them. I can't completely fuse with the soul power. Qin Yun said, then can you take me to the Heaven Secret Sect? He wanted to go to the Heaven Secret Sect now. If he could really find the Dark Moon and Blood Moon, he wouldn't feel so guilty. I can't guarantee it because even I don't know how to get to the Heaven Secret Sect. Yu Yan said, but I know where the law enforcement world is. After going to the law enforcement world, it will be much easier to find the Heaven Secret Sect. Alright, I will help you refine the contract soul power and help you fuse it perfectly. Qin Yan transferred Yu Yan's soul from another space of the soul creation heavenly cauldron to the most important soul refining space. He told Yu Yan to cooperate and not resist. Not long after, the contract soul power was completely refined by Qin Yan. Although Yu Yan knew that Qin Yan had this kind of method, she never thought that Qin Yan would be able to do it so easily and quickly. One must know that this kind of contract soul power is the shackles of many powerful divine sun descendants in the law enforcement world. Many divine sun descendants dream of getting rid of it. Qin Yan can easily get rid of it, so Yu Yan can't help but admire Qin Yan. Then, new contract soul power was poured into Yu Yan's soul. She and Qin Yan signed a soul contract. After signing, Qin Yan took out the Gemini treasure mirror, opened the soul creation heavenly cauldron and shone it on Yu Yan's large soul. After the Gemini treasure mirror's profound fusion heavenly runes power shone on the soul, Yu Yan's soul quickly fused with it. This caused Yu Yan to be extremely apprehensive because it is very difficult to fuse with her soul that has been separated. Even the upper echelons of the Heaven Secret Sect would need a lot of time to fuse with her soul. And Qin Yan just used a mirror to look at it and actually succeeded. A ball of light floated in front of Qin Yan. It is the soul of a divine sun descendant and it is a very strong one. Those 9 heavens divine body from before were all destroyed by me. Qin Yan spread his hands and said, I just wanted to test how strong those 9 heavens divine bodies are. I didn't expect them to be destroyed by me in just a few moves. You didn't do anything disgusting to my body, did you? Yu Yan's voice came out. Hey, I am your master right now. What are you saying? Could it be that I am that bad in your eyes? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. In any case, from what I know, you are a great sex fiend. You raped hundreds of Divine Moon Clan women in Divine Moon Heaven City. Yu Yan said. Qin Yan spread his hands and said, Alright, it seems like your Heaven Secret Sex people all think so. This must have been premeditated long ago. No matter what, you are my master now. Do whatever you want to me, I won't complain a single word. Yu Yan's voice is filled with helplessness. Her soul suddenly flashed and a spatial fluctuation arrived. There is actually a storage magic tool hidden inside her soul. She immediately opened the storage magic tool and released a sparkling and translucent jade-like body. That body's figure is very good, it can be said to be perfect. Her face is very exquisite and beautiful. Why aren't you wearing anything? Qin Yan said, do you divine sun descendant souls always carry a body? This is a body I secretly created. The other divine sun descendants are not as astute as me. They also don't have the resources I have. I already said that my ability is very strong. Yu Yan's soul entered that beautiful and flawless jade white body. However, after her soul entered the body, it did not immediately fuse with the body. Her body began to tremble and blood began to appear under her snow-like skin. Qin Yan used the Gemini treasure mirror to look at Yu Yan's body and opened his heavenly eye to study it. He is truly looking at Yu Yan's body without any distracting thoughts. As soon as he opened his third eye, he found that there was something wrong with his body. Yu Yan's soul was in the process of fusing with her body. If not for Qin Yan's help, her soul would not have been able to fuse with her body. Instead, there would have been a rejection, which would have caused her body to suffer great damage. Qin Yan was an expert in this field. After a careful inspection, he shook his head repeatedly. What happened? Although Yu Yan was still fusing with her body, she could still notice Qin Yan. She asked hurriedly when she saw Qin Yan shake his head. I admit that your body is very beautiful, but it looks good, but it's useless. Qin Yan shook his head and said, did you do it yourself? Very weak. I'm not a professional, and this body was secretly made by me. It's already pretty good that I can do this. Yu Yan was now able to speak through that body, and her voice was very pleasant to hear. If it wasn't for my help, you wouldn't have been able to fuse with this body. Qin Yan said, even if I help you fuse successfully, the final result will be very different from what you expected. Yu Yan gritted her teeth and said, since I'm already yours, why don't you help me? She also just recalled that according to the rumors, Qin Yan's level of inscription is quite good. Hello? What do you mean you're mine? Don't take advantage of me. Qin Yan said with smile, how can it be that easy to be my woman? Yu Yan is startled. Previously, she really thought that Qin Yun was a perverted devil, but now, she feels that Qin Yun has no interest in her at all. She began to wonder if the body she created was not beautiful enough, because in front of Qin Yun, this body did not seem to be attractive at all. Soon, Yu Yan's soul fused with her body. She wanted to stand up, but it was very stiff and she could barely sit up. Now that they are inside the Nine Suns sky-raising pagoda, she is not afraid of people coming over. Although this body is a puppet body, Yu Yan still cares very much. Even if Qin Yun saw it from the side, she would feel very uncomfortable. Qin Yun walked over and picked her up. Are you going to do something bad to me? Yu Yan is somewhat flustered. She immediately said, Qin Yun, although this is a body I created, I will not allow you to act recklessly with me. This is the first body I've created. Don't you dare sully me. Qin Yun never expected Yu Yan to care so much about her body. Didn't you say before that I can do whatever I want? Qin Yun looked at her beautiful face and said with a smile. At that moment, Qin Yun was looking at her face at such a close distance. He could not help but marvel inwardly. Yu Yan's beautiful brows were curved, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her rosy little mouth was like a cherry, and her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with resentment and embarrassment. I do whatever you want. Yu Yan closed her eyes and acted as if she was at his mercy. She was waiting for the storm to ravage her body. The curved eyelashes under her eyebrows flickered, and her tightly closed eyes overflowed with tears. Qin Yan really doesn't know what kind of woman she is. Because in his eyes, Yu Yan is a vicious and merciless assassin. But now, she seems to be so chaste. Furthermore, this body is just a half-baked product that she created herself. Other than looking good, there is really nothing good about it. It is impossible to move freely, she can't even stand up. Just as Yu Yan closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, waiting for the fierce storm to arrive, she suddenly felt her body fall into warm and comfortable water. She opened her eyes and discovered that she was soaking in a large cauldron. She could not help but say, "You think my body is dirty, right? This water is no ordinary water. Your body is too weak, I am helping you reform it." Qin Yan said, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Yu Yan originally wanted to say something, but she saw Qin Yan take out many jars and jars. Over the years, Qin Yan has collected a large amount of materials, mainly all kinds of powerful blood and the like. Furthermore, the liquid extracted from the divine sun can be used together with powerful blood. For example, the moon flame divine liquid he obtained from the core of the divine moon of the heavens. Now, in his small bottle, it is fused with the sun flame liquid and turned into the sun moon divine flame liquid. This kind of sun moon divine flame liquid is very suitable for tempering the body. Why can't my body move? Which step did I go wrong? I think I did quite well. Yu Yan saw that Qin Yun is very serious about mixing all kinds of powerful liquid and knew that Qin Yun sincerely wants to help her. There are many mistakes in this body you made. I can't explain it clearly. Even if I did, you wouldn't understand. Qin Yun mixed a bowl of liquid and poured it into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron where Yu Yan is. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron became the size of a bathtub, just enough for Yu Yan to soak in. I can learn, I will remember. Yu Yan has a very unconvinced look. It's useless even if you remember. Because this requires talent and inscription. You need to use a large number of complex runes. Although there are runes inside your body, those runes are not perfectly embedded in your body. Qin Yan said, therefore, all aspects of your body are not good enough. Every part of your body isn't good enough, just like a cripple. Yu Yan cursed in low voice, those damned old fellows, they actually lied to me and said that if I stick those talismans on my body, I can imprint the runes stored inside the talismans into my body. There are such talismans, but it's very difficult to make them and there's no point in making them. It's better to directly carve runes on your body. Qin Yan poured several bowls of liquid into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and said, it might be painful later. Just bear with it. Oh right, can you feel pain? Yu Yan shook her head and said, "No, I don't feel anything right now." Qin Yan said, "If you can feel pain, it means that your body is close to our state." Yu Yan doesn't know what kind of medicinal liquid Qin Yan is soaking her in. She only feels very comfortable and her body is gradually becoming aware. This kind of feeling is very strange, something she has never felt before. One must know that she has fused with her body several times before, but she has never felt this kind of feeling. It even made her feel that her soul and flesh have perfectly fused together. Qin Yan, your level of inscription is really not bad. However, the law enforcement world has never paid attention to your ability in this aspect. Yu Yan's arms can already move. She tried to stand up, but after standing up, she suddenly squatted down and hid under the liquid. "I've already seen it, what are you afraid of?" Qin Yan said with smile, "I still have to carve runes later." "If you mind, then forget about carving runes." "Is there a big difference between carving runes and not carving runes?" Yu Yan asked. Because this body was created by her, she hoped that it would be close to perfection. "Big, it's very big." Qin Yan held the floating cloud divine needle and injected the divine moon Tao image into it. He said, "If you carve my runes on it, maybe it will be much stronger than your 9 heavens divine body." 9 heavens divine body is the strongest body we can obtain in the law enforcement world. Even some law enforcement great sovereigns use 9 heavens divine body. Yu Yan said with a look of disbelief. "I can smash that kind of tattered body with one punch." Qin Yan said, "If you want me to carve runes, you can do it now." "Then let's do it." Yu Yan thought about it and felt that since Qin Yan has seen her, Qin Yan would not do anything to her. So she agreed. Qin Yan walked over and placed his hand on Yu Yan's back. Then he injected a strange divine power into her body. Suddenly, a powerful devouring power surged out from her body and sucked all the medicinal liquid inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron into her body. Soon after, Qin Yan used gravity to control her to float up and lie down on the ground. Then he began carving runes. Through the heavenly skull inscription spirit, totem inscription spirit and many other inscription spirits, he released blood spirit power and carved several sets of totems. Yu Yan is a descendant of the divine sun and uses swords. Therefore, Qin Yan carved sun dragon totem and sword totem. In order to increase her defense, he also carved divine tree totem and black tortoise totem. Finally, he also carved divine moon totem and nether moon totem. When the runes were carved into her body, Yu Yan can feel all kinds of formidable divine power flowing through her body. Qin Yan spent an entire day to finish carving. He is also somewhat tired. He said, "Alright, this is the sun and moon divine body I modified for you. Since you said that your performance in the Heaven Secrets sect was very outstanding, then your perception must be very good. Go and feel the benefits of this body." "Do you have clothes?" Yu Yan sat on the bed, she hugged her body and said in low voice, "Men's clothes are also fine." She doesn't have anything on her body. "I have women's clothes, take a look and see if they are suitable or not." Qin Yan spoke, then asked Xianxia and others for more than 10 sets of women's clothes. They are all very beautiful. He took out more than 10 sets of clothes from the 9 Sun Divine Soul and threw them on the bed, piling them on Yu Yan's body. "Why do you have so many women's clothes? Did you steal them? Why do you even have underwear? Don't tell me you have this kind of fetish?" Yu Yan looked at Qin Yan with a strange expression. Then she went to pick out those clothes and tried them on her body. Qin Yan said, "No need to choose, I'll give them all to you." Xianxia, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji also made some clothes from time to time inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul, so they have a lot. Yu Yan sniffed the clothes and said, "They have the body fragrance of other women. At least 3 women's clothes. You really stole other people's clothes. You pervert, answer me honestly, have you ever worn them? If you have, I don't want them." Qin Yan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Yu Yan actually suspected him of being a big boss in women's clothing. "These clothes are all my women's. You will see them in the future." Qin Yan rolled his eyes and said. Yu Yan only snorted and no longer said anything. She chose a purple dress and put it on. She said, "These clothes are really beautiful, did they make them?" "Yes. They are in my storage magic tool, I just asked them for them." Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I am not as dirty as you think. Thank them for me. Yu Yan did not say anything else. Yu Yan tied up her hair and paced back and forth to familiarize herself with her new and powerful body. You want me to help you capture your enemy? Qin Yan said with a smile, will you not bring me to the law enforcement world if I don't help you? Wait, I am your master. How can you negotiate with me? Yu Yan said very seriously, you don't know, those two guys are very important. They're all from the Heavenly Mystery sect, and their positions are higher than mine. In the Heaven's Secrets sect, there were several levels of Heaven's Secrets dark assassins, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and king rank. I'm at the earth stage, and the two fellows I want you to capture for me are at the heaven stage. She saw that Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled and continued, heaven-level dark assassin of Heavenly Secret, they know even more secrets. Definitely more than me. Not only are they my enemies, but they are also a way for us to find the Heaven's Secrets gate. Alright, how strong are they? Asked Qin Yun. Among the Divine Heaven Monarchs, you are invincible. They are all Divine Heaven Monarchs, you can definitely take them down. Yu Yan is very confident in Qin Yun and said. What grudge do you have against them? Are they male or female? Qin Yun asked curiously, since all of you are undercover agents of Heavenly Secrets, you should have a good relationship, right? Yu Yan shook her head and said, they are all men. Every dark agent of Heavenly Secrets has their soul divided into several parts, so we can form a small team. As long as he became a heaven-rank hidden assassin of Heavenly Secrets, his soul could be reconstructed and he could obtain greater authority. The process of promotion was very competitive. There was a test every 10 years, and only one person could be promoted. Therefore, before the assessment, some fellows will use all kinds of crafty schemes to mess with you, making it impossible for you to pass the assessment smoothly. Qin Yun understood as he nodded and said, in that case, those two fellows have messed with you? That's right, I was tricked twice in a row, causing me to fail the test. Of course, this is something that the higher-ups of the Heavenly Secrets sect love to see. They believe that this way, they can cultivate even more outstanding hidden agents of Heavenly Secrets. By breaking away from them, I naturally don't need to follow their rules. I can take my revenge. Qin Yun himself was plotted against by the Heaven Secrets sect, causing his reputation to be in shambles. He was even misunderstood by Yu Shangyun so deeply. Therefore, he had to figure out the situation of the Heaven Secrets sect and exterminate them. Little Yen, have you ever heard of a curse? It should be from the Heaven Secrets sect. Qin Yen explained in detail what happened when Shueiyue and company were hit by the curse. Of course, he didn't mention anything about Shueiyue and the others. He only said that he had seen this kind of curse before. It was extremely terrifying and difficult to dispel. Only in an environment where time was still could it stop its spread. After Yu Yan heard this, she asked with a very serious expression, Qin Yun, where have you seen this curse technique? From Yu Yan's reaction, Qin Yun knew that she had definitely seen it before. I have a friend who has been hit. Can you tell me what kind of curse it is? How can I undo it? Asked Qin Yun. According to your description, this might be the Terminator Profound Kill curse. Only the upper echelons of the Heaven's Secrets sect have this kind of curse. They are usually refined into talismans or beads. It is very difficult to make. Yu Yan said with a frown, your friend was hit by this curse? That only the upper echelons would have it. Could it be the upper echelons of the Heavenly Secrets sect? Other than the upper echelons of the Heaven Secrets chapter, who else can do it? Asked Qin Yun. If it's not the upper echelons of the Heaven Secrets sect, then they must have given the talismans to their subordinates to use. Yu Yan frowned and said, if that's the case, then only a king-level hidden assassin of Heaven's Secrets would be qualified to accept such a mission. Use the Terminator Profound Kill curse. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. The Dark Moon and Blood Moon were king-ranked dark informants of Heaven's Secrets. Are there many king-ranked dark agents of Heaven's Secrets? Qin Yun asked again. I don't know if it's a lot or not. I've never been in contact with the upper echelons. I don't even know much about the circle of the Skygrade Dark Assassins. Yu Yan shook her head. Then let's go find those two heaven-tier hidden assassins of Heaven's Secret. Qin Yun said. Yu Yan jumped on the spot and used her divine power to hit the ground. She was still familiarizing herself with this body. She said, I only know where they will be. We'll only hide when we're on a mission. When we don't have a mission, we'll act like normal people. Of course, we'll spend most of our time walking around the various cities of the Divine Desolate. A person like Yu Yan who held a grudge would definitely pay attention to the movements of her enemies. This was not only to prepare for revenge in the future but also to prevent the enemy from striking first and gaining the upper hand. One by one. Although Qin Yan wanted to go to the Heaven Secrets sect as soon as possible, he knew that it was useless to be anxious. The Heaven Secrets sect was not easy to deal with and it was also very mysterious. He had to take it one step at a time. What made him more anxious was that Shueiyue and the others had already been hit by the Terminator Profound Kill curse. He didn't understand this kind of curse technique and didn't know how to undo it. And finding the Heaven Secrets sect to inquire about it was the fastest way. One of them should be in Bright Moon City. Yu Yan said, as long as we find that one, we can find the second one. Could it be that they are in cahoots? Qin Yan said in shock. They are brothers. After Big Brother tricked me, he told his little brother to trick me. Because among the Earth-level hidden assassins of Heavenly Secrets, I am the most outstanding. The other Earth-level hidden assassins of Heavenly Secrets all gave up on the assessment. If I hadn't been tricked, I would have been a Heaven-level hidden assassin of Heavenly Secrets. When Yu Yan spoke of this matter, her beautiful face became ice-cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Of course, she also knew that they were all descendants of the Divine Sun and couldn't be killed. At most, they could only destroy each other's bodies. As long as their bodies were destroyed, they would be unable to move for a period of time. Qin Yan could guess that Yu Yan's body must have been destroyed by the two brothers, causing her to be unable to participate in the assessment. Even if she could quickly obtain a body, because she couldn't adapt to it in a short period of time, it would affect her performance and cause her to be unable to pass the assessment. Alright, let's go to the Divine Moon of the Heavens immediately. Shall we fly over or go through the teleportation formation? Qin Yan asked. Let's go to the Divine Court Heavenly City first. I'll go there and inquire about the news. Yu Yan asked Qin Yan for a mask to cover the lower half of her face. Qin Yan's current location was not far from the Divine Court Heavenly City because he had planned to go there to find his old friend. But later on, there were rumors about him, so he didn't want to go. Qin Yan and Yu Yan immediately set off. Qin Yan also disguised himself as a middle-aged man. Not long after, Yu Yan and Qin Yan entered the Divine Court Heavenly City. Not long after entering the city, Yu Yan found out that Qin Yan's matter in the Divine Moon Heavenly City has spread. She is not very surprised because this is clearly the work of the Heavenly Secrets sect. What surprised her is that the Heavenly Secrets sect can actually set up a trap in the Divine Moon clan. Yu Yan is very familiar with the Divine Court Heavenly City. She brought Qin Yan to a very large restaurant and entered a private room. Then she ordered a waiter to help her find someone. Qin Yan is eating and drinking in the private room. The Heavenly Secrets sect is very powerful, you have experienced it, right? Xianxia trusted you so much that she let you become the Divine Moon Clan's empress. Then this kind of thing happened. It can be said that it perfectly made Xianxia hate you to the bone. Yu Yan said. Qin Yan said with smile, you are wrong. The Divine Moon Clan's empress doesn't hate me to the bone. She even helped me refute the rumors in the Divine Court Heavenly City. Yu Yan groaned and said, then you are wrong. How can she admit to this kind of scandal? She let a man become the Divine Moon Clan's empress and then caused 5 dukes and hundreds of clan women to be raped. Isn't this the same as inviting a wolf into the house? She will definitely wash her hands of this matter. She didn't even admit that she let you become the Divine Moon Clan's empress. Whatever you say. Qin Yan picked up a piece of meat and ate it. It is very delicious, he cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Xianxia has already surpassed Shen Tingyuan's stage. She is so powerful but she still let you run away. I have to say that your life is really good. Yu Yan truly knows that Qin Yan is the current Divine Moon Clan's empress. Now she also knows that Qin Yan is a good person, he is not a perverted devil like the rumors say. You are wrong again, she didn't even do anything. If she beat me up, I would feel very comfortable. Qin Yan sighed and said, but she only told me to scram and from now on, we will never meet again. Yu Yan looked at Qin Yan wolfing down the food and said, "What's so good about these things? With your cultivation, do you still need to eat this kind of trash? Being able to eat is a blessing." Qin Yan said with a smile, "Don't you want to try?" "No, I've eaten before, it's like eating the soles of a shoe." Yu Yan turned her head away. "That's because your previous body was too weak, you didn't even have a sense of taste." Qin Yan laughed and said, "The Sun Moon divine body I created for you is the same as a real human body. It can allow your soul to sense any sensation your body comes into contact with." Yu Yan's face is filled with suspicion. She crossed her arms over her chest and is filled with disgust towards the delicious dishes on the table. Qin Yan directly grabbed a piece of meat and said, "If you still feel like eating the soles of a shoe, then it means that the body I created for you still has flaws. I need to improve it, otherwise it will have a great impact on you. Seeing that you helped me transform my body, I'll take a bite." Yu Yan's expression looks like she wants to eat feces as she opened her mouth. Although she smelled the fragrance of the food, in her memory, this kind of food is very unpalatable. The main reason is because her previous body had no appetite and no sense of taste. She opened her plump little mouth and stuck out her fragrant tongue. The tip of her tongue gently touched that piece of meat. An unprecedented feeling suddenly spread from the tip of her tongue to her entire body. Soon after, she instinctively bit that piece of meat and gently chewed it in her mouth. "Is it delicious?" Qin Yan looked at the change in her expression and could not help but laugh. He said, "You look like a child who has eaten candy for the first time and then wants to eat again. You're awesome. You helped me improve my body, it really makes me feel different." She picked up the chopsticks on the table and began to eat. This is the first time she felt the wonderful feeling of delicious food. It made her feel like she was addicted. At first, she was rather reserved and wanted to maintain the appearance of a lady. But gradually, her table manners became even uglier than Qin Yan's. The Heaven Secrets sect obviously knew that Yu Yan's body had been killed and the person in front of him should also be from the Heaven Secrets sect. Therefore, when he saw that Yu Yan had a new body, he was extremely shocked. Who doesn't have one or two hidden bodies? Yu Yan said indifferently, "There's nothing to be surprised about." The black-cloaked man glanced at Qin Yan but did not say anything. He walked in front of Yu Yan and asked, "Master Yu, what business do you have with me? That guy from Bright Moon City, how are you keeping an eye on him?" "I'm going to find him," Yu Yan said. He's still in Bright Moon City and his relationship with the upper echelons of the Bright Moon sect is extremely good. It's not a good time for you to make a move against him," the black-cloaked man said. "As long as he's still in Bright Moon City." "Oh right, don't tell anyone about my new body," Yu Yan said. "Be at ease and do your job. Quickly become an Earth-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets and withdraw." "Yes, Master Yu." After the black-cloaked man finished speaking, he hurriedly retreated. Yu Yan immediately ordered a table of dishes. Qin Yan did not eat and let her eat to her heart's content. He did not expect that Yu Yan would become a foodie so quickly. "Master Yu, are we really going to Bright Moon City to capture people? That's Wang Haoyu's territory." Qin Yan also laughed and teased, deliberately calling her Master Yu. Qin Yan actually did not want to cause any big trouble in Bright Moon City. "You should just call me Little Yan." Yu Yan wiped her rosy lips and said, "Let's go to Bright Moon City first. You can capture people however you want, it doesn't have to be in Bright Moon City." Qin Yan also knew people in Bright Moon City. Moreover, they were Bright Moon Saintess and Bright Moon War God, Heavenly Evil War God. Other than Ming Yunyue, Heavenly Evil War God could also help a lot. Ming Yongtian also had a strong network of connections and could help him gather information. Qin Yan and Yu Yan went to the teleportation formation together. When they arrived, they realized that they did not have many Divine Universe Golden Stones. It was not enough to cover the teleportation fees. Helpless, Qin Yan could only go to the Spatial God's villa. The Spatial God generously gave Qin Yan a jade token that allowed him to use those teleportation formations for free. As such, Qin Yan and Yu Yan were smoothly teleported out of Divine Moon City. In the past, they could directly teleport to Mystic Moon Heaven City. Later on, when the Divine Moon of the Heavens Barrier appeared, a platform was built outside the Divine Moon of the Heavens Barrier, specifically for teleportation. After teleporting to this platform, they would pass through a special entrance and enter the Mystic Moon World barrier before descending onto the Mystic Moon land. When they entered, the person in charge of the inspection was from the Bright Moon sect, not the Divine Moon clan. The Divine Moon of the Heavens has now formed a force. There are several Yu clans in the Moon's heart. Those Yu clansmen are all very strong. They were abandoned by their own clan's emperor. In the end, they might even be loyal to Xiaqiru and Yu Shengyun. After they controlled the Divine Moon of the Heavens, Wang Haoyue should also stand on their side. This way, the Moon clan would be united. Qin Yan had the spatial god's token in his hand, so he easily passed through the inspection. He brought Yu Yan through the barrier and landed on the Mystic Moon land below. The barrier formed a transparent bubble that covered the entire celestial moon. It could not be seen from the outside, and it could only be sensed when one was close. After passing through the barrier, they were still quite a distance away from the Mystic Moon world. There was a plaza below, which was specially used for landing. After landing on the plaza, there was a large road that led to Bright Moon City. Qin Yan looked around and did not see Mystic Moon Heaven City. He took out Little Phoenix's soul-chasing talisman and found that it was pointing underground. This meant that Little Phoenix had already entered the moon's heart. If it entered the moon's heart, then he would not be able to contact Little Phoenix through the sound transmission Divine Pearl. Qin Yan hurriedly took out the sound transmission Divine Pearl and tested it. Not being able to maintain contact with Little Phoenix made Qin Yan feel very regretful. But thinking that Mystic Moon Heaven City had moved to the moon's heart, it would definitely be safer. Qin Yan used the sound transmission Divine Pearl to contact Ming Yongtian. When Ming Yongtian saw that Qin Yan was contacting him, he immediately comforted Qin Yan and told him not to be affected by those rumors. He also said that he would immediately come out to pick him up. Qin Yan had previously given Ming Yongtian a lot of special cigarettes. It was because of these special cigarettes that Ming Yongtian was able to live a good life. Although he was no longer a high-ranking disciple of the Bright Moon sect, his life was much better than before. Yu Yan also now knew that Divine Moon of the Heavens had changed so much. If not for Qin Yan, it would not have been so easy for her to come to Bright Moon City. Ming Yongtian had a small flying ship. He drove it out to pick up Qin Yan. Although Ming Yongtian was a middle-aged man, his face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. He was dressed very luxuriously and had the temperament of a noble. He looked like the kind of person that should not be casually provoked. Qin Yan boarded the ship with Yu Yan and asked, "Brother Ming, what is the current situation of the Bright Moon sect?" With the Divine Moon clan taking the lead, they have established a Divine Moon alliance in Divine Moon of the Heavens. The Bright Moon sect has also joined the Divine Moon alliance. In addition, there is also the Ice Moon Divine Clan, Fire Moon Divine Clan, Thunder Moon Divine Clan and Wood Moon Divine Clan. Ming Yongtian laughed mischievously. Suddenly, a large number of people with the same bloodline as us appeared in the Earth's core. The reason why Ming Yongtian was so happy was because this would allow his business to get better and better. Right now, he had contracted a few very small mines, and there were even a few teams that specialized in digging Divine Universe Golden Stone, as well as reselling some things. Qin Yan looked at Yu Yan and said, "Who are you looking for?" "Just tell Brother Ming, he will help us find the person." Yu Yan promptly took out a pen and paper and quickly drew a portrait of a person. The drawing is very lifelike. She handed the portrait to Ming Yongtian and said, "Brother Ming, I want to find this person. He should have close contact with the upper echelons of the Bright Moon sect. There are many upper echelons of the Bright Moon sect. There are vice sect master, protectors, elders, first sect masters and so on. He looks very familiar. I think I saw him with the fifth elder before." Ming Yongtian looked at the portrait and recalled, "Oh right, this guy seems to be from the Heaven's Divine Nation. He was in charge of cooperating with the fifth elder on behalf of the Heaven's Divine Nation. The Heaven's Divine Nation is finished." Yu Yan said, "Then why is this guy still in the Bright Moon sect?" "The people of the Heavenly Secrets sect are in the Bright Moon sect and they are together with the upper echelons." Qin Yan faintly sensed that the Heavenly Secrets sect is plotting against the Bright Moon sect. This? I don't know either. After I return to the Bright Moon City, I will confirm whether or not it is this guy. Ming Yongtian put away the portrait. Qin Yan took out a box of cigarettes and handed it over to Ming Yongtian. He said with smile, Brother Ming, sorry to trouble you. Old cousin, why are you being so polite? Ming Yongtian took the box of cigarettes with a grin. He opened it and took a whiff, then exclaimed in admiration, "Aya, this is much better than the special supply cigarettes from before." Qin Yan still owes Ming Yongtian's little sister 15 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. This is a very large amount. Now that he thought about it, Ming Yunue is truly capable and also very risky. She actually helped him collect so many Divine Universe Golden Stones and even dared to lend them to him. Those Divine Universe Golden Stones are all inside the Through Heaven Sword formation and given to Xianxia and the Mountain God to use. After all, it is energy. Not much was consumed during the 10 days of sealing the heavens. If the Mountain God swallowed those Divine Universe Golden Stones and evolved, he would be able to plant a Divine Universe Golden Stone tree inside the Divine Rune Divine Mountain. Then he wouldn't have to worry about Divine Universe Golden Stones anymore. Ming Yongtian has a very large moon house in the city. The moon houses that can float in the air are the residences of the high-ranking disciples of the Bright Moon sect. The other disciples and shops can only build moon houses on the ground. Although Ming Yongtian's moon house is big, it is not the biggest one here. There are many high-ranking disciples who have even bigger moon houses and they are stacked on top of each other. After Qin Yan arrived, Ming Yongtian also contacted Ming Yunue and asked her to come over. Ming Yunue is the Bright Moon Saintess. Her business is also very big. Her Crystal Moon Workshop is also a famous equipment shop in Bright Moon City. Rumors and slanders about Qin Yan have naturally spread to Bright Moon City. There is a faint power behind this, spreading rumors about Qin Yan. Moreover, the more they spread, the more outrageous they become. And no matter how they spread it, no matter how they vilify Qin Yan, no one dares to doubt Qin Yan's strength. After all, he is a person who killed the sovereigns of the heavens and destroyed the divine nations of the heavens. Moreover, he also fought against the law enforcement world and became a 10-star anti-heaven thief. No one dared to underestimate his strength. Ming Yunue is wearing a long silver dress. Her jet-black long wavy hair draped over her shoulders, making her cold and elegant face match with her fluffy and plump long wavy hair. It is able to outline her domineering side, making her have the aura of a strong woman. "Old cousin, I've heard about your matter. I don't believe it's you." When Ming Yunue entered the hall, a very strong aura accompanied her. Even Yu Yan was shocked. "Of course it's not me," Qin Yan said with a smile. Ming Yunue glanced at Yu Yan and asked, "Who is she?" Qin Yan said, "She is Xiao Yan, my follower. Trustworthy." Yu Yan has signed a soul contract with Qin Yan. To put it bluntly, she is Qin Yan's female slave. What surprised Yu Yan is that the woman in front of her is very similar to the Bright Moon Saintess. When Yu Yan was in the Heaven Secrets sect, she understood the Bright Moon sect and also saw Ming Yunue's portrait. "Xiao Yan, this is the Bright Moon Saintess, Ming Yunue," Qin Yan said. "Xiao Yan greets the Saintess." Yu Yan was alarmed and hurriedly bowed. She never expected Qin Yan and the Bright Moon Saintess to have such a good relationship. Qin Yan also realized that Ming Yunue's strength had increased by quite a bit. It should be because she had obtained the Sun Soul that her cultivation had increased. "Brother Ming, take out that portrait and let Yunue see it," Qin Yan said. Ming Yongtian took out the portrait and handed it to Ming Yunue. Ming Yunue took the portrait and looked at it. She snorted and said, "This stinking bastard." In the Bright Moon sect's main hall, he stood behind the fifth elder and refuted me time and time again. I wish I could pinch this grandson to death. I wonder where he came from. "What's his name?" Qin Yan asked. "He's called Great Master Tianyu. It's said that he's an inscription master." Ming Yunue gritted her teeth and said, "It's this bastard who made me lose at least 1,000,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones." "Sister, is this true? The next time he comes out, I'll cover his head with a sack and beat him up." Ming Yongtian immediately jumped up. He now had some strength. Among the divine heavenly monarchs, only those 7 or 8-star divine heavenly monarchs could fight Qin Yan to a draw. Even the 9-star heavenly monarchs could not guarantee that they could take down Qin Yan. It is true that the heavenly fiend war god is a divine heavenly monarch, but when facing a divine sun descendant, even if he won, it would be useless because the soul of a divine sun descendant could immediately run away. You really don't need that little demon Xianxia to make a move? Ming Yingyue said, old cousin, it's not convenient for you to expose your identity right now. Although Yu Shangyun had refuted the rumors before, many people still believed that Qin Yun had done those things in the past. It was just that it was inconvenient for Yu Shangyun to admit it. Only Qin Yun's friends believed him. The others were skeptical, and even more people thought that Qin Yun's reputation was already in tatters. Qin Yun said with a smile, I don't need to expose myself to deal with such a small character. Don't worry, I won't make a move in Bright Moon City. If the commotion is too big, it will alarm the Divine Moon Alliance. Ming Yingyue said worriedly, the Divine Moon Alliance has to maintain order in Divine Moon Heaven City. If there is a conflict and they intervene, it will be troublesome. The Alliance's patrol team is not weak, they are the elites of the Alliance. Ming Yongtian nodded, people like the Heavenly Fiend War God will be sent to the Alliance's patrol team. Don't be afraid, I can definitely hide very well. Qin Yun had stepped into the Dao God realm, his strength was much stronger than before. Although he had just stepped into the Dao God realm, he believed that he would not stagnate in this realm. As long as he found an opportunity, he would be able to quickly break through. Alright then, old cousin, you must be more careful. Even if you are discovered, you must not be caught. Ming Yingyue could not wait for Qin Yun to get rid of that great master Tianyu. Little sister, how did great master Tianyu trick you? Ming Yongtian said, if old cousin helps you recover your losses, can you repay the debt? Ming Yongtian was more concerned about Qin Yun's debt. After all, he owed more than 10 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. This was a very heavy sum in his eyes. Don't talk about repaying the debt. I'm not in a hurry to get the Divine Universe Golden Stones back. Ming Yingyue said casually, as if she did not care about it at all. You have to return it. Yingyue, you are the one who raised it. If you don't return it, you will be under a lot of pressure. Qin Yun also sincerely wants to return it. Bro, how about this? You and my sister can be a couple. That way, you don't have to return it. My little sister is a rich woman. Before Ming Yongtian could finish speaking, he felt Ming Yingyue's piercing glare, and he immediately swallowed his words. Yu Yan was secretly shocked as she watched from the side. She could naturally tell that Qin Yun and Ming Yingyue were on extremely good terms. According to the information she had heard before, the Bright Moon Holy Maiden was unmoved by force or persuasion. We'll talk about those debts later. Cousin, help me get rid of Great Master Tianyu first. I've been unhappy with him for a long time. Ming Yingyue pounded the table. Every time she thought of this person, she would be very angry. It could be seen that Ming Yingyue was scammed quite badly by Master Tianyu. Qin Yun said, lure him out of Bright Moon City. Leave the rest to me. Soon after, he looked at Yu Yan, indicating for her to say more about Great Master Tianyu. It would help them plan ahead of time. After Yu Yan understood, she quickly said, Great Master Tianyu is a descendant of the Divine Sun. He is proficient in the Tao of Inscription and has mastered several powerful incantations and formations. In addition, he can use inscriptions to search for mineral deposits. That's right, I originally wanted to take over a small mine from a protector. However, this fifth elder suddenly appeared and wanted to snatch that mine from me. That damned protector did not keep his word. Just because fifth elder offered a high price, he transferred that small mine to fifth elder. When Ming Yingyue said this, she could not help but grit her teeth. Qin Yun said, then, you found a treasure under that small mine, right? Ming Yingyue exhaled angrily and said, after discovering the treasure, that damned protector was jumping up and down in anger. He even blamed me, saying that if I hadn't bought the small mine from him, he wouldn't have sold it. But, what does this have to do with Great Master Tianyu? Ming Yongtian asked. This is all Great Master Tianyu's doing. Because at the beginning, it was Great Master Tianyu who wanted me to buy that mine. Only I could persuade that protector. That damned protector promised me that if he saw fifth elder offer a high price, he would sell it to him. Ming Yingyue cursed in low voice, I only found out later that Great Master Tianyu and fifth elder colluded. Ming Yongtian patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, old cousin, help my little sister take a look at her recent luck. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and shook his head, there are no signs, it can be considered stable. What about me? Ming Yongtian hastily asked. You are the same, I already saw it before. Qin Yan said with smile. What luck? Yu Yan is completely confused. It depends on whether you will be unlucky or lucky. Ming Yongtian said with smile, little girl, you are old cousin's follower, don't you know this secret technique? Qin Yan looked at Yu Yan, she is the same, there is no sign of any change in her luck. Yunue, let's start with that small mine. There are treasures under that small mine, they didn't take them away, right? Qin Yan asked. No, it's very difficult to take them away. The information I have gathered is that there is a naturally formed barrier under that small mine, they still can't open it. Ming Yunue said, that mine is Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine and that treasure is most likely that it's a formation core. It's very likely that the formation core produced by this mine is a magic tool or something like that. Ming Yongtian became excited after hearing this and said, this is a good thing. Naturally formed magic tools and divine weapons, not only are they powerful, they are also very valuable. Generally speaking, it is easier to breed them in areas with a lot of energy. Let's go now. Qin Yan wants to quickly take down Great Master Tianyu so that he can go to the law enforcement world as soon as possible. In order to avoid suspicion, I won't go. I'll tell you where it is. Ming Yunue took out a map and spread it out on the table. Because she had a dispute in that small mine before. If something happened there and she was found at the scene, it would be troublesome. Now that the Mystic Moon Alliance was present, even if Ming Yunue was the Bright Moon Saintess, she would not be able to escape once the Mystic Moon Alliance chased after her. The Mystic Moon Alliance was led by the Divine Moon Clan. All kinds of mineral deposits on the Divine Moon belonged to the Divine Moon Clan. If the mineral deposits were discovered and the Divine Moon Clan allowed it, it could be mined. However, a portion of the benefits would be given to the Divine Moon Clan. If the mineral deposits were transferred, the Divine Universe golden stones obtained from the transfer would be given to the Divine Moon Clan. In addition, the Divine Moon Clan had the greatest authority. They could order the mining to stop. If anyone did not comply, they would be chased out of the Divine Moon. This was also what Qin Yan had learned from Ming Yongtian and Ming Yunue. The siblings were both in business, so they were very clear about this. Therefore, if Qin Yan were to make a move on the mineral deposits, once he was caught by the Divine Moon Alliance, he would definitely be taken away by the Divine Moon Clan. This was also something that Ming Yunue was very worried about. Qin Yan brought Yu Yan and left Bright Moon City. He followed the map and flew towards the small mine. The Fifth Elder's small mine was quite far from Bright Moon City. It would take several hours of high-speed flight to get there. For experts like Qin Yan and Yu Yan, they can fly very far in just a few hours. Qin Yan, that guy has mastered a curse technique. If you encounter him, you must be careful. Yu Yan warned. How is his curse technique compared to the Terminator Profound Killing Curse? Qin Yan is rather curious. It's definitely not as good as the Terminator Profound Killing Curse. However, once you are hit by his curse technique, it will be quite troublesome. Yu Yan said. Qin Yan suspected that curse techniques were similar to talisman crystals. They were all powerful moves that could be stored. The difference was that the curse technique's power was not too great. After being hit by the curse technique, the body would be destroyed by the curse technique's mysterious power. I'm not afraid of the 7-star Heavenly Monarch. How is that guy's strength compared to the 7-star Heavenly Monarch? Qin Yan had previously scared a 7-star Heavenly Monarch level sect master to the point that he directly threw away his body and ran away. He is only stronger than the 7-star Heavenly Monarch. You must know that the Heaven rank hidden assassin of the Heaven Secret sect is a first-rate expert even in the 18th sect. Yu Yan said, the sect masters you faced before are definitely far inferior to Great Master Tianyu, so powerful? Qin Yan said in astonishment. Yes, the Heaven Secret sect is that powerful. If it was a king-level hidden assassin of Heaven Secret, they would be even stronger. Yu Yan sighed and said, it's a pity that I have never come into contact with a king-level hidden assassin of Heaven Secret. Qin Yan suspected that the Blood Moon and Dark Moon he met before might be a king-level hidden assassin of Heaven Secret. Especially the Dark Moon's strange power, it is rather difficult to deal with. Several hours later, Qin Yan and Yu Yan arrived at the top of a tall mountain and finally saw the small mine. It is located in the middle of a group of tall mountains and dug out a very large pit. There are many huge pillars inserted around the pit, forming a great formation to protect the pit. The treasure that Ming Yunyue spoke of should be in that mine. Can you sense that great master Tianyu? Qin Yan asked. If he is nearby, I can more or less sense a bit. Yu Yan looked around and shook her head. He is not nearby right now. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the sky above the mine. He discovered a blue energy wave. It is not energy wave that can be produced by the crystal moon divine iron. Wait for me here. I'll go take a look and be back soon. After Qin Yan became invisible, he flew towards the mine. Yu Yan was at the top of the mountain. She thought that she could grasp Qin Yan's whereabouts, but she quickly lost track of where Qin Yan went. How can this guy's invisibility technique be so strong? There is no fluctuation at all. Yu Yan snorted and said, if he were to hide and peek at other people bathing, wouldn't it be very easy for him to succeed? Qin Yan stealthily approached the barrier. No one could discover him. The pit is very big, it is impossible to send people to surround the pit tightly. They only sent a few small teams to patrol the vicinity. The patrolling people all have a kind of tool that can detect soul fluctuations. Generally speaking, even the most powerful Shantian monarch would find it difficult to escape the detection of this tool. Therefore, the fifth elder and the others can be at ease. In addition, Great Master Tianyu is very confident in the barrier he set up. He believes that even if someone could break it, it would definitely cause a great commotion and it would take a lot of time. Qin Yan arrived beside an array pillar. He looked at the runes inside the array pillar. It is indeed very brilliant. If he wanted to break it, it would indeed take a lot of time. If he let Momo come out, she should be able to get rid of it in a short while. However, it would cause a great commotion and would definitely alarm the enemy. Those guys might have teleportation magic tools. If there is any commotion here, they can immediately teleport over. Qin Yan thought for a moment and decided to sneak into the mine to see if he could take away the mysterious treasure. Qin Yan is not afraid of the fifth elder and great master Tianyu. He only wants to quietly enter the mine to steal the treasure. He tried using the mysterious penetration divine ability but was unable to pass through the barrier. This barrier can prevent energy from penetrating. If I use the mysterious penetration divine ability, the energy in my body will be blocked by the barrier. Qin Yan promptly stopped. If he continued to try, it would definitely cause a great commotion. Since the mysterious penetration divine ability cannot be used, he used Void Crossing Step. Void Crossing Step can cross space, but if it is faced with a powerful barrier, the space inside the barrier will be strengthened, making it difficult to open a spatial passage. Qin Yan is now facing such a problem, but it is not difficult for him. If it was in the past, he would have let the little queen ant come out. But now, he can use the power of the nether sun to distort space and make it weak. Through the power of the nether sun, space changed and became thin. Qin Yan then used Void Crossing Step to easily pierce through space and enter the barrier. I'm in. Through the heavenly eye avatar in the sky, Qin Yan can see the people around the mine. They did not sense anything at all. Qin Yan's heavenly eye avatar is hidden in the sky. He can clearly see Yu Yan using a telescope tool. She squatted behind a rock at the top of the mountain and stuck her head out to secretly look at the mine. After passing through the barrier, Qin Yan maintained his invisible state and fell into the depths of the pit. It was pitch black below. When he neared the bottom, Qin Yan sensed a faint fluctuation of divine power coming from below. Is this the naturally formed barrier? Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked down into the darkness. He soon saw a blue energy wave fluctuating at the bottom of the mine. This was the naturally formed boundary. So magical, I wonder what it is. Qin Yan saw the blue energy wave floating above the mine when he was at the top of the mountain in the distance. Now that he was at the bottom, he knew that the blue energy wave was released by the naturally formed barrier. This kind of naturally formed spirit formation was very strong. It was unknown how it was formed. It is said that many of the runes that have been passed down were created by people studying this kind of seal. Through the heavenly eye, Qin Yan can see even more clearly. When he saw the densely packed flowing runes, he can't help but frown. He has many kinds of inscription spirits, but none of the runes he is looking at have touched his inscription spirits. In other words, the runes on this natural formation do not correspond to the type of his inscription spirit. One must know that Qin Yun has mastered so many inscription spirits that it can completely cover a large number of common types of runes. And this powerful natural formation in front of him is something he can't see through. This means that the runes used might be extremely rare. In this kind of situation, Qin Yun can only invite his little master out. Little Momo, I'll have to trouble you. Qin Yun carefully released Momo. At the same time, he raised his vigilance to prevent any sudden situation from harming this cute little fairy. Momo is a magical fairy and also a high priest. She was born with the ability to communicate with all kinds of runes and evolve them. Even if it's a hidden rune, once it's communicated with Momo, she can see it. Therefore, even if Momo encounters a rune she has never seen before, she can quickly figure out what type of rune it is. Especially now that her cultivation is very high, when she interacts with those powerful runes, she can obtain even more consciousness of the runes and thus understand even more. Momo, is this a moon rune? Qin Yun asked. This is a rune naturally formed in the heavenly divine moon. It should be a moon rune, but I can't sense anything through the moon lady inscription spirit. It's not a moon rune. Momo said softly. Big brother, wait patiently. Let me take a look again. We found a very interesting rune. All right. Qin Yun carefully held the beautiful and adorable fairy in his hands. He used his heavenly eye to observe the situation around the mine. Big brother, this is a rune and it's a living rune. Momo said with some excitement. Living rune? Qin Yun is slightly alarmed. What does this mean? Daoyan rune? It's a Daoyan rune, but it's even more advanced. It's a rune that has evolved into mycelium. I've never seen this kind of rune before. This should be a new type of rune. Momo said excitedly. Big brother, don't harm this set of runes. It's alive. Qin Yun recalled the bloodline heavenly rune. It seems like it has life. However, he is still unable to open the box and see the true appearance of the bloodline heavenly rune. Then how do we break this barrier? Qin Yun now realized why Grandmaster Tianyu and the others are unable to break this barrier. The barrier is very strong. If we attack it with brute force, not only will we not be able to break it, we will also suffer a counterattack. Momo said, according to my investigation just now, this set of runes can absorb energy. After many attacks, the runes won't be able to contain the energy. Then, the stored energy will erupt out and cause a counterattack. Runes turned into mycelium? Shouldn't they be very weak? Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and indeed saw many threads like a huge net enveloping the bottom of the pit. Great formations formed by runes are usually like this. The only difference is that this formation produces a kind of blue energy wave. This kind of energy wave is very strange. Upon closer inspection, it indeed looks like a fluctuation produced by the fusion of life, divine power, and soul. It can't be. As long as the fungus queen inside the barrier is not destroyed, the fungus queen can continuously absorb energy and then regenerate the mycelium. If it evolves again, the mycelium will be visible to the naked eye. It will be as big as tree roots and grass vines. Momo flapped her wings and said, Big brother, I might be able to make the inscription fungus queen appear. I'll try and see if I can make the inscription fungus queen follow me. All right. Qin Yun is very excited because this is a new discovery. This is one of the formidable states of the existence of runes. Grandmaster Tianyu is unable to break it. This means that even the law enforcement world's Heaven Secrets sect knows very little about runes in this state. Momo is currently communicating with the inscription fungus queen. Not long after, Qin Yun suddenly saw that the dense net of runes suddenly began to shrink towards the edge. Not long after, a large blue mushroom appeared at the edge. Qin Yun immediately flew over while protecting Momo happily landed on the large mushroom and even jumped on it. The mushroom is still elastic. Momo is a little fairy the size of a palm. The large mushroom is like a cushion for Momo to sit on. Is this the inscription fungus queen? Qin Yun said in pleasant surprise. Then wouldn't it be able to form that kind of seal in an instant in the future? NN. And it's very strong. Momo hurriedly nodded and said, Big brother, don't underestimate this inscription fungus queen. It's stronger than the formation barrier formed by the formation pillars and formation flags. She listens to you? Qinyan asked. She listens to me. I said that I have a lot of delicious food and she followed me. Mo smiled and said, Big brother, I want to bring the little fungus queen in to play with sister Yang and the little queen ant. Sure. Qinyan hurriedly placed Mo and the inscription fungus queen in and looked into the depths of the pit. Qinyan finally understood that the inscription fungus queen was guarding this place to absorb energy to grow. And there was indeed something in the depths of the mine. Qinyan was still unable to see it because it was still hidden under the soil. Grandmaster Tianyu and the fifth elder were blocked by the inscription fungus queen, so they were unable to dig down. The treasure was also not unearthed. Without the inscription fungus queen blocking, Qinyan opened his heavenly eye and easily looked down. Soon, he discovered a black furnace below. It's a furnace, is it naturally formed? Qinyan was delighted and immediately used the mysterious penetration divine ability to rush down. After he rushed down, the furnace also discovered him. It was actually able to move underground and it panicked and randomly bumped into it. The furnace was immediately grabbed by Qinyan and it doesn't look small at all. Friend, don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Qinyan hurriedly transmitted his voice through his mental power. The furnace should be a divine object formed from heaven and earth energy. It has its own consciousness and it looks very pure. When it heard Qinyan call it friend, it immediately calmed down. After Qinyan grabbed the furnace, he discovered that it is actually soft and not sturdy. He doesn't know what it can be used for. What the hell is this? Forget it, let's go back first. Qinyan put away the black furnace and immediately left the mine. Yu Yan very seriously observed the situation around the mine. She is very worried about Qinyan and has been searching for his whereabouts. Just as she was very focused, Qinyan suddenly patted her shoulder, causing her to let out a strange cry. You. I was almost scared to death by you. Yu Yan was so scared that her soul almost left her body. She snorted in displeasure and said, You actually didn't enter the mine. Were you hiding behind me to peek at my beautiful back? Qinyan slapped her butt and said with a smile, What's so good about you? I've entered the mine, and I've even broken the enchantment down there to retrieve the treasure. Really? Why didn't you do anything? According to my observation, the barrier that Grandmaster Tianyu set up on the mine is very strong. He used 108 array pillars. This barrier is very sturdy, it's very difficult. Before Yu Yan could finish speaking, a boom sound was heard. When Yu Yan heard the explosion, she immediately crouched down and looked at the mine. She saw a huge pillar exploding from the middle. She looked at Qinyan in shock because she had been paying close attention to the surroundings of the mine, but she did not notice Qinyan. Not only did Qinyan take away the treasures in the mine, he also secretly placed something on the pillar that could explode. If he was in the Heaven Secrets sect, he would definitely be a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets. Although I have never seen a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets, I feel that you are on par with them. Yu Yan said in admiration. Little Yan, aren't you underestimating me too much? How can those king-level hidden assassins of heavenly secrets be compared to me? Qinyan shook his head and smiled. I want to destroy the entire heavenly secrets sect. Even if it's the sect master of the heavenly secrets sect, I will trample him under my feet. Yu Yan lightly snorted and said, I don't believe you. Qinyan said very confidently, just wait, that day will come very soon. I will never let those bastards from the heavenly secrets sect off. Yu Yan has been in the heavenly secrets sect for many years. Although she has never entered the core circle, just being in the circle of earth-level hidden assassins of heavenly secrets made her deeply afraid of the power of the heavenly secrets sect. Qinyan has already exploded an array pillar and caused quite a commotion. Great Master Tianyu and the fifth elder will definitely receive the news very soon and rush over. They didn't come immediately. Qinyan said, I thought they would use a teleportation magic tool. Yu Yan shook her head and said, this kind of teleportation magic tool is very expensive. Using it once consumes a lot of energy. If it isn't an urgent matter, they probably won't use it. Qinyan has a teleportation pearl in his hands. It was indeed made with a lot of transcendental divine stone. He felt that using it would not consume a lot of energy. Even the spatial god would not use teleportation pearls frequently. Teleportation pearls have a lifespan. Every time they are used, the durability of the materials will decrease. Qin Yun has the little ant queen to help him repair it, so he is not worried about damage. The little ant queen's ability is extremely strong. She can even improve the quality of low-quality transcendental divine stone, which is of great help to Qin Yun. In that case, Great Master Tianyu is only average. Qin Yun shook his head. He can't even bear to use a teleportation magic tool. How disappointing. Even a heaven-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets has limited resources. As before, Yu Yan paid close attention to the situation around the mine pit. Master Tianyu was her enemy, so she had to seize this opportunity. I can refine a teleportation magic tool. Qin is Yu, I, Yu, I, Yu. I, Yu, I, Yun, Yu, I, Yen, and Yu, Yu, I, Yu, Yu, Yu. Yen, Yen, and down, 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 and she, Yun, Yun, Yen, she, Yun, Yu, she is. For example, when Qin Yen slapped her but just now, it gave her an inexplicable and wonderful feeling. She couldn't say what it was, but in short, it was a good feeling for her. Qin, Yun, and Yun, he, she, not, he, Yun, he. Qin Yun, what treasure did you find at the bottom of the mine? Yu Yan asked. It's a black furnace, I don't know what it is. Qin Yun quickly took it out. When Yu Yan saw it, her pink little mouth opened wide. She looked at the black furnace in shock. What is this? Do you recognize it? Qin Yun asked. Qin Yun, aren't you a very powerful refiner? You don't know what this is? Yu Yan urged, hurry up, put it away, don't let anyone discover it. Qin Yan immediately put away the black furnace and said with a serious expression, Little Yan, quickly tell me what it is. This is the heavenly universe origin body. You are an inscription master, how can you not recognize it? Yu Yan is very puzzled. I really don't know. Qin Yan said, this heavenly universe origin body, what use does it have? Although I am an inscription master, I am still growing up. Yu Yan said in a low voice, heavenly universe origin body, that can become a heavenly divine tool. What you obtained is a furnace-type heavenly universe origin body, you can use this thing to refine a heavenly divine tool level furnace. Ah? How come I have never heard of it? Qin Yan is very shocked and then his face became filled with joy. If that is the case, then it would be great. Heavenly universe essence body is usually pitch black, but inside it is a very special heavenly universe divine power. There are many types of heavenly universe origin body. If you obtain a saber-shaped heavenly universe origin body, you can refine a saber of heavenly divine tool level. Yu Yan's face suddenly became grave. It seems like the treasure in this mine is being sought by the upper echelons of the Heaven Secrets sect. She hastily used a telescope tool to look at the mine and said, Great Master Tianyu is a heaven-tier hidden assassin of Heaven Secrets, but with his ability, he is still unable to find the heavenly universe origin body. He must have received orders from a higher level to come here to find the heavenly universe origin body. Qin Yun is somewhat excited because his pill transformation heavenly furnace currently needs to be further improved. If the pill transformation heavenly furnace fuses with the furnace-shaped heavenly universe origin body, it might be able to be promoted to a heavenly divine tool. Speaking of heavenly divine tool, Qin Yun thought of the star dome divine mirror and the delicate and charming elder sister star god. In order to torment the star dome divine mirror, she has spent many days. She is currently in the 9 sun divine spirit, in a special state of evolution with the star dome divine mirror. Little Yen, where can I find the heavenly universe origin body? Qin Yen is lying on a rock beside Yu Yan and asked softly in her ear. I don't know either. Yu Yan lightly snorted and said, Don't talk to me, I'm not used to it. Qin Yen said with a smile, If I capture Great Master Tianyu, I might know. This time it's all thanks to you that I came to capture Great Master Tianyu, otherwise I wouldn't have such a great harvest. Then how are you going to reward me? It's true that I am your slave, but if you want your slave to perform better, you should at least give me some encouragement, right? Yu Yan also feels that she should get some reward. Then what reward do you want? Qin Yan asked, Am I not good enough for you? I helped you transform such a powerful sun-moon divine body, helped you break away from the heaven secrets sex contract soul power and even helped you fuse with your scattered soul. But in the end, I became your slave. Yu Yan used a telescope tool to observe the patrols and said with a low snort. You know that you are my slave, but have I ever treated you like one? Qin Yan said, I have many female slaves. Those who have followed me will all soar to great heights in the end. Yu Yan curled her lips and said, I admit that you are not a great sex fiend but you definitely do not have any good intentions. You are just using me. Isn't that nonsense? If you had no value, I would have erased your memories long ago. Qin Yan chuckled and said. Seeing his grinning appearance, Yu Yan could not help but tremble. Because she suddenly realized that this person who was grinning with her could erase the memories of her soul. This is also the thing that divine sun descendants fear the most, but thinking that she is Qin Yan's slave, for some reason, Yu Yan felt a lot more at ease. At least Qin Yan will not erase her memories. Moreover, seeing that she has value, he might even properly nurture her. Yu Yan can only accept her fate and think that she was born to be someone else's subordinate. They are here. Qin Yan suddenly said. Is that so? Where? Yu Yan immediately became serious and used the telescope tool to look for the target. Qin Yan pointed in a direction and said, aim over there, there is a flying boat. I see it. Yu Yan muttered, Qin Yan, how did you find it? There is a pair of huge hidden heavenly eyes in the sky above the mine. It is the heavenly eyes avatar released by Qin Yan. It can be said that everything around the mine can be seen by him. No wonder you are only an earth-level hidden assassin of heaven's secrets. In your intelligence, did you not know that I, Qin Yan, have a pair of heavenly eyes? Qin Yan said. Yu Yan bit her lower lip and remained silent. Because she indeed knew that Qin Yan inherited the heavenly eyes very early on. She also knew that Qin Yan has a sun soul, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation formed by the sun altar, the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and many other good things. Little Yan, in your intelligence, how much do you know about the bloodline heavenly pattern box? Qin Yan asked. I also want to know. Yu Yan said with a frown, I remember that you have a bloodline heavenly pattern box. Did the purple sun fairy emperor give it to you? Do you really not know what use it has? Qin Yan only knew a little bit. He knew that the bloodline heavenly pattern box could be fused with divine weapons. The upper echelons of the Heaven Secrets sect might know, but I am only a small fry in the Heaven Secrets sect. What can I know? As Yu Yan spoke, she continued to use the telescope tool to stare at Great Master Tianyu. She suddenly grabbed Qin Yan's clothes and said, look at that guy with a big belly, he is Great Master Tianyu. Sure enough, Qin Yan saw a fat man with a big belly floating out of the boat. This caused him to be very surprised. Because in his imagination, Great Master Tianyu should not look like this. This is very different from your portrait. Qin Yan remembered that the person in the portrait was not like this. He changed his appearance and even changed his body. This guy is very cautious. Yu Yan cursed in low voice, this old fox must be worried that something unexpected would happen, so he used the worst body. That's for the best. This way it will be easier to deal with him. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Spear and prepared to attack. It might not be that simple. This guy's body looks very weak, but who knows if he will explode. We often use this kind of trick. Yu Yan said. Previously, when she was suppressed by Qin Yan's supergravity, she wanted to explode and escape. But in the end, she was captured by Qin Yan. How I captured you, I will capture him. Don't worry. Qin Yan chuckled. Yu Yan wanted to follow but she did not know where Qin Yan was. She was burning with anxiety because in her opinion, Great Master Tianyu was in charge of finding the Heaven Universe origin body, which meant that he had received orders from the upper echelons. Therefore, she was worried that the upper echelons of the Heaven Secrets sect were nearby or that there was an even more powerful dark assassin of Heaven Secrets following Great Master Tianyu. She had originally planned to observe carefully and then discuss with Qin Yan how to act, but Qin Yan just disappeared. Qin Yan was not afraid at all. When he saw that the people there were all Shen Tianjun cultivators, he immediately went invisible. Of course, after he went over, he did not immediately take action. Instead, he kept a distance from Great Master Tianyu and the others, observed clearly and waited for an opportunity to attack. He only wanted to capture Great Master Tianyu. He did not even plan to fight, as long as he could capture Great Master Tianyu's soul. Great Master Tianyu was worthy of being a relatively high-level dark assassin of heaven's secrets. He floated in the air, very vigilant, holding a disc in his hand. It was something that could detect soul fluctuations. After Qin Yan stepped into the Dao God realm, his heavenly soul and heavenly spirit also improved a lot, which allowed him to control his own soul fluctuations more freely. After Great Master Tianyu probed for a while and did not find anyone hiding nearby, he flew towards the exploded pillar with relief. The Bright Moon Sect's fifth elder followed behind Great Master Tianyu very respectfully. It could be seen that Great Master Tianyu's ability made the fifth elder admire him very much. The reason why Yu Yan did not go over was because she knew that Great Master Tianyu would take out a tool to probe. She had to keep a distance so that she would not be detected. When she saw Great Master Tianyu use a tool to probe, she was worried for Qin Yan. She thought that Qin Yan would be discovered and immediately enter battle. However, Great Master Tianyu did not discover Qin Yan at all. This made Yu Yan secretly heave a sigh of relief. She began to wonder if Qin Yan was near the mine. Great Master Tianyu looked at the exploded pillar and said with a frown, "Very strong flame." The huge pillar was broken in the middle and the place where it was broken was still burning with raging flames. Great Master Tianyu, what's so special about this flame? The fifth elder stroked his long beard and looked at the flame. He knew that it was very strong. If I'm not wrong, it should be caused by the fire attribute divine liquid of sun and moon. Great Master Tianyu looked like a fat man now, but he was not weak in any aspect. He had already begun to be vigilant. These pillars didn't self-destruct? The fifth elder also realized that someone was attacking. Someone used the extremely strong divine power of the sun and moon to transform into a divine flame liquid, refined it into a kind of explosive thing, placed it on the formation pillar, and wanted to break the formation. Master Tianyu sneered, "This person is quite capable, but he has underestimated the formation I set up." The fifth elder was relieved and said with a smile, "Master Tianyu, when will we be able to break the natural seal at the bottom of a mine? I used the array pillars to set up the formation above to isolate all the divine power below. As long as the nature seal can no longer be maintained by absorbing divine power, it will naturally be undone." Master Tianyu smiled proudly. "That day will come soon." Qin Yan nodded to himself. The reason why the inscription Fungus Queen was persuaded by Momo was mainly because she realized that she was sealed. Great Master Tianyu is quite capable, no wonder he can become a heaven-tier hidden assassin of heavenly secret. In terms of runes, Yu Yan is far inferior to Great Master Tianyu. Fifth Elder, what kind of enemy do you have in the Bright Moon sect that is so daring? Great Master Tianyu asked, "Do you think it was done by that damned girl Ming Yunue? Or was it done by that protector? I can't be sure. This mine was originally owned by Protector. He wanted to sell it to Ming Yunue but I snatched it away. Then they discovered that there are treasures in the mine, so they must be very uncomfortable." The fifth elder shook his head, although they harbor hatred in their hearts, they shouldn't have done such a thing, they shouldn't have done such a thing. Great Master Tianyu said coldly, "Why do you say so?" The fifth elder said, "Whether it is Protector or Bright Moon Saintess, if they really wanted to attack me, they wouldn't have made such a small commotion." Great Master Tianyu's expression changed, he immediately took out several tools and a glittering talisman in his hand. Great Master Tianyu, what's wrong? The fifth elder also became nervous when he saw Great Master Tianyu's attitude. "I suspect that someone deliberately lured us here. If that's the case, then this person's concealment ability is extremely strong." Great Master Tianyu stared at the few tools floating in front of him and said in a deep voice. And the golden talisman in his hand, with a whoosh, burst into flames. "Someone is nearby." Great Master Tianyu shouted. "Who is it?" The fifth elder immediately summoned a longsword and shouted angrily in all directions. Great Master Tianyu's vigilance is very high. He can even sense the approaching danger. His 7 apertures suddenly flashed with golden light. This is his soul about to leave his body. It was also at this moment that a large object came crashing down. It was Qin Yun's soul creation heavenly cauldron. When it came crashing down, Great Master Tianyu's soul coincidentally flew into the cauldron and was caught by Qin Yun. Heh, it flew in by itself. Qin Yun immediately put away the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He did not even show his face as he captured Great Master Tianyu. The fifth elder immediately shouted, "There's an enemy!" Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, the pillars around the mine began to explode. A large number of pillars exploded at this moment, seriously interfering with the fifth elder and the others. As a result, the patrol squads did not know where to go. Just as they were in chaos, Qin Yun had already returned behind Yu Yan. Yu Yan also gritted her teeth nervously. She used a telescope to stare at the fifth elder. She believed that the fifth elder was most likely to find Qin Yun and fight with him. Just as she was completely focused, her butt was slapped by Qin Yun. A strange feeling surged up. Although she was shocked once again, she immediately realized that Qin Yun had returned. "Let's go." Yu Yan immediately pulled Qin Yun and flew away. She really did not expect that Qin Yun would succeed so easily. This made her extremely pleasantly surprised. Qin Yun followed Yu Yan and flew away from the mine. In Yu Yan's opinion, this operation was perfect, even though Qin Yun did not discuss it with her. After flying for a long distance, Yu Yan stopped. "I caught that guy. It's not very difficult," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Then, what should we do next to get information out of him?" Yu Yan was worried about this. She was also thinking about this question along the way. "I feel that this guy is not as easy to deal with as me." "Not necessarily." Qin Yun took out the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and released the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He indicated for Yu Yan to talk to Great Master Tianyu. "Tianyu, do you know who I am?" Yu Yan said directly. "Slut, I didn't expect it to be you." Great Master Tianyu was very angry. His soul trembled and he shouted angrily, "You little slut, it's impossible for you to capture me. You're about to be finished, I'll let you curse a few more times." Yu Yan sneered proudly. "Finished? Little bitch, aren't you getting too carried away with your success? We are all descendants of the Divine Sun, how can we be finished?" Great Master Tianyu laughed loudly. "Just you wait for me to run out, you'll have a good time." Qin Yun immediately controlled a soul whose memory had been erased to fly out. Last time, he also scared Yu Yan like this. He gave Yu Yan a meaningful glance, indicating for her to start scaring him. Yu Yan recalled that she had been threatened by Qin Yun like this before. Not long after, it was her turn to threaten other descendants of the Divine Sun. This made her feel extremely emotional. "Tianyu, do you see that soul? This is the soul of a Divine Sun descendant. Guess what I did?" Yu Yan laughed loudly. "I can turn you into this at any time." This soul has lost its memory, this is soul lost due." "Where did you get the soul lost due?" Great Master Tianyu cried out in fear. Qin Yun is somewhat astonished because not many people know about the soul lost due. "How do you know about the soul lost due?" Yu Yan asked. Qin Yun sent her a sound transmission from the side, telling her to ask. This was done by those fellows from the Poison Sun Divine Clan. After they made this kind of thing and were discovered by us, they were immediately killed. I didn't expect that this thing would still flow out. Where did you get it? Great Master Tianyu said coldly. Yu Yan, you carry it. Who is the person behind? Possessing the soul lost due is equivalent to going against the entire law enforcement realm. Even the Heaven Secrets sect will not forgive you. I am Qin Yun. Qin Yun directly replied to Great Master Tianyu and said, "Do you think I am afraid of the law enforcement realm and the Heaven Secrets sect?" Great Master Tianyu did not immediately reply because he is currently extremely shocked. Tianyu, you have two paths to choose from. Either you become Yu Yan's slave or you choose to have your memories erased. Qin Yun said. Yu Yan looked at Qin Yun in shock. Qin Yun actually wanted her to enslave Great Master Tianyu. Great Master Tianyu was silent for a moment and asked, "Master Qin, can I choose to be your slave?" "No." Qin Yun said, "You can only be Yu Yan's slave." "Master Qin, if you want me to be your slave, I have a generous gift for you." "I have a gift for you." Master Tianyu could not accept being enslaved by Yu Yan. You want to give me that heavenly universe origin body, right? Qin Yan said with a smile, I've already taken it. After Great Master Tianyu heard this, he cursed in his heart. Tianyu, don't worry. I, Master Yu, will not bully you. You have great value. If Master Qin needs you, I will let you live well. Yu Yan finally had a smile on her face. Great Master Tianyu felt very helpless. He did not want to have his memories erased, nor did he want to be enslaved by Yu Yan. Right now, he had to choose between these two choices. Master Qin, if you guarantee that I will not be destroyed, I am willing to be Yu Yan's subordinate. Great Master Tianyu could only admit defeat. I promise. Qin Yan said. For Yu Yan, being able to enslave Great Master Tianyu is an incomparably delightful thing. Therefore, she naturally would not torture this enemy. All right. Great Master Tianyu could only admit defeat. Tianyu cursed in his heart, but he could only say with a smile, Thank you Master Qin for your concern for us brothers. I will thank Master Qin on behalf of my brother. I will bring Master Qin to find him as soon as possible. Yu Yan, who was at the side, felt very comfortable, but she still wanted to ask Qin Yan, Are you a devil? Tianyu, who told you to find that heavenly universe origin body? Yu Yan looked at the soul and asked. Well, it's my original boss. Tianyu said, My original boss was a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets. He ordered me to come here to set up a formation and let me grind away the energy of the natural formation. This was just as Yu Yan had guessed. A higher-up had sent Great Master Tianyu to do this. Qin Yan said, Your boss is a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets. Did someone order him to find the heavenly universe origin body? Tianyu nodded, I guessed so too. It should be an order from the upper echelons of the Heaven Secrets sect. I'm just a small errand boy. Tianyu, since you are a heaven-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets, do you know where the Heaven Secrets sect is? Qin Yan wanted to find the Heaven Secrets sect as soon as possible. Even if he could not destroy the Heaven Secrets sect now, he could definitely make them suffer heavy losses. I really don't know about this. Tianyu was afraid that Qin Yan would not believe him and said anxiously, I don't dare to lie to you. Yu Yan was surprised and said, Even you don't know. Master Yu, you don't know that there are many heaven-grade assassins of Heaven's secret, but why are they still so low in status? If they knew where the Heaven Secrets sect is, they would have been exposed long ago. Tianyu sighed, I used to think that by becoming a heaven-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets, I would know where the Heaven Secrets sect is located. Moreover, I can enter inside, but I was wrong. Then what about the king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets? Qin Yan was somewhat disappointed. However, Tianyu knew quite a lot of things and had some gains. If you become a hidden assassin of heavenly secrets, you will definitely know where the Heaven Secrets sect is. My boss told me that every king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets has to return to the Heaven Secrets sect to be inspected every once in a while. Tianyu replied. Yu Yan knew what Qin Yan was thinking and was also shocked. Qin Yan clearly wanted to enslave a king-level assassin of heavenly secrets. And the best candidate was most likely the boss of Heavenly Jade. Tianyu, is your brother also in Divine Moon of the Heavens? Asked Qin Yan. I'll let him come over. Tianyu could only sell her younger brother now. After all, she was someone else's slave and had no choice. After you and your brother become my subordinates, you will act as usual. I won't interfere too much with your matters as long as you're obedient. Yu Yan said with a smile. These two brothers had once cheated Yu Yan. If they both became Yu Yan's slaves, then Yu Yan would have gotten her revenge. They released Tianyu's soul and allowed it to return. He hid his body in his residence in Bright Moon City. Qin Yan said, Heaven Secret Sect, you planted a spy in the Divine Moon clan to plot against me. Now it's my turn to plant a spy in the Heaven Secret Sect. Master Qin, are you really going to take down Tianyu's boss? That is a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secret, he is not easy to deal with. Yu Yan said, If you don't succeed, then brother Tianyu and I will be exposed. The Heaven Secret Sect still doesn't know that Yu Yan and Tianyu have betrayed them. Qin Yan's method of undoing their soul contracts is very brilliant. It won't be discovered and even allowed their original masters to sense them. It's just that they can't torture their souls through the soul contract. That's why I must succeed. Qin Yan also knows the consequences of failure. Although it won't cause him any losses, it will be very difficult to plant a spy in the Heaven Secrets sect in the future. If Yu Yan can really infiltrate the Heaven Secrets sect, even if she is discovered to be a spy, she won't die. Even the Heaven Secrets sect has not found an effective method to exterminate the souls of Divine Sun descendants. They once wanted to obtain the soul lost due, but they failed in the end. Therefore, they could only exterminate the poisoned Sun divine race. What made them miscalculate was that before the poisoned Sun divine race died, he threw out the soul lost due and it landed on the divine moon of the heavens. The Heavenly Emperor almost obtained it, but Qin Yan beat him to it. Tianyu has already returned to Bright Moon City. He will handle the matter with the Fifth Elder. Qin Yan and Yu Yan also returned to Bright Moon City. They are in Ming Yunyue's Crystal Moon Lane. Although Ming Yunyue didn't urge Qin Yan to return the Divine Universe Golden Stone, Qin Yan has always remembered it. Moreover, he is very concerned about this matter. Tianyu's soul entered a new body. It looks a lot more normal. It's a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He arrived at the Crystal Moon Lane. It was Qin Yan who asked him to come. Ming Yunyue didn't recognize this tall and sturdy middle-aged man, but she felt that he is very familiar. Yunyue, this is Great Master Tianyu. Qin Yan said with a smile. He changed his body. Bright Moon Saintess, hello. Tianyu politely smiled and greeted Ming Yunyue. Ming Yunyue hates this guy to death. However, she saw that Tianyu is not as overbearing as before. It is clear that he has been trained. Great Master Tianyu, what's wrong? Ming Yunyue asked doubtfully, didn't you want to kill me before? How would I dare? You are Master Qin's friend. Even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't dare. Tianyu said with a bitter smile. Ming Yunyue sat down in relief. When she heard Tianyu address Qin Yan as Master Qin, she knew that Tianyu has already been captured. Tianyu, I owe Yunyue more than 10 million Divine Universe Goldstones. That Fifth Elder should be overflowing with wealth. Do you have any way to help me fish out a few million from Fifth Elder? Qin Yan said with a smile. This is also the reason why he asked Tianyu to come. That's not a problem. Tianyu is very confident and said with a smile, I can join hands with Bright Moon Saintess to set up a trap. All right then. Qin Yan nodded at Ming Yunyue and said, Yunyue, he can be trusted. You should have a good chat with him. All right. Ming Yunyue doesn't really care about the millions of Divine Universe Goldstones. What she is very interested in is how to trick the Fifth Elder. She also hates this old thing to the bone. Little Yan, you stay here and listen. Maybe they need your help. Qin Yan said. Yes. Yu Yan nodded. Qin Yan left the hall and came to a very spacious basement. He had asked Ming Yunyue to prepare this. He released the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda from the basement. After entering the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, he hurriedly took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and the heavenly universe origin body. The furnace-shaped heavenly universe origin body now looks like the shadow of a furnace. After the heavenly universe origin body came out and saw the pill transformation heavenly furnace, it seemed very excited and actually directly charged into the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Hey! Qin Yan shouted in alarm. He wanted to stop the heavenly universe origin body, but he was a step too late. At the same time, the pill transformation heavenly furnace suddenly shook, producing a very strong shock wave that sent Qin Yan flying and crashing into the inner wall. What's going on? Qin Yan's expression changed. He is worried that the pill transformation heavenly furnace will lose control. Whether it is the pill transformation heavenly furnace or the heavenly universe origin body, they are both very precious. If he lost them all at once, he would definitely die of heartache. The pill transformation heavenly furnace constantly trembled, as if it is struggling. Little Yun, it seems like their fusion is not good. Ling Yuner said, the pill transformation heavenly furnace originally has a spirit inside, it will definitely reject the other spirit. Qin Yan can only take out the Gemini treasure mirror and shoot out the power of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune through the mirror and shine it on the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Not long after, the pill transformation heavenly furnace gradually stabilized and the cauldron's body constantly changed colors. Every time it changed color, it would release a burst of intense energy wave. Even Qin found it difficult to move forward due to the energy wave. So strong. Qin is secretly excited because a heavenly divine tool is about to be born. He previously thought that the pill transformation heavenly furnace is a heavenly divine tool. Now he knows that in order to become a true heavenly divine tool, one needs to fuse with the heavenly universe origin body. I am worried that this pill transformation heavenly furnace will not be easy to control in the future. Qin obtained the Star Vault Divine Mirror before. It is a heavenly divine tool that is very difficult to use. Then I will communicate with the pill transformation heavenly furnace first. Ling Yuner also came out and released her mental power to communicate with the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Ling Yuner herself is a spirit body and a very strong one at that. Therefore, she can communicate with many spirit bodies. Little Yun, the pill transformation heavenly furnace, said that it needs to replenish energy. Ling Yuner said with a frown, "Don't tell me it needs a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones? I don't have any Divine Universe Golden Stones." Qin said with a smile, "Let it eat the little Divine Sun." When Qin stole 2,000 little Divine Suns, he hastily controlled the pill transformation heavenly furnace and entered a pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. He then controlled a little Divine Sun to approach the pill transformation heavenly furnace. I should be able to absorb it myself, right? Qin looked and discovered that the pill transformation heavenly furnace has suddenly become very large. After opening the lid, it can directly swallow the entire little Divine Sunday. So awesome. Ling Yuner is currently inside the pearl. After seeing this scene, she exclaimed in surprise. I wonder how long it will take for it to evolve successfully. Previously, that Star Vault Divine Mirror made my big sister Star God leave me for so long. Ling Yuner also misses the delicate and charming Star God very much. Qin said, "It doesn't matter if it takes a little longer, as long as it can become stronger. After the pill transformation heavenly furnace becomes stronger, I can refine even stronger Divine Universe Golden Bullets." The speed of the pill transformation heavenly furnace's evolution is faster than Qin and Ling Yuner's expectations. It actually succeeded in an instant. After the evolution, the pill transformation heavenly furnace has undergone a great change. Its entire body is pitch black and there are no patterns on the surface of the furnace. It is very simple. Qin took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and opened the lid. He said in shock, "The space inside is so big. No wonder it could swallow a little Divine Sun." Little Yun, in what aspect has the pill transformation heavenly furnace improved? Ling Yuner asked. It should be able to refine even stronger things. When I have more Divine Universe Golden Stones, I'll put it in and give it a try. Qin patted the pill transformation heavenly furnace with a smile and said, "In the future, when I fight, I might be able to use it to block a bit." The pill transformation heavenly furnace immediately trembled. It seems to be somewhat dissatisfied. Ling Yuner's words also reminded Qin. Qin immediately let Yu Yan in. After Yu Yan came in, she saw the black pill transformation heavenly furnace and said in surprise, "Is this the furnace-shaped heavenly universe origin body from before?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Qin asked. "This is not the heavenly universe origin body but a heavenly divine tool." "How did you create a heavenly divine tool so quickly?" Yu Yan did not expect that after not seeing Qin for half a day, he would turn the heavenly universe origin body into a real furnace. "I already have a very strong furnace." Qin said with a smile, "Little Yan, let your soul fly out and enter this furnace. Let's see if it can fly out. Do you think this furnace can trap the soul of a Divine Sun descendant?" Yu Yan did not want to fly in and muttered, "After my soul leaves my body, will you do anything to my body?" "If I wanted to do anything to you, I would have done it a long time ago." Qin snappily laughed, "Little Yan, you have followed me for so many days. Don't tell me you still don't know my character." Yu Yan pouted and said, "I'm just worried." "Oh right, Master Qin, if you want to test whether or not your soul can fly out, you can find Tianyu. He is my little brother now, I'll let him do it." "Is he in the Crystal Moon Lane?" Qin found it somewhat funny. This Yu Yan really immediately thought of Tianyu. "Alright, then I'll give it a try." Yu Yan sat on a chair and let her soul fly out. Yin opened the lid of the pill transformation heavenly furnace and said, "Fly in. Don't trap me for too long, I don't like the feeling of being trapped." Yan's soul let out a voice. "Why would I trap you?" Yin said with a smile, "Hurry up and go in." After Yan's soul flew into the pill transformation heavenly furnace, Yin immediately closed the lid. "Little Yan, can you escape?" Yin asked. The pill transformation heavenly furnace shook a few times and Yan's shout came out, "Master Qin, quickly let me out. I tried it just now and it's the same as the soul creation heavenly cauldron. I can't fly out at all." Yin immediately opened the lid and said in surprise, "I didn't expect this heavenly divine tool to be able to trap the soul of a divine sun descendant." After Yan's soul flew out, she immediately entered her body. She walked over and patted the Dan transformation heavenly furnace, saying, "This is not strange. After all, it's a divine artifact of the universe. It's very normal for it to be able to trap our souls. When Tianyu comes, I'll let him try again." Yin said with a smile. "That's for sure." Yan also smirked. Ever since she took in Tianyu as her slave, she became a lot more cheerful and lively. She smiled a lot more, and her resentment towards Yin gradually weakened. The pill transformation heavenly cauldron could condense anything into a pill, but it needed to absorb a lot of energy. Now that it had evolved into a divine weapon of the universe, the amount of energy it needed would definitely be even greater. Yan took out a cigarette and lit it up. She smoked in a cool manner and said, "Master Qin, Tianyu and Yingyue have already discussed the plan to trick Fifth Elder. I didn't expect Tianyu to be so treacherous. I'm starting to pity that Fifth Elder." "Oh? How much can Yingyue earn?" said Yin with a smile. "About 5 million. Yingyue said that if she can earn it, she will also deduct the debt you owe her." Yan said, "This Tianyu is really useful. He helped you get millions of divine universe golden stones in one go. I'm really inferior to him. But he's your little brother." Yin smiled and patted her face. Then, he took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Mingyong Tian. Mingyong Tian quickly arrived at the living room of Yin's suite. After he sat down, he lit a cigarette and said with a smile, "Old cousin, your special supply cigarettes are really too good. I can't even bear to smoke them myself. I use them to give to people to build relationships." He waved the lit cigarette and said, "Look at me, I'm smoking this kind of trash cigarette." "What trash cigarette? Didn't you smoke this kind of cigarette before?" Yin chuckled and said, "After smoking good cigarettes, you started to despise them?" Yan sat beside Yin and asked curiously, "Master Qin, what is a special supply cigarette?" Yan is a descendant of the divine sun and the bright moon sect's disciples are all descendants of the divine moon. They have many things in common and smoking is also one of their common hobbies. Yin took out a cigarette and lit it for Yan. "Little Yan, look at how good your boss is, he even lit a cigarette for you." Mingyong Tian said with a smile, "If you follow him, you won't have to worry about not having a good cigarette to smoke for the rest of your life." Yan didn't know that Yin could make unfettered smoke. She always thought that only the Bright Moon sect could make this kind of unfettered smoke. When she was in the Heaven Secret sect, many Earth-level hidden assassins of Heaven Secret smoked this kind of cigarette. And now, after she took a puff, she immediately realized the difference of this special supply cigarette. She took a deep breath and then exhaled in comfort. She exclaimed in admiration, "It's really a good cigarette. Master Qin, where did you get it?" Unfettered smoke can directly make the soul feel wonderful. Although Yan's previous body was weak, her soul could feel the comfort brought by unfettered smoke. "I made it." After Yin finished speaking, he took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to Mingyong Tian. He said, "Brother Ming, take a puff and see." Mingyong Tian took out a cigarette. This cigarette was golden and the fragrance it emitted was also different. It was completely different from all the unfettered smoke. Unfettered smoke is too monotonous, so I changed it. Smoking this kind of cigarette gives you a very special feeling. It can make your mental power more concentrated for a short period of time and then you can mobilize all the divine power in your body to erupt. Of course, there are side effects. If you stop smoking, your whole body will be very tired but you will be fine after a good night's sleep. Qin Yan said. This was what Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing came up with. They felt that they should make unfettered smoke more useful, especially when it comes to battle or healing. This way, it would be able to sell well. There are many divine medicines planted in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, so they thought of it and did it. This is very good. Mingyong Tian chuckled and said, is there a kind of cigarette, after smoking one, it can make a man full of energy and not fall for 7 nights? This caused Yu Yan to roll her eyes and scold in low voice, you men, you think of such dirty things all day long. Yu Yan is also very surprised. Not only can Qin Yan make better unfettered smoke, he can also make it better and have more functions. Mingyong Tian smoked a cigarette given by Qin Yan. Just as he took 2 puffs, his entire body became very spirited, as if his entire body is filled with explosive mental power. This is great, this kind of cigarette is much better than the special cigarettes. Mingyong Tian fiercely took 2 puffs, then punched the ground a few times, creating a few craters. He laughed loudly and said, my divine power seems to have increased by a lot. Look, you've already destroyed this place. When Yinyu comes back, she will definitely scold you. Qin Yan said with smile. She's a rich woman, she won't bicker with me. Mingyong Tian took the box of cigarettes given by Qin Yan and said, old cousin, I'll go give one to each of those bosses. How much do you plan to sell them for? How much do you think it can sell for? Qin Yan asked. How about this, you sell a box of 10, 1 box for 2,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones. I'll go out and give it a try first. Mingyong Tian said. Qin Yan has made many automatic cigarette equipment. He can sell them at any time but he doesn't want to sell them on a large scale in Bright Moon City. This will definitely be found out by Wang Haoyue. He is snatching business in other people's territory, no matter how polite Wang Haoyue is, she will definitely fight him to the death. However, he can let Mingyong Tian explore the market. After Mingyong Tian left, Yu Yan looked at Qin Yan with a strange expression and said in low voice, Master Qin, can you give me a box of those special cigarettes? I'll be good to you in the future. Qin Yan did not say anything further, he directly took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to her. He said with smile, ask me after you finish smoking. Many thanks, Master Qin. I'll immediately do whatever you say in the future. Yu Yan took it with smile. You're welcome. Qin Yan waved his hand, curled his lips and said, you are not an ordinary woman, you don't have to be a maid or anything. Yu Yan immediately grabbed Qin Yan's arm and said with smile, I knew Master Qin wasn't that kind of person. Little Yan, aren't you too unreserved? A box of cigarettes made you so obedient? Qin Yan pinched her cheek. Since I've already signed a soul contract with you, I might as well enjoy it. Yu Yan lit a cigarette and slumped down on a chair. She smoked comfortably and said in a tender voice, Master Qin, you have the Divine King Heavenly Seal, you are destined to be the Divine King of Divine Desolate. It's not bad for me to follow you. Tian Yu also secretly told me this. I don't want to be some Divine King right now, I want to be the King of Smoke, I want to sell cigarettes. Qin Yan said with smile, speaking of which, do all of you who have immortal souls like to smoke so much? Yu Yan sighed and said, that's because our souls are too empty. Only smoke can give our souls a sense of fullness. The Bright Moon sect is now relying on selling cigarettes to earn a lot of money and exchange for a large amount of remnant sun souls. Ming Yunyue also said before that the older generation of the Bright Moon sect have already broken through the bottleneck of the Heavenly Monarch and entered a whole new realm. Qin Yan has never seen a remnant sun soul, so he planned to ask Ming Yunyue for some research. Very quickly, Yu Yan finished smoking the cigarette. While the aftertaste is endless, she also complained in a low voice, Master Qin, the cigarette you made is long and has little tobacco. It can't burn at all. Because I'm going to sell it to you. This way, I can save a lot of money. Qin Yan said, I'll make something better for you in the future. Unscrupulous merchant. Yu Yan spat in a low voice. If she was not with Qin Yan, just based on the information she had, her understanding of Qin Yan would be too little. The Heaven Secrets sect would never have thought that the Qin Yan they wanted to kill would actually start selling cigarettes. Master Qin, your cigarettes will definitely receive a lot of attention from the Heaven Secrets sect in the future. They want to steal your secret recipe and then send hidden assassins of heavenly secrets to investigate you, the King of Smoke. Yu Yan said very seriously. Is that so? That's very good. Qin Yan's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, I want to make a type of cigarette specially used to numb the descendants of the Divine Sun, making them addicted and unable to stop. Let's call it Big Smoke. Yu Yan said in shock, if you can really make it. Then the descendants of the Divine Sun will be in chaos. Maybe in the end, all the descendants of the Divine Sun will unite to kill you. Qin Yan did not have to wait long before Ming Yongtian returned with a smile on his face. It was clear that he had gained a lot. The cigarettes he had just gone out to peddle must be very popular. Bro, that kind of cigarette has been praised by several bosses. They all asked me if I could make a reservation. Ming Yongtian smiled and said, I didn't tell them that I had a lot, I only told them that it was very rare. Since it's so popular, I'll start selling it in the future. If we release a large amount of goods in Bright Moon City, it will definitely attract the attention of many parties. Qin Yan only wanted Ming Yongtian to give it a try and see if it could sell well. According to Ming Yongtian's feedback, it was definitely going to be popular. It was just that he wasn't sure how much it would cost. There's only one type of unfettered smoke from the Bright Moon Church, and it's not of good quality. If you want to sell it, I suggest that you create your own name. Don't call it Xiaoyan. Ming Yongtian smiled and said, otherwise, the Bright Moon Church might say that you're imitating them and come looking for trouble with you. Yu Yan nodded and said, Lord Qin, what Brother Ming said is very reasonable. Let's change the name of our cigarettes. I have a pretty good name. It's called Heavenly Ecstasy. Ming Yongtian seemed to have already thought of a name. Qin Yan shook his head in disgust. This name won't do. That's called Heaven Flipping High. Ming Yongtian said. Yu Yan rolled her eyes and curled her lips. What's the difference between this and the previous one? Ming Yongtian muttered, I think it's very good. We don't have to use the same name, we can use different names for different types of cigarettes. Qin Yan said with smile, if it is a common type of cigarette, we will call it Elegant Smoke. When I make other breeds in the future, I can call it Heaven Shaking Pleasure or something. This is not bad. Ming Yongtian smiled and said, Bro, you should make a type of cigarette that can truly make the heavens turn upside down. That would definitely be a hit. The negative effects of this kind of thing must be very big. Qin Yan waved his hand and said, as long as it is a bit ordinary, it will be fine. Ming Yongtian laughed and said, Brother, when can you start selling your cigarettes? The tycoons I know can't wait any longer. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will let you be in charge of selling. Qin Yan also trusted Ming Yongtian very much. The matter of selling cigarettes could be left to Ming Yongtian. Qin Yan would be in charge of manufacturing the cigarettes, and he would be behind the scenes. He had to hide his identity and not let the Heaven Secrets sect or the Bright Moon sect know about it. Once this business expanded, it would definitely attract the attention of various powerful forces. When Ming Yongtian found out that he was going to be in charge of sales, he was extremely excited. However, Qin Yan also explained the risks to him. Brother Ming, if you want to help me sell cigarettes, once you are targeted by Wang Haoyue or the law enforcement world, you will be in great danger. Qin Yan said, this is not an easy task. Don't worry, they can't kill me. After some time, when my parents are back, I will pull them along. Our family is a business family. Look at my sister. She's a rich woman now. Ming Yongtian had always been inferior to his younger sister, so he had always felt inferior. However, there was an opportunity in front of him that could make him rich. All right. I'll discuss the specifics with you later. Qin Yan said, if you really want to do it, don't stay in Bright Moon City. It's best if you go to Divine Desolate. The market of Divine Desolate has already been opened by the Bright Moon sect. Many people are addicted to smoking. As long as Qin Yan and the others sell better cigarettes than the Bright Moon sect, they will immediately surpass them. Qin Yan not only wants to earn Divine Universe Metal Stones to repay his debt, he also has a bigger plan. He wants to study this kind of cigarette in the future and see how he can make the descendants of Divine Sun addicted. As long as he can do it, he can control them. The souls of the descendants of Divine Sun are different from humans. Compared to humans, the souls of the descendants of Divine Sun are more infatuated with Xiaoyayan. If he can find something that can make them addicted to Xiaoyayan, he might be able to control them. Mingyong Tian suddenly took out a communication talisman and said, "Old cousin, there is a person called Tian Rui outside. He said that great master Tian Yu sent him here." Yu Yan said anxiously, "This guy is Tian Yu's younger brother." Qin Yun nodded. Tian Yu had indeed betrayed his younger brother. He actually sent his younger brother over so quickly. Tian Yu directly sent his younger brother over? Qin Yun still has not made a good plan. "Let's go see Tian Rui first." Yu Yan stood up and walked out. Qin Yun and Mingyong Tian followed behind her. In a hall outside, Tian Rui walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. He is a refined middle-aged man dressed in white. He looks very righteous and doesn't look like a heavenly secret assassin at all. "Master Yu, this is Master Qin, right?" Tian Rui looked at Qin Yun and said with a smile, "Little brother Tian Rui greets Master Qin." Qin Yun is startled and looked at Yu Yan. Yu Yan is also very shocked, because Tian Rui has not signed a master-servant contract with her. After seeing Qin Yun, he actually directly called him Master Qin. There is only one possibility: Tian Yu made her little brother admit defeat. But isn't this little brother too obedient? "Tian Rui, did your brother tell you everything?" Yu Yan asked doubtfully. "That's right. Master Yu, I will sign a soul contract with you right now. However, there is still contract soul power in my soul. I need Master Qin to help me remove it." After Tian Rui finished speaking, he sat on a chair and let his soul fly out of his body. Qin Yan took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron and let Tian Rui's soul enter the cauldron. Then he refined the contract soul power. When Mingyong Tian saw that Qin Yan can refine the contract soul power, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is very difficult to get rid of, but Qin Yan easily did it. Tian Rui straightforwardly signed a master-servant contract with Yu Yan and his soul returned to his body. "Tian Rui, what's going on with you? Why are you so willing to admit defeat?" Yu Yan is somewhat confused. "My brother said that following Master Qin is more promising. Just based on the fact that Master Qin can defy the heavenly rules, I feel that Master Qin is definitely stronger than those guys from the Heavenly Secrets sect," Tian Rui said with a smile. The relationship between the two brothers is very good. Tian Yu told Tian Rui everything about him being defeated. After knowing that his brother was defeated, after careful consideration, Tian Rui decided to join Qin Yun's side. In any case, following Qin Yun in the Heavenly Secrets sect is almost the same. In addition, just like Tian Rui said, Qin Yun defied the heavenly rules and Tao. In the future, he might be able to completely break the heavenly rules and Tao and become the overlord of the new era. They are descendants of the Divine Sun, and Qin Yun has mastered the secret method of making soul lost do. In the future, he will definitely be able to create a method to kill the souls of the descendants of the Divine Sun. If they rely on Qin Yun early, not only will they be able to save their lives, they will also be able to achieve meteoric success. It is much better than staying in a place like the Heavenly Secrets sect. In the living room of Qin Yun's suite, Yu Yan, Qin Yun and Tian Rui are discussing in secret. Mingyong Tian also took the cigarette given by Qin Yun and went out to have fun. Tian Rui is introducing himself and talking about his strengths. He is not proficient in inscriptions, but he is proficient in the Tao of pills, and he is also a very knowledgeable person. After Qin Yun heard this, he also thinks that he is a good talent. "Tian Rui, have you heard of the Terminator Profound Killing Curse?" Qin Yun asked. Tian Rui knows more things than Tian Yu. Although he is the younger brother, he is deeply loved by their boss. Speaking of the Terminator Profound Killing Curse, Tian Rui's expression changed and he said, "Of course I have heard of it. This Terminator Profound Killing Curse is one of the 5 great curse techniques of the Heavenly Secrets sect. The Heavenly Secrets sect has 5 curse heavenly venerables. They are divided into East, South, West and Central. As for which curse heavenly venerables it is, I am not sure. Can it be removed after being hit by the Terminator Profound Killing Curse?" Qin Yun asked again. Tian Rui frowned and shook his head. After being hit by the Terminator profound killing curse, one will die without a doubt. Of course, if the soul is immortal, then they definitely won't die. If it is a normal living being, after being hit by the Terminator profound killing curse, their body and soul will quickly die. There is no time to remove the curse. What if it is in an environment where time is still? Xianxia asked again. Oh? If that is the case, it can indeed stop the curse power from spreading and win the chance to remove the curse. Tianrui asked, Master Qin, could it be that you have a friend who was hit by the Terminator profound killing curse? When Xianxia asked earlier, he had roughly guessed it. Although he was shocked in his heart, he thought of many things. After all, he was from the Heaven Secret sect and had a lot of information about Xianxia. That's right. Xianxia nodded and said, when I was in the Divine Moon clan, I met a spy from the Heaven Secret sect. They used the Terminator profound killing curse. After my friends were hit by this curse, I placed them in an environment where time was still. As expected of Master Qin, to be able to do this in the first place. Otherwise, your friends would have died without a doubt. Tianrui exclaimed. This was actually Ling Yin'er's reminder to Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia was extremely depressed. Ling Yin'er was always able to remind him at the most critical moment. Tianrui, I want to understand the Terminator profound killing curse better. Can you help me? Xianxia asked. If you want to understand it better, then you can only capture my boss. When Tianrui spoke of this matter, his expression was very calm. You already have a plan, right? Xianxia said with a smile. Tianrui and Tianyu's boss were the same person, a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets with a relatively high status. Yu Yan began to feel nervous. After all, she was only an earth-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets. A king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets was a high and mighty existence to her. I already have, but I need Master Qin's cooperation. Tianrui said. I will cooperate with you. Xianxia said, when do we make our move? Our brother's boss is a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets. He is a very cautious person. If you want to lure him into a trap, you need a good enough bait. Tianrui said, I heard from my brother that Master Qin has already obtained the Heavenly Universe Origin Body. Xianxia nodded and said, I have already fused with the Heavenly Universe Origin Body. It is now a heavenly divine tool. I'm afraid it can't be used as bait. Then is there anything else better? Tianrui was slightly startled. He didn't expect Xianxia to turn the Heavenly Universe Origin Body into a heavenly divine tool so quickly. Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box, will this do? There were a total of 9 Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Boxes, and more than half of them were in Xianxia's hands. One of them was even with Ming Yunue. Even those from the Heaven's Secrets Gate only knew what the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box looked like. Even if they had seen it before, they wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or fake. If we really want to use the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box to lure my boss, how can we make him believe it? Tianrui said, that old man is still quite suspicious. He'll definitely ask me how I knew it was a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Yu Yan said, if the box was placed in front of me, I definitely wouldn't recognize it. We know too little about Bloodline Heavenly Patterns. He had to make the old fox believe him, so he couldn't reveal any flaws. Thus, he could only use the truth and falsehood to deceive the old fox. How much intelligence does the Heaven Secrets chapter have on Bright Moon Saintess Ming Yunue? Asked Xianxia. Ming Yunue is the Bright Moon Saintess, and she is extremely powerful. Even Wang Haoyue, the sect master, was afraid of her. Her parents are Bright Moon disciples of the older generation, and they are very good at business, so they were sent out to do business. Tianrui looked around and said, the Crystal Moon Lane we are in is the best shop in Ming Yunue's hands. Xianxia nodded. Anything else? Tianru continued, she has a good-for-nothing brother called Ming Yongtian. I've met him before. But according to my investigation these past 2 days, there are some discrepancies in the information. Her brother is now doing very well. This should be Master Qin secretly helping him, right? Originally, he was a hopeless person, but now he is doing so well. This made Tianrui believe that if he followed Xianxia, he would be able to achieve meteoric success. I just helped him with a little bit of a favor. Brother Ming has been working very hard. He just didn't have any good opportunities before. Qin waved his hand with a smile and continued to ask, other than that, how much do you know about Yunyu? Tian Rui shook his head and looked at Yu Yan. Yu Yan also shook her head and said, I know about the same as Tian Rui. Also, some time ago, Yunyu actually agreed to let Wang Haoyue's daughter become the saintess. This is rather sudden. Because before this, Ming Yunyu will not allow a new holy maiden to appear. Tian Rui said, this is not strange. Ming Yunyu and Wang Haoyue must have made a deal in secret. According to my investigation, Wang Haoyue's daughter, Wang Yuejiao, has an extremely good relationship with Ming Yunyu. She does not pose any threat to Ming Yunyue's position as the great saintess. That's right. Are there any more? Qin Yin said. Tianru and Yu Yan thought that Qin Yin was testing them. The Tianxia Battle Immortal and Ming Yunyu are very close. Before this, the Tianxia Battle Immortal had once wreaked havoc in the Crystal Moon Lane. It must be Master Qin who took care of the Tianxia Battle Immortal. Tian Rui smiled and said, I also know that the Tianxia Battle Immortal has a very powerful divine saber in his hands. The other Battle Immortals of the Bright Moon sect are very envious. That saber was probably refined by Master Qin, right? Yu Yan snorted and said, how do you sky-grade hidden agents of heaven's secrets know so much? Tian Rui laughed heartily and said, Master Yu, we, the heaven-rank heavenly secret assassins, have also secretly developed many underlings to gather all kinds of information. As for Bright Moon City's intelligence, the Heaven Secrets Gate will be distributed to my boss. This matter will naturally be handled by us two brothers. There is another very important matter that you actually don't know about. Qin Yin said with smile, this is definitely something that your boss will be very interested in. Master Qin, please speak. Tian Rui is somewhat surprised because he feels that their investigation is more or less complete. Tian Rui and Tian Yu, relying on their status and ability, have a very good relationship with the upper echelons of the Bright Moon sect. Therefore, they can gather a lot of important information. Wang Haoyue previously borrowed the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box from the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. Do you know about this? Qin Yin said. We naturally know about this. Tian Shixiang has the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box and lent it to Wang Haoyue many years ago. Furthermore, it was guaranteed by Muyu. Wang Haoyue used that Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box to multiply a large number of Bright Moon sect disciples. Tian Rui said with frown, but that Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box was returned to Tian Shixiang in the end. Qin Yin said, it was not returned to the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. That Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box is with Ming Yunyu. Tian Rui and Yu Yan are greatly shocked because this is something that they never expected. How could the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box be with Ming Yunyu? However, when they thought about how Wang Haoyue is so afraid of Ming Yunyu, it is clearly because of this reason. Inform this information to your boss and say that the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box is with Ming Yunyu's brother. I believe that with your boss's ability, he will definitely be able to confirm that the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box is with Ming Yunyu. Tian Rui repeatedly nodded, if that's the case, then it makes sense. Qin Yin said again, I will let Ming Yongtian and Ming Yunyu cooperate with us. I will make a fake Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box very quickly. If there is a fake Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box, I will record it and send it back to boss. This way, he will believe it even more. Tian Rui said. Qin Yin immediately took action based on his memory and made a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. Moreover, it is round. Ming Yunyu's Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box looks exactly like this. Furthermore, the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box on the box's surface is very realistic. If a Heaven Secret Sect's upper echelon saw it, they would immediately recognize it as a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. Yu Yan said, Tian Rui, will your boss tell his superiors about this? Tian Rui shook his head and said, absolutely not. Everyone wants to pocket the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box, our boss is no exception. If he has the chance to pocket it, he won't share this secret with others. White Sun Elven Emperor was also the same. He clearly had it, but he didn't want to hand it over to all the Heavenly Venerables. That's why he was swindled by Qin Yun. Then you better make up a good story. Once he believes it, we will proceed to the next step. Qin Yun said. Tianrui immediately took action. Qin also gave him a sound transmission divine pearl. Tianrui and Tianyu have spatial communication tools, they can quickly contact their boss and send back some images. Qin called Mingyong Tian over and asked him to cooperate with him. He asked him to take the bloodline heavenly pattern box and pretend to show off to Tianyu. Tianrui recorded this scene and sent it back to their boss. Tianyu and Tianrui's boss is called Chu Wuxing. He usually uses the body of an old man. Neither of them had ever seen Chu Wuxing's true body. Not long after, Tianrui contacted Qin Yun and said that Chu Wuxing is very excited after hearing the news. Moreover, he said that he will come to Heavenly Divine Moon as soon as possible. Qin Yun immediately left with Mingyong Tian. Mingyong Tian has a few small mines in his possession. From time to time, he would go and check on the mining progress. There are some buildings near those small mines. Mingyong Tian would go and check on his mines for a day or two. Qin Yun and Mingyong Tian spend a whole day flying to a small mine very far from Bright Moon City. Qin Yun chose a small building and set up a trap. Then he waited for Tianrui and Tianyu to arrive with Chu Wuxing in a small hall. Chu Wuxing is a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secret. This kind of old fox is very cautious. Qin Yun doesn't have absolute confidence in capturing him. Mingyong Tian is not afraid of death. Therefore, even if he knows that he is facing a very strong king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secret, he is still very calm. Mingyun knows about this, but Qin Yun doesn't want her to participate directly. He only wants her to know that if needed, she can immediately cooperate. If too many people were involved, there would be even more flaws. Even Yu Yan had been hidden by Qin Yun, preventing her from showing herself. If it were anyone else, Qin Yun would definitely release the Heaven Eye clone in the air. But now, he has no choice but to put it away. If Chu Wuxing discovers that something is wrong, he will definitely run away. At that time, even Tianrui and Tianyu will not be able to stay in the Heaven Secrets sect. Qin Yun has been tricked by the Heaven Secrets sect spy in the Divine Moon race. Therefore, he wants to use the same method to trick the Heaven Secrets sect. If he can control a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secret, he can quickly find the Heaven Secrets sect. He might even be able to sneak into the Heaven Secrets sect himself. For this plan, the next step is very important. Only by capturing Chu Wuxing can this plan be carried out. Half a day later, Tianrui and Tianyu followed Chu Wuxing and approached the small mine. Tianrui did not use the sound transmission divine pearl to contact Qin Yun. He is also afraid of being discovered. These two brothers can become heaven-level hidden assassins of heavenly secret, so they have done this kind of thing many times. Therefore, they are very calm and even feel a little excited. Because to the hidden assassins of heavenly secret, being able to trick their boss is something to be proud of. After all, their boss is a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secret. If he dies in their hands, they will be very proud. Coming. Mingyong Tian secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not look outside the door because he is afraid of being discovered by Chu Wuxing. After the door opened, Qin Yun and Mingyong Tian looked over and saw a tall, thin, black-robed old man walk in. After the old man opened the door, he released his aura. The divine power aura is very powerful, causing Qin Yun and Mingyong Tian's expressions to change. It's him. Chu Wuxing looked at Mingyong Tian and rushed over. Because he just checked outside, there are no powerful heavenly monarchs nearby, so he can directly snatch it. Just as Chu Wuxing rushed over, the pill transformation heavenly cauldron suddenly came crashing down. Although Chu Wuxing attacked in a hurry, he was constantly on guard and avoided the pill transformation heavenly cauldron. He also discovered that the cauldron is not simple. Boom, Qin Yun suddenly released the strongest supergravity, trapping Chu Wuxing. At the same time, he controlled the soul creation heavenly cauldron that he prepared for a long time to come crashing down. This time, Chu Wuxing was covered. His soul and body were covered by the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Success! Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Tianyu and Tianrui were also sweating, especially when they saw that the pill transformation heavenly cauldron was not covered. They thought that they had failed. Tianrui and Tianyu were inside the room, looking at the shaking soul creation heavenly cauldron in shock. This guy, isn't he a bit too careless? Is he really a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets? Is that all? Qin Yan patted the soul creation heavenly cauldron and couldn't help but laugh. We confirmed earlier that this is Chu Wuxing's main soul, not a puppet avatar. Tian Yu said. Tian Rui laughed mischievously. Chu Wuxing probably didn't expect us to betray him, and he definitely didn't expect Qin Yan to attack him. Chu Wuxing indeed didn't suspect Tian Yu and Tian Rui because the two brothers had signed a soul contract with him. However, what Chu Wuxing didn't expect was that Qin Yan had already removed the soul power contract between the two brothers. Furthermore, Chu Wuxing didn't notice it at all. This was an extremely brilliant method. Because of this premise, Tian Rui and Tian Yu could continue to stay in the Heaven Secrets sect. Yu Yan was released by Qin Yan. She couldn't believe that a king-level hidden assassin of heavenly secrets had been captured. She suddenly felt that she wasn't that bad after all. After all, heaven and king-level hidden assassins of heavenly secrets had fallen into Qin Yan's hands. Moreover, this was also thanks to her. If she hadn't led them to Tian Yu, these people wouldn't have fallen into Qin Yan's hands one after another. Big Boss Chu, calm down. Qin Yan patted the soul creation heavenly cauldron and laughed mischievously. No matter what you do, it's useless. Tian Yu and Tian Rui, you two bastards. I will make you regret this. Chu Wuxing's angry shout came from the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He wanted to kill the two brothers, but they were divine sun descendants and couldn't be killed. They had no choice. Big Boss Chu, do you know who I am? Qin Yan said with a smile. Chu Wuxing said angrily, Qin Yan, you traitor. You won't have a good ending. Just you wait, once I get out, I'll make you pay. He was inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron, so he knew what was trapping him. Everyone knew that Qin Yan had a soul creation heavenly cauldron that could trap the souls of divine sun descendants. Qin Yan immediately released a soul whose memory had been erased and let it float around Chu Wuxing. Soon, Chu Wuxing cried out in shock, whose soul is this? Why can't I remember anything? I don't know who it is either. This guy should be a 6-star heavenly monarch from the law enforcement world. Qin Yan said, Big Brother Chu, do you know how I erased my memories? You have the soulless dew? Chu Wuxing cried out again. That's right. Don't blame your two subordinates, they were captured by me with this move. Qin Yan said with smile. Tian Yu and Tian Rui had a look of helplessness on their faces. At that moment, they had nothing to complain about. After all, they had already boarded Qin Yan's pirate ship. Furthermore, he had even dragged their boss into the water. From their point of view, a family should be neat and tidy. Big Boss Chu, have a good talk with your two subordinates. Qin Yan signaled Tian Yu and Tian Ru to come over and let them talk with Chu Wuxing using mental power. It would be better for them to convince Chu Wuxing because Sky Sharp and Sky Jade would explain to Chu Wuxing the benefits of working for Qin Yan. Qin Yan and Yu Yan waited patiently by the side. Not long after, Tian Yu and Tian Ru nodded at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, I am willing to cooperate with you, but I must sign a contract with you. I will not sign a contract with a girl like Yu Yan. Chu Wuxing groaned. Why are you so arrogant? You are now in my hands. Yu Yan is somewhat angry and patted the soul creation heavenly cauldron. She had indeed fantasized that Qin Yan would make this king-level dark assassin of heavenly secrets her little brother. Alright, sign it with me. Qin Yan said. There is one more condition, we will sign an equal contract. Not a master and servant contract. I will listen to you, but you must not treat me like a slave. Also, you must listen to my opinion. Chu Wuxing said. Chu Wuxing could not betray Qin Yan by signing this contract. Otherwise, his soul would be eternally tortured. This was the most painful thing for a divine sun descendant. No problem. Qin Yan also agreed. After all, Chu Wuxing was a king-level dark assassin of heavenly secrets, he had the capital to negotiate with him. Then, Qin Yan did the same thing as before and helped Chu Wuxing erase the soul power of the contract. He was somewhat surprised that someone like Chu Wuxing could sign a soul contract with a Heaven Secrets Gate's upper echelon. Finally, Chu Wuxing and Qin Yan successfully signed the soul contract. After this, Qin Yan could let Qu Wuxing come out without worry. Qin Yan did not destroy Qu Wuxing's body previously. After Qu Wuxing came out, he wanted to kick the soul creation heavenly cauldron, but Qin Yan immediately put it away. We are on the same side from now on. Elder Chu, don't blame Tianyu and Tianrui. Qin Yan said with a smile. Those two ingrates. It was impossible for Qu Wuxing not to feel resentment. If he had not been betrayed by his two subordinates, he would not have fallen. Ming Yongtian watched from the side. He was already used to this. After all, it was Qin Yan's doing, so he did not find it strange at all. What's going on with the bloodline heavenly pattern box? Qu Wuxing looked at Ming Yongtian and could not help but ask. After all, this was the reason he came here. It was also the bloodline heavenly pattern box that caused him to fall. Although the descendants of the divine sun god only had souls, their souls were also greedy. Qu Wuxing fell into the trap because of greed. It's fake. Qin Yan said. How can it be fake? It's too realistic. It's just like the legend, it's Tian Shixiang's bloodline heavenly pattern box. Qu Wuxing curled his lips and said. Qin Yan took out the fake bloodline heavenly pattern box and threw it to Qu Wuxing. Here you go. Qu Wuxing caught it and carefully looked at it. Then he vigorously threw it to the ground and even stomped on it a few times. He cursed in low voice, fuck this broken thing, it's killing me. I have the real one. Qin Yan said with smile. I know you have the real one, but yours should be purple. Purple Sun Fairy Emperor gave it to you. If you used purple as a fake, I wouldn't have been fooled. Qu Wuxing said. Qin Yan asked, Elder Chu, how much do you know about bloodline heavenly patterns? Qu Wuxing shook his head, I really don't know. In short, everyone is looking for them. The entire law enforcement world's upper echelons are looking for bloodline heavenly patterns everywhere. It's like they have gone crazy. I heard that bloodline heavenly patterns are related to the 9 heavens. It said that it can recreate the 9 heavens. It's the root of the 9 heavens. Qin Yan said. It's not that simple. Qu Wuxing waved his hand. The law enforcement world's upper echelons are not interested in recreating the 9 heavens. There must be some big secret hidden inside bloodline heavenly patterns. Qin Yan was very surprised that even Qu Wuxing didn't know much about bloodline heavenly patterns. Ming Yongtian tactfully left when he heard them talking about some big secret. He didn't want to know too much, he just wanted to quietly get rich. What about the Terminator profound killing curse? Qin Yan asked. Tianrui said that it was made by one of the Heaven's Secrets Sect's 5 curse art heavenly venerables. Who made it? As a king-level secret agent, he knew much more than Tianrui and the others. Northern Heavenly Venerable, Black Killer. It's his signature curse art. It's the Terminator profound killing curse that made him ranked 3rd among the 5 curse art heavenly venerables. Qu Wuxing said. Only 3rd? Tianrui said in shock. Yes. 1st is Middle Heavenly Venerable. 2nd is Eastern Heavenly Venerable. Qu Wuxing sighed. Although he's 3rd, Northern Heavenly Venerable Black Killer isn't that far off from 1st and 2nd. Qin Yan already knew who made the curse art. He couldn't find a way to break it, so he could only find Northern Heavenly Venerable Black Killer. Yu Yan asked, is Black Killer in the Heaven's Secret Sect? Qu Wuxing nodded. Yes. He's in the Heaven's Secret Sect. I've seen him a few times. Really? Boss Chu, I didn't expect you to meet such a person. Tianyu quickly said. Bullshit, boss. Qu Wuxing became angry just thinking about it. They called him Boss Chu but secretly sold him out. Elder Chu, can you bring me into the Heaven's Secret Sect? Qin Yan asked. He must go to the Heaven's Secret Sect. Qu Wuxing already knew Qin Yan's intentions. He also knew that he was Qin Yan's spy in the Heaven's Secret Sect. His goal was to fight against the Heaven's Secret Sect. It's impossible now. It's not easy to sneak into the Heaven's Secret Sect. Qin Yan, I can help you find the information you need. If there is an opportunity, I will bring you to the Heaven's Secret Sect. Qu Wuxing said. Then tell me the location of the Heaven's Secret Sect. I will go by myself, that way I won't expose you. Qin Yan said. Chu Wuxing shook his head. Truth be told, even I don't know where the Heaven's Secrets sect is. Every time I return to the Heaven's Secrets sect, I have to go through several teleportation portals. According to my guess, the Heaven's Secrets sect should be in many different spaces. Qin Yin has little Ant Queen, so he doesn't think it will be difficult for him to find the Heaven's Secrets sect. I will refine a tool for you to bring back to the Heaven's Secrets sect. That way, I will be able to track the location of the Heaven's Secrets sect. Qin Yin immediately thought of this method. With Little Ant Queen's help, it will work. If it really doesn't work, he can ask the experts from the other space race for help. Alright. Chu Wuxing also agreed. As long as he doesn't expose himself, there is nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yin brought Chu Wuxing into a secret room. Although Yu Yan and the others won't betray him, Qin Yin doesn't want too many people to know about this matter. After entering the secret room, Qin Yin directly asked, "Are the two spies in the Divine Moon clan still alive? How can you be sure?" Chu Wuxing is somewhat surprised. The Heaven's Secrets sect's upper echelons all think that you won't discover this matter. You will think that they are dead. My matter in the Divine Moon clan has been leaked, and the Divine Moon clan's great emperor has ordered that this matter cannot be leaked. So there are only two possibilities. Either there are still spies in the Divine Moon clan, or the two spies I killed were only very high-level avatars. Heavenly Secrets sect's king-level Heavenly Secrets secret assassins know that there is a traitor in Divine Moon clan. This means that the Heavenly Secrets sect's upper echelon deliberately leaked this secret. Senior Chu, when did you know that there is a traitor in Divine Moon clan? Qin Yin asked. Actually, we all guessed it. Moreover, the Heavenly Secrets sect's upper echelon intentionally or unintentionally leaked this information to make our sect more confident. After all, law enforcers can't do anything to you, but Heavenly Secrets sect has a way to destroy your reputation and make you and Divine Moon clan irreconcilable. Chu Wuxing said. Are the Dark Moon and Blood Moon Dukes of the Mystic Moon clan really dead? Who is the mastermind behind them being planted in Divine Moon clan? Qin Yin knows that Muyu is definitely involved, but he is not sure. Chu Wuxing furrowed his brows and said, "Us king-level dark agents have discussed this matter before. It is indeed very difficult to achieve such a feat. I am not afraid to tell you that us king-level assassins admire the person who set this up. But we don't know who did it. This is a very formidable scheme. He predicted that I would become the Divine Moon clan's acting clan emperor and then used this trick to make me and the Divine Moon clan's emperor become enemies. He wanted to borrow the Divine Moon clan's emperor's hand to kill me." Qin Yin faintly smiled. However, he still miscalculated many things. Chu Wuxing said, "This plan was set up many years ago. It is very normal that it did not reach the final goal. But now that your reputation has been ruined and you are being hunted down by Divine Moon clan, this is not a small blow to you." Qin Yin spread his hands and said with sigh, "What does my reputation count for? So long as I have strength, what is there to fear? The biggest blow to me is that all my friends have been hit by the Terminator Xian killing curse. Reputation is nothing to Qin Yin. After all, he has great strength. Moreover, his friends know him very well. They won't be affected by those rumors and slanders. And now Xian Rujing, Yi Yaoxue and the others have no choice but to sleep. This is what makes Qin Yin sad." "That's right. When I returned to Heavenly Secrets sect, I met a few king-level assassins and discussed it with them. We found it very strange that Divine Moon clan is not retaliating against you. Logically speaking, Tian Shixiang should be hostile to Divine Hall of Nine Yang, but now, they're actually allowing Divine Hall of Nine Yang to come to Divine Moon." Chu Wuxing was very confused. "I am no longer a palace king of the Nine Yang Divine Palace. The Nine Yang Divine Palace and the Heavenly Sword Formation have nothing to do with me." He also found it odd. The Divine Moon clan really did not restrict the Nine Yang Divine Palace from coming to the Divine Moon of the Heavens. No, even though you tried your best to distance yourself from the sky-piercing sword formation and the Divine Palace of Nine Yang, everyone knows that you are the true Palace King of Nine Yang. Chu Wuxing said. "Elder Chu, help me investigate this. Who plotted the Mystic Moon clan, and whether the real Blood Moon and Dark Moon are still alive?" Qin Yin paced back and forth a few steps and said again, "Also, who are the fake Blood Moon and Dark Moon? I want to know everything. I'll try my best." Chu Wuxing wasn't confident either, as this involved the higher-ups of the Heaven's Secrets Gate. Qin Yan said, I suspect that Mother Moon is involved. Only she would be able to send two such important people into the Divine Moon clan. Chu Wuxing nodded and said, some of us king-level secret agents also think so. Elder Chu, if you do well, I will not treat you unfairly. Qin Yan patted Chu Wuxing's shoulder. I saw you use a black furnace to capture me. If I am not wrong, that furnace should be a Heavenly Universe divine tool. Was it evolved from Heavenly Universe origin body? Chu Wuxing suddenly mentioned this matter. I obtained this Heavenly Universe origin body from the Mind Seal. Qin Yan took out the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace and placed it in front of Chu Wuxing. Chu Wuxing secretly felt heartache because this furnace originally belonged to him. This is the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace, have you heard of it? Qin Yan asked. What? This is the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace? Chu Wuxing's expression changed, he is filled with shock. Then he circled around the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace. It seems like this pill transformation Heavenly Furnace is very famous. Qin Yan laughed. Heaven's Secrets Gate still underestimated you, I did not expect you to have such a good thing in your hands. Chu Wuxing is very envious and sighed. Qin Yan said, Heaven's Secrets Gate also attaches great importance to this furnace? It was not like this before, I just evolved it into a Heavenly Universe divine tool. Chu Wuxing placed his hand on the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace and said, so you did not waste the Heavenly Universe origin body. It is best to use it on the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace. Not only our Heaven's Secrets Gate, the entire law enforcement world, the strongest people of the Divine Sun descendants all want this pill transformation Heavenly Furnace. Qin Yan is very surprised that the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace is so attractive to the Divine Sun descendants. Why? Qin Yan's expression is filled with doubt. He asked, you should need the spirit creation Heavenly Furnace even more. Because it can increase the quality of all kinds of things. For example, if you put a large amount of stones into the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace and refine them, they will turn into a pill. And this pill must be a very good material. The pill transformation Heavenly Furnace can turn waste into treasure. Qin Yan nodded and said, but it requires a lot of energy. Chu Wuxing shook his head and smiled, energy? Is there enough energy inside the Divine Sun? Divine Sun descendants need very strong body. If the materials used to make the body have been refined by the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace, it will be very strong. Old Chu, if you have the materials, I can help you refine it. If you need a strong body, I can also help you. You should know that I am an inscription master, right? Qin Yan said. Of course I know. However, you are not good at making puppet bodies. You don't have any experience in this field. Chu Wuxing shook his head, you don't have any experience in this field. Qin Yan secretly urged the heavenly puppet inscription spirit and released blood spirit power. Then through a large amount of inscription spirits, he condensed a human figure in the air. Chu Wuxing looked at the human figure formed from densely packed runes and can't help but take a deep breath. He exclaimed in admiration and said, if I am not wrong, these runes contain heavenly puppet mysteries. You have heavenly puppet inscription spirit? Divine King Xianxia who had heavenly puppet inscription spirit was killed by me. Qin Yan said with smile. Good. Very good. Chu Wuxing suddenly became very excited. Qin Yan took out a sound transmission divine pearl and handed it over to Chu Wuxing. Although Chu Wuxing suffered a setback in this trip, he also gained some and lost some. At least he saw the hope of having a strong body. Chu Wuxing left, he wants to return to the Heaven Secrets sect. Because if he wants Qin Yan to help him refine a body, he must first prove his worth. Heaven Secrets sect, no matter how mysterious you are, I will definitely uncover your veil and trample you under my feet. Qin Yan flew in the sky and looked at the distant dark void. After returning to Bright Moon City's Crystal Moon Lane, Tian Rui and Tian Yu also went to do their own things. They can't be exposed, so they have to keep some distance from Qin Yan. Qin Yan is resting inside the Crystal Moon Lane, pondering over how to make better and more popular cigarettes. Yu Yan is also in Bright Moon City, she is making all kinds of inquiries, this is her specialty. After Qin Yan rested for a day, Ming Yinyue sent a message through sound transmission Divine Pearl. Old cousin, something happened to your 9 Yang divine palace's people in Myriad Heaven's divine moon. I will immediately go to the crystal moon lane. Ming Yunyua's voice transmitted over. All right. Qin Yan is also somewhat anxious. Although he announced that he was leaving the 9 Yang divine palace, it was still the 9 Yang divine palace after all. If he knew that something had happened, he would definitely help. After Ming Yunyue returned, she went straight to Qin Yan's suite and said, "Follow me immediately, let's go out of the city." Qin Yan has also changed his appearance. He contacted Yu Yan and then they left the city together. He was in Ming Yunyue's ship and asked, "What happened?" Someone set up a trap and tricked the 9 Yang divine palace. According to the information I have, it was done by a vice sect master of the Bright Moon sect. Ming Yunyue said, this vice sect master's name is Zhongli. He sold a problematic mine to the 9 Yang divine palace and cheated them of a large sum of money. Yu Yan said, why are all of you guys from the Bright Moon sect so sinister? Ming Yunyue spread out her hands and said, there's nothing I can do. Even I, the Bright Moon saintess, have been cheated by those elders. Qin Yan asked, what about now? The 9 Yang divine palace is furious. They gathered a group of people and clashed with Zhongli's people near the mine. After that, they were all captured by the Alliance patrol and Zhongli is rushing over to deal with it. Ming Yunyue said. Alliance patrol? Will they be biased towards Zhongli? Qin Yan said. According to the information I just heard, the captains of the Alliance patrol are usually from the Divine Moon clan. There are also patrolling teams that are made up of women from the Divine Moon clan. Yu Yan said. Qin Yan nodded and said, if it's the Divine Moon clan that deals with it, then I believe they will definitely be fair. Ming Yunyue shook her head and said, it's hard to say. Because the matter of the 9 Yang divine palace being tricked, the vice sect master did it flawlessly. And the 9 Yang divine palace made a move first, it's already confirmed. Zhongli is the vice sect master. He is also going to deal with it, right? Qin Yan took out the Myriad Heaven divine saber and wiped the blade. He said, if this Zhongli doesn't admit it, then I'll chop him up on the spot. Yu Yan and Ming Yunyue looked at each other. They did not doubt Qin Yan's words. The seemingly calm man in front of them did what he said. Ming Yunyue's ship flew for more than half a day before arriving at the mine. Looking from the sky, the place had already been dug into a mess. There were definitely no good ores left. The person in charge of taking over the 9 Yang divine palace trusted Zhongli too much, so he was tricked into taking over the mine. They're over there. Ming Yunyue pointed to the ground in front of her and said, old cousin, if you can talk, then talk. If you can't, then it won't be too late to make a move. Qin Yan put away his saber and said, that depends on whether Zhongli is willing to talk or not. If this guy wants to eat the 9 Yang divine palace, then I can only kill him. With Qin Yan's current strength, he did not need to waste words with those traitors. His plan was to give the other party a good beating first. That way, they would be more honest when they talked. Qin Yan and Li Shuang's relationship is pretty good. It's just that he doesn't know if it can still be like before. After all, there are still misunderstandings between them. Duchess Li Shuang and Feng Yu had a good relationship. Now that Feng Yu's whereabouts were unknown, Li Shuang was very sad. If he was facing Duchess Li Shuang, he would be very nervous. He immediately retracted his aura. He did not want to embarrass Duchess Li Shuang. He had already changed his appearance, and he was following behind Ming Yunyue. Yu Yan was by his side, so he should not be recognized. Everyone knew that Ming Yunyue and the 9 Yang God Palace were working together. White Death and the Little Palace Spirit were in charge of managing the 9 Yang God Palace and increasing their cooperation with Ming Yunyue. Something happened to the 9 Yang Divine Palace in the Divine Moon of the Heavens, so of course Ming Yunyue had to immediately come forward to help. Soon, Ming Yunyue landed on the ground with Qin Yan. There were more than 1,000 people here. Most of them were from the 9 Yang Divine Palace. The others were the Alliance's patrol team and deputy sect leader Zhongli's men. Others were sent by other factions to scout the situation. As expected, Li Shuang was here. Her fair face was filled with dignity as she coldly looked at the crowd. Her black and red armor continuously flickered with red light, giving her a valiant and formidable-looking aura. At the same time, she looked quite beautiful. The 5 kings of the mystic moon race were not present. Although Li Shuang was still a duke, everyone knew that in the mystic moon race, her status was the same as a king's. When Qin Yan saw Li Shuang, he immediately determined that her cultivation level had increased significantly. He hadn't been able to contact Little Phoenix recently, so he had no idea what was going on inside the Mystic Moon clan. However, he could guess that after the Divine Moon race entered the Divine Moon's core and inherited the Divine Moon of the heavens, the entire Divine Moon race would definitely improve greatly. "Sister Li Shuang, how's it going?" Ming Yunyue walked over and asked. She had a good relationship with Yu Shangyun, and she often came into contact with the women of the Divine Moon clan. As a result, the Divine Moon clan had a rather good impression of the Bright Moon Holy Maiden. At present, we can confirm that it was the people from the Nine-Yan Divine Palace who attacked first. Li Shuang said. It was Zhongli, that grandson, who set us up. We have no place to reason with them, so we can only kill them. The person who spoke was a man with a full beard. His hair was golden red and looked like a lion's head. It was the Heavenly Lion King, and he was holding on to 2 huge axes. Other than the Heavenly Lion King, Xinyu Tianlong was also present. All of them had taken on human form. There are also a few old and middle-aged men with sword aura all over their bodies. They seem to be very strong. They are Jianshi Tian and the others from Jian family. After all, they were here to fight, so the Nine-Yan Divine Palace had sent out experts from the various palaces. There was an advantage to sending out such experts. Once their strength was guaranteed, they would be able to intimidate their opponents. Even if the Alliance Patrol wanted to intervene, they would have to be very careful. If they fought, the Nine-Yan Shrine was not weak at all. The Dragon Hall, Beast Hall, and Sword Hall were all powerful halls. In addition, there were also the Fire Hall and the Thunder Hall. They probably had to guard the Nine-Yan Divine Palace, which was why they did not come. Qin Yan stood behind Ming Yunyue and secretly observed the few hundred Nine-Yan Divine Palace members. They mainly came from Dragon Hall, Beast Hall, Sword Hall, and a few Soul Hall. The Nine-Yan Divine Palace has grown extremely quickly. Unknowingly, it has also become a very powerful force. This operation should be the first time the Nine-Yan Divine Palace has fought outside after many days of silence. Qin Yan nodded inwardly. He did not often stay in the Nine-Yan Divine Palace. Seeing that the Nine-Yan Divine Palace had such strength, he was filled with joy. The Divine Moon clan that Li Shuang was from had once stayed in the Heavenly Sword formation for a period of time. Although that kind of thing happened to Qin Yan, the entire Divine Moon clan had a good impression of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace. Nine-Yan Divine Palace, you bunch of fellows, don't talk nonsense. This matter is something that we are willing to take. We did not swindle you. The one who spoke is a middle-aged man standing beside Vice Sect Master Zhongli. Zhongli is a thin old man of medium height. He is dressed in ordinary clothes and looks very inconspicuous. He did not make a sound. Doing business is about integrity. We heard that you are the Vice Sect Master of the Bright Moon Sect, so we believed you. However, you sold us a waste mine at a high price. Jianshi Tian said slowly, we came to reason with you but you are unreasonable. You even retorted and said that we swindled you. The middle-aged man behind Zhongli said with a sneer, it was you who did not verify the reserves of this mine. Who can you blame? It was you who said that this mine belonged to Vice Sect Master Zhongli and that there was no need to verify it. You said that the Vice Sect Master would definitely not swindle people. We believed you but you deceived us. Jianshi Tian also knew that with Li Shuang here, they could not continue fighting. Ming Yunyue looked at Zhongli and said, Zhongli, our Bright Moon Sect is one of the members of the Divine Moon Alliance. As the Vice Sect Master, you did such a despicable thing. This will bring shame to our Bright Moon Sect. Zhongli still said nothing. The middle-aged man behind him acted like a mouthpiece and called out, Bright Moon Saintess, you're a member of our Bright Moon Sect. You should be standing on our side. Why are you helping us now? I don't associate with bandits. Ming Yunyue said coldly. This caused the people from the Nine-Yan Divine Palace to nod their heads in praise. Qin Yan, the one who created the Nine-Yan Divine Palace, did something that harmed the Divine Moon clan. Qin Yan is a great sex fiend, his conduct is extremely evil. His 9-yang divine palace is definitely not a good thing. The middle-aged man said with sneer, so what if he tricked them? Furthermore, it was them who didn't have eyes, who can they blame? Li Shuang's expression sank and shouted, Qin Yan has never done anything to harm the Divine Moon clan. Please don't listen to the rumors. Sensing Li Shuang's terrifying might, the middle-aged man did not dare to say another word. No matter what, Qin Yan has helped the Divine Moon clan pass through many difficult times. Li Shuang was also saved by Qin Yan. Otherwise, she and many of her sisters would have become sacrifices long ago. They would never forget this kindness. Zhongli suddenly spoke and said unhurriedly, Duke Li Shuang, you are the leader of the Alliance's patrol team. The people from the 9-yang Divine Palace acted first in the Divine Moon of the Heavens, shouldn't you deal with them according to the rules? Rules are dead, people are alive. The 9-yang Divine Palace came to my Divine Moon of the Heavens to do business, but they were deceived first. Since they couldn't find anyone to deal with them, they could only resort to such a method. They were deceived and bullied by the local tyrant. They were helpless in the Divine Moon of the Heavens. This is also the responsibility of our Divine Moon clan. Li Shuang's eyes flickered with a sharp light as she stared at Zhongli. The Divine Moon of the Heavens is open to the outside world, and the Divine Moon clan is the boss of the Divine Moon of the Heavens. They have great authority. Zhongli and the others really did not expect that. The Divine Moon clan would actually help the 9-yang Divine Palace. They also secretly cursed the rumors about Qin Yan. Li Shuang sneered and said, What? Do you really think that just because the Divine Moon clan and the 9-yang Divine Palace are irreconcilable, you can wantonly bully the 9-yang Divine Palace? Our Divine Moon clan's great emperor already said that it was just a rumor. Ming Yingyue said, This is the result of listening to rumors. Zhongli, as the vice sect master, you have done such a despicable thing and still shamelessly feel that it is natural. This is a humiliation to our Bright Moon sect. After I return, I will definitely report this matter to the sect master. Zhongli, did not lie. This mine was bought by them. Before buying the mine, they did not explore the reserves. What does this have to do with us? Furthermore, we never promised how many mines we would have. Zhongli said very calmly, This mine has ores, maybe a lot of them. It's just that they are hidden very deep. He was also acting shamelessly now, putting on a what can you do to me? Li Shuang secretly gritted her teeth. Zhongli's strength was not weak. As the vice sect master, he had a lot of resources and had recently obtained a lot of remnant sun souls. The people around him were also the top experts of the Bright Moon sect. In addition, the souls of the Bright Moon sect's disciples were immortal, so they were not afraid of death. How about this, we can invite the sect master and all the members of the alliance to come out and reason with us. Zhongli coldly snorted and said, This matter can clearly be properly discussed, but these barbaric fellows from the 9-yang Divine Palace attacked first. Your alliance patrol team is still covering up for them. At this moment, a saber suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's hand. He took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of Zhongli. He slashed out horizontally, creating several saber shadows that cut Zhongli's body into 4 pieces. Qin Yan carried his head and stuffed it into the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He then looked at Zhongli's subordinates and said, If you want Zhongli's dog head back, sure, but you must return the Divine Universe Goldstones from the 9-yang Divine Palace and pay another 1,000,000 Divine Universe Goldstones. When you are done, Zhongli's dog head will scram back to Bright Moon City. You. The middle-aged man behind Zhongli was stunned. Just as he said one word, Qin Yan's body suddenly disappeared with a flash. Li Shuang immediately chased after him. She did not know that it was Qin Yan, but since someone was doing such a thing under her nose, she could not ignore it. The people from the 9-yang Divine Palace immediately felt comfortable. Xinyu Tianlong and the Heavenly Lion King were very familiar with Qin Yan. They knew that the person who had attacked earlier was Qin Yan. Although they could not recognize him, they could guess. Bright Moon Holy Lady, who was that guy just now? A middle-aged man from Zhongli's side shouted. I don't know him. Can you prove that I know him? Ming Yingyue spread her hands and said, I saw him on the way here. He followed me here. I saw that he was not in danger, so I let him stand behind me. Is that not okay? She knew that Qin Yan wanted to chop up Zhongli. However, she did not expect Qin Yun to do it so easily. Zhongli was really like a piece of wood and was taken care of by Qin Yun in a few moves. Li Shuang chased after Qin Yun. She found it a little strange because the aura she sensed was very unique. It seemed to be deliberately leaked and only she could sense it. Qin Yun did not want to make things difficult for Li Shuang, so he deliberately let her chase after him. Otherwise, others would say that she did not do anything. Qin Yun flew in the air and controlled his speed, letting Li Shuang catch up to him. After flying for 4 hours, he finally stopped and landed on the ground. Li Shuang landed in front of Qin Yun. She looked at the travel-worn, middle-aged uncle in front of her and felt that his eyes were very familiar. She had previously noticed the person behind Ming Yunyue, but she did not pay much attention to him. Now that he took a closer look, he found it more and more familiar. You deliberately let me chase up to you? Li Shuang held her heavy sword as she stared into Qin Yun's eyes with a frown. Duke Li Shuang, I am Qin Yun. Qin Yun said. Li Shuang stared at Qin Yun in a daze for a long while before she put away her heavy sword. She sighed and said, I should have known it was you. Qin Yun's disguise technique was indeed brilliant. In addition, his aura did not leak out at all, so he was not recognized. I will return Zhongli's head and soul. Qin Yun said, but I will have to wait for his subordinates to return the Divine Universe Goldstones. Indeed, this is the only way to deal with such hooligans. Because I am the captain of the patrol team, I can't do that. I hope you can understand. Li Shuang said. She also felt a little guilty because she couldn't help the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. I am very grateful that you are willing to side with the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun revealed a smile and asked, is your Divine Moon clan currently at the moon's core? Li Shuang nodded. Don't worry, little Phoenix will be fine. Where's Sister Kiru? Is she also down there? Qin Yun always wanted to know Xia Kiru's situation. She's inside the core and can't come out for the time being. Li Shuang bit her red lips as though she had made a huge decision. She asked, Qin Yun, you said that Blood Moon and Dark Moon are traitors. Do you have any proof? Qin Yun shook his head. I don't have enough evidence yet. The reason why I put down the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is because of this matter. I will find the culprit and allow Fengyu to return to the Divine Moon clan. Is Fengyu really not dead? Li Shuang's cold and determined eyes involuntarily became moist. Tears flowed from her eyes and slid down her beautiful face. You should be able to determine their life and death, right? Don't you have their pearl of life? Qin Yun felt his heart ache when he saw Li Shuang's sad tears. Yes. They're all broken, completely broken. Li Shuang could not help but cry bitterly. She sobbed, ever since the day Big Sister Xianxia came back, we were sure that Big Sister Fengyu and the others were dead. But we never blamed you, we really didn't blame you. Qin Yun let out a long sigh as he extended his hand to wipe Li Shuang's tears. Li Shuang suddenly threw herself into Qin Yun's embrace and cried bitterly. Qin Yun gently embraced her and said in low voice, thank you for understanding me. Qin Yun, we absolutely do not believe that you are the person who would do such a thing. After Li Shuang finished crying, she sobbed softly, but Big Sister Xiangyun believes that she has already decided to cut off all contact with you. In the Divine Moon clan, we don't dare to mention you. We can only discuss it in private. You trusted me so much, but I screwed up. Qin Yun blamed himself, this is all my fault. If I had told you about this, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Li Shuang left Qin Yun's embrace and wiped away her tears. Qin Yun, can you tell me the details? Qin Yun took out the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and brought Li Shuang inside. He told Li Shuang everything, including the fact that Yu Tian suspects Muyu of being a spy. Li Shuang repeatedly shook her head after hearing everything, she finds this very hard to accept. I can let you enter the vicinity of my nether sun and take a look at them. Qin Yun somewhat doubtfully said, they should not be dead, why did the life pearl shatter? I will go in and take a look first. Li Shuang is not that sad now because Fengyu might still be alive. Qin Yun released the Nether Sun Dao statue's Holy Tribulation Gate and asked Ling Yuner to protect her. Fengyu followed Ling Yuner and very soon arrived near the Nether Sun Dao statue. Nether Sun is very big inside the Holy Tribulation Gate. People near the Nether Sun are as small as dust particles and time is still in this place. After Feng Yu arrived, she saw Feng Yu, Shui Yu, Hua Yu, Xian Rujing, and Yi Yaoxue. They are all asleep, their snow jade-like skin has many black runes on them. She heard from Qin Yun before that these are the runes of Terminator Xiankill curse. So it is like this, their souls are in deep slumber, they are in a state of suspended animation. Moreover, after entering this place, their connection with the life pearl was completely cut off, that is why their life pearl shattered. Li Shuang's hands are gently caressing Feng Yu and Shui Yu's faces, then she even kissed Feng Yu's cheeks. She is finally not that sad, instead she feels bad for Qin Yun. After Li Shuang confirmed that Feng Yu and the others are not dead, she felt a lot relieved and immediately left Qin Yun's holy tribulation gate. After coming out, she can be considered to have seen how powerful Qin Yun is. She felt incomparably shocked when she was near the Nether Sun Dao statue. And this is only one of Qin Yun's 10 Dao statues. I will surely wake them up. Qin Yun promised Li Shuang. I am sure you will be able to do it. Li Shuang's face revealed a faint smile and said, Qin Yun, after I return, I will surely explain everything to Sister Shang Yun. No need to explain. She is very good to me, she helped me refute the rumors and did not retaliate against the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. I can see that she also believes me in her heart. It is just that in order to give you an explanation, she had no choice but to sever ties with me. Qin Yun said with smile. It seems like you understand her quite well. Li Shuang lightly smiled. Qin Yun sighed and said, I have not been the acting clan emperor of Divine Moon Clan for long, and in a short while, I caused you to lose 5 kings. It is normal for Sister Shang Yun to be sad. Ling Yun'er tenderly laughed and said, Sister Li Shuang, you all trust Xiao Yun so much, it is truly rare. Don't tell me you don't believe the words of that fake Dark Moon King? In short, many sisters have seen Qin Yun before. If he is truly a sex fiend, they would be able to tell with a glance. Li Shuang somewhat sadly sighed and said, I also don't know if Dark Moon and Shui Yu are still alive or not. Heaven's Secret Sect will definitely keep them because they still have value. Heaven's Secret Sect will not be stupid enough to kill them all. Qin Yun patted Li Shuang's shoulder and said, leave this matter to me. I will surely rescue them. Li Shuang nodded and said, Qin Yun, I believe you. I don't have sound. Transmission Divine Pearl. If you need anything, you can contact me through Yunyu. Qin Yun said. No problem, I will go back and ask Little Phoenix for it. Li Shuang said, Qin Yun, don't blame Sister Shang Yun. She did not intentionally prevent you from contacting us. I think that she placed the entire Divine Moon Clan in the Moon Heart to prevent us from contacting the outside world. Maybe she is also investigating whether there are any traitors in the Divine Moon Clan. Indeed. This kind of thing is very hard to say. If there are still traitors, we must find them as soon as possible. Qin Yun has always been worried about this matter. Qin Yun, I have something I need your help with. Li Shuang said with some difficulty. Please speak, I will definitely help you. Qin Yun said. I heard that you can perfectly fuse runes into a person's body and soul. I will have to trouble you to carve a set of Sun Dragon Totem into my body, and it would be best to carve Nether Moon Totem into my soul. Li Shuang said. Qin Yun said with frown, why do you want to carve Sun Dragon Totem into your body? Li Shuang said, I want to cultivate Sun Dragon Dao, it can make me stronger. I went to the ancestor god Sun and talked to an old granny from the Sun Dragon race. She suggested that I cultivate this Dao. If I can carve Sun Dragon Totem into my body, that would be the best. Xiaofeng said that you have Sun Dragon Totem. This is no problem, however. Qin Yun spread out his hands and laughed awkwardly, you know what I mean. Li Shuang lightly smiled, shall we begin now? All right. Follow me. Qin Yun brought Li Shuang to another floor, there is a bed here. After Li Shuang came in, she quickly took off her clothes and let Qin Yun begin carving runes. Qin Yun's mind is not distracted, he is very attentive and proficient in carving runes. Now, the runes he carves contain a bit of Imperial Heaven rune, so they will also become very strong. There are many complicated runes, but in the end, they all perfectly fused into Li Shuang's flesh and bones. They are like meridians and bone marrow, becoming a part of Li Shuang's body. It's done. Whether or not you can unleash formidable power will depend on your perception. Qin Yun is also somewhat tired. After all, he is carving very powerful runes. Moreover, he wants to transform the runes into meridians. Li Shuang slowly put on her clothes and armor and said with smile, "Thank you. I knew you weren't a sex fiend." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "Using yourself to test me, isn't this too risky? Yuelan and Tianzi said long ago that you are a lecherous person but have no guts." Li Shuang giggled and said. Qin Yun rolled his eyes and said, "There is still the nether moon totem. Let's begin. Aren't you tired?" Li Shuang is very concerned and asked. "I'm not tired. Quickly begin." Qin Yun said with smile. Li Shuang cooperated with Qin Yun and let him refine her soul and transform it into Nethermoon Totem. After Qin Yun finished, he is indeed very tired. However, he has a small white divine sun inside his 9-sun divine spirit. He can quickly recover by absorbing the divine power of the small white divine Sunday. At this time, Ming Yunyue sent a message, "Old cousin, those people have admitted defeat. Is the 9-yang divine palace satisfied?" Qin Yun asked. "They are all satisfied." Ming Yunyue said with smile, "Let that guy go." Qin Yun told Li Shuang about this matter and told her to leave this place. Then, he released Zhongli's head and kicked it far away. Zhongli only has a head but he can still fly in the air. After being kicked away, he immediately flew back. Qin Yun flew back to Bright Moon City from the other side. He is preparing to return to God Desolate and start selling cigarettes. After returning to Bright Moon City, Qin Yun received good news from An Wukong. An Wukong and others have already created that kind of magic mirror. It is just that it is not completely formed yet, but it is already being used on a small scale. Qin Yun immediately contacted Mingyong Tian and told him to go to God Desolate as soon as possible. Qin Yun told Tian Yu and Tian Rui to finish dealing with the matters in Bright Moon City and then head to God Desolate. He needs them to help him sell cigarettes. Qin Yun wants to find An Wukong not only because of the magic mirror but also because of the Heavenly Secret Sect. According to Chu Wuxing's description of the Heavenly Secret Sect, it is very likely that they are hidden in many hidden spaces. Even Chu Wuxing has no way of knowing their exact location. An Wukong is the emperor of the alien space race. He is very familiar with space profundity, so he must have a way to track them. Qin Yun brought Yu Yan back to the Divine Court Heavenly City. Originally, he wanted to find the space god and go with him to the alien space ancient city. However, he found out that the space god is also in the alien space ancient city. The alien space ancient city is not far from the Divine Court Heavenly City. It is not floating in the sky, it has already landed next to a very large lake. This place was originally very desolate, there are a large number of barren mountains here. After the alien space ancient city arrived, the surrounding environment has been greatly transformed. Within a few days, a beautiful lake has appeared, green mountains and clear waters, birds are chirping and flowers are fragrant. The scenery is very beautiful. It can be seen that the alien space ancient city loves this land very much, they truly regard Divine Desolate as their new home. Qin Yun and Yu Yan arrived outside the alien space ancient city. From the outside, the city looks very ancient, it has not been renovated at all. I did not expect that I would enter the nest of the alien space race. Yu Yan was captured by Qin Yun in this city. What made her feel the most inconceivable is that Qin Yun actually released the alien space race. Although she is not a core member of the Heavenly Secret Sect, she still knows about the alien space race. The law enforcers spent a lot of effort to seal them. After Qin Yun released them, they immediately captured a large group of law enforcers. When the law enforcers attacked the Through Heaven Sword formation, the alien space ancient city suddenly appeared and used space to trap the law enforcers. The illusory space of the alien space race can trap the souls of the descendants of Divine Sun race. No matter how the souls of the descendants of Divine Sun race try to break through space, they will be lost inside the illusory space. When Qin Yun entered, he told Yu Yan about this. Hearing this, she secretly felt fear. If the souls of the descendants of Divine Sun race were trapped like this, they would be better off dead than alive. Brethren said that they can only temporarily trap the souls of the descendants of Divine Sun race. They will eventually be able to escape. Qin Yun said. Even if he can escape, it will be many years later. Yu Yan shook her head. he will become stupid after being trapped for so long. When Qin Yan arrived, he had already informed An Wukong. When An Wukong sensed Qin Yan's arrival, he immediately teleported him and Yu Yan to a spacious and bright hall in the city. The spatial god and the nameless old man were also here, playing with a magic mirror in their hands. Master. Wu Xiaoding walked over with a smile. This short and thin middle-aged man looked very spirited, and his appearance had become much more handsome. Little Ding, you've changed. I almost couldn't recognize you. Qin Yan chuckled. I just changed my appearance. Wu Xiaoding said with a smile. And Wukong walked over with a smile and handed Qin Yan a small rectangular mirror. He said, Brother Qin, is this what you were talking about before? Qin Yan took it and looked at it, then said with smile, more or less, this magic mirror thing needs to be used by many people. This way, the news of God Desolate will spread very quickly. There will also be images and sound. Master, there are several types of these things. The main thing is that the permissions are different. The ones we sell are the most common ones. And the ones we use have very high permissions. We can even determine the location of other people and quickly track them. Wu Xiaoding said. If we use a good teleportation magic tool, after determining the location of the user, we can immediately teleport there. Once our enemies use it, they will be able to kill them as soon as they discover them. And Wukong said. And Wukong learned about the usage of magic mirror from Wu Xiaoding. It can release all kinds of news and also control the spread of all kinds of news. If they want to discredit a person or a faction, they only need to control the news and make it stay at the top for a period of time. This thing cannot be refined on a large scale. We will need a lot of Transcendence Divine Stone. Space God felt very helpless talking about this matter. Indeed. Qin Yan cannot help but sigh. We don't need it. We just need to add a little bit. The main thing is to use our space runes to connect to our magic mirror great formation. And we have space origin stones. We can easily sense the space runes inside the magic mirror and open it up. And Wukong said with smile. Space God said in pleasant surprise, if this is the case, won't we be able to refine and sell them very quickly? And Wukong nodded and said, indeed. We will arrange people to make them and sell them. The old man said with smile, when the time comes, the Myriad Realms Divine Court will be in charge of promoting it. I believe it will become popular very quickly. Qin Yan is studying the structure of the magic mirror. It is indeed not difficult to make, he only needs to be familiar with the space runes. There is a small pit inside the magic mirror, it can hold several divine space golden stones. To use it, you need to pay a fee. You can use it for a month by putting in 5 divine space golden stones. And these divine space golden stones will be transferred to the strange space ancient city. Soon after, and Wukong and Qin Yan went to a small hall to discuss. And Wukong very generously gave the whole set of space runes to Qin Yan. This way, Qin Yan can make them himself and connect them to the magic mirror great formation for free. Moreover, Qin Yan has the highest authority. The magic mirror he uses can be said to be the one with the highest authority. Brethren, I need your help, only you can do it. Qin Yan said. Please speak, no need to be polite. And Wukong said. Qin Yan talked about the Heavenly Secrets sect. And Wukong and his strange space race have been fighting with the law enforcement world for a long time, so they know about the Heavenly Secrets sect. Qin Yan briefly explained the situation of the Heavenly Secrets sect, so that An Wukong can roughly understand the importance of the Heavenly Secrets sect to the law enforcement world. Finally, he talked about the hiding place of the Heavenly Secrets sect. I need Brethren to help me refine a tracking device. It can track the location of the Heavenly Secrets sect. This way, we can know where the Heavenly Secrets sect is, then we can make a plan to defeat them. Qin Yan said. No problem, I will make it for Brother Qin as soon as possible. And Wukong patted his chest and said. Then I will thank Brother Qin in advance. Oh right, this matter must be kept secret. Qin Yan said. And Wukong nodded his head, I won't tell anyone. If it is leaked, it will definitely alarm the Heavenly Secrets sect. After the private discussion, Qin Yan took 10 plus devil mirrors and left. And Wukong also said that the magic mirror will be given to the members of the 9 Yang Divine Palace for free. Yu Yan also has a magic mirror in her hand. She is taking a selfie, recording her beautiful face in the magic mirror and then sending it to Qin Yun. She originally wanted to send it to the whole magic mirror platform, but she is a dark operative of heavenly secrets, so she can only send it to Qin Yun. Ling Yun'er and Zi Qingqing also have one each, so that they can easily understand the outside world. Qin Yun contacted Yun Long and others of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop and told them about the magic mirror, so that when they have time, they can go to the strange space ancient city to collect it. There is a villa in the eastern part of the Divine Court Heavenly City. There are many small houses here, only rich people can live in. Yu Yan also has a small house here. At this time, Qin Yun is in the hall of the small house, looking impatiently at the pictures sent by Yu Yan. Little Yan, you are right in front of me. Is it fun to send me pictures? Qin Yun looked at Yu Yan and said with a smile. I think it's fun. Master Qin, don't you think I took very good pictures? Yu Yan lightly snorted and said. Qin Yun speechlessly shook his head. Tian Rui, Tian Yu, and Mingyong Tian arrived very quickly. As soon as they arrived, Qin Yun told them about the magic mirror and gave one to each of them. After they got it, Yu Yan immediately connected to their magic mirror and started taking all kinds of selfies. If this thing is brought to the divine moon of the heavens, it will definitely sell very well. After Mingyong Tian understood the specific use of the magic mirror, he praised it incessantly. Tian Rui said with frown, this thing is not very safe. According to the principle, it is very likely that one's position will be exposed at any time. Moreover, everything recorded inside can be stolen. Once the information released on the magic mirror platform is manipulated, it will form an invisible power that can make people blindly believe certain rumors. That's right, but don't worry. The magic mirror in your hands is encrypted. It was modified by me. Qin Yun said with smile. He also secretly admires Tian Rui, he can see so many problems in a short time. If Master Qin is in control, then this is an advantage. Tian Rui said with smile. In the future, when more and more people use the magic mirror, we can advertise and sell cigarettes on it. Won't our business be very good? We can even find some young and beautiful experts to help us advertise. Mingyong Tian said with mischievous smile. If I was not from Heaven's secret sect, I would have become the most popular beauty in Divine Desolate just because of those selfies I posted. Yu Yan very narcissistically looked at the magic mirror and sighed with regret. Qin Yan took out a storage bag, handed it over to Mingyong Tian and said, Brother Ming, this bag contains the cigarettes I made recently. Help me sell them in Divine Court Heavenly City. So many. Old cousin, how did you make them? Mingyong Tian promptly took out a box and handed it over to Tian Rui and others. After they smoked one, they all praised it one after another, saying that it is much better than the ones they bought in Bright Moon City. Yu Yan also smoked one, but she discovered that this batch of cigarettes is not as good as the box Qin Yun gave her. But she did not say anything. After all, they are going to sell in large quantities, naturally they won't be that good. Brother Ming, after you sell them, you can take a portion of the reward. As for my share, I will give it to your sister, consider it my debt. Qin Yun said. Alright, I will make around 1 million. Oh, that's right, I need to find a shop. I want to make a fortune in Divine Court Heavenly City. Mingyong Tian said with smile. Qin Yun contacted the nameless old man and asked him to bring Mingyong Tian to find a shop. Tian Rui and Tian Yu also followed along. They will help Mingyong Tian analyze the situation here. Although Qin Yun could produce Soul Lost Dew, the production was too low. One drop could only deal with one Divine Sun descendant. There were many descendants of the Divine Sun God, and the Soul Lost Dew was far from enough. If he could create a type of smoke that could mesmerize the souls of the Divine Sun God's descendants and make them unable to extricate themselves, he could control them when necessary. I don't have to exterminate the descendants of the Divine Sun. As long as I control them so that they don't cause trouble, it's also possible. Qin Yun took out all kinds of medicinal ingredients and began pondering. Xiao Yun, as long as you get rid of the strongest Divine Sun descendants and prevent them from leading the other Divine Sun descendants to cause trouble, you will have peace in the world. Ling Yun'er said. It's easy to say, but it's very difficult to accomplish. Qin Yun began concocting tobacco. He struggled for several days but did not make any progress. The main problem was that it was impossible to make the soul fall into a state of addiction. If it was just a normal addiction, it would not be enough. It had to be very addictive, and it was only effective against the soul of a descendant of the Divine Son. This was even more difficult. My medicinal ingredients are not enough, I need to get in touch with more medicinal ingredients. Xianxia contacted the nameless old man and asked him to help send a message to the medicine god and ask him to help find some medicinal ingredients. The medicine god was naturally very willing, but he needed time. Xianxia stayed in the chamber for a few days but made no progress. He could only give up temporarily. He rested for a while, then walked out of his room and took out a divine sound transmission pearl to contact shamanic star. After trying for a while, he could only give up because he couldn't get in touch with her. He should have returned to the Heaven's Secrets sect. In the courtyard, Xianxia looked at the 4 myriad realms divine suns in the sky and said, "The 4th myriad realms divine sun has already matured." Sister you should have already entered, right? When Xianxia entered Divine Moon Heaven City, he wanted to ask you but he could not find her. After the 9 Yang Divine Maiden entered the core of the myriad realms divine sun, she could imprint a mark into the godly monarch heavenly seal. It could be considered a blood bond with the godly monarch heavenly seal, allowing the godly monarch heavenly seal to rapidly obtain the divine powers of the myriad realms divine Sunday. If Yu is in the core of the myriad worlds divine sun land, then it is time for Xianxia to go in and take a look. Then, he can go to the ancestral god sun land to find Xiaoyuan. The divine preceptor knew that Xianxia was in Divine Court City. He found a few people and asked Xianxia to pass on his position. Xianxia saw that these people were not bad, so he straightforwardly helped them obtain deity positions. The divine court of the myriad realms was getting stronger and stronger, and the divine judge wasn't as weak as before. If he were to encounter a great battle now, he would definitely be able to intervene. Before this, he could only watch from the side. Previously, the divine court of the myriad realms had been very sullen. Not only were the group of deity position gods in a state of disunity, there was also the elder cabinet who was divided and causing internal strife. In the end, all of this was settled by the divine chief judge, and the deity throne gods in the myriad worlds divine court were able to obtain the help of the myriad worlds divine sun, and their cultivation gradually increased, and their strength became stronger and stronger. Even the law enforcers didn't dare to provoke the divine court of the myriad realms. After the divine chief had the gods leave, he and Xianxia chatted in the living room of the small residence. "Xianxia, you are no longer the 9 Yang Palace King. What do you plan to do next?" asked the divine judge. "I want to eradicate the law enforcement world. Shatter the heavenly rule Tao orthodoxy." Xianxia said with smile, "Divine chief, do you think I can succeed? I wish you success." The divine preceptor sighed and smiled, "To be honest, I hope you can enter the divine court of myriad realms. With your current reputation, you can declare yourself king in the divine court of myriad realms." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Not yet. My strength is not enough, moreover, there are all kinds of rumors outside. Divine Moon Race's great emperor has already refuted the rumors. This rumor must have been spread by the law enforcement world and they are secretly adding fuel to the fire. Divine Chief, I can't call myself Divine King in a high profile right now. I might just say it in front of my enemies sometimes. But I still can't announce it to the entire Divine Desolate." Xianxia said very seriously. "Why? You destroyed the malignant tumor known as the Divine Nation, and the venerable sovereigns of the heavens surrendered to you. You are fully qualified. Are you afraid of the law enforcement world?" The Divine Chief is very doubtful. Becoming the Divine King of the Divine Desolate is the dream of many big shots of the major powers. Before the Divine Kings didn't have the Divine King Heavenly Seal, they said they were the only Divine King. And Xianxia has the real Divine King Heavenly Seal but he still hasn't announced himself as the Divine King. This is very puzzling to the Divine Chief Judge. There are many factors. The law enforcement world is one of them, the other is the center of the Divine Desolate. I still don't understand the situation there and the Divine King Heavenly Seal is not complete. Xianxia said. Without being refined by the 9 myriad worlds divine sons and 9 sun divine maiden, the Divine King Heavenly Seal is not complete. Moreover, the divine king heavenly seal needs to be completely refined by the 9 myriad worlds divine suns. The center of the divine desolate? That is indeed a very mysterious place. The divine chief nodded and said, I also want to know the situation there. Qin Yan asked Tian Rui and Chu Wuxing before. They also don't know the details, but the law enforcement world has made some progress. Because of the heaven sealing 10 days, the law enforcement world successfully sent people to the center of the divine desolate. Chu Wuxing also said that the heaven secret sect also sent people to the center of the divine desolate, but the details were not announced. So nobody knows the situation there. Divine Chief, if I announce myself as the Divine King, I will definitely become their target. Maybe some powerful people in the center of the Divine Desolate are waiting for me to appear and then come to cause trouble for me. Qin Yan said with smile. That's right, you are still in the growth stage. As long as the Divine King Heavenly Seal is in your hands, you are destined to be a Divine King. The Divine Chief laughed and said, all right then, I will continue managing the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Even if I enter the Myriad Realms Divine Court, you will still be the Divine Chief. Apart from you, I won't recognize anyone. Qin Yan said with smile and then told the Divine Chief about the Devil Mirror. The Divine Chief is also very much looking forward to this. Once the Devil Mirror is used by many people, the Myriad Realms Divine Court will be able to know even more things. For example, if there are evil devils causing chaos in some region or some factions secretly doing crazy things, the Myriad Realms Divine Court will be able to quickly find out and deal with it. With the Myriad Realms Divine Court promoting the Devil Mirror, it will spread out very quickly. After the Divine Chief left, Qin Yan immediately called Yu Yan over. Xiao Yan, I want to go to the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Have you been there before? Qin Yan asked. Myriad Realms Divine Sun? I have never been there, but I heard about the situation inside. Generally speaking, there are Divine Sun descendants inside the Divine Sun. And the Divine Sun itself will give birth to 1 or 2 races to fight against the Divine Sun descendants. Qin Yan said, Sun Dragon race and Heavenly Lion race. There is also the Illusion race, but they seem to have surrendered to the law enforcement realm. Master Qin, what are you going to do inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sun? Yu Yan doesn't know the situation inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sun core. Divine Sun descendants can't enter the core, so Qin Yan can't bring Yu Yan there. He only wants to see how much the Heavenly Secrets sect knows about the situation inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday, just going to take a look. Qin Yan asked, Xiao Yan, you are a Divine Sun descendant, so you should come from inside the Divine Sun, right? Which Divine Sun do you come from? Me? I come from the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun of the 9 heavens. I was born there. Actually, there are many Divine Sun descendants, but very few can stand out. It is very rare for me to be able to enter the Heavenly Secrets sect. Yu Yan said somewhat proudly. Heavenly Universe Divine Sun? The Divine Sun descendants of the law enforcement realm all come from here? Qin Yan never asked about this before. I don't know about this. In short, we come from many Divine Sun. Only when we are above the Divine Sun do we have a real body. And not long after I was born, I was still a ball of soul and was taken away at that time. Yu Yan said, I have very few memories of the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun. Yu Yan was taken away from the very beginning, so she has never experienced the feeling of having a real body. What's the difference between the Divine Sun descendants of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun and you guys? Qin Yan wants to know more. What's the difference? I heard that they are a bit different from us, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. In short, both the law enforcement realm and the Heavenly Secrets sect are very vigilant against the Divine Sun descendants above the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Because there are rumors that the Divine Sun descendants have the ability to bring their bodies to the Divine Desolate. Yu Yan said. Qin Yan also heard that if the Divine Sun descendants can do it, they will definitely become the rulers of the Divine Desolate. Xiao Yan, wait for me in the Divine Court Heavenly City. I will be back soon. Qin Yan touched Yu Yan's face and hurriedly left for the strange space ancient city. Qin Yan found An Wukong and asked him to send him to the vicinity of the 4th Divine Sunday. Although there is no teleportation formation set near the 4th Divine Sun, An Wukong still has a way to send Qin Yan over. In this way, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yan arrived near the 4th Divine Sunday. When he approached the fourth divine sun, Qin Yun sensed a barrier. This barrier was released by the myriad realm's divine sun. It can prevent people from approaching. Even if he passed through the barrier, it would still be very dangerous inside. Qin Yun's current location is within a scorching intense light. He is very close to the barrier of the myriad realm's divine Sunday. There seems to be a battle. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and looked ahead through the intense heat. He discovered that a group of people are chasing two people. While being chased, those two people constantly attacked the people behind them. Qin Yun looked carefully again and his heart trembled. He immediately rushed over. Because he recognized those two people. They are wearing masks and their body shapes are exactly the same. However, one has black hair and one has white hair. They are Xianxia and Yu. Strange, why didn't they directly enter the myriad realm's divine sun? Who are the people chasing them? After Qin Yun rushed over, he sent a palm attack behind him. That berserk palm power is like a dragon's roar. It is like a huge red wave that completely covered the hundreds of people behind him. Xiaoyun. Xianxia shouted in alarm, "Why are you here? Don't worry about us, quickly leave. They are very difficult to deal with, leave them to us. We will wait for the divine sun to summon us and then we can enter. Don't worry about us." Yu also hastily said. Qin Yun arrived between them. Qin Yun is quite surprised to meet Xianxia and Yu here. He thought that Yu had already entered the four divine suns. Yu and Xianxia were chased by a group of people just now and those people are not weak. Qin Yun is in a hurry to bring Xianxia and Yu away, so he did not pay attention to the people chasing them. After getting far away from that group of people, Qin Yun released the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and brought them in. Then, he controlled the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to fly. In the vicinity of the myriad realm's divine sun, the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda can absorb the divine power of the myriad realm's divine sun and obtain stronger defense and faster flying speed. Qin Yun did not let the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda land on the surface of the 40th universe divine Sunday. Instead, it flew around the 4 divine suns. "Look, there's no problem at all. Why do you want me to leave?" Qin Yun brought Yu and Xianxia into the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and said with a smile. "Alright, you're awesome." Yu also heaved a sigh of relief. She sat on a chair and crossed her long legs. Yu has a head full of white hair but she is wearing a black tight-fitting battle outfit. She looks very cool. Xianxia is wearing a white tight-fitting battle outfit. Her long legs look even more slender under her tight pants, making her look very heroic and beautiful. Qin Yun gently caressed Xianxia's beautiful face and said softly, "Sister Yang, a lot of things have happened during this period of time." "I know." Xianxia placed her lily-white hand on Qin Yun's cheek and said with a gentle smile, "Don't be afraid, it will all pass. Don't show off your affection." Yu curled her lips and said, "If you keep showing off, I'll be jealous." Xianxia said with a chuckle, "Yu, tell me honestly, have you ever kissed Xiaoyun?" "I have." "What's wrong? Are you hitting me?" Yu smiled coldly. Xianxia walked over and pinched her thigh. "Oh, that's right, who were those guys chasing you just now? Descendants of Divine Sun?" Qin Yun asked. There is intense light outside and the scorching aura is very chaotic. It is impossible to sense if anyone is chasing them. They're not the descendants of the Divine Sun God. I don't know where they came from. They outnumber us, we are not their match, we can only avoid them. Yu said. I have to wait for the 4 divine suns to grow to a certain stage before I have the ability to absorb Yu into the Shenyang core. It's almost time. Xianxia calculated the time. Yu was ranked 4th among the 9 sun divine maidens and Xianxia was ranked 5th. Xianxia and Yu should have come to send Yu off. After all, they don't know when she will come out. Xiaoyun, we've heard about what happened to the Mystic Moon clan. Don't be too sad. Yu's voice also became gentler as she comforted him. I can handle it. Qin Yun nodded. You really surprised us by being able to kill that venerable sovereigns. Yu said with a smile, we originally thought that it would take a few decades before you would have the strength to kill the sovereigns of the heavens. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, so you have always been looking down on me. Yang Shiyu said, Xiaoyun, although big sister Xiangyun has misunderstood you, she will definitely forgive you when the truth is revealed in the future. Don't worry. Yu shook her head and said, I can't see through sister Xiangyun. She is very good to us, but it's hard to say when it comes to men. Especially now, she lost a few good sisters in a short period of time. Her mood is very unstable. Yu, don't scare Xiaoyun. Yang Shiyu said with slight anger, Sister Xiangyun is very easy to talk to. Xiaoyun helped the Divine Moon clan a few times, she will definitely be able to deal with this matter rationally. Not necessarily. Yu sighed and said, Yuji, don't forget, Sister Xiangyun used to be Tianshi Xiang and her relationship with Muyu is very deep. Muyu used to be the law enforcement great venerable of the law enforcement realm. Back then, even Sister Kiru secretly told us to guard against Muyu. Qinyan said with a frown, when did Sister Kiru tell you to guard against Muyu? Many years ago, it was after Muyu was released from the pawnshop. Muyu has experienced a lot. She is a law enforcement great venerable, but she was trapped in the heavenly law pawnshop. On the surface, it looks like it was caused by Yume and you, but in the dark, there are many people involved. Yu said. What is the relationship between your 9 Sun Divine Maidens and Muyu? Qinyan asked. It's very complicated. In short, don't worry about our 9 Sun Divine Maidens. As long as we have Myriad Realms Divine Sun, nothing will happen to us. Yu said, now that I've recovered more and more memories, our 9 Sun Divine Maidens mission is truly becoming more and more important. Yang Shiyu pulled Qinyan to sit down and said, Xiaoyun, it's best if you don't directly clash with the law enforcement realm. You should steadily increase your cultivation. Got it. Qinyan nodded. The law enforcement realm will be finished sooner or later. The descendants of Divine Sun within Myriad Realms Divine Sun are the ones who are truly difficult to deal with. Yu said, Xiaoyun, Myriad Realms Divine Sun has placed all its hopes on you. Yang Shiyu looked outside and said, what is the background of those people chasing us? Their strength is really not bad. Could it be that they are a variant of Divine Sun's descendants? Yuji, don't worry about it so much. We are very safe now. You and Xiaoyun haven't seen each other for so long, go and do what you should do. Yu said with a smile, I've made it very clear. Quickly go and do what you need to do, lest you complain that I'm in the way here. You. Yang Shiyu lightly groaned, then pulled Qinyan's hand and left this floor. After Qinyan brought Yang Shiyu to one of the floors, the two of them tightly hugged and kissed each other. Then they fell into the river of love and became entangled, intoxicated in the beauty and unable to extricate themselves. The two of them were sweet for a long time before they stopped. Xiaoyun, Yu is preparing to enter the 4 Divine Sun realm. When the time comes, you will go in with her. Your Divine King Heavenly Seal will be refined by her inside the core and branded with her imprint. Yang Shiyu sat up and tied up her hair. Qinyan gently caressed her face and said, Sister Yang, aren't you going in with us? No need. With you here, I'm very relieved. I still have my own matters to attend to. Yang Shiyu sighed and said, Xiaoyun, one day, you will understand what we are busy with. Sister Yang, I have never blamed you. Qinyan hugged Yang Shiyu tightly and kissed her red lips. Xiaoyun, you have already grown up very strong. Big Sister Yang has nothing else to teach you. In the future, you will have to rely on yourself to comprehend. Yang Shiyu said with a gentle smile. At this moment, she looks especially charming and moving, delicate and gorgeous. No matter what, you are my big sister Yang. Qinyan hugged the beautiful Yuji. Thinking that she is about to leave, he felt extremely reluctant. Yu is sitting paralyzed on a chair on the first floor. Her eyes are staring out the window, it is unknown what she is thinking. After Qinyan and Yang Shiyu appeared, she sat up straight and said, You guys have been waiting for quite a while. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Shiyu chuckled and said, Yu, I plan to hand you over to Xiaoyun. Don't sneak a bite. Yu chuckled and said, Yuji, even if I eat your Xiaoyun, what can you do to me? There's nothing I can do. But according to the order of arrival, you will be my little sister from now on. Yang Shiyu said with a smile. According to the ranking, you can be considered as Yang Shiryu's big sister. However, they never gave in to each other and always wanted to be each other's big sister. Xianxia pinched Yu Yu's face and said, "Little sister Yu Yu, big sister is leaving." Humph. Yu Yu snorted and said, "Be careful, don't let anything happen. Otherwise, your Xiaoyun will jump up and down anxiously." Before Xianxia left, she kissed Qin Yun and flew out of the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and saw that Xianxia has safely left. Only then did he feel relieved. "Sister Yu Yu, when will you be able to enter the core of the divine sun?" Qin Yun asked. "I don't know. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry." Yu Yu said, "I still want to figure out where those guys came from and kill a few of them before entering." "I also want to, let's join hands," Qin Yun said with a smile. "All right." Yu Yu took out her sun-suppressing divine arrow. It is silvery white and emitted a faint silver light. Qin Yun also has the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand. He has not used it for a long time, so he quickly took it out. "Sister Yu Yu, have you been using the sun-suppressing divine arrow?" "It seems like I haven't used it for a long time." Qin Yun reached out his hand and touched Yu Yu's sun-suppressing divine arrow. "This thing is very useful near the myriad realm's divine sun." Yu Yu nodded and said, "Xiaoyun, bring me around to their back. We'll attack from behind. It's best if we can capture a few." "All right." Qin Yun pulled Yu Yu's hand and flew out of the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Then, he stored the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda. After Yu Yu tightly held Qin Yun's hand, she said softly, "Xiaoyun, how are you now?" "Just now you and Yu Ji, oh right, are you stronger or is she stronger?" "Of course she's stronger. She has 2 fairies." Qin Yun said with a smile. "Ah? You really have good luck with women." Yu Yu spat and said, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted with you." "Yuji is really something, she actually released 2 fairies. I'm afraid your condition won't be able to keep up." Qin Yun said with a smile, "You're underestimating me too much." After speaking, he brought Yu Yu to conceal themselves and flew towards that group of people. When he went over, he transmitted his voice to Yu Yu, "Sister Yu Yu, they've all split up. Good thing. We'll capture 1 or 2 and interrogate them." Yu Yu said, "Do you want me to do it or do you want me to do it?" "You do it." Qin Yun said with voice transmission, "There's one in front, do you see him?" Although she is inside the intense light, Yu Yu's mental power is very strong. After all, she cultivates the nether moon and can sense that there are people in front of her. She suddenly shot out the sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand. After the silver-white sun-suppressing divine arrow was shot out, it very quickly pierced through that person's body. The sun-suppressing divine arrow quickly turned into a silver-white chain and tied that person up. "Success." Yu Yu said with a smile, "I told you, this group of people have a lot of numbers. In a one-on-one fight, they are not their match at all." Just as she finished speaking, the person she had tied up suddenly exploded and turned into the shadow of a ferocious tiger that flew over. It's actually the Mad Sun Tiger race." Yu Yu said in fear. "Xiaoyun, quickly release the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda." After Qin Yun and Yu Yu entered the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, tremors and explosions sounded out one after another. A large number of violent sun divine tigers collided with the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. The violent sun divine tiger's impact is very strong. It is as if all the power in its body exploded out and collided with the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. What is shocking is that this group of violent sun divine tigers seem to all have divine monarch cultivation. What is this? Why is it so strong? Qin Yun can clearly feel that the pagoda is being attacked from all directions from inside the pagoda. This kind of movement is very frightening. It is as if the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda could be broken at any time. Yu Yu's expression is cold. She tightly held a saber flickering with red light and said, "This is the violent sun tiger race. Is it very strong?" Qin Yun's 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda has already been exposed. Furthermore, it is surrounded by a large group of violent sun divine tigers. From time to time, a few violent sun divine tigers would attack, causing the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to shake and rumble. Yu Yu slowly nodded. She looked outside with a grave expression and asked, "Can the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda hold? If not, we'll kill our way out." "It can." Qin Yun is very confident in the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Even if it can't, he can immediately strengthen it. Although Qin Yun said he can, Yu Yu did not relax. As if facing a great enemy, she tightly gripped her saber. What is the origin of this violent sun tiger race? Qin Yun asked. He knew that the group of violent sun divine tigers are very strong, but he felt that they are just SOSO. From the violent sun divine realm. They are the only rulers of the violent sun divine realm. The clan emperor of the violent sun tiger race is also one of the few who possesses a complete divine king heavenly seal. Of course, now that they are here, the divine king heavenly seal is useless. Yu Yu said. How do you know this group of guys so well? Have you come into contact with them before? Qin Yun heard that the clan emperor of the violent sun tiger race possesses a complete divine king heavenly seal and is quite amazed. Our 9-sun divine maiden's mission is to frequently deal with these guys from the divine realm. We 9-sun divine maiden are the most difficult to deal with. And the most difficult to deal with. I didn't expect them to evolve so fast, to be able to transform into humans so quickly and even become so similar. I couldn't tell before. Yu Yu clearly fought with the mad sun tiger race before. Qin Yun said, Sister Yu Yu, leave them to me. Weren't Divine Monarch Xianxia and Sky Demon Divine Monarch from the 9 heavens, as well as the White Sun Elf Emperor from the White Sun Divine World, very arrogant previously? In the end, I killed them all. Yu Yu shook her head and said, this group of Wild Sun Tiger clan is different from them. The strength of the Wild Sun Tiger clan was that their souls had fused together with the souls of the descendants of the Divine Sun. Their souls are immortal. What? Qin Yun's expression also changed. He finally understood why Yu Yu is so cautious. Of course, their situation is similar to that of the Bright Moon disciples. Their souls need to return to their Quanyang mountain and find their mother's womb to reincarnate. Only then can they be reborn. Yu Yu said, they are hovering near the 4 divine suns. Clearly, they are preparing to occupy the 4 divine suns ahead of time. Qin Yun coldly snorted and said, we must not let them succeed. Yu Yu shook her head and said, Xiao Yun, the outer layer of the 4 divine suns will definitely be occupied by the descendants of the divine sun. This is the fate of the divine sun. Only the inner region can last for a long time without being occupied by the descendants of the divine sun. If the Wild Sun Tiger clan occupies the outer region of the 4 divine suns, then what will happen when the descendants of the divine sun come in the future? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. Maybe they will coexist or maybe there will be conflict. But no matter what, we can't stop them. Yu Yu said, quickly control the movement of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Ignore them. Qin Yun can only control the movement of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and rush out of the encirclement of the Wild Sun Divine Tigers. The group of Wild Sun Divine Tigers also know that it is very difficult to break through the pagoda. They are not stupid, so they quickly gave up. Strange, they were always in tiger form. After transforming into human form, they actually concealed themselves so well. Your big sister Yang and I were unable to see that they are Wild Sun Divine Tigers. Yu Yu is very puzzled, what exactly did they experience? It is definitely not a coincidence that they can suddenly evolve so well. If it was only 1 or 2 of them, it would make sense. But now there is a large group of Wild Sun Divine Tigers that have the ability to transform into human form. This means that there must be a power secretly helping them. Qin Yun also feels that it is very strange. Yu Yu looked at the intense light outside, her expression became very distant and muttered to herself, could it be the power from there? Where? Qin Yun quickly walked behind her and asked. The center of the heavens divine desolate. When Yu Yu mentioned that place, her expression became even more solemn than before. Her eyes are filled with fear. Qin Yun promptly grabbed her hands and asked, Sister Yu Yu, do you know what's in the center of the heavens divine desolate? Yu Yu avoided Qin Yun's gaze and gently shook her head, Xiao Yun, don't ask so much now. Just focus on raising your cultivation and fight against the law enforcement realm first. I heard that the law enforcement realm has already entered the center of the heavens divine desolate. Qin Yun said. Yu Yu's expression suddenly changed greatly. She shook her head and said, if the law enforcement realm really went in, then there will be a big problem. Why? Qin Yun asked. Yu clearly understands the situation there. Because, there are many even more terrifying people in that place. If the law enforcement realm comes in contact with them, they might be able to learn even stronger divine techniques and become even more difficult to deal with. Yu sighed and said, "It seems like the law enforcement realm's destiny is not over yet." Qinyan said, "Sister Yu, I will definitely eradicate the law enforcement realm. Don't worry. I'm worried about you." Yu shook her head. "Our 9-son divine maiden is naturally not afraid of anything, but you have many enemies. Once you are exposed, you will definitely become a target. The divine king heavenly seal in Qinyan's hands is enough to make many people frantically fight over it. Sister Yu, is my divine king heavenly seal really that important? Even the people in the center of the heavens divine desolate want it?" Qinyan took out his hat and put it on. Since the violent sun divine tiger has the soul of a divine sun descendant, it means that their soul attack is definitely not weak. And, if they come out, it will most likely be to fight over the divine king heavenly seal in your hands. Yu looked in the direction of the 4 divine suns and said, "Your divine king heavenly seal has not reached large success yet. Once it reaches large success, you will know." Qinyan said with a smile, "Aren't you very curious as to why the violent sun divine tiger evolved? I'll catch one and ask. Wait for me here." After he finished speaking, he immediately flew out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. "Hey!" Yu shouted anxiously. However, Qinyan has already disappeared. She doesn't know where he went. She stomped her feet and cursed in a low voice, "That damned Xiaoyun, wait for you to come back, see how I'll take care of you." Qinyan flew out while invisible. He opened his heavenly eye and saw that there are many people nearby. It is very suitable to hide in the intense light. After Qinyan became invisible, even if his aura overflowed, it would be drowned out by the explosive energy wave of the 4 divine suns. These violent sun divine tigers are in groups of 3 to 5. It seems like they also know that landing on the ground will be very dangerous. Qinyan hugged the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He remembers that this pill transformation heavenly furnace has a certain devouring power. Ling Yuner asked, "Have they all turned into human form?" After turning into human form, their aura weakened a lot. Moreover, they don't look that strong. Qinyan said, "Great beauty Yuner, let's join hands and inject the nether sun's devouring power into the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Let the furnace produce enough suction power to suck those guys in." "Alright." Ling Yuner replied. Qinyan is also worried that the devouring power is not enough, so he pulled Ling Yuner along. After he slowly approached the 3 violent sun divine tigers, he promptly said, "Begin." The pill transformation heavenly furnace suddenly became very big, like a huge black mouth. The moment the lid opened, the surrounding light fog rushed into the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Qinyan promptly released supergravity and enveloped the 3 violent sun divine tigers, reducing the gravity on their bodies to 0. In this way, the 3 divine tigers were swallowed by the pill transformation heavenly furnace along with a large area of light fog. Qinyan closed the lid and said with a mischievous smile, "What violent sun divine tiger? In my eyes, it's no different from a kitten. I don't know what Sister Yu is afraid of. Sister Yu thinks you are still the weak Xiaoyun. Don't you remember? In the past, your cultivation was very low in front of her and your strength was very weak." Ling Yuner giggled and said, "It's time for you to show off your powerful might in front of her." Qinyan properly stored the pill transformation heavenly furnace and used transcending sky step to take a few steps and return to the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. After he returned, he saw Yu anxiously walking back and forth. When Yu saw Qinyan return, she fiercely rushed over and punched Qinyan's chest. She said angrily, "Why are you acting so recklessly? Ouch, it hurts so much." Qinyan clutched his chest and said with a pained expression, "Xiaoyun, are you all right? Did you get hurt outside?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Yu also panicked and quickly said softly, "It's all right, I'm not in pain anymore." Qinyan suddenly grinned, "Sister Yu, I'm fine." Yu is very angry. She is half dead from anxiety and Qinyan is actually joking with her. The angry Yu vigorously pushed Qinyan against the wall. Then she leaned over and directly kissed Qin Yan's mouth, tightly hugging him. Qin Yan finally experienced how serious the consequences of Yu Yu's anger are. After Yu Yu kissed him for a while, she vigorously pinched Qin Yan's waist and said with a light snort, "Consider it your punishment. Don't tell your sister Yang." Qin Yan sat on a chair, crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Then Sister Yu Yu, please punish me a few more times. If there's a chance in the future, I'll let you see the side of me that is even more ferocious than your sister Yang." Yu Yu's fierce expression suddenly became somewhat charming. She walked over and pinched Qin Yan's face and asked, "Did you encounter any danger when you went out just now? Are you really not injured? I caught 3 kittens. I really don't understand, they are clearly a group of kittens, why are you so scared as if you saw a ghost?" Qin Yan took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and placed it in front of Yu Yu. Yu Yu heard the overlapping tiger roars coming from the pill transformation heavenly furnace and realized that Qin Yan has captured several violent Sun Divine Tigers. Is this really the Mad Sun Divine Tiger? Yu Yu doesn't dare to believe it because in her eyes, the Mad Sun Divine Tiger is very difficult to catch. She could defeat a few Frenzy Sun Tigers, but it would not be that easy to catch them unless she beat them half to death. With so many wild Sun Divine Tigers outside, once they start fighting, they will definitely be besieged by the tigers. It was extremely difficult to capture a few Mad Sun Tiger without anyone noticing. I already said, these guys are as easy to catch as kittens. Qin Yan said with smile, if you don't believe me, I will go out and catch a few more, enough. Yu Yu hurriedly pulled him back and said, release one and interrogate it. She realized that she had underestimated Qin Yan. Although she knew that Qin Yan had killed a supremacy of all heavens and provoked the law enforcement world, in her eyes, Qin Yan still needed the 9 Suns Divine Maiden's protection. Qin Yan opened the lid of the pill transformation heavenly furnace and a violent energy wave surged out from inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. This caused Yu Yu to be alarmed as if she is facing a great enemy. She tightly gripped the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Don't be afraid, they won't be able to come out. Qin Yan took out the heaven-locking chain and placed it inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He controlled the heaven-locking chain to trap a violent Sun Divine Tiger. There was also space inside the Dan-melting heavenly furnace, and there was also a very strong devouring force. Even if the lid was opened, it would not be easy for the souls and powerful creatures trapped inside to break free. Qin Yan grabbed the heaven-locking chain and sensed a very strong divine power being transmitted from it. This guy is quite strong. Qin Yan gripped the heaven-locking chain tightly and frowned slightly. Yu Yu walked over and grabbed the heaven-locking chain with both hands and said, I'll help you. A burst of spatial fluctuation appeared at the mouth of the pill transformation heavenly furnace. A wild Sun Divine Tiger with the size of an elephant was pulled out from the space inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace by Qin Yan and Yu Yu. The heaven-locking chain penetrated into the wild Sun Tiger God's body and extended like a tree root. It could be said that it had completely sealed the wild Sun Tiger God's body. The frenzy Sun Divine Tiger could only let out a series of roars, and was unable to attack. After Qin Yan shrunk the pill transformation heavenly furnace, it covered the violent Sun Divine Tiger's head like a hat, preventing its soul from escaping. Can you understand human language? Yu Yu grabbed the heaven-locking chain and pulled it vigorously and asked. Mad Sun Divine Tiger spoke in human language. His voice was coarse as he angrily said, You damned humans, I will tear you to shreds. It is unknown what divine power Yu Yu released, but after the heaven-locking chains entered violent Sun Divine Tiger's body, it caused violent Sun Divine Tiger to scream in pain. Why did you chase us before? What is your goal? Yu Yu coldly asked. Her eyes and voice are filled with dense fierceness. The Mad Sun Tiger God Tiger was still roaring in pain. The 9 Suns heaven-raising pagoda was soundproof, so no matter how loud he roared, it would not be transmitted outside. This divine sun belongs to us, no one is allowed to approach it. If you get close, then you must die. Mad Sun Divine Tiger roared, You bunch of mouse men, you're not digging holes in the ground. You're courting death by coming near the divine sun. Qin Yan and Yu Yu find it somewhat funny. It turns out that this group of Mad Sun Divine Tigers look down on humans so much. Yet they want to transform into human form. You guys are really arrogant. Yu Yu said with sneer, since we humans are so weak in your eyes, didn't you also fall into our hands? Ha ha ha. You humans are as numerous as ants. It's normal for one or two of you to be stronger than us. Mad Sun Divine Tiger laughed loudly and said, what's more, we are the weaker ones in the Mad Sun Tiger race. If you face our Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, in less than 3 moves, your body and bones will be crushed and your soul will scatter. When did you learn to transform into human form? Yu asked again, did someone teach you? Logically speaking, guys like you should disdain transforming into human form, but why do you want to transform? What does it have to do with you? Mad Sun Divine Tiger has a violent temper. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately shouted in pain. He seems to have forgotten that he has fallen into Yu and Xianxia's hands. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. After being tortured by Yu's peculiar divine power for a while, this Mad Sun Divine Tiger became a lot more obedient and his voice became much weaker. Do you remember the question I asked you before? I don't want to repeat it again. Quickly answer me. Yu said. Mad Sun Divine Tiger's body flashed with intense light and transformed into human form. However, the heaven-locking chains are still inside his body and his head is still holding on to the Dan transformation heavenly furnace. I can't say. I said, my soul will be tortured forever. Mad Sun Divine Tiger shouted in a trembling voice. Yu looked at Xianxia and spread out her hands and said, this guy's soul has contract power, I can't do anything about it. Even if I kill him, he won't say it. I am undying. Mad Sun Divine Tiger shouted. Xianxia drew a set of runes in the air and inserted them into Mad Sun Divine Tiger's soul. Xiaoyun, what are you doing? Is it useful? Yu asked. I don't know, I'll give it a try. Xianxia walked over and placed his hand on Mad Sun Divine Tiger's head. Yu stood at the side and stared at Mad Sun Divine Tiger. The set of runes Xianxia drew just now was also conceived by Xianxia very early on. Along with the Nether Sun and Nether Moon totems, it is mainly to devour the contract soul power inside the soul. This way, there is no need to use the soul creation heavenly cauldron to refine the soul. However, this method has a very big drawback, it causes the soul to suffer greatly. This Mad Sun Divine Tiger roared in pain at this moment. The roar is very terrifying. Fortunately, it didn't last for long before it fainted. Xiaoyun, what's wrong with this guy? Yu doesn't know what Xianxia is doing. However, she can see that Xianxia's set of runes contain the aura of the Nethermoon totem. Yu has the Nethermoon totem. Xianxia even created a small nether moon for her before, so she is very sensitive to the aura of the nether moon. I'm helping him erase the soul contract. Xianxia's hand is still on the Mad Sun Divine Tiger's head. This is his first attempt. Is it really possible? Yu is somewhat astonished. Xiaoyun, I really didn't know you had mastered so many techniques. This is my first time trying, but I have rich experience, I should be able to succeed. Xianxia closed his eyes, released his formidable mental power and entered the Mad Sun Divine Tiger's soul. He directly used the soul refining technique, coupled with the assistance of the runes from before, he succeeded very smoothly. When this guy wakes up, I can ask him. Xianxia wiped his sweat and said with a smile, to be able to succeed on the first try, your luck is pretty good. Yu is somewhat worried and said, this Mad Sun Tiger race is outside the 4th Divine Sun, maybe they are being instigated by someone. Could it be that the central region of the Heavens Divine Desolate has already begun to recruit troops and buy horses? They have begun to make arrangements to contend for hegemony in the Heavens Divine Desolate? Xianxia feels that this is a possibility. I don't know. In short, that place is very mysterious and terrifying. Yu shook her head and said, even our 9th Sun Divine Maiden doesn't know much about that place. We only know a little bit. Xianxia drew out divine power from the 9th Sun Divine Spirit's little white divine sun and entered it into the Mad Sun Divine Tiger's body. It can help it wake up quickly. No matter how strong they are, if they dare to have any ideas about my Divine King Heavenly Seal, I will definitely let them know the consequences of opposing me. Xianxia is not afraid at all. He is currently cultivating the Tao of Imperial Heaven. Not long after, the Mad Sun Divine Tiger woke up. Although he has transformed into human form, his body can still erupt with very strong divine power. Previously, he fainted because of the pain. Now that he has suddenly woken up, he erupted with a great commotion and let out an angry shout. I erased the contractual soul power from your soul. There is no power that can restrict you now. Quickly tell us, who taught you to take human form? Xianxia said. You. You really did it? The mad sun divine tiger jumped in fright. He immediately closed his eyes and probed the situation inside his soul. Not long after, he is completely sure that there is no contractual soul power imprisoning his soul. To be able to erase the contractual soul power inside his soul, it means that he has mastered many methods to deal with souls. This caused the mad sun divine tiger to tremble in fear. Quickly speak. The person in front of you can destroy the soul of a divine sun descendant. You threatened, if you don't cooperate, you will be tortured to death by him at any time. Impossible. The mad sun divine tiger shouted loudly, the soul of a divine sun descendant is immortal and indestructible. No one can destroy the soul of a divine sun descendant. Xianxia took out the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and took out a white soul from inside the cauldron. As if he is grabbing a cloud and mist, he shook it in front of the mad sun divine tiger and said, you should be able to tell whose soul this is, right? The mad sun divine tiger immediately realized that this is the soul of a divine sun descendant. However, it doesn't have any consciousness. The soul's memories and personality have been completely erased. I'll speak, the mad sun divine tiger said with a trembling voice. Xianxia is very experienced in dealing with divine sun descendants. They believe that their soul is immortal and indestructible, so they are always fearless. At worst, they can be reborn. And once they know that someone can erase the memories of their soul, their reaction is almost the same. It's the method that the Nine Sun Tiger race taught us to transform into human form. The mad sun divine tiger said, the Nine Sun Tiger race is at the center of the divine desolate. They call that place the Nine Sun Holy Land. This reminded Xianxia of the Sun Holy Land. In the past, every great desolate had a Sun Holy Land. The current divine desolate is no exception. Can't they come out? Yu Yu's expression became solemn. Temporarily not. I only know that there are many powerful beast races inside the Nine Sun Holy Land. Dragon, tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, qilin, heavenly lion, and so on. Humans are like ants in front of them. The mad sun divine tiger said, of course, there are also powerful humans, but those humans are completely different from you. They only have the appearance of humans. As for what they are, we don't know. Xianxia and Yu Yu looked at each other. This is the first time they learned about the situation in the center of the divine desolate. That place is actually called the Nine Sun Holy Land. Did they let you occupy the 4 divine suns? Yu Yu asked again. Xianxia is puzzled. The 4th divine sun actually attracted this kind of dispute. Wait, why do they want to occupy the 4th divine sun? According to the situation of the previous 3 divine suns, there should be divine sun descendants inside the 40th world divine Sunday. Is there a need for you to occupy it? Yu Yu asked doubtfully. Although she is about to enter the core of the 4 divine suns, she doesn't understand the situation inside. Mad Sun Divine Tiger shook his head and said, this 40th world divine sun is somewhat different. Ordinary divine sun descendants can't survive inside for a long time and also can't reproduce through this myriad realm's divine sun. Therefore, everyone wants to occupy it. Xianxia and Yu Yu are extremely shocked. There is actually a divine sun that divine sun descendants can't obtain. Is this true? Xianxia hurriedly asked. It's true. After the souls of divine sun descendants enter, they can't absorb the divine power of the 4 divine suns. Over time, their souls wither and become weak, so they can't survive on it for a long time. Mad Sun Divine Tiger said, this is confirmed by many divine sun descendants. Oh, why is it like this? Xianxia is inside the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda. He looked towards the direction of the myriad realm's divine sun and felt greatly surprised. Mad Sun Divine Tiger said, I heard from the elders in the clan that it might be related to the process of the birth of this divine sun. Because the 40th world divine sun was created by a mouse king named Xianxia, when he created this 40th world divine sun, I don't know what he did, but it caused the souls of the divine sun descendants to be unable to survive. Yu Yu looked at Xianxia in shock. She knows that Qin Yun used a large number of law enforcement realm's small divine sons as a foundation to create the 40th World Divine Sunday. However, she never expected that it would make it impossible for the Divine Sun descendants to survive on it. Why is Qin Yun the Mouse King? Yu finds it somewhat funny and looked at Qin Yun. Because he is one of the stronger mouse men and is even a divine king. We all call him Mouse King. Mad Sun Divine Tiger snorted, this Mouse King's actions always go against the heavenly Tao. Sooner or later, he will suffer retribution. Yu looked at Qin Yun with a grin and asked, Mouse King, why is the 40th World Divine Sun you created so special? Qin Yun treated Mad Sun Divine Tiger as a cat, but Mad Sun Divine Tiger treated Qin Yun as a mouse. Yu found it very funny. Hearing Yu's words, Violent Sun Divine Tiger looked at Qin Yun in shock. Little kitty, the person in front of you is the Mouse King Qin Yun you spoke of. Yu said with a smile, Little kitty, you actually fell into the Mouse King's hands. How do you feel? This. Sir, spare me. This wild young divine tiger immediately became terrified, he begged and shouted. He is truly afraid that his memories will be erased by Qin Yun. Apart from the Mad Sun Tiger race and the Sun Dragon race, are there any other races coming? What about the Sky Lion race? Asked Qin Yun. The Heavenly Lion race will also come, but they are allies with the Sun Dragon race. Wild Sun Tiger God hurriedly replied respectfully, that's right, there is also the race in the Three-God Sun Core region. It is said that it is a fairy race, they are also very powerful. If they come, they will definitely be standing on the Sun Dragon race's side. The core region of the Three-God Suns had indeed given birth to a spirit. Qin Yun is not surprised because he guessed it before. He just did not know how strong the Sun Fairies are. Yu said, it seems like the situation inside the fourth Divine Sun is definitely not like the previous three Divine Suns. When Qin Yun created the 40th Universe Divine Sun, he added his Imperial Heaven Divine Power. However, he did not expect it to have such an effect. If he had participated in the birth of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun later, he would not have become the cradle of Divine Sun descendants. Sister Yu, when you enter the core region of the fourth Divine Sun, you must bring me along. Qin Yun said, maybe the situation inside is very different. I can't guarantee that I can bring you along. Once the time is right, you will be sucked in. Even I can't control it. Yu shook her head, she can't guarantee it now. When the wild young divine tiger heard Yu's words, his expression changed again. He never expected that he would be so unlucky. Not only did he encounter Qin Yun, he even encountered the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. He is certain that Yu is the Nine Sun Divine Maiden, only the Nine Sun Divine Maiden can easily enter the core region of the Divine Sun. Xiaoyun, how are you going to deal with these guys? Yu asked, erase their memories? After the wild young divine tiger heard this, he trembled in fear and promptly begged for mercy. There are still two wild young divine tigers inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. They don't know what is happening outside. From time to time, they would collide with the pill transformation heavenly furnace, they are very irritable. He's still useful. Qin Yun looked at the wild young divine tiger and said, do you have a name? They all call me Erhuzi. Master Qin, don't erase my memories, let me go. Erhuzi's body is bound by the heaven-locking chains, but he still tried very hard to make a kneeling posture. Erhuzi, sign a master-servant contract with me and I'll let you go. Qin Yun said, oh that's right, there are also your two brothers. Can you convince them? Yes, definitely. I will convince them to obediently become Master Qin's dog. Erhuzi hastily replied. Having his memories erased is no different from death. He is afraid of death, so as long as he can live, he is willing to do anything. When Qin Yun erases his memories, he needs to use Soul Lost Do. He only makes some when he has free time. The main reason is that making them is rather troublesome, so he won't use them carelessly. Very soon, after Qin Yun erased the soul power of Erhuzi's two companions, they signed a soul contract with him. Qin Yun took back the heaven-locking chains. Erhuzi finally escaped a calamity and let out a long sigh of relief. Master Qin, how did you erase your memories? Erhuzi asked curiously. It's a secret technique of the Poison Sun Divine race. Qin Yun said. Ah? so it was done by them, these guys. Erhuzi originally wanted to curse a few times but he didn't dare to continue. Qinyan looked at Yu and said with smile, Sister Yu, are you interested in going out for a stroll? With Erhuzi and the others covering for us, we won't be discovered. Alright. Yu very straightforwardly agreed. She is originally a woman who likes to seek excitement and adventure. Previously, she was worried about Qinyan, but now that she saw that Qinyan is even more awesome than her, there is nothing to worry about. She now understands why that little girl Xiaoyueme always likes to go out with Qinyan. It is because it is very satisfying and very exciting. Just like this, Qinyan and Yu pretended to be members of the Mad Sun Tiger race. This is also very easy for Qinyan. He used the Gemini Heavenly Rune inside the Gemini Treasure Mirror and cooperated with Nether Sun's duplication ability to extract divine power from Erhuzi and the others and then refined them into divine power jade pendants. Qinyan and Yu each wore a divine power jade pendant. This way, they have very strong Mad Sun Tiger race's divine power aura. Huzi also said that there are also women in the Mad Sun Tiger race. However, after transforming into human form, they appear very weak and not as ferocious as Yu. When Erhuzi said that Yu is ferocious, he immediately sensed Yu's ferocious killing intent enveloping him. He shivered in fear. He secretly believes that Yu is much more ferocious than the tigress in their race. Erhuzi, have you entered the Sun Holy Land? How did you come into contact with the 9 Sun Tiger race? Yu asked. We have never entered. They used very powerful mental power to condense a primordial spirit and flew out of the 9 Sun Holy Land to pass on their power to us. Moreover, they directly signed a soul contract with us. They are truly very powerful. Erhuzi also felt fear when he spoke about the 9 Sun Tiger race. Their entire body is filled with very strong killing intent, as if they have killed many living beings. Aren't the 9 Sun Dragon race and the 9 Sun Tiger race on the same side? When Qinyan heard that a powerful primordial spirit flew out, he concluded that the 9 Sun Tiger race's soul cultivation is extremely high. If Qinyan can cultivate 9 heavenly spirits and 9 heavenly spirits, he can also do the same. They are not on the same side. An elder of the 9 Sun Tiger race said that within the 9 Sun Tiger race, the White Tiger race is the king and the Azure Dragon race is the king. There is no such division within the Black Tortoise race and the Vermilion Bird race. Erhuzi said, within the 9 Sun Tiger race, the White Tiger race is the highest class. Qinyan sighed and said, it seems like the competition within the 9 Sun Holy Land is very big. I have to find the Sun Dragon race and ask. He knows the elder Yang Long Lingyu, he even gave him a sound transmission divine pearl. He secretly sent a message to Yang Long Lingyu but he still did not receive a reply. Qinyan and Yu followed Erhuzi and the other 2 wild sun divine tigers and formed a team. It is equivalent to a small team. They are wandering within the intense light mist. Suddenly, a shocking tiger roar can be heard. It is as if space is fluctuating, it is extremely terrifying. Our clan emperor is summoning us. Erhuzi said in low voice, Master Qin, are you sure you want to follow them? They might be preparing for battle. We won't participate in the battle, we are only going to take a look. If anything goes wrong, we will immediately leave. Qinyan said. Erhuzi, if we hide, you won't be able to discover us. Yu said with smile. Erhuzi and the other 2 are completely convinced because they were inexplicably captured by Qinyan before. Qinyan opened his heavenly eye and saw many wild sun divine tigers rushing towards the direction of the wild sun tiger emperor's roar. Qinyan and Yu followed them and were not discovered by the other wild sun divine tigers. After going over, Qinyan sensed the aura of other experts. Is it the law enforcement realm? Qinyan is secretly astonished. The law enforcement realm also came. Wild Sun Tiger Emperor, with just your little bit of power, you want to compete with us for the 40th World Divine Sun. The person who spoke is an old man, he is an expert from the law enforcement realm. Law enforcement realm, aren't you all high and mighty? Why are you working for the people of the 9 Sun Holy Land? Wild Sun Tiger Emperor laughed loudly and said, don't underestimate our strength, otherwise you will suffer. The old man from the law enforcement realm laughed sinisterly and said, Wild Sun Tiger Emperor, this battle is not as easy as you think. The Divine Moon Alliance is also here. They are the biggest threat. Especially that Divine Moon Clan Emperor. If the Mystic Moon Alliance were to fight, it meant that not only Yu Shangyun, but Wang Haoyue, the Bright Moon Church Master, would also bring people. The current Mystic Moon Alliance was indeed not a weak force. Even the law enforcers were quite afraid of them and did not dare to provoke them. The greatest threat is the Sun Dragon race, the Heavenly Lion race, and the Divine Sun Elves. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor sneered, Mystic Moon Alliance? What kind of waves can they stir up? That's where you're wrong. The Alliance Master of the Mystic Moon Alliance is the Empress of the Mystic Moon Clan. She is the Nine Heavens Goddess, Tianxia Xiang. She has already inherited the Mystic Moon of the Heavens and can borrow the power of the Mystic Moon of the Heavens. The law enforcer said. Qin Yin agreed with the law enforcement realm elder's words. If Yu Shangyun succeeded in inheriting the Divine Moon of the Heavens and the strength of the Divine Moon of the Heavens would increase with each passing day, it would cause the entire Divine Moon Clan to become even more powerful. If they could control the power of the Mystic Moon, then the Mystic Moon Alliance would be almost invincible in the Mystic Moon. Law enforcers, who sent you? Which side of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground did you come into contact with? Wild Sun Tiger Emperor asked. He did not say that he was not afraid of the Mystic Moon Alliance. After all, the Mystic Moon of the Heavens was still very strong. You don't have to worry about that. All you need to know is that we, the law enforcers, are determined to win this operation. If you don't want your precious body to be destroyed, you can either leave or join us. The law enforcement elder laughed loudly and said, Guangyang Tiger Emperor, I know you are not weak. However, once you lose your physical body, you will need at least a few decades to regain a new body. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor also laughed loudly and said, That's where you guys are wrong. The Nine Yang Tiger race has taught us a secret technique that allows us to regenerate our bodies even faster. As for you guys, your bodies are just shells, not your real bodies. You can't experience the joy of having a real body. Aren't you afraid that your bodies will be destroyed? The law enforcer's voice suddenly turned cold. The Violent Sun Tiger Emperor smiled and said, The ones who should be afraid should be you guys. I want to see how much of your tattered body you have. Do you really want to start a war with us here? The law enforcement elder sneered, Once we start a war, you will definitely lose. I know you have more people. But even if we lose, you won't be any better off. The Mad Sun Tiger Emperor wasn't afraid of the other party's threat. The law enforcement elder sneered, You will regret it. Mad Sun Tiger the Arch laughed heartily. Come on, quickly make us regret it. You're just a weakling who doesn't dare to use your mouth. Come and try hitting me. There were many descendants of the god Sun on the law enforcement world side, and the souls of the Violent Sun Tiger the Arch and the others were undying and indestructible. If they hurt each other, everyone's physical bodies would be destroyed. In the end, it would only benefit the Mystic Moon Alliance and the Sun Dragon Clan. Guangyang Tiger Emperor, I'll tell you another piece of news. The Sun Dragon race and the Mystic Moon Alliance would join forces. They would enter the four divine suns together. Do you think you are a match for them? The law enforcer clearly didn't dare to make a move against the raging sun. Tiger Clan. Once both sides suffered, they would lose to the Mystic Moon Alliance. Even if we can't beat them, we won't let them have an easy time. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor snorted. It's best if both sides suffer. The old man from the law enforcement realm laughed. Sick chickens of the law enforcement world, you wanted to force us to join you and be your underlings. Now you want us to form an alliance with you? Why didn't you tell us about the alliance earlier? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor was somewhat angry and shouted coldly, Are you looking down on us? The law enforcement world indeed somewhat looked down on this Wild Sun Tiger clan previously. But in the end, the law enforcement world still chickened out and did not dare to clash head-on with the Wild Sun Tiger clan. An alliance is beneficial to both of us. The old man from the law enforcer world didn't mention what had happened before. He smiled and said, As long as it's beneficial to us, let's not bother about the past. We have to look forward. The Violent Sun Tiger Emperor didn't reply immediately. Instead, he was considering whether or not to form an alliance. The group of Mad Sun Divine Tigers were all nearby, but none of them made a sound. They were naturally very unhappy with the law enforcement realm, but in the end, whether or not they would form an alliance was just a word from the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. The alliance between the law enforcement world and the violent Sun Tiger clan is not a good thing. Qin Yun and you do not wish for them to form an alliance. Erhuzi and the other two were gnashing their teeth. It seemed that they hated the law enforcers to the core. Hey, what happened to you guys? Yu asked. That damned law enforcement world. They wanted to enslave us before. They wanted us to be their mounts. Erhuzi cursed in low voice. We had brothers who were captured by them. Later on, we had no choice but to abandon our bodies and escape back. And because there was no evidence, this matter was left unsettled. Even if there is evidence, we can't do anything to the law enforcement realm. Qin Yun said with a frown, your clan emperor is too useless. How can he tolerate his subordinates being used as mounts by others? Although you guys followed me, I never thought of making you so lowly. Master Qin, our clan emperor is also thinking about the overall situation. After all, going against the law enforcement realm means starting an all-out war with them. To be honest, only you, Master Qin, would dare to do such a thing. Erhuzi said. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, then why do you still say that I'm the Rat King? Yu smiled lightly and said, Xiao Yun, think of a way, don't let them form an alliance. Qin Yun thought for a moment and suddenly shouted loudly, Clan Emperor, these people from the law enforcement realm are very cunning. Maybe after they finish using us, they will kick us away. Or maybe they will wait until we are riddled with scars from fighting and then capture us to ride as horses. Speaking of being captured by the law enforcement realm as horses, the group of wild Sun Divine Tigers seemed to have been ignited. Divine power accompanied by anger suddenly rushed over from all directions. The matter of being used as horses indeed made many wild Sun Divine Tigers hate the law enforcement realm to the bone. After all, they are all very arrogant. They are powerful wild Sun Divine Tigers, but they are treated as perfect mounts by the law enforcement realm. In the law enforcement realm, there are indeed people who use taming wild Sun Divine Tigers to show off. This is what the wild Sun Divine Tigers said after they escaped. The captured wild Sun Divine Tigers were abused to the point of giving up their bodies and escaping. Their bodies would also be used by the law enforcement realm to refine their bodies. Qin Yun's words earlier caused 1,000 ripples. Many wild Sun Divine Tigers furiously cursed the law enforcement realm's people, as if they would attack at any moment. After some observation, Qin Yun discovered that there aren't many law enforcement realm people. If the wild Sun Tiger race went crazy, they could still defeat this group of law enforcement realm people. The law enforcement realm only sent over 100 people. It can be seen that they are afraid of the wild Sun Tiger race going crazy, so they didn't dare to send too many people. Qin Yun took out the God King Spear and opened his heavenly eye. In an instant, he locked onto the law enforcement realm old man hidden in the light fog. This is a leader and his strength isn't weak. He might be a 7-star divine heaven lord. Let's see how strong a level 3 divine universe gold bullet is. After Qin Yun's pill transformation, heavenly furnace fused with the heavenly universe origin body, it turned into a heavenly universe divine artifact. It could refine high-level divine universe gold bullets even faster. He had previously tried to refine an even stronger divine universe gold bullet. Qin Yun used the God King Spear and aimed at the law enforcement realm leader, then shot out a divine universe gold bullet. This divine universe gold bullet flew out and penetrated the layers of scorching and intense light fog, hitting the law enforcement realm old man's abdomen. Boom! With a loud sound, the divine universe gold bullet exploded, blasting open a hole in the old man's abdomen. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. This level 3 divine universe gold bullet is actually unable to penetrate the old man's body. It can only create a bowl-sized hole in his body. This means that the old man's body is very strong and the divine power within his body is also not weak. After the sneak attack, the law enforcement realm people immediately became extremely angry and started cursing one after another. Kill. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor also knows that someone is secretly attacking. He is not sure if it is his Mad Sun Tiger race. But right now, he can only use all of his Mad Sun Divine Tigers to attack. If he is slow, the injuries on his side will become serious. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor rushed to the front and transformed into tiger form. His huge tiger claws immediately tore apart the bodies of a few law enforcement realm people. As for the old man leader, after his body was heavily injured by Qin Yun, his strength weakened a lot. His body was torn apart by a few old mad sun divine tigers. Qin Yun quietly went over and entered the chaotic battlefield. He secretly took away the souls of a dozen or so divine sun descendants. Among them is the leader's soul. He can use it for future experiments. He has always been thinking about how to make a kind of smoke that can make the souls of divine sun descendants become addicted and unable to extricate themselves. All of the mad sun divine tigers attacked. There are a total of several hundred of them. Not long after, they annihilated more than 100 law enforcement realm people. Although the mad sun divine tigers are somewhat injured, their overall situation is still good. Our souls are also undying and indestructible. What's there to be afraid of? A mad sun divine tiger shouted. Right, this is how we should deal with them. Those bastards from the law enforcement realm, as long as we meet them, we will ruthlessly kill them. Clan Emperor, they treat us like horses, we will slaughter them like chickens. We are not afraid of our bodies being destroyed. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor has also come to terms with it. Although he will have to face the revenge of the law enforcement realm in the future, whether it is the massacre just now or now, it is incomparably comfortable. Of course, he is not stupid. He knows that someone is secretly pushing them to attack. This Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is quite capable. He immediately discovered that there are two auras within the tiger group that are somewhat abnormal and immediately rushed towards Erhuzi. Erhuzi and his two companions sensed their clan emperor rushing over and secretly felt fear in their hearts. Yu tightly held Qin Yun's hand, indicating that Qin Yun should quickly run away. Not only did Qin Yun not run, his face is filled with a calm smile as he looked at the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor rushing over. After Mad Sun Tiger Emperor rushed over, he said in a deep voice, "Were you the one who secretly attacked just now?" Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, my 9 Sun Tiger race really did not misjudge you. You did well just now. Qin Yun patted Mad Sun Tiger Emperor's shoulder and said with a smile. Ah? So it's a senior from the Holy Land. This senior. Aren't you not allowed to leave the Holy Land? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor hastily and respectfully said. Our true bodies indeed can't come out, we can only borrow human bodies. Qin Yun lied without even blinking. He said with a faint smile, that's why the aura on our bodies is so strange. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor nodded and said, Senior, I saw you sneak into the chaotic battle just now and did not attack. Why is that? I am capturing the souls of the divine sun descendants. I can only capture about 10 of them. Qin Yun said. The souls of these violent sun divine tigers belong to a type of divine sun descendant soul, so they are very clear that this kind of soul is very difficult to capture. The fact that this senior in front of them can capture more than 10 of them, some of them are very strong, it is already not easy. With a few casual words, Qin Yun made the violent Sun Tiger Emperor believe that he came from the 9 Sun Sacred Land. Yu actually almost forgot that when Qin Yun was immortal King Fu Yun, he was very good at deceiving people. She was tricked by Qin Yun several times. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor, because I only came out with my primordial spirit and entered a very ordinary body, my strength is limited. Qin Yun said, if you need to engage in an intense battle, I'm afraid I won't be able to help much. Senior, we can understand this. You don't need to worry, our strength is not weak. If those bastards from the law enforcement world dare to provoke us again, we'll let them die no matter how many come. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor said very confidently. After the Violent Sun Tiger Emperor transformed into human form, he has the appearance of a middle-aged man. He is tall and big and looks very majestic. His face is also very powerful, like a tiger's face. He is wearing a set of golden flame armor. The armor has the power of transformation. If the Violent Sun Tiger Emperor transformed into tiger form, the armor would also change and cover his robust tiger body. Qin Yun swept his gaze and saw some injured Violent Sun Divine Tigers. They did not transform into human form and under tiger form, a special kind of divine power emerged from their wounds. They are healing their injured bodies, but it seems like their speed is very slow. They are all injured. It's not serious, right? Qin Yun walked over and asked. It's not a problem, we obtained the 9 Sun Tiger race's body tempering divine technique. It can allow our bodies to recover even faster. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor said. Qin Yin shook his head, it's still too slow. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor said with smile, Senior, this is already very fast. Before we obtained the divine technique, we were even slower than this. Qin Yin walked over and released the white sun divine power from the 9 sun divine spirit. Then it flowed into his palm. He waved his hand and shot out a ball of white divine power and injected it into the neck of the injured Violent Sun divine tiger. This is White God Sun power. Senior. Could it be that you are from the White Tiger royal family? The Mad Sun Tiger Emperor felt the power of the White Divine Sunday. His face couldn't help but be filled with terror, and he hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Please forgive me. I didn't know Senior was from the White Tiger royal clan. Qin Yin is stunned. Yu also raised her eyebrows in shock. Qin Yin pretended to be a member of the Nine Yang Tiger clan, yet he was mistaken as a member of the White Tiger royal clan. When Erhuzi saw how respectful their tribe emperor was to Qin Yin, he was given quite a fright. If not for the fact that they already knew of Qin Yin's identity, they would have thought that Qin Yin was really from the Nine Yang Tiger clan's royal family. It doesn't matter, I'm quite low-key. Qin Yin said lightly, quickly get up. Thank you for your forgiveness, my lord. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor also saw how powerful the White Sun divine power released by Qin Yin is. It immediately healed his little brother. As for the other Wild Sun divine tigers, they are now incomparably afraid of Qin Yin. Because even their race emperor is so respectful towards Qin Yin. Fortunately, Qin Yin didn't put on any airs and even helped them heal. This made them respect Qin Yin even more. Qin Yin finds it somewhat funny. Because in the eyes of these Wild Sun divine tigers, his identity is like a rat king. And now, with a shake of his body, he actually became a member of the White Tiger royal clan. Qin Yin also has the White Tiger totem, Bai Si gave it to him. The White Tiger totem is on Bai Si's body. Back then, Bai Si voluntarily gave it to Qin Yin. Although she was a bit shy, she knew that the White Tiger totem was useful to Qin Yin. Therefore, she took off her clothes and let Qin Yin record it. Qin Yin suddenly felt that if he wanted to pretend to be a member of the White Tiger royal clan, it wouldn't be a problem at all. To all of the Tiger clan, the White Tiger clan was a supreme clan in their eyes. Bai Si always thought that there were no other white tigers, so she always felt very lonely. Qin Yin suddenly felt that it was necessary to go to the 9 Sun Holy Land and see if he could make Bai Si integrate into the White Tiger royal clan. Of course, this is a plan for the future. Qin Yin used the White Sun divine power and quickly healed the injuries of the group of Violent Sun divine tigers. His speed is extremely fast, causing them to feel grateful again and again. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor, there are also humans who know how to use the White Sun divine power. Why are you so sure that I am from the White Tiger royal clan? Qin Yin said with a smile. Senior comes from the 9 Sun Tiger race and possesses such strong White Sun divine power. Naturally, you are from the White Tiger royal clan. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor said. Don't leak this matter out. I don't want other powers to know that we are participating in the fight for the 4 divine suns. Qin Yin waved his hand. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor promptly nodded and said, Senior, rest assured, I guarantee that this matter will not be leaked out. Qin Yin very satisfyingly grunted. Senior, the law enforcement world actually has a connection with the 9 Sun Holy Land. Which power is behind them? Violent Sun Tiger Emperor asked. The law enforcement world sent people into the Holy Land during the 10 days of heaven sealing. Qin Yin's ice-cold voice carried a faint might. No matter who is behind them, the law enforcement world is destined to be destroyed. He also wants to know which power is behind the law enforcement world from the 9 Sun Holy Land. Although he doesn't know much about the 9 Sun Holy Land, there is no harm in knowing a little bit in advance. Senior, then what should we do next? Sun Dragon Race, Heavenly Lion Race, Divine Sun Fairy Race and the Divine Moon Alliance, we are not their match. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor sighed and said. Although my current strength is limited, I came here to guide you. You just need to listen to my arrangements. Qin Yin said. Yes, Senior. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor suddenly felt a lot more at ease. The reason why he was hesitant to ally with the law enforcement world was because he knew that there are too many enemies, so he wanted to cooperate. Think of a way to contact the Sun Dragon race and the Divine Moon Alliance and try to join them. With your current strength, it is indeed very difficult to occupy the 4 Divine Suns. Therefore, you only need to enter the 4 Divine Suns and have a certain area. Qin Yun said. But will they let us join? Violent Sun Tiger Emperor hesitated. He feels that it is somewhat difficult. How would we know if we don't try? Qin Yun said with smile, I believe that you will definitely be able to convince them. Of course, when the time comes, you must have a good attitude. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor nodded and said, Yes, Senior, I will definitely succeed. Qin Yun said, Let's go find them now. You should know where the Sun Dragon race is, right? Violent Sun Tiger Emperor nodded his head, pointed to a direction and said, We already checked before, they are over there. Then let's go. Qin Yun said, I will hide and won't show my face for the time being. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor flew in front to lead the way. Qin Yun and Yu continued to stay with Erhuzi. Since they can't enter the 4 Divine Suns, Qin Yun is just blindly leading them. He feels that letting the Violent Sun Tiger race join the Sun Dragon race's side is not a bad thing. This way, they can suppress the law enforcement world together. Qin Yun took out Yu Xiangyun's soul-chasing talisman to see if she is nearby. However, he discovered that her soul-chasing talisman has no reaction. What's going on? Could it be that she has a way to get rid of my pursuit? Qin Yun naturally does not believe that something has happened to Yu Xiangyun. The current Yu Xiangyun is very strong. He took out many soul-chasing talismans. He wanted to see which woman came together with Yu Xiangyun. He discovered that it is actually Yu Wulan and Xiao Xianqin. Yu Wulan can fight quite well and Xiao Xianqin's strength is also not bad. Moreover, they are both Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters. There are 5 Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters, Qin, Qi, Calligraphy, and Dance. Yu Wulan is a dance, Xiao Xianqin is a zither and Yu Huaxue is a painting. Qin Yun knows all of them. Qin Yun has never seen Xu and Qi before. He only heard that these two are not good at fighting but are very strong in other aspects. They were personally nurtured by Yu Xiangyun and are different from the 5 kings. Second sister and Aunt Xiao shouldn't have been affected. Qin Yun was somewhat worried that because of his conflict with Yu Xiangyun, Yu Wulan and Xiao Xianqin would be neglected by Yu Xiangyun. The fact that Yu Xiangyun brought them to fight means that she values them greatly and views them as her left and right arms. Xiao Yun, after Sister Xiangyun becomes stronger, she can get rid of the soul-chasing talisman's pursuit. Do you think she is deliberately trying to get rid of you? Ling Yin'er asked. It should be. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. Not long after, Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and saw that there are many figures in the intense and scorching light mist in front of him. They are moving back and forth and flying everywhere. There's a large group of people fighting ahead. Qin Yun promptly increased his speed and arrived beside Mad Sun Tiger Emperor with Yu Yu. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, there's a battle ahead. It should be the Sun Dragon race and the others fighting. Qin Yun said. Is that so? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor stared ahead but he did not see anything. Because in the vicinity of the 4 Divine Suns, there is a very strong light mist everywhere. Furthermore, there are many berserk divine power energy waves surging out from the 4 Divine Suns. It is very difficult to sense the aura in the vicinity. This is a good opportunity. We can go over and help the Sun Dragon race retreat. This way, it will be much easier to join them. Qin Yun said, but the premise is that we have to figure out who their enemy is. Could it be the law enforcement realm? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor asked. No. Those guys from the law enforcement realm should be watching from afar. Qin Yun said with a sneer, these sinister fellows won't so easily start a war with the Sun Dragon race. Qin Yun suspects that there are other groups of people who want to fight over the 4 Divine Suns. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor immediately led a large group of Mad Sun Divine Tigers and flew over. Qin Yun and Yu are mixed in the group of tigers. They opened their heavenly eye to pay attention to the Sun Dragon race's enemies. After approaching, they can sense all kinds of auras. Big brothers of the Sun Dragon race, our Mad Sun Tiger race has come to help you. We are allies. Who are your enemies? We will immediately go and kill them. After Mad Sun Tiger Emperor entered the battlefield, he immediately transformed into his tiger form and roared. You guys aren't here to cause trouble, right? The one who spoke is the Sun Dragon Race's clan emperor. Humph, why would you be so kind? Scram. We don't need your help. Sun Dragon Emperor's voice sounded. Fierce Sun Tiger Race, are you trying to take advantage of the chaos to attack us? This voice is very thick, it is the voice of Heavenly Lion Race Emperor. Heavenly Lion Race and Sun Dragon Race are allies. At this moment, they are fighting with unknown powerful enemies. The battlefield ahead is very chaotic, it can be seen that their enemies are not weak. Sun Dragon Race is very vigilant against Fierce Sun Tiger Race. Xianxia previously learned from Fierce Sun Tiger Emperor that their tiger race has never had any contact with Sun Dragon Race before. From the Sun Dragon Race's attitude towards the tiger race, it can be seen that the Fierce Sun Tiger Race does not have a good impression of them. This means that the Sun Dragon Race must have known about the Fierce Sun Tiger Race through other means. Xianxia immediately sent a sound transmission to Fierce Sun Tiger Emperor and said, "It must be the law enforcement world guys who slandered your reputation before. Let Heavenly Lion Race and Sun Dragon Race hate you. This way, you can prevent them from joining you. Law enforcement world is a group of damned bitches, son of a bitch." Fierce Sun Tiger Emperor cursed a few times and asked, "Senior, what should I do now?" "Just tell Heavenly Lion Race Emperor and Sun Dragon Emperor that this is a scheme of the law enforcement world. Then, you can lead your elite warriors in. Be careful not to accidentally injure Sun Dragon Race and Heavenly Lion Race." Xianxia instructed Fierce Sun Tiger Emperor. Fierce Sun Tiger Emperor immediately did as he was told and shouted, "Two race emperors, did the law enforcement world bastards look for you before? To be honest, they also came to find our Fierce Sun Tiger Race and wanted me to join them to deal with you. We did not fall for their trick. These law enforcement world guys are very despicable. They knew that our Fierce Sun Tiger Race wanted to ally with you, so they sowed discord in advance. Whether you want our help or not, we will help you. The group of powerful enemies you are facing now are sent by the law enforcement world to deal with you. If you are annihilated, then our Fierce Sun Tiger Race will be annihilated." These words were also what Xianxia told Fierce Sun Tiger Emperor. After Fierce Sun Tiger Emperor finished speaking, he brought 20 elite warrior squads in. Each squad has more than 10 Fierce Sun Divine Tigers, a total of 200, nearly half of the Fierce Sun Tiger Race. Erhuzi and the others were not elite warlords, so they did not follow them. Xianxia and Yu also blended into the tiger horde and entered the battlefield. Sun Dragon Emperor and Heavenly Lion Race Emperor did not say anything else. Clearly, they had tacitly allowed Quanyan Tiger Race to come in and help. This meant that the group of strong enemies were really strong. After Xianxia entered, Yu held his hand the entire time. She did not allow Xianxia to charge around. From her point of view, the most important thing was to enter the Myriad World's Divine Young Land. "Sister Yu, are there any Divine Moon Clan women nearby?" Xianxia asked. After the crescent moon mark appeared, Yu shook her head. "This crescent moon mark is now ineffective, we can't sense each other." "When did it stop working?" Xianxia asked. Before, this was the best method for the Divine Moon Clan's women to communicate with each other. It was very useful. During this period of time, I suspected that there was a traitor in the Divine Moon Clan, so Sister Xianxia controlled the Divine Moon Clan to ban this technique. Yu looked around and said with a frown, "It's all the auras of the Sun Dragon Race and the Heavenly Lion Race. Who didn't fight? The Divine Moon Alliance is not here, but they are definitely nearby." This is because Xianxia sensed that Xiao Xianqin and Yu Wulan are nearby through the soul-chasing talisman. Xianxia did not rush to the front, so he and Yu did not encounter those mysterious powerful enemies. According to what he saw with his heavenly eye, they are a group of slightly larger people. The Fierce Sun Tiger Race has already rushed over and started fighting with those mysterious powerful enemies. The battle is extremely intense. They are a bunch of people who are not afraid of death. "Don't worry," Yu said in a low voice, "we have to pay attention to those law enforcement realm fellows. They must be hiding nearby." Xianxia is currently using his heavenly eye to search for the law enforcement realm people. It is impossible for the law enforcement realm to not know about the sudden outbreak of a great battle here. After a careful search, Xianxia discovered that there is a very large bubble not far away. That bubble is hidden extremely well within the scorching light mist, not a single bit of aura is emitted. It was with great difficulty that Xianxia discovered a gigantic transparent bubble over there. The law enforcement realm fellows are over there. Xianxia pulled Yu and immediately flew over. They are quite far from the battlefield. Yu said worriedly, "Little Yun, are you going to fight with them?" There are quite a few law enforcement realm people who came. Previously, a group of them were killed by the fierce sun tiger race, and now, there is actually a large group of them hiding in the bubble. Of course not, I'm too lazy to fight with them now. Xianxia said, "I'll try and see if I can push them into the battlefield." At the same time Xianxia flew over, his sound transmission divine pearl reacted. It is a message from Sun Dragon Lingyu. "Little brother Qin, what's the matter?" Sun Dragon Lingyu asked. "I was fighting earlier. Now that I'm injured and resting, I have time to reply to you." Sun Dragon Lingyu actually participated in the battle. Xianxia immediately asked, "Elder Lingyu, what are you fighting with?" "The fierce sun tiger race went to help, you should be able to relax a little, right?" Right. How did you know?" "I only retreated to rest after those big silly cats joined in." Sun Dragon Lingyu said, "Little brother Qin, are you also nearby?" "Yes." Xianxia replied. "We are fighting with a group of beastmen who appeared out of nowhere. We suspect that they might have come from the center of the heavenly divine desolate land, but according to what we know, the living beings inside can't come out." Sun Dragon Lingyu said. "If it's just beastmen, then it should be possible for them to leave the Nine Sun Holy Land." Xianxia said. "Little brother Qin, you also know about the Nine Sun Holy Land?" After Sun Dragon Lingyu finished speaking, he laughed and said, "I forgot about your ability. It's not strange that you know about the Nine Sun Holy Land. But then again, it's true that beastmen can leave the Nine Sun Holy Land, but they can't. How did they come out? It's very dangerous to enter and leave the Nine Sun Holy Land." Xianxia said, "During the 10th day of sealing the sky, the law enforcement realm entered the Nine Sun Holy Land. It's possible that they brought them out. That bunch of bastards." Sun Dragon Lingyu cursed in a low voice, "I wonder if they are nearby. In short, our scouts have investigated the surrounding area but they have not found any trace of them. I found them and am heading over. I'll try and see if I can make them show up." Xianxia warned, "Elder Lingyu, don't expose the fact that I'm here. I don't want to cause trouble." "I know." "Then you have to be careful." Sun Dragon Lingyu is very assured of Xianxia because only Xianxia can make the law enforcement realm suffer a great loss. Xianxia and Yu are flying over and gradually approaching the large bubble. After approaching, they realized how big the bubble is. It can completely accommodate an entire city. "Little Yun, do you have a way to burst this bubble? It looks very strong." Yu looked at the huge circular bubble in front of her that is shrouded in light mist. The surface of the bubble is covered in light mist, but one can still see many runes under the light mist. They are like lightning, forming a super strong barrier. Xianxia took out a square pole. It is truly the floating cloud pole formed by the Nine Sun Heaven holding pagoda. "I'll give it a try," Xianxia said. Originally, he planned to use the God King Spear, but the bubble is too big. Even if the God King Spear could pierce through it, it would only make a small hole. The bubble would definitely repair itself very quickly. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Sister Yu, I'm going to take action. The commotion might be a little big. After I succeed, I might be a little weak. I'll protect you." Yu took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Xianxia gripped the floating cloud pole tightly and poured in the nether sun's devouring power. The surrounding light mist suddenly surged over. The floating cloud pole gradually grew longer. Not long after, the other end became very thick and extended towards the bubble. The extended end is like a giant pillar that supports the heavens, crazily devouring the surrounding divine power. When it touched the bubble, the divine power accumulated inside burst out, rumble. This loud sound shocked everyone. Especially the Sun Dragon race and Heavenly Lion race who are fighting. At this moment, they are all struck by the ferocious sound wave. Xianxia's floating cloud pole stabbed over and really burst the bubble. After the bubble burst, the commotion was not small. An incomparably terrifying gale swept up a scorching light mist. It is like a wave of terrifying heat that surged in all directions. Yu Yu was already prepared. When she saw Qin Yan succeed, she immediately grabbed Qin Yan and flew away with him. Qin Yan consumed quite a bit of energy just now. No matter how fast he recovered, he still needed some time. While Yu Yu was flying away with him, she was able to help him recover quickly. Mother *Ker, why are there so many law enforcers? Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and felt as if he had poked a beehive. A large number of law enforcers are densely packed behind him. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Qin Yan really poked a hornet's nest. The group of law enforcers are extremely furious. They are all running around, trying to find the person who broke their bubble. Of course, they did not know that it was Qin Yan. They all thought that a huge dragon was hiding in the dark to attack them. Qin Yan immediately contacted Sun Dragon Ling Yu and told him that the law enforcers are nearby. There are tens of thousands of them and told them to be careful. He also asked about the Mystic Moon Alliance. The Mystic Moon Alliance did not make a move. This is also why the Sun Dragon Emperor and the Heavenly Lion Race Emperor let them watch from the side. While Qin Yan and Yu Yu were flying, Qin Yan suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He was alarmed and said in a deep voice, "Not good, a big guy is coming." Big guy? What is it? When Yu Yu saw Qin Yan's reaction, she knew that the big guy coming over is very terrifying. Dark Kuan Peng. Qin Yan is very familiar with this aura. It is the Dark Kuan Peng of Yu Yao. Although it has not arrived near the four divine suns, the terrifying pressure has already attacked. The Dark Kuan Peng was huge. Fortunately, the four divine suns weren't small either. Otherwise, they would definitely be devoured. Although he couldn't see the Dark Kuan Peng yet, he could sense its terrifying aura. All the living beings near the four divine suns, be it the descendants of the divine suns or the sun dragons, had already sensed that an incomparably huge beast was approaching. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked in the direction of the Kuan Peng. After looking over, he saw an incomparably huge wall slowly moving over from afar. This won't do. If this continues, we will all be devoured. Qin Yan immediately took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Luo Yaofeng. Princess Luo, are you with Imperial Yao Yao? Qin Yan asked. Brother Yun, are you near the four divine suns? What a coincidence. Luo Yaofeng immediately replied, I'm with her, on the back of the Kuan Peng. Do you want to come over? Sun Dragon Race and Heavenly Lion Race are in the vicinity of the four divine suns. If the Dark Kuan Peng flies over, it will devour them. Qin Yan said. Yao Yao has no plans to go over for the time being. She said that she will only let the Dark Kuan Peng fly around the four divine suns and devour a bit of energy. Luo Yaofeng's words made Qin Yan feel much more at ease. Qin Yan said, where did that woman come from? How much have you learned about her during this period of time? I'm not too sure either. I only know that she knows the law enforcement world very well. Luo Yaofeng said, I will continue to probe her. The approach of the Dark Kuan Peng alerted the law enforcers. They were very afraid of being swallowed by the Dark Kuan Peng, so they immediately dispersed. Qin Yan and Yu Yu returned to Erhuzi's side. Senior, a very powerful beast is approaching. Erhuzi was also trembling in fear as he looked in the direction of the Dark Kuan Peng. It's Dark Kuan Peng, it won't come in for now. Qin Yan said. Hearing Qin Yan say that it's the Dark Kuan Peng, the group of violent sun divine tigers were given quite a fright. Because in the world of beasts, the Dark Kuan Peng is very famous. Yu Yu looked at the four divine suns and suddenly said to Qin Yan, it's about to begin, I feel like it's coming. What? Qin Yan suddenly realized that the four god suns have matured to a certain stage. Qin Yan immediately held Yu Yu's lily-white hand tightly. However, flames suddenly overflowed from her body. Sister Yu Yu. Qin Yan shouted in alarm. He can no longer hold Yu Yu's hand because her hand has already turned into a ball of flame. I'm fine, I'll wait for you inside. As Yu Yu spoke, her body transformed into a flame and charged towards the four divine suns. She was accepted by the four god suns. Entering the core of the four god suns in this state would be very safe and fast. Qin Yan originally thought that he would be able to sneak in with Yu Yu this way. Yu left, Qin Yin can only enter the core region of the four divine suns by himself. He had entered the core regions of other myriad realms' divine suns before, so it was not too difficult for him. What worried him was the internal situation of the four god suns. This was because the four god suns were different from the other myriad realms' divine suns. The other myriad realms' divine suns all had descendants of the divine sun, but not only did the four divine suns not have any, but they also made it difficult for the descendants of the divine sun to adapt. Previously, there had always been a powerful barrier separating them from the four divine suns, making it impossible to approach the four divine suns. Not long after Yu entered the four god suns, the barrier disappeared. It was also at this moment that the four spirit suns seemed to suddenly expand. Everyone nearby suddenly felt a scorching wave of air surging over. The four god suns are expanding. Through the heavenly eye, Qin Yin can see through the intense light that the surface of the four god suns is expanding. One of the myriad realms' divine suns suddenly becoming bigger means that it is evolving. And such a big increase must be caused by the myriad realms' divine suns devouring a lot of energy. This energy was devoured by the myriad realms' divine suns from other spaces. Most of them are the divine sons of the god world that are on the verge of destruction. They were devoured by the myriad realms' divine suns using a mysterious method. The temperature of the expanded four god suns is extremely high. The people who can come here are all very strong and can resist this kind of super high temperature. Even Qin Yin can feel a burning pain in his body. This kind of heat can penetrate all kinds of defenses and flesh, causing the blood in a person's body to boil up. Before the four god suns expanded, it would still take some time to fly to the surface of the divine sun. And now, Qin Yin and others are not moving at all. They can feel that the surface is gradually approaching them. That's because the four god suns are rapidly expanding. The sudden change of the four god suns caused the battle to stop. It's impossible to monopolize such a big divine sun. Qin Yin now knows that the four god suns are very different from the other three myriad realms' divine suns. He hastily rushed to the surface of the divine sun. The surface of the four god suns is different from the other myriad realms' divine suns. The other myriad realms' divine suns have golden white crystal shell while the four god suns have golden red crystal shell. The surface of the four god suns is very hot. The law enforcement realm, divine moon alliance, sun dragon race, heavenly lion race, divine sun fairy race and violent sun tiger race all immediately landed on the four god suns. During the chaos just now, that group of powerful beastmen suddenly disappeared. Only Qin Yin discovered that after the law enforcement realms group rushed over, the group of beastmen gradually decreased. This means that the group of beastmen was indeed released by the law enforcement realms people. Moreover, they obtained them from the Nine Sun Holy Land. The Nine Sun Holy Land has a power inside it. Providing this kind of beastman army to the law enforcement realm means that the law enforcement realm and the power inside the Holy Land have a very close relationship. Qin Yin informed Yang Long Lingyu of this discovery and asked him to pass it on to the Sun Dragon Emperor. Qin Yin also contacted Luo Yaofeng and learned that the Imperial Demon General will land on the surface of the four god suns. The Dark Kuan-Pung will continue to roam around the four god suns. The Dark Kuan-Pung was originally invited by the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Now that it is wandering around and absorbing energy, it is very normal. Qin Yin continued to hide among the Mad Sun Tiger race. He did not stand beside the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor so that he would not be so eye-catching. The Bright Moon Sect Master Wang Haoyue suddenly waved his hand and threw out a translucent dome that enveloped them. Upon closer inspection, the dome is in the shape of a half-moon and has an extremely strong defense. That group of beastmen was created by those people from the law enforcement realm. The Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said, "Everyone, I, the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, sincerely want to join you and join hands with you to fight against the law enforcement realm." Just now, the Mad Sun Tiger race fought with all their might. The Sun Dragon Emperor and the others also saw it. The Sun Dragon Emperor, the Heavenly Lion Race Emperor, the Divine Moon Race Emperor, the Bright Moon Sect Master and the handsome golden-haired middle-aged elf suddenly became silent. They are communicating mentally, discussing whether or not to let the Mad Sun Tiger race join. After a while, the Sun Dragon Emperor said, "We can let you join, but you must promise not to become enemies with us. This requires us to sign a soul contract with you as a guarantee." "No problem. the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor immediately agreed. In the current situation, even if Qin Yun did not say anything, he would still join. If he wandered around here alone, he might be played to death by the law enforcement realm. Qin Yun secretly looked at Yu Xiangyun. She is wearing armor as usual and her head is covered by a helmet. It is impossible to see her appearance and she rarely speaks. However, the faint might from her body gives people a very oppressive feeling. The Sun Dragon Emperor and the Heavenly Lion Race Emperor are also very domineering and powerful, but they look somewhat inferior to Yu Xiangyun. The Divine Sun Fairy Emperor and Wang Haoyue look very gentle, but the power hidden in their bodies is also unfathomable. Of course, the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is not that weak in front of them. Qin Yun secretly suspected that this group of big shots must have just passed the Shintian monarch stage. Everyone is in a completely new realm. Whoever has a higher comprehension ability will have a stronger grasp on the power. Qin Yun really wanted to go and greet Xiao Xianqin and Yu Wulan, but now is not the time. He did not want to be discovered by Yu Xiangyun. You bunch of fellows are really lawless. The 40th realm god's son belongs to our law enforcement realm, don't you know that? An old man's voice came out like a bell. A red sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed over and directly broke the dome that Wang Haoyue had released. The people from the law enforcement realm finally appeared. They floated in the sky. There were tens of thousands of them and their aura was extremely vast. They were high up in the sky, looking down from above. Their eyes were immediately filled with disdain. 11th to 18th gate, you guys have finally appeared. I thought that you guys were afraid of the alien void race, so you guys have been hiding. The Sun Dragon Emperor laughed heartily. Now that you guys have finally appeared, aren't you afraid that the alien void race will do something to you? The current alien void race is not as good as before. And we are far stronger than we were back then. The old man laughed loudly and said, Sun Dragon Emperor, you were born from the ancestral god Sunday. Your entire Sun Dragon race is like a little doll in our eyes. You better watch your words. 18 sect leaders, in this world, what matters is strength, not seniority. The Sun Dragon Emperor sneered, if your law enforcement realm was really that strong, you wouldn't have been provoked by that brat, Qin Yun. Speaking of Qin Yun, the group of people from the law enforcement realm were all very unhappy. Qin Yun is not a little brat. This guy might be older than us. The 18 sect leaders snorted coldly, just you wait and see. Sooner or later, Qin Yun will die tragically in our hands. At that time, we will definitely invite you to come and watch how we torture him to death. The 18 sect leaders looked at Yu Xiangyun and changed the topic, Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, congratulations on controlling the Divine Moon of the heavens. However, you have also lost 5 kings. Sigh, I really feel sorry for your 5 dukes. They were all killed by that bastard Qin Yun. Shut up. Yu Xiangyun's voice came out, and a cold killing intent that caused one's back to turn cold spread out. Qin Yun didn't do anything. Oh? You're still defending him? The 18 sect leaders laughed loudly, Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, if you were the Tianshi Shang from back then, you would have definitely killed that bastard, Qin Yun. The 18th sect leader saw that Yu Xiangyun was very angry, but he was not afraid at all. He still laughed out loud and said, Tianshi Shang, oh Tianshi Shang, you know better than anyone that you can't do anything to us from the law enforcement world. Of course, even if you can make a move, you can't do anything to us. The Arch of the Divine Moon Race, don't lower yourself to their level. Wang Haoyue said solemnly, they are purposely provoking you to attack, to disrupt our unity. Qin Yun was infuriated. The 18th sect master had slandered and insulted him several times. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. After all, it was not a good time to make a move. Furthermore, there were many people from the law enforcement world. The anger on Yu Xiangyun's body had yet to dissipate. It could be seen that she was also very angry. Tianshi Shang, the Divine Moon Clan has received the protection of the Mother Moon. Muyu is our law enforcement realm's law enforcement great sovereign. If you go against our law enforcement realm, it will be the same as going against her. The 18th sect master said with a smile. Wang Haoyue shouted, Muyu is already dead. Don't try to use her to threaten us. The 18th sect master smiled and said, the one who died was only Muyu's clone. The real Muyu is still in the law enforcement world. she is a descendant of the divine sun god. How could she die? Of course, there's something wrong with her doppelganger. That's why her personality is different. When Qin Yan heard this, he suddenly understood many things. The one they had come into contact with before turned out to be a clone of Mother Moon, and it was an independent personality. However, the real Mother Moon took back her personality, so it was equivalent to being dead, just like Xian Rujing and Xian Lingxue, Star God, and Yu Shutian. They all have clones, but these clones are independent personalities. For the Dark Moon and Blood Moon to be able to easily sneak into Mystic Moon Heaven City, it was clear that the Mother Moon had planted them a long time ago. Mommy, you'd better be obedient and not fight with us. Otherwise, the entire Mystic Moon clan will be controlled by the Mother Moon. The 18th sect master sneered. In a sense, the Mystic Moon clan is also under the jurisdiction of the enforcers. Wang Haoyue said, Law enforcement world, you should know better than anyone else that you are unable to completely control the entire Divine Desolate. If you become enemies with us, it won't do you any good. Even if we can't control Deity Desolate, we can still control you. The 18th sect master said, Tian Shixiang, you tolerated Qin Yan's rape and abuse of your 5 kings. You are not fit to be the Divine Moon clan's empress. Hand over the clan emperor's authority. Otherwise, go and kill Qin Yun. What if I don't hand it over? Yu Shangyun said in a deep voice. Then I guarantee that the Divine Moon clan will be in chaos. The 18th sect master said with a smile, we will produce proof and expose the atrocities of that bastard Qin Yun in the Divine Moon clan. When the sisters in your clan see it, will they still trust you? Qin Yun couldn't take it anymore. He placed all the remaining talisman crystals in his hands into the God King spear before shooting it at the group of enforcers in the sky. Bastards from the law enforcement realm, you are the beasts. Qin Yan furiously roared. A few huge pig heads appeared in the sky and charged towards the tens of thousands of law enforcement realm people. The people from the law enforcement world were densely packed in the air. They were from the 11th to the 18th gate. It could be said that they were the strongest of the 18 gates. However, they still found it difficult to defend against the heavenly pig roar, especially those with lower cultivation. Even Shen Tianjun was enveloped by those few pig heads. When the heavenly pig roar came out, everyone knew that it was Qin Yun. Back then, Qin Yun used the heavenly pig roar to kill many powerful Shen Tianjun from the law enforcement world. And now, a few heavenly pig roars attacked at the same time. This power is extremely terrifying. It exploded in the air, sound waves surged and a tyrannical divine power wave pressed down from the sky. The people standing on the surface of the 4 divine suns were attacked by the energy wave. They are incomparably alarmed. What caused them to be most alarmed is that the divine power aura is only at the Shen Tianjun level, but it is so strong. The heavenly pig roar is Heaven Destroyer's ultimate technique. Heaven Destroyer is currently only at the Shen Tianjun level, but his divine power is very strong. Although the 18th sect master and the other sect masters reacted very quickly and were able to immediately resist the power of the heavenly pig roar, there were still a large number of law enforcement world people whose bodies were instantly destroyed. There were tens of thousands of people just now, but now there are less than a few thousand left. After the souls of a large number of divine sun descendants lost their bodies, their souls floated in the air. Those balls of multicolored light are flying around randomly, they seem to be extremely terrified. Qin Yun, you are dead for sure, the 18th sect master shouted in anger. After Qin Yun used the heavenly pig roar, he immediately left and did not continue to stay in the group of tigers. The Violent Sun Tiger Emperor is extremely shocked. The Violent Sun Tiger Emperor is completely stupefied because the senior of the White Tiger royal race that he feared is actually Qin Yun. Of course, he doesn't dare to say anything now. Although he knows that Qin Yun is impersonating the White Tiger royal race, he is not angry. If Qin Yun did not help him, their Violent Sun Tiger race would have definitely been cheated by the law enforcement world. Not to mention that they are now able to form an alliance with the Sun Dragon race. Qin Yun saw earlier that not only are those sect masters not afraid of the heavenly pig roar, they can even resist a small portion of the heavenly pig roar's divine power. This means that those sect masters are very strong. If the heavenly pig roar can't kill them, Qin Yun also doesn't have the confidence to destroy their bodies. He used the mysterious penetration divine ability to sneak into the golden red crystal. At the same time, he took out the sound transmission divine pearl to contact Tian Rue. Tian Rue, how much do you know about the 18th sect master? I want to know more about him. I want to play this old bastard to death. Qin Yan sent a message to Tian Rue. Law enforcement world, do you still want to compete with us for the 4 divine suns? The thousands of people above the Sun Dragon Emperor asked. If it was before, it would have been very difficult for the law enforcement world to contend against them. But in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of law enforcement world have been killed by Qin Yun. Qin Yun is indeed the natural enemy of the law enforcement world. Every time, he always makes them suffer such a great loss. Everyone present, other than the people from the law enforcement world, secretly admired Qin Yun. Yang Long Lingyu knew that Qin Yun was near the 4 divine suns. However, he never expected that Qin Yun would suddenly attack and cause such a huge loss to the law enforcement world. No wonder Qin Yun can master the heavenly pig roar. So it was released through the talisman crystal. The 18th sect master sneered and said, Sun Dragon Emperor, consider yourself lucky this time. Don't think that our law enforcement world will give up on the 4 divine suns just like that. Just you wait. The 18th sect master left with a heart full of anger. This time, they suffered great losses. So many bodies were destroyed and it will take a period of time to rebuild them. Qin Yan quickly passed through the outer shell of the 4 divine suns and arrived at the underground area. In other myriad realms divine suns, there would be a large number of descendants of divine suns in this area. But right now, it is very empty, there are no living beings at all. Qin Yan let Yang Yang come out. Yang Yang can sense where there is a teleportation formation, so that he can enter the core area. Big brother, this myriad realm's divine sun is very special. Yang Yang flew with Qin Yan and looked around. This is the outer area of the myriad realm's divine Sunday. Looking up, one can see the golden red crystal shell. It is very bright and the ground below is also golden red crystal. How is it special? Qin Yan asked. Yang Yang can sense many things. I also don't know. In short, it's different from other myriad realms' divine suns. Yang Yang said with a smile, the core area might be very strange. Although it is different from other myriad realms' divine suns, Yang Yang can still quickly find a teleportation formation and bring Qin Yun to the core area. After entering the core area, Qin Yun and Yang Yang are extremely shocked. There is a huge golden red moon floating in the center of the core area. Other myriad realms' divine suns have large fireballs floating in the center, they look like suns. But this myriad realms' divine sun's core is a golden red moon. Aya, why is it a moon? Yang Yang is very shocked and immediately flew over to investigate. Yang Yang, wait. Qin Yan immediately rushed over and grabbed the naughty little girl's collar. There might be danger, don't go over first. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Just as he was about to release his mental power to investigate the golden red moon, he heard Yu Yu's voice. Xiao Yun, you finally came. Yu Yu said. There are no other dangers here, right? Qin Yan heaved a sigh of relief and asked, why is there a moon in this core area? I don't know either. It's indeed too strange. I was also very surprised when I came in. Yu Yu said, don't worry, it's very safe here. Yang Yang can play however she wants. Give me the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yan threw out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and let Yu Yu enter the Divine Sun's core. He and Yang Yang flew to the surface of the golden red moon. It is a golden red crystal and it is not hot at all. Instead, it is a bit cold. There's no more 9-colored waterfall. Yang Yang sat on the ground and let Qin Yan release Momo and Little Queen Ant to play together. Momo and Little Queen Ant, these 2 little fairies, are sitting on a large blue mushroom. It is the large mushroom formed by the inscription Fungus Mother. While Yang Yang and her little friends are playing, Qin Yan is using his heavenly eye to carefully study the golden red moon. Sister Yu Yu, I fought with the law enforcers outside not long ago and killed tens of thousands of them. Qin Yan told Yu Yu what happened outside. It seems like the law enforcers have something on Sister Xiang Yun's Divine Moon clan. This should be related to the Mother Moon. Yu Yu sighed, Xiao Yun, if nothing unexpected happens, the law enforcers will definitely think of a way to get the 9 Sun Holy Lands to help deal with you. Qin Yun is not afraid and said, the law enforcers are only struggling at death's door right now. But then again, their law enforcement great venerables are still quite strong. The heavenly pig roar is not a threat to them. He is certain that the 18th sect master is one of the law enforcement great venerables. You have to think of a way to get the 50,000th world god sun out as soon as possible. The more divine sun you have, the stronger you will be. Yu said, also, you have to break through as soon as possible. At the very least, you have to have Shen Tianjuan's cultivation. Qin Yan has only just stepped into the Tao God realm. There are too many things happening recently, he is unable to calm down and cultivate. Yu is the 9 sun divine maiden. Now that she is inside the core of the divine sun, Qin Yan believes that she might have sensed something else. I also don't know what's going on. Maybe it's related to the influence I received when I was born. Xiao Yun, weren't you the one who created these 4 divine suns? You should understand it better. Yu said. I also don't know what's going on. At that time, I acted according to my intuition and gathered all the small divine sons of the law enforcement world together. Qin Yan shook his head and said, this might be a variable. Wait until I can communicate with the 9 sons in the future, I'll ask them what's going on. Yu is inside the core, helping Qin Yan refine the Divine King Heavenly Seal. It will take some time to complete. No matter what, these 4 divine sons are very special. I wonder if the other myriad realms' divine sons will be the same. Yu said with a smile, although I don't know what's going on, it's definitely not a bad thing. The descendants of the divine sun are unable to survive in the myriad realms' divine sunland. This is an extremely good thing. If the other myriad realms' divine sons are like this, then the entire divine desolate will be a lot more peaceful. At least there won't be that many descendants of the divine sun. Qin Yun is also recalling the process of him creating the 4 divine sons. He doesn't feel anything wrong. Could it be because I used imperial heaven divine power? Qin Yun is not sure if this is the reason. In short, the 4 divine sons becoming like this must have a lot to do with the process of creation. Qin Yun studied the golden red moon for a while but didn't discover anything. He can't find any traces of runes. Xiao Yun, the outside of these 4 divine sons is divine sun and the core is moon. This is a bit like the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Yu suddenly said. This made Qin Yun think of sun and moon radiance together. If it was just divine sun, no matter how strong it would have a limit. If it could fuse with the moon, its power would increase even more. Qin Yun used the power of sun and moon radiance together to fight. That kind of power is indeed very terrifying. I'll figure it out later. Qin Yun sat on the ice-cold golden red crystal and sensed the aura of divine power. He didn't discover any aura of moon power. Sister Yu, this golden red moon doesn't have moon power. Qin Yun said, are you the only one who can sense it? Xiao Yun, this is a divine sun core. It looks like a moon, but it's not a real moon. Yu said with a smile, moreover, this core should have just been formed. It's still very young. Qin Yun did not discover anything else. He said, I wonder what kind of creature will appear here. No matter what creature appears, I will always be their boss. Yu said. Although Qin Yun did not discover anything, he continued to circle around the golden red moon. He looked left and right. At the same time, he pondered if he should also create a moon core for the divine sun in his 9 sun divine spirit, allowing the sun and moon to shine together. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji, who are inside the 9 sun divine soul, have also come out to stroll around. They want to see what the core of the myriad realms divine sun looks like. This was the initial state of the core of the myriad realms divine sun, which made Zi Qingqing and the others feel that it was very magical. After Yu finished with the Divine King Heavenly Seal, she immediately returned it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun held the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hand and sensed the feeling of the 4 myriad realms divine suns. Come back, we're going out. Qin Yun shouted, calling Yang, Mo, and the others back. Shui Tianzi and the others returned to the 9 sun divine soul. Yang brought Mo and the others back and also entered the 9 sun divine soul. I'll send you out. Yu said. No need to send me outside the divine sun, I want to go to the area above. Qin Yun pointed upwards. All right. Yu immediately sent Qinyan off. Qinyan very quickly arrived at the top. This is the largest inner part of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun. It is also under the outer shell of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sunday. He went to a Divine Sun before, and there are a large number of Divine Sun descendants in this area. And now, only the Sun Dragon race and the others are here. When Qinyan came out, they have already divided the area. Through the soul contract, Qinyan quickly sensed the direction of Erhuzi and the others and flew over stealthily. The energy here is very abundant. The creatures that grow up here must be very powerful. Qinyan flew and looked at the golden red crystals on the ground. Not only is it not hot here, it is also very comfortable. The other Myriad Realms Divine Suns would be very hot for a period of time every day, not like this place. Not long after, Qinyan found the Mad Sun Tiger race. They are not together with the Sun Dragon race. They also obtained a small area. Although it is not very big, they are very satisfied. The Mad Sun Divine Tiger took out many large stone bricks from their storage magic tools and began building houses. The space inside their storage magic tools is relatively small, so they brought a large number of storage magic tools with them. Those Mad Sun Divine Tiger are now continuously taking out materials from their storage magic tools. Qinyan is wearing a sky hat and blue clothes. He suddenly appeared among the group of Mad Sun Divine Tiger in human form. It seems very abrupt. This startled the group of Mad Sun Divine Tiger and they immediately gathered together. Erhuzi is also very nervous. He doesn't know if he should run over to Qinyan or not. He still hasn't exposed his relationship with Qinyan. When Mad Sun Tiger Emperor saw Qinyan appear from afar, he immediately rushed over. Let's talk in private. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor did not reveal any hostility. Instead, he made a gesture. Qinyan nodded and flew away with Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. The two of them are alone in a place. They landed on the golden red crystal ground. Their surroundings are completely empty. This kind of feeling is very strange. We are inside the 4 Divine Suns. Qinyan, you don't seem to be interested in this place. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. Qinyan shook his head and smiled. I am now a loner. I don't want to contend for hegemony. I don't need to build a city, so naturally I am not interested. Why did you impersonate the 9 Sun Tiger race before? How much do you know about the 9 Sun Holy Land? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor asked. Not much more than you. Qinyan spread his hands and said, I really want to know why the 9 Sun Holy Land sent you to occupy these 4 Divine Suns. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor shook his head. I am also not too clear. They told us to occupy it first and then they will send people over later. They also said that these 4 Divine Suns are very important to them and they must be doing something very important here. Is this also the reason why the 9 Sun Dragon race sent the Sun Dragon race? Qinyan asked. The people inside the 9 Sun Holy Land must have the same goal. There is also the Divine Moon Alliance. They are also in contact with the 9 Sun Holy Land, that's why they are participating. The Divine Moon Alliance is in contact with the 9 Sun Holy Land. This caused Qinyan to be somewhat surprised. It means that Yu Shangyun's Divine Moon clan must have used some kind of channel to contact the 9 Sun Holy Land. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, if the 9 Sun Tiger race sends people here, can you introduce me to them? I want to talk to them. Qinyan said. If it was someone else, I would definitely agree. But I can't agree to your request. You have the Divine King Heavenly Seal, the 9 Sun Holy Land knows about it. What if they want to snatch your Divine King Heavenly Seal? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. If this is the case, it will definitely lead to hostility between them and they will eventually fight. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor doesn't want to see this happen. Alright, I won't force you. Qinyan helplessly spread his hands. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor looked all around and said in low voice, Qinyan, can you make a more secret place? I have something even more important to discuss with you. Qinyan took out the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. This is the legendary 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda? Very good. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor nodded and then walked in with Qinyan. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor's strength is not weak. He has already surpassed Shintianjuan's cultivation, but Qinyan is not afraid of him. After entering, Mad Sun Tiger Emperor took out a box. This box is golden and there are many sharp thorns on its surface. There are many vein-like things growing out of the box, they are also golden. And those sharp thorns are growing out of these veins. Qin Yan is secretly apprehensive seeing this box. This is a bloodline heavenly pattern box. Bloodline heavenly pattern box. Qin Yan took a deep breath and said, Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, how did you get it? It's passed down from our Mad Sun Tiger race. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor shook his head and sighed. It's been passed down for several generations, but we still don't understand what use this box has. I heard that the Purple Sun Fairy race's box is in your hands. I indeed have a bloodline heavenly pattern box. He has quite a few bloodline heavenly pattern boxes and each one is different. Then do you know what use it has? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor asked. He is not afraid that Qin Yan will snatch it. Although Qin Yan wants it, he has no intention of snatching it. He is very clear that this kind of thing cannot be forced. I only heard that if a bloodline heavenly pattern box can be fused with a divine weapon, it can produce even stronger power. Qin Yan said, there must be other uses, it's just that I haven't discovered them yet. If that's the case, then this bloodline heavenly pattern box has no value to me. Qin Yan, I will use this box to exchange with you, how about it? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. You don't want this box? Many people are madly fighting over it. Qin Yan said with smile. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor laughed out loud and said, truth be told, the 9 Sun Tiger race will discover that I have this thing in my hands sooner or later. Do you think I can keep it then? I am a very practical person, so I want to exchange it for something that is useful to me, something that won't be discovered by the 9 Sun Tiger race. Then what do you want to exchange with me? Which thing in my hands do you fancy? Qin Yan asked. I want a white Shenyang sun seed, can you give it to me? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor asked. I can, but I don't have it now. I will get it for you as soon as possible. Qin Yan immediately agreed. White Shenyang sun seed is very easy to get. Alright, deal. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor extended his hand and shook hands with Qin Yan. End of chapter 2607. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.